Honk. Honk. Tires screeching. Bam. The driver tried to apply brakes, but it was already too late. He never expected a random man to appear in front of his truck on a clear road. Ugh. Truck-kun, though I did request you to hit me in a few of my comments, I just did that because I thought it would make me look funny and cool, you weren't supposed to take it seriously. Fuck. It hurts. Nux, the 35-year-old man who was hit by the truck felt his whole body searing in pain. It did not take much of a time for his body to fall limply on the ground, his eyes turned heavy, he did try to keep them open but couldn't bear it anymore, and soon, his consciousness faded away. Wah! Nux's whole body flinched as he woke up. That was a scary dream, he sighed, his forehead still sweating, but suddenly, he furrowed his brows. Where is this place? He looked around and found himself in an unknown room. Unlike the normal rooms made from cement and bricks, this room was built from wood. Though it was clean, it was clear from the furniture that the living condition of the person living in this room wasn't very good. Of course, Nux didn't have the time to think about all this since he was already panicking due to the weird circumstances. Was I kidnapped? No, it doesn't make sense, there is no way someone would kidnap me since I don't have any value at all. There is no merit. Wait, does that mean it wasn't a dream and I was really hit by that truck? He thought about several things that can lead him to his current situation. He raised his hand to touch his forehead and could feel an unusual bump on his head. Was I saved by someone? That must be it. Damn, now I would have to pay for hospital bills, if I knew this would happen, would have bought health insurance. Nux cried inwardly, already thinking about different ways to pay the bill and was ready to say goodbye to all his games and novel for the next few years since he would have to work overtime. However, he suddenly felt something was different. Due to all that confusion, he might not have noticed this earlier, but now that he is thinking clearly, his hands were whiter and thinner than before. He looked down and noticed that he was wearing completely different clothes from what he is normally used to. He touched his face and noticed his beard was completely gone and even his face felt different than before. Hold on. To an instant decision. He touched his face and noticed his beard was completely gone and even his face felt different than before. Hold on. Suddenly, a whole new theory appeared in his mind and a strange excitement welled within him. Is this what I think it is? Ignoring the pain he felt, he quickly ran towards the door and as soon as he opened it, he took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly and a big smile appeared on his face. Yup. It's definitely what I think it is. He exclaimed. The air is different, the scenery is different, there is no doubt about it. He was in another world. Ha ha ha. I transmigrated. Truck-kun, my friend. I was definitely serious when I said I wanted you to hit me. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly and after taking another deep breath, he returned to his room and sat on the ground with an excited look on his face. According to the script, now is the time for my cheat to make an entry, right? His eyes shinned in excitement as he waited for his cheat to appear. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. His excitement dimmed down. His cheat did not appear. Okay, it's alright, some cheats like to play with MC's feelings and only appear when MC is in danger, yes it must be like that. Thinking that, he looked around and his eyes fell on a slightly sharper rock lying on the floor. Without hesitation, he picked the rock up and stabbed it right through his abdomen. Or not. Nope. No, nope. Not doing that. I can't hurt myself based on a fantasy story now, can I? That makes no sense. Not that I am scared or anything, this is just not practical. Ha. He chickened out and decided to wait a little longer. Time passed, nothing happened. Finally, Nux gave up on receiving his cheat. As expected, ain't no way will Lady Luck ever be beside me. Truck-kun, you weren't supposed to take my comments seriously. He sighed as he accepted his fate and decided to find a way to live yet another normal life. His eyes then fell on a small mirror in the corner of the room, he walked towards it and as soon as he looked at his reflection, he cussed. Fuck. I am handsome. He instantly threw away the thoughts he had about living a normal life. Alright, I'ma become a gigolo and find a sugar mama to take care of me. Yay. An instant decision. Free of course. I am handsome indeed. Nux spoke in delight as he glanced at his face from different angles, the more he watched the more he liked it. His long thick raven hair, combined with his smooth white skin with a perfectly carved face. His golden eyes had a unique shine within them. His sword-like eyebrows, thin nose, and sharp jawline made his face immortal-like even though it was a little bruised. With this face, combined with this frail-looking body, I am indeed the best quality gigolo anyone can ever have. I have to work hard to find a customer worthy of me. Nux nodded to himself but then furrowed his brows. But why am I bruised? He thought. After his transmigration, nothing was going according to the script, he didn't get his cheat, and neither did he have his predecessor's memory. Were they jealous of my overly handsome face? That should be the case. Humph. Losers. Wait till I find a good sugar mommy, I'll have my revenge then. Humph. Humph. Nux snorted inwardly as he hypothesized. Growl. Just as he was thinking about his revenge, he heard his stomach growling, only then did he realize that he was very hungry. He looked around and found some peach-like fruits on his table. It should not be poisonous since it is in my house. Thinking that, he quickly took a bite. They tasted like green apples, finding them delicious, he devoured them all without wasting any time. Though that little amount of fruits could not satisfy his hunger completely, it was not as bad as before. However, if he learned that what he just ate was equal to 2 days' meal of his predecessor, he would not complain about not being satisfied at all. Knock knock. Smash. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door but just as he was about to answer, the door was slammed open and 3 rough-looking guys came in. Why did you even bother knocking if you wanted to slam open the door? Nux thought inwardly but he knew it was not the time to ask questions like these. Have you decided to come with us? The scar-faced man, who Nux presumed was the leader of this group asked. Nux took a deep breath as he glared at them without saying anything, however, there was no trace of fear on his face. The leader frowned as he glanced at his subordinates, only when he confirmed that they had the same confused look on their face did he turn to Nux and raised his eyebrow. I asked, have you decided to come with us? He asked again, this time, his tone a little heavier than before. Of course. For fuck yes. I asked, have you decided to come with us? He asked again, this time, his tone a little heavier than before. Of course. Nux quickly answered without even knowing where they would take him. His logic was simple, he knew he stood no chance against them if they fought, so if they wanted to harm him, they could have done it here. They would not bother taking him somewhere where they have set up a trap just to deal with a weakling like him. He agreed after thinking it logically, not because he was scared of the scar-faced man in front of him. Not at all. The leader, the scar-faced man was shocked by his answer but his face quickly returned to normal as he nodded and threw a glass bottle containing a weird purple-colored liquid in it. Drink it. Without asking anything, Nux quickly emptied the bottle, although it was a little bitter, as soon as it traveled down his throat, he felt warm energy coursing throughout his body and his face, which was bruised, was healed without any mark left. Though surprised, he didn't have the luxury to think what kind of godly thing he had just drunk as he quickly followed the men. After walking for a while, he appeared in front of a building, which was completely in contrast with his worn-out wooden house. It was a large building made from white-colored marbles which gave the building a holy feeling. There were a few words written on it, but Nux couldn't recognize the language so he ignored them. Soon, the party entered the building and walked towards a specific room, although he could not read what was written on the door, by the design and others' attitude, it was clear that the room belonged to someone important. Knock knock. After a knock, the door was opened by a beautiful girl wearing a classic maid costume, she nodded to the scar-faced man before glancing towards Nux, a little surprise could be seen on her face before it went back to her normal, expressionless face. She walked into the room and the party followed her trail, there they saw a man wearing expensive-looking robes who was sitting on a chair with a leisurely attitude. The man had blonde hair with a French mustache, making him look like a classic merchant. He then glanced at Nux before asking, you know why you are brought here, right? Countless thoughts ran wild inside Nux's mind. Should I tell him I do not know anything? But from that scar-faced man's attitude, it is clear that he had told my predecessor about the situation. Won't they know that I am not who they think I am? But this is my only chance to know what is happening, I should not waste it. Due to all these quick thoughts, Nux panicked a little and nodded and shook his head at the same time, looking quite funny. The man raised his eyebrows at his response as he glanced at the scar-faced man before turning back to Nux. My name is Elton Payton, I am the head of this merchant guild. You, my friend, are a lucky man who caught the eyes of Viscount Felberta. Nux's eyes opened wide as he looked at Elton to see if he was joking. Yes, my friend, Viscount Felberta wishes to take you as her personnel boy toy, Elton revealed and Nux's eyes couldn't hide the shock he was experiencing. Fuck yes. Finally, I got my cheat. Seeing Nux's shocked look, Elton nodded in satisfaction and questioned. Well, are you ready to meet Viscount Felberta? Of course. But shouldn't I first prepare myself and buy some suitable clothes to look my best possible? Nux questioned, already thinking about ways to get on Viscount Felberta's good side. He was a good gigolo. As good as a natural. Hearing what Nux said, Elton glanced at Nux's stunning face and his lips twitched. Still, as a professional merchant, he hid his expression and replied, no, I don't think you should do that. A woman like Viscount Felberta has a thing for weak boys, you know what I mean. Your frail-looking body combined with those worn-out loose robes will make her more excited. I see, Nux nodded solemnly. His expression looked like he was contemplating something serious. Alright, let's not make Viscount wait for longer than we already have, Elton said as he clapped his hand and rushed everyone to get ready. An hour-long carriage ride later, Nux found himself in front of a woman. As the lady's gaze fell on Nux, her eyes brightened and a big smile appeared on her face. Hello, Nux, my name is Felberta Alvi, I was the one who bought you from the Merchant Guild. From now on, you will stay here with me and will do whatever I say, alright? Whatever I say, Okawe. Nux on the other hand stood still as he gazed ahead with a dumbstruck look on his face. Noticing his intense and kind of lost gaze, Viscount blushed a little before she asked, do you have any questions? Nux remained silent. Seeing this, everyone in the room furrowed their brows but it didn't matter to Nux at all. He didn't bother about anyone present in the room, not even Viscount Felberta. Right now, he was busy examining the screen that appeared in front of his eyes along with a ding sound inside his head. Ding. First target detected. Initializing Supreme Harem God System. Connecting the Supreme Harem God System to host soul. Connection completed. Character information. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 1. HP, 100/100. STR, 6. AGL, 8. VIT, 10. STM, 7. Int, 9. Def, 5. Blank points, 10. Limit of a normal human, 10. Ability, Craving Touch. Craving Touch, your touch will make a woman crave for more and she will never be sexually satisfied by anyone else. The more time you spend with a woman the stronger the effect gets. Harem members, none. As a starting bonus, the system will provide the host with 10 blank points that he can add to any of his stats. The Supreme Harem God System has been successfully installed. From now on, the host can gain the power, talent, physique, and bloodline of the woman he fucks. The stronger the target, the more benefits the host gains. The more he read, the better it got, an unusual glint shone in his eyes. Finally, I got my cheat. Now I don't have to live a normal life anymore. 6 Viscount Felberta. Finally, I got my cheat. Now I don't have to live a normal life anymore. He rejoiced inwardly. Nux. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting his name and his thoughts quickly returned to earth. What? He asked as his gaze finally fell on Viscount Felberta. What are you thinking that is so important that you had the galls to ignore me? Viscount questioned as she glared at Nux. Sorry, I am sorry. I just never saw someone as beautiful as you so I was lost, he replied awkwardly with a slight blush on his face. Real smooth. His answer worked like a charm as Viscount's gaze changed from glare to a warm gaze. Ha! This game's on easy mode. Nux thought inwardly as he noticed the change in her expression. But he wasn't lying, he was really surprised when he saw her. He thought that she would be like some fat ugly lady, but she was a classic example of a MILF. Her perfect hourglass figure was as enchanting as it could ever get. Nux couldn't help but glance at those milky breasts that were enough for a normal weeb to die from a nosebleed. Her raven hair matched Nux's, while her black eyeballs were as deep as an abyss. Her thin eyebrows, small nose, and cherry-like red and luscious lips made her look like an alluring succubus. He even wondered why a woman like her wants a boy toy and why would she even pay for it. Heck. People would pay themselves if they can have a chance to be her boy toy. It's not a problem, just be careful from now on. Okay, I will ask you again, are you ready to abandon your normal life and stay with me for the rest of your life? Of course. Though this reply was the same as before, if one looks deeply, there was a different glint in his golden eyes. A look of a predator. Earlier, he just wanted to be a boy toy so that he can live a stable life while he spends some time with someone, but now. Now he wasn't here just to be a boy toy or a gigolo, now he wanted to conquer this woman called Filberta. He glanced at his ridiculously overpowered ability, the craving touch, and thought of different ways to get more women and increase his power. Truck Cohen, my friend. I was definitely serious when I said I wanted you to hit me. Ha ha ha. 7 Security is important, after all. Ha. Nux sighed in relief as he sat on a soft bed and looked around. Right now he was in a new room that was completely different from his previous worn-out room. It was clear that Viscount treated him quite well. Nux shook his head as he glanced at the system screen in front of him. Memory fragment detected, would you like to retrieve it? Cost, 10 blank points. Y/N. This should be my predecessor's memories. Should I retrieve it? But is it really worth it? I mean, he was just a nobody, what could he know that can help me? Sure, it would be more convenient, but should I spend 10 blank points? That is all the blank points I have right now. Also, I don't know what is the drop rate of these blank points, so I don't know their value. But according to the system, a normal human's limit for a certain attribute is 10, which means if I add all the blank points on strength, it can directly double my strength compared to normal humans. That's definitely a huge gain. Yup, I can't waste these precious blank points on something I am unsure about. Now technically, I should save these blank points and not add them to any other attribute so I can grind more points while being weak and add these points when I can't gain them anymore. But this only sounds good if it is a video game, and my life is certainly not one. Okay, I have decided, I'll add these points right now and will preserve the points I will gain later. Alright, there is nothing much to think about it, 6 points on agility, 4 on stamina. Nux felt a unique stream of energy flowing through his body. Suddenly, he felt that his body was a lot lighter than before. He felt like he could easily overtake the world's faster runner in a race. It felt weird and good at the same time. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 1. HP, 100/100. STR, 6. AGL, 14. VIT, 10. STM, 11. INT, 9. Def, 5. Blank points, 0. He nodded in satisfaction as he glanced at his stats. With this, I can run away easily if I ever get stuck in a difficult situation. Security is important, after all. After settling the matter of his stats, he shifted his attention to his system as he started reading about its features to get a better understanding of it. 8 Predator's Grin. Time passed and evening fell. Nux noticed that it was time for the Viscount to return from her office. He didn't know the exact time she would return, but since he didn't have anything else to do, he stood up and walked towards the Viscount's room. He had done some research and learned that the Viscount's husband died and her only son lives in Royal Academy and rarely comes home. Yup, a clear path ahead. Chuckling inwardly, he appeared in front of the Viscount's room. Noticing that she hasn't returned, he decided to sit in front of the room and wait for her. Nux. What are you doing here? It didn't take a long time for Viscount to return along with 2 maids. She had a surprised look on her face when she saw Nux sitting in front of her room and she questioned. Oh, nothing, ma'am. I just thought that you would be tired after working for so long, so I decided to come here and check if there is anything I can help you with. Nux stuttered as he answered. Of course, he didn't forget to glance at her face before lowering his gaze in shame and a slight blush. Seemingly pleased by his answer, Viscount smiled and questioned, Oh. What would you help me with? I can massage your shoulders, it will help you relax, Nux answered, keeping his gaze down. Viscount chuckled as an intense urge to tease this boy welled inside her. She walked towards Nux with an enchanting smile, her face, half a finger away from Nux's as she questioned. Why are you looking down? Am I too ugly for you to look at? No. You are just too beautiful. Ah. I mean no, that's not it, no I mean you are beautiful but Nux panicked when he looked up and noticed that her face was too close to his. He tried to back away but slipped and fell to the ground. Unable to come up with an explanation, he decided to keep his gaze on the ground. Seeing this, not only Viscount, even the 2 maids following her chuckled. The Viscount smiled as she crouched in front of Nux as she questioned. Are you telling me I am not beautiful? And no. Then you think I am beautiful? Yes. Viscount's smile widened as she questioned. Are you hitting on me? And no. I didn't mean it like that. I dash. Ha ha ha. Seeing the flustered look on his face, the Viscount laughed out loud before she flicked her finger on his forehead to gain his attention and replied. Alright, you don't need to be so flustered, I was just teasing you. As for you massaging me, well, what are you waiting for? Follow me. Saying that, the Viscount stood up and she entered her room with a very satisfied look on her face. Nux also followed her back to her room obediently. Of course, nobody noticed that small, imperceptible smile on his face. A predator's grin. 9 Mission. Viscount Felberta's room was much more elegant and well-furnished than Nux's, but he didn't bother looking around as his gaze was fixed on that ripe ass that is swaying left and right as she is walking. Combined with the red gown she is wearing that does nothing to hide her hourglass figure, and even enhances it, she looked as if she is teasing her just by being there. A really enchanting woman. Ding. Suddenly, a sound rang inside Nux's head. Mission, fuck Felberta Alvi. Description, well, fuck Felberta Alvi. Reward, Eye of Discerning. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, Craving Touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 30 days. Huh. A mission? Wow, it really is like an RPG game, huh? The punishment is quite scary though. As for the reward, I don't know what that is. Eye of Discerning. Discerning Eye. Eye of Discerning. Nux tried to say the ability name in his mind, he even tried touching the screen, not only that, he even called it out loud even though he was near Viscount Felberta. But even after all this, nothing happened. You. Mr. System. Do I not get any description? Nux tried to call the system but again, nothing happened. The system was ignoring him. Is it one of those systems that do not have consciousness? Well, to be honest, I do prefer it that way. I don't really want a talking system, that's too annoying. Oh well, whatever. As far as I know, this mission is very easy. I mean, this woman bought me as a boy toy, right? Won't it be stupid not to fuck the boy toy she spent her money on? This mission is a freebie. Hee I am looking forwards to he rewards though. What are you standing there for? Come on, start with my shoulders. Viscount who was sitting on the huge bed ordered. Nux came out of his reverie and his eyes fell on Viscount Felberta sitting on the huge bed and his heartbeat quickened. The contrast between the Viscount's red gown and white bedsheets was really great, combined with how she was sitting there defenselessly while looking at him with her overly charming face, he couldn't help but gulp and blushed. This time, he wasn't acting, it was his natural reaction. Viscount Felberta was too beautiful. Seeing him blushing like that, a smile appeared on Viscount Felberta's face. Who doesn't want their beauty to be appreciated by others? Of course, as a Viscount and a beautiful one to boot, there are many people who admire her beauty but there was a difference between Nux and them. Others always had some sort of hidden intentions behind their praises. She was a noble, she knows how two-faced other nobles can be, so she never let her guard down in front of them. Nux however, was different, he was just a powerless little boy. He can't do anything to her, therefore, his praises were honest. This added to the fact that he isn't really praising her and is just blushing uncontrollably, Felberta was even surer. 10 Ha ha ha. He is so cute and innocent. As a Viscount and a beautiful one to boot, there are many people who admire her beauty but there was a difference between Nux and them. Others always had some sort of hidden intentions behind their praises. She was a noble, she knows how two-faced other nobles can be, so she never let her guard down in front of them. Nux however, was different, he was just a powerless little boy. He can't do anything to her, therefore, his praises were honest. This added to the fact that he isn't really praising her and is just blushing uncontrollably, Felberta was even surer. Of course, this wasn't the only reason why Nux and the others were different. This boy Nux was really handsome. A little too handsome. Just looking at his perfectly carved face combined with that beautiful golden eyes, Felberta felt her heart racing. All of this combined with the frail-looking weak body he has. Felberta was really happy with her find. Yup, good looks really helps with many things. Come on, Nux, why are you not coming here? Do you plan to make me wait for so long? And no ma'am, I am coming. Nux then walked towards the bed, the closer he walked the more his face blushed, then without waiting, he climbed onto the bed and then moved behind the Viscount. I will be starting ma'am. Yes, do it. Nuxa's hand then touched Filberta's shoulders. His gaze then turned focused and he started massaging them. His massaging skills, however, were anything but good. The Viscount wanted to say something, but when she turned her head a little and noticed his immersed gaze on his stunning face, she ignored the bad massage and just closed her eyes. However, as she remembered the concentrated look and compared it to the flustered look he had a while before, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. She then turned her head and questioned. It must be difficult for you to massage without direct contact with the skin, right? Wait, let me remove this gown. She then stood up, deliberately forming an arch between her back and ass to tease Nux before she grabbed her gown, and with one move, the whole thing fell on the floor. She stood in the room wearing nothing but a black pair of bra and panty. She quickly glanced at Nux and seeing the flustered look on his red face, her smile widened. Ma'am, it was alright. Nux wanted to persuade her, but she cut him between his words and replied. Don't worry, I am not an unreasonable person. I know that massage should be done with direct skin contact. Now don't worry and continue what you were doing. The Viscount sat back on the bed and quickly placed Nux's hands on her shoulders, urging him to continue. Nux, of course, couldn't go against her orders and continued with the massage. This time when Viscount turned her head, she saw the same focused gaze, but she didn't miss the tinge of red that he was trying hard to hide. Not only that, even his hands were shaking a little. Ha ha ha. He is so cute and innocent. 11A warmly welcomed error asterisk. Ha ha ha. He is so cute and innocent. Viscount laughed inwardly as she admired her past self for deciding to buy and have him all to herself. Nux, on the other hand, smiled inwardly when he saw the satisfied look on her face. He then glanced all over her body and he had to admit, she has the best body he has ever seen. Adding it to the fact that she was already in her black undergarments. Nux already had a boner. Alright, let's advance to the second part. With that, Nux shifted his body a little and the tent that was formed on his crotch directly touched Viscount's lower armpit. Startled, Viscount quickly glanced at the thing poking her and was shocked to find what it was. She then glanced at Nux and seeing his same focused and flustered look, she understood that Nux has no clue about what is happening. Thinking that, she smiled and directly cupped his balls with her fair, tender hand. Oh. What is this, Nux? Nux's eyes opened wide when he saw her cupping his thing. He jumped back in shock and apologized. Ma'am. I am really sorry. I don't know how it happened. He tried to hide his boner with his hands as he tugged it between his thighs and stuttered. Just as I expected. Seeing him responding just like how she expected, Viscount Filberta smiled before she grabbed his hand and smiled. It's alright, it's a perfectly natural thing. To be honest, I would have lost my confidence if you didn't have this sort of reaction after seeing my body. Let's see, how should we take care of this? It is alright, ma'am. It will go away quickly, Nux replied in a very low voice. The tinge of red that was on his face turned a little brighter. What are you talking about? Do you take me as someone selfish? You waited in front of my room so that you can help me relax when I was tired. Now that you are in this situation, do you think I will leave you alone? But that is my duty. Hearing that, Viscount grabbed his chin, forcing him to look into her eyes, and she replied softly. You are mine now, it is my duty to take care of you as well, now don't waste time and lie down on the bed. I'll help you out. Her voice was a lot more seductive than it was normal. Nux didn't argue and quietly did as she told her. Smiling, the Viscount removed his pant and underwear gently and a 6-inch rod popped out. Let alone the Viscount, even Nux himself was surprised by his size. Mind you, it was still not completely hard yet. Damn, I never thought my weapon was this strong. Oh. That's quite a size you have here, Viscount nodded, clearly surprised that such a cute boy has such a huge rack. Not that she complained, rather, she was happy since she knew it was all hers. With that thought, she grabbed Nux's rod with her soft and tender hand gently. As soon as she touched his shaft, Nux felt a huge electric bolt coursing through his body, starting from his tailbone and ending near his neck. He bit his lips and grabbed the bedsheets, trying to contain his moan. Seeing his reaction, the Countess smiled before she started stroking his rod gently. Oh. Fuck. This is good. Way too good compared to masturbation. Mind you, Nux was a 2-times virgin. This bit of a simulation was enough for him to climb to cloud 9, especially when the one doing it was such a beautiful MILF and a Viscount to boot. His whole body flinched in pleasure, but he still controlled and stopped himself from letting out a moan. As if seeing through his intention of not moaning, the Viscount took the challenge and sped her stroking. Ah. Fuck. Thick veins bulged on his dick, his rod now as hard as a rock and an 8-inch sword stood tall and proud even though the owner's body was quivering since the simulation was too much for a two-time virgin like him. Feeling that he was about to come, Nux tidled his body a little and without telling her anything, his load burst out covering the Viscount's whole face with his hot, thick jizz. Ah. Nux sighed in pleasure as he glanced at the Viscount, and seeing her face covered with his thick and slimy jizz, he smiled and admired himself inwardly before he put on a panicked expression and shouted. Ma'am, I am sorry. I can't believe I did that. I am so sorry. He tried to stand up but his body, which was relishing the aftertaste of the frighteningly good feeling, denied his command and he was forced to lie down. On the other hand, Viscount Filberta still couldn't believe what happened. In a daze, she used her finger to gather some jizz that was on her face before she put it in her mouth and tasted it. Finding it quite pleasant, her eyes brightened as she spoke. Huh. Now, why didn't you tell me that you were come? Huh. It just felt really good and everything happened very quickly. I never experienced this before so I didn't know it would happen, Nux replied apologetically and emphasized the last part. It's alright, next time warn me when you are about to come, okay? The Viscount had a big smile on her face when she heard him. Nux nodded embarrassedly. Alright, now go outside and the maid will take you to the bathroom, take a bath before sleeping, she replied gently. Why yes, I'll do it after I clean this RO dash. There is no need for that, we have maids to do all that. You just have to take care of yourself and return in time. Viscount smiled gently. Our return? Of course, from now on, you will be sleeping with me, the room you have is just for you to spend time in when I am busy in my office, after I return, you have to stay here with me. Am I clear? Do you have any questions? And no, none at all. Good, the Viscount nodded before she walked into the bathroom that was attached to her room, hiding her embarrassed look. This is the first time someone came on her face. It was a new experience for her as well and, she did not hate it since she got to see his embarrassed expression. Of course, the major part of the reason was that Nux's jizz wasn't smelly or sour. Rather, it was somewhat pleasant. Nux on the hand smiled widely as he saw the Viscount walking into the bathroom. He achieved his today's goal and the whole process was even easier than he imagined. The Viscount's Shotokan nature is stronger than he thought. Of course, he wasn't actually a Shota but his body style matches one for sure. As he recalled the Viscount's face smeared in his jizz, he grinned wickedly and after recalling the effects it would have, his grin widened even more. It had other effects. Of course, it did. Nux wasn't foolish enough to risk offending the Viscount just because of his satisfaction. He can't afford to do that, at least not at this stage. When he was reading about his system and his abilities, he found out that the closer and more erotic the contact between him and his target, the stronger the effects of his craving touch gets. The Viscount getting smeared with his jizz would make her crave for him even more. And obviously, the more the craving, the faster he will achieve his goal. His smiling face looked like a handsome demon who just tricked another innocent person due to his bidding. He quickly stood up and walked outside and entered the bathroom the maid pointed to. He wanted to bathe with the Viscount but he controlled his urges and calmed down. He knew if he plays his cards well, the Viscount will be the one to ask for this instead. After taking a long bath, Nux returned to the room and saw the Viscount lying on the bed, glancing at him with a seductive smile. She was wearing a sky blue colored, loose nightgown, her hairs were still wet, making her look more captivating than normal. Nux didn't forget to continue his act as he blushed and glanced down. After smearing all your jizz on me, you still dare to blush in embarrassment? The Viscount chuckled. And no, I didn't, Maya dash. Ha ha ha, it's so fun to tease you, alright, now don't keep standing there, come over, I am already very sleepy. Seeing him panicking, the Viscount chuckled. Nux walked over with an embarrassed look before he lay down beside her. Okay, good night, Viscount muttered as she closed the lights and hugged Nux from behind like a body pillow, her ample chest touching his frail back, causing him to have a slight reaction in the lower part of his body. Gee, good night, Nux replied. He knew this night would be a sleepless one since there is no way he can sleep while an alluring woman like Felberta hugs him from behind and her long legs crosses over his. She was practically glued to him. Not that he hated this feeling, he could have never gotten someone as beautiful as the Viscount to hug him while she sleeps in his previous life so, currently, he was fully satisfied. Thinking about how potent his craving touch will be after this night, he got even more excited. He noticed that even his previous calculations were wrong. He didn't need 5 days at all, 2 to 3 days would be enough to complete this mission. It was an error on his part. Of course, such errors were warmly welcomed by him. 12 good, now touch me here. Jolts of pleasure forced Nux to wake up from his sleep. He then subconsciously glanced at his dick, which was somehow out in the open while his pants were down. He then saw a jade white hand stroking his rod lovingly. He didn't need to think twice and instantly knew the culprit who was behind this. He slowly turned his head and saw Viscount Filberta with a slightly red face, smiling at him. "Oh, you are awake. I noticed your little brother was quite excited about this new morning, so I decided to give him a hand." Ma'am, it happens every morning, you don't have to trouble yo dash. It's alright, as I said before, you belong to me, it's my duty to take care of you, Viscount Filberta replied. Though she said the thing as before, this time, her breathing was a little erratic while her face had a tinge of red. The craving touch is absurd. Nux thought inwardly while he blushed and nodded meekly. Bolts of pleasure assaulted him wave after wave, but it wasn't as bad as yesterday. Last time, he was someone inexperienced, but now that he had already experienced it once, he will try his best to hold out for as long as possible. As if she knew what he was thinking, Viscount Filberta instantly changed her strategy as bent her body and she crawled towards his crotch. "Alright, I'll show you something good today." Saying that, she pulled her gown down, only enough for her large milky breasts to pop out, standing upright, as they were being supported by the gown. Seeing those white twins with a pink cherry on the top could make any man drool. Nux dreamt of squeezing those soft mounds of flesh as much as he wanted. It took all his willpower to not stand up and grope those juggers. But moments later, he thanked himself for not giving in and staying where he was, since what happened next was something he never imagined would happen, at least not in the recent future. Viscount Filberta positioned herself carefully and then her 2 huge mountains engulfed his huge rod, and a soul-stirring pleasure assaulted his mind. Thousands and thousands of bolts of pleasure ran throughout his body and he felt this weird numbing sensation all over his body. The legendary titfuck. Despite trying his very best not to, he couldn't help but release a satisfied moan. His whole body twitched, and the pleasure he felt as his dick rubbed her cleavage while being mushed by 2 soft and beautiful pair of breasts was 1,000 times better than the handjob she gave him yesterday. His eyes rolled back and his back arched up, trying to resist the enormous pleasure he was feeling. Satisfied by his reaction, Viscount Filberta smiled and increased her speed, further intensifying the pleasure he was feeling. However, Nux still resisted. He still fought the urge to come right away. As if provoked by this, Viscount Filberta's eyes met his. While maintaining eye contact, she lowered her head, and licked her luscious red lips, before she kissed the tip of his dick that popped out of her breasts. Stimulated by this heavenly scene, Nux wasn't able to hold it any longer and his jizz burst out, once again spreading all over Viscount Filberta's face and her milky breasts. This time though, it was more concentrated near her mouth. Ha! 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 Nux breathed heavily, his chest moving up and down in quick successions. This time, there were no thoughts about how this would help him with his goal, or how should he act to please the Viscount. His mind was already numb because of all the stimulus it has received. "You really like to spread your milk all over my face, don't you?" Viscount Filberta teased. It just felt too good, Nux replied without thinking. Seeing him like that, Viscount Filberta smiled as she shook her head. "You don't take my orders seriously, do you? I told you to tell me before you come but you ignored it." This time, Nux's head cleared up and he quickly replied, I am extremely sorry, ma'am." He thought he somehow offended Viscount Filberta, but soon he noticed that teasing smile he had on her face. Although that smile looked more like a foolish smile with his milk spread all over her enchanting face. But that too gave her a different kind of a charm and was enough for Nux to feel a slight reaction in his lower body even though he had just come a moment ago. "Hey, I never said I don't like it. Although you still require some punishment for listening to my order," Viscount Filberta muttered. I will go through any punishment ma'am gives me to without fail." Nux nodded seriously. "Ha ha ha. Look how serious you are. It's like I will punish you with death or something." "Don't worry, it will just be a light punishment. You might even enjoy it a little bit," Viscount Filberta replied as she licked her lips sensually and at the same time she tasted Nux's milk again. A different kind of satisfaction washed over her body as she noticed the jizz all over her and that handsome boy lying on her bed with a tired look. "My money is not wasted at all," she nodded inwardly before she smiled. "Alright, it's time for me to go to work after I take bath. I will see you after I return." "Okay. I will wait for your return in front of your room like yesterday." I really did not waste my money at all. With an unusually bright mood, Viscount Felberta walked toward her office to start the day. As a viscount, most of the matters are handled by her subordinates, of course, that does not mean she does not do anything. She is more like a CEO who takes care of everything around and manages everything. However, these few days, she is exceptionally busy. This is the last week of the 8th month, and also the week in which the viscount has to work harder than normal since she can't ignore the tax collection and leave it to her subordinates. She has to read reports about the amount of tax collected, how to deal with those who haven't paid the taxes and all that. She settled down on her chair and a few minutes later, a man wearing a black coat over a white shirt walked over and bowed. Greetings, Viscount Felberta. He was Joyob, the butler of Viscount Felberta. Felberta nodded and Joyob started. The farmers are unable to pay the taxes this month due to the draft. They say that they spent all their saving on paying the tax last month and can barely afford food to eat right now. I had some men check the situation, and confirmed that what they say is true and the farmers are really having a hard time. Felberta nodded before she closed her eyes. Joyob stayed silent without interrupting her thoughts, and a few minutes later, Viscount Felberta spoke. All right, take their lands and free them from taxes for the next whole year. Joyob's eyes widened when he heard that and he countered, but Viscount, the land they own has a lot more value than the tax they owe us. Aren't we just extorting them? Of course not, those farmers are fools. If we force them to pay tax, they will sell their land to someone else at cheaper prices just to pay the taxes for the next few months and then will become homeless without anything to do. This will lower the food production and reduce our taxes as well, therefore, it is better to take their lands. Of course, we aren't really taking them, we will just have them on paper. We will allow the farmers to farm on them, and if they pay 10% higher taxes for the next 12 years, we will return their lands to them. As for the taxes, use the treasury to pay for it. Joyob was enlightened and inwardly praised Viscount Felberta for coming up with this plan, but soon, he furrowed his brows and questioned. But what if the draft reappears within the next 12 years? What shall we do then? We will just increase the number of years they will have to pay extra taxes, no big deal. Felberta waved her hands nonchalantly and Joyob couldn't help but be more impressed by her vision. I believe I can leave this matter to you now. Yes, Viscount Felberta. I'll give you the report within the next 2 days. Joyob nodded, as efficient as ever. The meeting continued, and the more time passed, the more uncomfortable the Viscount felt. She sneakily lowered her head and felt a weird twitching inside her little sister. She rubbed her thighs with each other, trying to calm this weird feeling, but nothing happened. Feeling helpless, she ignored this and continued listening to the reports. Viscount Florence Reeds has asked if 9 in the morning is a good time to meet up. Meet up? Did we plan on meeting tomorrow? Joyob furrowed his brows in confusion before he replied. Viscount, it's Marquez Eduard's daughter's 21st birthday and they plan to celebrate it. We have received the invitation a week ago. I believe it would be disrespectful to the Marquez if we don't go there. Felberta then recalled reading the invitation letter and nodded. Being a mere viscount, she can't afford to offend someone like Marquez, so she has to go there. Also, this party will have some sort of political importance since many nobles who haven't decided which prince they would support will appear there, so it is speculated that even the princes will join the party. Alright, tell her that I will be ready by 9 and we shall leave before 9:30. We can't afford to be late. Also, have you thought about the gifts? Viscount need not worry about that, I have already prepared it. Felberta nodded as she said, Alright, you can take a break now. We will discuss the rest after 2 hours. As you command. Joyob, even though he noticed that today's break was a little early and longer than usual, didn't think too much and bowed before he left. As soon as Joyob left, Viscount's solemn face changed and she quickly lifted her gown before plunging her finger into her canal and started pleasuring herself. What is happening? What is this tickling feeling? This never happened before. Although it felt really good as she masturbated, she still felt something was missing. Suddenly, a face that has been appearing in her mind, again and again, appeared once more. She then calmed down, fixed her gown and called her maid. Call Nux. The maid bowed before she left. A while later, a boy with an otherworldly face entered the office and greeted in a low voice. Good afternoon, ma'am. Viscount smiled as she signaled him to sit on the chair beside her. Now Nux, do you remember how I helped you this morning? Nux's face turned red as he nodded embarrassedly. Now I want you to help him dash. Of course. You can order me to do anything. I will surely do my best to satisfy you. Before Felberta could even complete her sentence, Nux stood up and replied quickly. Felberta chuckled seeing him like that as she replied. Good, now touch me here. 13 The scary, craving touch, asterisk. Good, now touch me here. Wah, what? Nux stood there, dumbfounded. He could not believe that she was being so direct. What? Didn't you say you would do anything I say, are you going back on your words? And no, I'll do it. Nux's face turned red, and then even redder before he quickly got on his knees as he glanced at the red-colored gown. Gulp. He gulped inwardly. Viscount Felberta is really too beautiful. He then held the lower part of the gown before pulling it up, revealing her slender, long legs. His movements were very slow, it might look like it was because he was embarrassed, but Nux was just relishing and appreciating the feeling of unclothing a beautiful lady like her. He felt like he living a dream. A dream he would never want to wake up from. On the other hand, the slower his movements, the more Felberta anticipated what was about to come as her heart started beating loudly. The tingling sensation which she barely suppressed burst out, this time more potent than the last. Soon, Nux's hand reached her little sister before he glanced at her. She nodded, signaling him to continue. Nux smiled seeing her rushing like that, he wanted to tease her a little, but he knew he was not in a position to play it like that. He needs to be careful and act as an obedient boy toy. Time was in his favor, he just needs to wait for a while and then he will be able to do what he wanted. Without any delay, Nux directly shifted her black panties aside, revealing her gorgeous pink pussy with a little to no hair around it, and seeing a clear way, he immediately plunged the tip of his middle finger into her canal. On. Getting the reaction he wanted, Nux smiled inwardly before he pushed forward. N. Jolts of pleasure assaulted the Viscount's body, somehow, the pleasure was a lot more powerful than when she did it herself. Not finding anything to hold, she directly clasped Nux's head and pushed his face right into her plump breasts. Nux noticed that she was a lot more sensitive than normal, he then smiled as he slipped his index finger inside as well. On. He felt her grip getting tighter around his head as she pushed him deeper into her cleavage, her legs also crossed around his, as if afraid that he will go away. Although this position might look like it was a little uncomfortable, her body's softness made it one of the most comfortable positions he can ever be in. With his 2 fingers, he teased her wet, squishy insides without rest. Her moans sounded like blessed music to his ears. On. The more she moaned, the faster he moved his finger, and as soon her moans decreased, he would reduce his speed, forcing her to moan louder. On. Noticing the pattern, the Viscount continued to moan with all her might while she also tightened her grip around Nux, as if trying to merge his body with hers. Soon, Nux felt her insides twitching uncontrollably and he knew she was about to come. Without warning he increased his speed even further, his movements, a lot rougher than before. On. And. Felberta's body twitched uncontrollably before she arched her body and her juices gushed out without pause. Nux's whole hand was covered in her juices, he felt her grip around him weakening, he stood up and questioned. Ma'am, was my performance satisfactory? He sounded very nervous. Viscount Felberta, on the other hand, was breathing heavily before she slowly raised her eyes to meet his and replied. Ha. Satisfactory? It was ha, as if you have done ha, this countless times. Hearing that, Nux shook his head in panic as he replied, no I did not. I just thought that I will be doing something like this soon, so I started reading about it so that I can do my very best. His last sentence was almost inaudible as he lowered his voice in shame. Viscount Felberta chuckled hearing that, but then she was surprised by the unexpected action Nux did. He sat down on the chair, before patting his thigh, with a face as red as a tomato, he spoke. I also read that after the woman comes, it would feel better if she sits on the man's lap. Ha, a man, ha. Felberta chuckled weakly as she saw him sitting there with a red face, but then, she stood up and walked towards him before sitting on his lap. What the book said is really true, it does feel better than before. Saying that, Felberta leaned her back on Nux's chest before she closed her eyes. Nux smiled as he rolled his arms over her thin waist and placed his chin on her shoulder. Maybe one more day, and she will be mine, he thought inwardly. What Viscount didn't notice was how she turned from someone who was always in control of the situation to someone who is sitting on his lap, tired and unable to move, and how scarily quick this whole transition was. Of course, even if she does notice this, she wouldn't care about this since right now, she was too tired and was busy enjoying the Nux's cuddles. Nux also wanted to knead her breasts but he knew his limit. He will wait a little more. Viscount Filberta's mind is clearing up little by little, he needs to act meek right now and just have a blush on his face. Nux and Filberta stayed like that for a little longer, but Nux knew that they couldn't continue like this for a long time and muttered shyly. Ma'am, I think your break is about to end, you should stand up now. No need, let me stay here like this, we still have an hour. But we also have to get this place cleaned, and, without saying any further, Nux started fixing her panties, and then her gown. There was no way he was going to let go of this chance to make her more dependent on him. You can't do your work like this, can you? He muttered. A small smile appeared on Viscount's face, she waited for him to fix her clothes before she finally opened her eyes and stood up lazily. You are right, let me go to the bathroom, you ask a maid to clean this place. Okay. Nux nodded, this time, although his face was still red, it was not to a degree where his movements were slow and stiff, showing that he is adapting to all the changes. It was also his way of slowly gaining control over the whole situation. Not noticing anything, the Viscount left and then Nux called the maid and got everything cleaned. 15 minutes later, Filberta returned, she had already fixed her makeup, looking at her giving off a strong and independent woman's aura, nobody could imagine she was the same lady who sat on Nux's lap powerlessly. There are still around 40 minutes before my work resumes, what should we do by then? She asked. Why you still haven't eaten your lunch yet, ma'am, so you should eat it first. Ah. I completely forgot about that. I wonder why is that? Maybe it's because I have been having nutrients through some other means that I don't feel hungry anymore, what do you think? She smiled mischievously as she glanced at Nux's crotch and licked her lips. Nux's face turned red as he lowered his gaze in embarrassment. To divert her attention, he ordered the maid to bring lunch and acted as if nothing happened, however, he did not look very convincing with that red face of his. Filberta laughed out loud when she saw him acting like that. The maids in this palace were efficient as ever. As if they were just waiting for the order, delicious and sizzling food was brought into the office. After the maids left, Filberta smiled before she glanced at Nux and teased, now Nux, where should I sit? Does your lap sound good? Nux blushed and Filberta laughed. It is really fun to tease him. Just as she was about to sit on her seat, Nux's voice was heard. Why you can if you want to. She glanced at Nux who was sitting on his chair with a red face, patting his thigh while avoiding her gaze. Viscount was surprised by his response, she just wanted to tease him a little, she never thought he would take it seriously. She wanted to shake her head and deny but when she glanced at his lap, something inside her stopped her. It is very comfortable there. She walked towards him and sat on his lap, her face had a tinge of red which she desperately wanted to hide from Nux. Noticing this, Nux smiled inwardly while he pretended that he didn't notice the red face at all. Just wait, it is still not the time yet. He was very patient. The Viscount made herself comfortable on her new seat before she hid her embarrassment and replied. All right, now feed me. Expecting something like that from her, Nux shook his head inwardly while he nodded with a red face. By the time the two of them were done with the lunch, it was already the time for the break to end. Okay, it's time for you to leave, but don't miss me too much, okay? I'll return soon. Filberta teased as she stood up from his lap. I'll wait for ma'am in front of her room. Nux nodded and left the office. After he left, a smile appeared on his face as he thought about today's gains. He got one step closer to his goal. If he wished, he could complete his tonight, but he decided not to rush things and be a little more patient. A few good things happened today, the first one being that he touched her little sister. He also got her to sit on his lap, and then the last one was where he got her to feed him. Yes, after he was done feeding her, the Viscount offered him to do the same, which he of course accepted with a blush. He thought about tonight and decided that he would let her decide the pace for today. If he is the one deciding everything, he might give her a feeling of not being in control, which he did not want, not until she is more attached to him. At the same time, he was also surprised by the monstrous ability he had, the craving touch. He still remembered her slightly red face when he entered her office, and when he touched her canal, it was already wet. She might have masturbated, but after noticing it did not work, she called me. That was straight up scary. On the other side, as Joyab entered the office, he saw an unusually energetic Viscount Filberta sitting with bright, shiny eyes as she declared. Alright, let's end what's left so that we can leave and go back home as soon as possible. 14. The relief. The next day, Nux and Filberta were in a rush since it was already 8 in the morning and Filberta has to get ready by 9. Ugh. This is all because of you, who told you to have morning boners every morning? Not only that, you even had the galls to rub your tent on my ass. Viscount Felberta exclaimed in frustration. Nux on the other hand froze when he heard that and complained inwardly. What the hell are you talking about, woman? How the hell do I control myself when I am hugging you? And I am rubbing my tent on you? Who are you kidding? Who was the one who was wiggling her fat ass in front of my dick and started teasing me? Huh. Of course, he can't say that out loud, so he continued his act as his face turned red. I am sorry. I would make sure I don't get like that in the morning. Ah. No, you don't have to do that, it's a good sign that you get hard every morning, don't change it. Viscount Felberta felt that she lost something precious when she heard him and quickly corrected him. Oh okay, I'll make sure to get as hard as I can get every morning then. This time, it was Viscount Felberta's turn to turn red. She was dumbfounded by his answer, but in the end, she could only nod. Gee good. The chaotic morning continued. Maids were called to clean the bed which had Nux's milk spread all over. Felberta rushed into the bathroom while Nux continued staring at the maids cleaning his jizz with an expressionless face. It was as if they were trained to not show any expression in any situation. Noticing that, an uncontrollable urge to see some lewd expressions on these maids' faces welled inside Nux's head. At that moment, the maids' bodies quivered for some unknown reason. It was as if they were locked onto by some wild beast. Around 45 minutes later, Viscount Felberta entered the room, ready to go to the party. She was wearing an eye-catching black gown which was made from silk, and her hair was combed into a bun while she only had light makeup on. Combining all of this with her beautiful face and a succubus-like body, she looked really captivating. How do I look? She glanced towards Nux and questioned. Nux stood where he was, frozen. She furrowed her brows and waved her hand. Hello? Nux? Ah. Huh. How do I look? Beautiful, too beautiful. He muttered softly before he came out of his reverie and replied, Ah. I mean, you look really good, ma'am. Satisfied by his reaction, the Viscount nodded and smiled. All right, I will take my leave now. You take care of yourself, ask the maids if you want anything, okay? Nux does not have the status to go with her. In the end, he was just a boy toy. Even though Viscount Felberta might not see him like that, in others' eyes, he is just that. Of course, Nux wasn't too bothered either. It has just been 2 days since he came to this world. He isn't in a rush to rise in position. Who knows? Maybe at the next party like this one, he might be called as a chief guest. Of course, Nux didn't forget to take advantage of this situation and deepen his impression in Viscount's mind. Why yes, see come back soon, Nux muttered softly. Oh. Why should I come back soon? Would you miss me if I don't? No. No. I mean, take your time and please enjoy the party to its fullest extent. I'll wait for you, Nux replied with a red face. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I was just teasing you. I will come back as soon as possible. The Viscount smiled as she left. As she entered the living room, Felberta saw 2 women, wearing red and purple silk gowns sitting in front of her chatting with each other with smiles on their faces. These 2 were Florence Reeds and Willa Hart, both of them were Viscounts and Felberta's close friends. There were 2 men wearing the same suit as Joyab standing behind them. These 2 were their butlers. Willa noticed Felberta coming and stood up as she greeted, "Morning, Sister Fel." Florence also stood up and her eyes brightened when they fell on Felberta. Oh ho, someone is looking really charming today. What's the matter? How come your face is looking so bright and lively? Ha. What do you mean? Don't I always look bright and lively? Ha. There you go again with your narcissism. Florence rolled her eyes. But Flor is right, although you are always a charmer, you do look a little different today, Willa muttered. Although Flor and Willa were not as beautiful as Fel, they could still be called beauties in their own right. Flor had a petite body, blonde hair, and a small nose. Combined with her energetic attitude, she looked lively and cute and was the youngest of the 3, being only 24 years old. Willa, on the other hand, was the opposite. Her breasts were larger than Fel's. Combined with her black hair with brownish texture, she had a motherly charm and was the oldest of the group, being 31 years old. Come on Sister Willa, I know she is a lost cause, but why are you teaming up with her? Felberta complained. Ha! Who are you calling a lost cause? You wanna fight? Flor snapped. Ha ha ha. The 2 others started laughing and then Willa muttered, Alright, we can talk in the carriage, let's go, we can't be late for this party. Felberta and Florence nodded as the three women entered the carriage. After a 1-hour ride on the carriage, the three appeared in front of a large mansion where different people wearing expensive-looking clothes were roaming around. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Fleur took a deep breath as she rejoiced, "Ah! This feels good. Finally. I don't have to stay in my stinky mansion doing stinky work." Fel and Willa rolled their eyes when they heard her. The three of them were accompanied by their respective butlers, and Fleur's butler couldn't help but shake his head inwardly as he lamented. "Why are you even complaining? I am the one doing all the work, you just sit there and complain." Nobody knew his troubles. While the three were looking around excitedly, a voice was heard which caused the three of them, along with their butlers, to furrow their brows, especially Joyop. "Viscount Felberta, I see you are looking as stunning as always." "Yes, that is true, I do look stunning even if I do say so myself, but Viscount Hayden, I must say, you are still as uncreative as ever. This is the 13th time I have heard you repeating the same line to start the conversation." Felberta turned around as she saw a man standing behind her, his face twitching due to her reply. He was Hayden Youngie, a viscount who fancies Fel but was rejected, and now he pesters her everywhere they meet, hoping to win her heart. Appearance-wise, although he couldn't be called ugly, he wasn't handsome either. Blonde hair, refined attire, pointy nose combined with that mole on his cheek, gave him a cunning look, which, actually isn't far from his actual personality. Of course, no matter how cunning he is, he never dared to use any tricks on Viscount Felberta. No, it was not because he was scared of some rules or something like that, but because he was scared of Felberta herself. A beautiful woman with a dead husband, a mother of one, and a noble viscount to boot, who won't be charmed by her and would want to make her his? Many tried, but they all failed. Her being able to survive in these conditions proves that although she may look like a mere viscount, she was not as simple as that. Hayden, considering this factor, searched her past and learned a piece of shocking news. A few years back, there was an earl who fancied Felberta and wanted to make her his concubine. After being rejected, he raged and decided to drug her and force himself upon her. Not only did his plan fail, but Felberta even demanded compensation. Thinking that it should be solved with this payment, Earl agreed. But, coincidentally, the day after he delivered the compensation, all his crimes were exposed to the public along with their proofs. Of course, there is no noble in this world who hasn't committed any crime. But as they say, cheating is not an act worth punishing, getting caught is. The king was forced to take action and the earl was demoted to a mere baron. Of course, the punishment wasn't as simple as it looked. How could an ex-earl, now a baron, survive while being in the bad books of one viscount and countless other enemies he created while being an earl? Unable to take the pressure, the earl sold all his properties and left the kingdom. What happened to him later was unknown. Knowing this, Hayden dared not play any tricks. Even an earl was unable to escape. How could he, a mere viscount, take this risk? Although he liked beauties, he liked his life even more. "Alright, if you have nothing else to say, we will be taking our leave, since we have to meet a few of our friends later." Seeing that he was thinking about something, Felberta took this chance and walked away without giving him another glance. Hayden gritted his teeth, and then his eyes fell on another woman. Fixing his hair, he smiled and walked toward her. "Viscount Fried, I see you are looking as stunning as ever." The party started. In truth, normal birthday parties are only held in the evening, but Marquez Eduard really adores his daughter and therefore launched this grand party which covers breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the whole day. In these types of grand parties, only low-ranking nobles like barons and viscounts are required to arrive by the morning. Actually, in the past, it was these low-ranking nobles who arrived in the morning to build connections, but as the time passed, it became a trend and it was considered disrespectful if a baron or a viscount doesn't arrive in the morning. So right now, all the people here were either barons or viscounts. Of course, the noteworthy thing was that Marquez Eduard personally greeted all the guests without caring if they were barons or viscounts. This made everyone happy, and they even felt lucky that they joined this party. After the Marquez left, the barons tried to get into viscounts' good books, some introduced their children to each other, and some formed relationships in other ways. Of course, as experienced nobles, Fel and her friends didn't bother with viscounts and barons, they just greeted their friends before the three sat together and started chatting, catching up with each other. Although Fel, who was enjoying the conversation, had already started missing a certain someone. Time passed and afternoon fell. This was the time for the earls to make their entry. One by one, all the earls entered the hall, and after greeting each other, they were greeted by viscounts and barons. Even Fel and her friends greeted the earls they knew before everyone sat at the table and had their lunch. This time, Fel and her friends didn't sit alone, they were with a few earls along with some other viscounts. Fel, however, was already feeling that familiar sensation inside her little sister. She closed her legs tightly and straightened her back as she suppressed the feeling before she smiled and continued eating. After lunch, the garden was opened. Fel and her group excused themselves as they walked towards the garden, getting some fresh air. Time passed and it was time for the main party to start, starting with Marquez, then the 4 dukes of the kingdom, and finally the 3 princes. All these big faces appeared one by one. After another round of greetings, Fel finally couldn't take it any longer as she spoke. Willa, Floor, I need to go to the bathroom, I'll be quick, okay? Floor replied and waved her hand nonchalantly while Willa nodded. Felberta walked away elegantly, but when she detected no one around her, she quickened her pace and rushed into the bathroom before sitting on the seat and plunging her finger into her little sister. Ah, the relief. 15. It looks like she really is sick. After a quick session of self-care, and suppressing the tingling feeling to a great extent, Felberta fixed her hair and her dress before walking out of the bathroom and joining Florence and Willa. Ha! What took you so long? Flor questioned as she raised her eyebrows. Nothing, I was just fixing my makeup a little. Humph. Then why don't I see any changes? Your face just got a little red like a monkey. Flor snickered. Yo dash. Alright, stop fighting, there are dukes and princes here, think about your image. Willa, as mature as always, stepped in before the two could embarrass themselves. Also Fel, you came at the right time, the Marquez daughter is about to appear. Oh right. Have you seen the Marquez daughter before? I once got a chance to and I can tell that she is prettier than Fel. Flor chimed. I also saw her before, although she is indeed beautiful, I can say for sure that she is at best, on par with our Fel. Why would you say she's prettier than her? Willa questioned. TSK, Fel is already an old woman, in just a few more years, her face will be full of wrinkles, how can she be on par with the girl who is in her prime right now? Flor snickered. Felberta's lips twitched when she heard that. Noticing that, Willa quickly changed the topic. Oh, I also heard that Candace, the Marquez's daughter, is one of the strongest students in the Royal Academy. It is said that she's one of the most talented individuals in the Empire right now and has a bright future ahead. Not only that, even the Empress asked her hand for marriage for her son, the first prince. Although the Marquez rejected, saying that she would be the one deciding who she marries. What? The first prince? How can someone reject him? Just look at his face, he is so handsome. Money, power, and face, what does he not have? He is a perfect man. Flor glanced at the prince with stars in her eyes. Although Felberta would have agreed with her in the past, now when she glances at the prince's face, another face, which is a lot more attractive than his, appeared in her mind and she shook her head with a smile. She then glanced at Flor and furrowed her brows. I have to keep this bitch in heat away from him. Otherwise, she'll find all sorts of ways to pester me to get hands on him. A few minutes later, Candace Waters, the star of the party, appeared. And though unwilling, Fel admitted she was indeed a beauty. She had blonde hair just like her father, fair, delicate skin, beautiful blue irises, wearing a sky blue colored gown with a dark blue design, she carried herself with elegance and a smile on her cherry-like lips. A beauty who is talented and has a bright future ahead of her. Felberta subconsciously compared herself with her, and couldn't help but shake her head. Flor is right, although she was beautiful, in a few more years, wrinkles would start appearing on her face. It could have been avoided if she had cultivated since young, but she, like many other lower-level nobles, thought that creating more contacts is much more important than cultivation and ignored it. By the time she matured and realized its importance, it was already too late. This was also her biggest regret in her life and also the reason why she forced her son to join the Royal Academy even though he had the same thought as the pastor. Sigh. Felberta sighed deeply before she shook her head to get rid of these useless thoughts. A face appeared in her mind as she smiled. I am sure he is missing me right now. I wonder if he is crying sitting in a corner with his face on his knees. Fufufu. She was eager to go back home. The party continued, many boys tried to impress Candace, even the princes, but she, like an untainted flower, rejected them all with a smile. On the other side, the political war between the 3 princes had already started. Right now, 3 princes each have a duke supporting them. As for the 4th duke, who should have been the breaking point and the deciding factor of this game, he decided to stay neutral since the one he supports is the 2nd princess who, for some reason, has no wish to participate in this battle. Of course, although a woman becoming a queen is rare, it was not like it did not happen in the past. Not only that, but it was noticed that every time a woman ascends to the throne, the kingdom has seen unprecedented glory. But when he learned that the second princess has no desire to fight for the throne, he declared his neutrality and stayed back. This caused the other princes to focus on other nobles, the marquises and the earls, so they started securing the support of these nobles while the viscounts and barons readily tried to support any prince so they could rise in ranking. This game continued till dinner. Felberta, on the other hand, was already getting impatient and uncomfortable since the suppressed tingling feeling inside her little sister has already started acting. Flor and Willa also noticed her weird attitude and asked in worry. She just shook her head, saying she was not feeling well and continued eating dinner. The dinner ended, and many nobles still stayed talking about various things, mostly discussing which prince to support or how to win the heart of Candace Waters, who might be the next pillar of the kingdom. This time, Felberta didn't wait any longer, and as soon as the dinner ended, she rushed back to her mansion. Seeing her walking figure, Florence couldn't help but mutter. "It looks like she really is sick." As soon as Viscount Felberta reached her mansion, she jumped out of her carriage and rushed towards her room. Although the servants were surprised by her actions, they didn't dare ask anything, and her two maids started following behind her silently, keeping up with her with ease. Seeing a familiar figure sitting in front of her room, Felberta smiled and shouted excitedly. "Nux! Ma dash!" Nux wanted to act like he was excited seeing the Viscount again, but he didn't expect her to rush into him and hug her without thinking about anything. He then noticed the unusual stiffness in her legs and understood what happened. Again, surprised by the ridiculously overpowered ability he has, he glanced at the maids and ordered. "I'll take care of Viscount Felberta from here, you can excuse yourself for the day." The maids noticed the change in his tone in just 2 days, but seeing the Viscount acting like that, they shook their heads and bowed before leaving. Nux, on the other hand, smiled as he held Felberta's plump butt and carried her into her room. Though surprised by his actions, the Viscount didn't complain and let him do what he wanted to. Nux then gently placed her on the bed before he said in a soft tone, "Ma'am, you must be tired, let me massage your body and help you relax." This time, there was no stutter in his words, his tone only carried a gentle but a compelling tone. Felberta nodded before she closed her eyes. "Then shall I help you remove your gown?" Surprised by his words, Felberta opened her eyes and glanced at Nux. Nux blushed before he explained, "You know how difficult it is to massage without direct skin contact. Since I want you to feel the best, I request you to remove your gown." Finding his explanation logical, she nodded and allowed him to remove her gown. A small smile appeared on Nux's face before he quickly removed her gown and glanced at Felberta lying on the bed wearing nothing but a sexy black-colored bra and panties, with her back facing him. He also opened her hair since he liked open hair rather than the bun. With everything ready, he rubbed his hands together before she started with her shoulders, and slowly started moving down, her back shoulders, to her back, then her lower back, before he started kneading her plump ass with extra care and gentleness. On. Jolts of pleasure assaulted Felberta's body. She wanted to question what he was doing, but when his hands kneaded her butt, the tingling feeling which had been suppressed after she hugged erupted, and this time, it was far stronger than before. Combined with how good it felt when he touched her butt, she completely forgot all her questions and gave up. However, before she could thoroughly enjoy the feeling, Nux's hand continued down to her plump thighs and then to her legs and feet. Feeling frustrated, she wanted to tell him to continue massaging her buttocks and thighs, but she then felt his hands coming back to her legs. Noticing the pattern, she stayed silent and enjoyed the massage. Nux smiled wide seeing her acting like that. Of course, this time, he wasn't here to just massage her body, he was here to complete the mission and make Felberta his. Thinking it was time to jump to the next step, he massaged her but before moving up. As his hands moved towards her back, Felberta shook her head inwardly before her eyes widened when she felt something touching her little sister. She quickly turned her head and saw a huge tent right in front of her little sister. She then glanced at Nux, who was still massaging her back. Then he leaned forwards to massage her shoulders and his tent started rubbing her canal. On. She released a soft moan. Nux, however, wasn't able to hear it. Her little sister started trembling. The tingling sensation this time was incomparably stronger than before. Gulp. An image appeared in her mind and she gulped thinking about that possibility. "Ha! Nux," she called out. "Yes. I want you to massage me down there." Nux then stood up before he touched her butt and questioned, "Here?" "No, there." Nux's face turned red before he touched her little sister and questioned, "Here?" "Yes." "Okay," Nux nodded before he started massaging around her canal, enhancing her sensitivity. MMNHN no, not with your hands. Then how should I do it? Nux questioned, perplexed. Felberta glanced at his crotch as she answered, W with that. Wah, what? Nux stuttered as he blushed. He couldn't believe what she just asked. J just do it. Felberta ordered, her tone stern, although it would have been better if she wasn't stuttering. As you say, Nux nodded with a face as red as a tomato before he lowered his pant and a big, 8-inch monster popped out. Gulp. Felberta gulped audibly, her anticipation and excitement, both were on another level. Nux also didn't waste much time, he skillfully removed her panties, and his rod directly entered her canal. Ugh. Anon. With her insides already wet from all the teasing and stimulations, Nux's dick directly slipped into her deepest part without any resistance whatsoever. An. Felberta moaned in delight. All the tingling she felt the whole day finally subsided and was replaced with the immense amount of pleasure, the pleasure so extreme that her eyes rolled and she took a deep breath before she let out a loud moan. She felt as if she was finally full. It has been 7 years since her husband died, well, though she did call him her husband, there was no romantic feeling between them. So after they had a son, they never had sex. Also, his weapon was a little small, so she can't really say she felt very good when they did it, which is completely different from now, where she was on cloud 9 in just a single thrust. Ugh hi. Of course, Felberta wasn't the only one feeling good. The 2-times virgin who finally lost his virginity felt jolts of pleasure assaulting his body as her warm and squishy insides clustered around his dick while her womb was already sucking his dick deeper and deeper as if it wanted to engulf the whole thing. If not for the training that he had been through in the last 2 days, he would have just cummed in this single thrust. Taking a deep breath, he collected his thoughts as he pulled back his dick before plunging it even deeper than before. An. Ugh hi. Relishing the otherworldly feeling, Nux paused for a moment before he drilled her again, then again, and again, before he lost in pleasure and continued. An. Ugh hi, ugh hi, ugh hi. The two moaned as they mated like animals. Nux tried to go deeper with every thrust. Felberta clenched the bed sheets hard as she bit her lips so that she can control her moans, but it was clear that she failed miserably. Noticing that he was about to come, Nux slowed his thrusts before. Click. With a single click, he unplugged her bra and removed it. He then turned her body, making her face him. Felberta opened her eyes and seeing his naked body and otherworldly face covered with sweat, she smiled. She wasn't alone, even Nux was enjoying the view of her raven hair spread all over, a smile that was on her cherry-like juicy-looking lips while her delicious-looking twins moved up and down as she breathed. He did not waste any more time as he bent down and started licking her pink nipple while he kneaded her other breast with his hands. Another jolt of pleasure assaulted the Viscount. An. She moaned in pleasure before she grabbed his head and forced it deeper into her chest. Her lower body twitched in pleasure, her canals tightened, squishing and crushing his dick with her soft insides. Ugneth. Unable to cope with sudden pleasure, his milk burst out and he came. As his thick milk filled her insides, it was as if her last wall was broken and she moaned in ecstasy before her juices gushed out as well. Nin. Suddenly, Nux felt some weird power flowing into his body. He wanted to check what it was but he was too tired to, also, he wanted to relish this heavenly feeling without any sort of interruptions. Nux then let his body fall on top of Felberta's, both of them didn't have the power to think about anything and stayed in the same position for the time being. After a while, when Nux finally had the power to move, he moved to the right of the Viscount. Noticing the movement, she opened her eyes, and when her black irises looked into his golden eyes, she smiled sweetly as she nodded. It felt really good. Nux didn't answer, he just moved his weak body close to her and sealed her lips with his own. He didn't use his tongue since he was tired, so he just sucked her juicy lips for a while before he returned to his original place and nodded. It really did. Felberta on the other hand was dumbfounded and couldn't react to his sudden action at all. She just felt something amazing on her lips before the feeling disappeared, confusing and shocking her at the same time. You are quite bold. She commented. I read it in the book. Nux blushed as he tried to avoid eye contact. Viscount smiled as she lifted her head and kissed his lips. I would really like to see the book you are reading. This sentence caused Nux to sweat uncontrollably. Did he read any book? Of course, he did not. Heck, he didn't even know how to read. Of course, as a professional actor, he continued his acting without panic and nodded with a red face. A few more minutes later, he finally removed his little brother out of her little sister before he moved her body a little, hugged her from behind. He also did not forget to place his dick in the second most comfortable position, which was between Filberta's plump thighs, while slightly touching her canal. The Viscount's body trembled a little, but she was too tired to say or do anything, so she directly closed her eyes and enjoyed Nux's gentle kneading of her breast with a smile on her face. Seeing her like that, Nux chuckled inwardly, but just as he was about to close his eyes, he heard a sound in his mind. Ding! Mission accomplished. 17 dangerous. That was too dangerous. Ding. Mission, fuck Felberta Alvi. Description, well, fuck Felberta Alvi. Reward, Eye of Discerning. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, Craving Touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 30 days. Status, completed. Would you like to receive the rewards? Y/N. Excited, Nux pressed yes quickly. Ding. Fusing Eye of Discerning into host's body. Suddenly, Nux felt unbearable pain in his eyes, but noticing Felberta sleeping soundly beside him, he gritted his teeth and used all his willpower to not scream in pain. Veins popped on his forehead while his whole body trembled. Ugh. Suddenly, drops of blood trailed out of his eyes, and it continued for a while. After a while, the pain finally subsided and a message popped out. Ding. Eye of Discerning fused successfully. Nux breathed heavily before he wiped the blood and opened his eyes. If one looked closely, different golden-colored patterns could be seen moving inside his golden irises, making him look more mysterious. His eyes then fell on Felberta, and suddenly, a screen popped out. Name, Felberta Alvi. Age, 28. Mana Cultivation, Mortal. Body Cultivation, Mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom. Race, Human. Talent, Low. LVL, 3. HP, 100/100. STR, 7. AGL, 8. VIT, 10. STM, 8. INT, 7. Def, 7. I can see others' status with this ability. Damn, that's convenient. Nux rejoiced inwardly before he recalled that weird feeling he felt after he came and checked his status. Status. As soon as he thought about it, a screen appeared in front of him. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana Cultivation, Mortal. Body Cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Talent, Low. LVL, 2. HP, 120/120. STR, 8. AGL, 16. VIT, 12. STM, 13. INT, 10. Def, 7. Blank points, 3. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members, Felberta Alvi. He leveled up. He calculated and concluded that with each level up, he gains 2 stat points for every attribute other than the intelligence stat, which he only gains 1 point for, and 3 blank points. That means, he gets a total of 14 points with each upgrade. That's fucking overpowered. He thought about why he didn't get 2 points for intelligence stat but was unable to come up with an explanation, so he shrugged. Wait, will my stats increase if I work out? Wait, why did I not think about this when I arrived in this world? Ah. I was too busy finding ways to fuck Fel. Is this what they call post-nut clarity? Okay, let's not think about this nonsense. Let's sleep. I'll wake up early in the morning and test my theory out. Thinking this, he tightened his hug around Felberta and entered the dreamland. The next day, Felberta woke up with a satisfied smile on her face. She turned around before her eyes widened as she couldn't find Nux. All her drowsiness disappeared as she called the maids, Skyla. Lane. There was a tone of urgency in her voice. Master, 2 women quickly rushed into the room as they bowed. Where is Nux? The 2 maids glanced at each other before one called Skyla replied, Master, Master Nux is in the garden. She didn't know how to address Nux after the night the Viscount and he had so just called him Master. What is he doing in the garden? Fel questioned. Leave it, I'll go check it out myself. Before they could answer, Fel quickly stood up, and just as she was about to leave, Skyla shouted. Master. At least wear some clothes. Fel looked down before she blushed a little, clearing her throat. She quickly wore a normal gown and walked towards the garden with 2 maids following her. As she walked into the garden, Felberta saw a handsome man, drenched in sweat doing push-ups on the ground. Although Fel could see his arms quivering, he continued, and after a few more, his body finally fell. Fel wanted to rush towards him, but when she saw a satisfied smile that suddenly appeared on his face, she stopped and decided to look at him a little more. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 2. HP, 120/120. STR, 8. AGL, 16. VIT, 12. STM, 13. INT, 10. Def, 8. Blank points, 3. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members, Felberta Alvi. Nux, who was now lying on the ground, smiled as he saw his status. His experiment was proved successful. Although he didn't receive many stats, his defense still improved by 1 point, and he could feel that if he continued for a few more days, his strength would increase as well. He was regretting his decision of adding some of his points to his agility and stamina, but he didn't think too much about it. He can't play with his life. He was sure he could gain many points in future. This was not his only gain though. He experimented a little and found out that unlike his Craving Touch, Eye of Discretion, was an active skill that would activate whenever he thought about it. It was a good thing. It would be weird if he was in front of a large group and all he could see is the system screen. He chuckled as he stood up, and just as he turned, he saw Felberta looking at him with a smile on her face. He smiled back before he activated his Eye of Discretion, and his eyes widened in surprise. Name, Skyla Hale. Age, 25. Mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, medium. LVL, 24. HP, 280/280. MP, 390/390. STR, 29. AGL, 34. VIT, 28. STM, 32. INT, 39. Def, 27. Name, Lane Winey. Age, 26. Mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, medium. LVL, 23. HP, 270/270. MP, 370/370. STR, 33. AGL, 28. VIT, 27. STM, 29. INT, 37. Def, 34. They can crush me with their fingers. He gulped inwardly and swore that he would treat them with respect. Now that he thinks about it, he realized that a viscount like Felberta can't possibly be left around unprotected. If not, then even random cultivators could destroy a noble's whole house and chaos would ensue. He also noticed that MP stat, which he did not see on his own, or Felberta's status, thinking that it may appear after he levels up a little, he ignored it. Why the sudden need to exercise? While Nux was lost in his thoughts, Fel questioned with an amused smile. I just thought I should start exercising a little now that. He blushed mid-sentence and stopped. Now that what? Nothing, Nux replied as he sneaked a few glances towards Fel's crotch area. Understanding what he was thinking, Fel blushed, and just as she was about to say something, Nux continued. By the way, you look really beautiful today, Lady Fel. He also subtly changed the way he addressed her. He can't stay in this weak position forever, right? Nux had decided to initiate his second plan. Of course, he will still be patient with everything since he knew he should not rush things. Surprised by the sudden compliment, Fel didn't know how to react and retorted. Huh? What do you mean? I didn't even take a bath yet. So what? Just look at your face. Other women can't have this beauty even if they bathe 100 times a day. Nux hushed, and before she could even react he walked towards her and continued. Of course, after you take bath, you will look even more attractive, and also, you are getting late for the office, so let's get going. Sister Lane, please prepare bathwater for Lady Fel. Saying that, he took Fel's hand as they walked toward her room. Lane on the other hand was confused. How did he know my name? You changed. As she was walking with Nux, the Viscount muttered. Huh? I said you changed. You are bolder than usual. WL, I did transform into a man from a boy, Nux replied as he blushed. A man? Fel muttered before she thought about a possibility. Wait, is that the reason you were working out this morning? Nux didn't reply as he continued walking while he tried to hide his red face. Ha ha ha, so that's why now I know why you were acting so weirdly, you became a man. Ha ha ha, Fel laughed out loud while Nux continued walking without responding. As they walked inside her room, Fel smiled mischievously as she questioned. But Nux, what if I want you to stay how you were? I can't do that, Nux replied instantly. Oh. But didn't you say you will do whatever I want you to? Fel questioned with an amused smile when suddenly, Nux stopped walking before he cornered her to a wall and placed his hand in front of her shoulder, cutting all her escape routes. His movements were so fast that Fel couldn't react to them. I did say that, Lady Fel. But I won't do anything that you might be sad about in the future even if it is you who tells me to. Although surprised and a little excited for some reason, Fel kept her calm as she questioned. Oh. Why would I be sad if you stay like the cute little boy you are? Nux smiled at her question before he closed his eyes, tilted his face and moved closer to her. Fel's heartbeat quickened, she closed her eyes and moved her lips a little forward, but suddenly, she felt Nux's lips moving past hers and they arrived in front of her right ear as he whispered seductively. Oh, you will definitely miss out on a lot of things if I stay like the cute little boy I was. Why don't you trust me with this one? K. Felberta's heart raced and her face turned red, and as if compelled by some force, she nodded weakly. She only opened her eyes when she felt Nux had moved away from her. But unexpectedly, instead of his confident look, she thought he would have, she found a Nux with a bright red face as he muttered. I am still not very experienced with this, give me some time. Felberta didn't know how to act. Her emotions were in turmoil, she found the man, Nux, extremely attractive, but she also found this boy, Nux, extremely cute. She was confused about who was better. But just as she thought about this question, the image of Nux cornering her into a wall popped into her mind, she felt her little sister tingling and she quickly came to an answer. She then glanced at Nux, who was blushing and avoiding her eye contact, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, alright, I am getting late. I'll go and have a bath while, you do whatever you want. Nux nodded and Fel quickly walked towards the bathroom. Her heart was still beating rapidly as if she ran a marathon. Her face was red as she recalled her being pushed into a wall. Dangerous, that was too dangerous. My heart nearly exploded. She muttered. Right now Viscount Felberta was sitting inside her big bathtub wearing absolutely nothing, her face was red and her movements were stiff. At the moment, her mind was occupied by a single person, and that was Nux. Remembering how he pushed her to the wall, her face turned even redder as she snorted, "Humph. How dare he talk to me like that? He has become a man, he says." Suddenly, the images of him drilling his hard dick into her appeared in her mind and her movement stopped. But it did feel good though. What felt good? Lady Fel. Suddenly she heard a familiar but unfamiliar voice, she turned back and saw Nux standing in front of her, completely naked other than a towel covering his crotch. Why are you here? She questioned with a flustered look on her face. She did not expect him to appear in front of her like that just when she was thinking about him. I figured that I should help you take bath and decided to come here. Saying that, he walked into the bathtub and sat beside her as if it was completely normal. In reality, even Nux was feeling a little embarrassed and shy about this. He was worried that his actions might backfire, but then he shoved all his worries away. He had to take the risk, he can't stay too passive or he will stay like a boy toy forever. He needs to be bolder and more unrestrained. Of course, he could only do it now because he was sure that the Viscount can't live without him anymore. So although she might punish him if she was dissatisfied, she won't kill him. And since the rewards were enough, he decided to take this risk. Ha! When did I say I needed your help to take bath? Felberta questioned. How can someone as intelligent and beautiful as you need someone's help to take bath? I just thought that it would be more convenient for you if I did that. After all, I was brought here so you can relax, wasn't I? He says that as he picked her up and placed her on his lap. He then positioned his chin on her shoulder and questioned seductively. I am sure you prefer it that way, don't you? And before she could reply, he offered. Of course, if it's uncomfortable for you in any way. Just say a word and I'll leave as quickly as possible. He even slightly pushed her away as he said that. No. It's okay. You can do it if you want to. She couldn't win against this man, Nux. Nux smiled and picked up the soap as he replied. Then I believe I should start it quickly since Viscount must be getting late. He picked her a bit and then placed her in a more comfortable position, for him of course. He placed his dick right between her thighs and pussy as he interlocked his legs with her. Then he started from her thin waist, before avoiding her beautiful bare breasts as he cleansed her shoulders and arms. He then moved down, avoiding her breasts again before cleaning her thighs. Of course, he gave special care to her inner thighs, going marginally close to her little sister before pulling back, filling her with anticipation and disappointment at the same time. Eminem. A soft moan came out of Filberta's mouth. Deciding that he teased her little sister enough, he returned to her waist, but this time, he circled around her lower breasts without touching her before moving to the shoulders and repeating the same with her upper breasts. Viscount Filberta on the other hand felt different sensations as his hands moved. Her little sister quivered in frustration while her breasts felt some weird itch and her soft, light pink nipples hardened. The smile that appeared on Nuxa's face when he saw her reaction made him look no less dangerous than a scheming demon who traps maidens with his plans. At the same time, his rod also hardened as he started moving it a little, experiencing pleasure from her plump thighs and at the same time teasing her little sister more and more. The Viscount's breathing quickened as her body started trembling in frustration. Finally, she gave in to the temptation and requested. "See clean there as well." "Where, Lady Fel?" "Am I breasts?" "As you say." Saying that, he suddenly grabbed her squishy breasts and started cleaning them roughly. And, the Viscount yelped in pleasure and surprise, causing her to tighten her fleshy thighs, which suddenly increased the pleasure Nux was feeling. Uff. The sudden stimulus forced him to leak his milk as he stained the Viscount's thighs and her little sister with her jizz. "Oops, looks like I have to clean that area again." Saying that, his hands moved towards her thighs as he washed them again before his fingers moved towards her canal which was already twitching uncontrollably after his jizz fell on top of it. His finger circled around her entry for a little while before he pinched her erect clitoris, causing her to moan in ecstasy. "Aang. I think it somehow went inside, let me clean it thoroughly then." Without waiting for confirmation, his middle finger directly entered her pussy followed by his index finger. His two fingers rubbed her wet and mushy insides, finding all her weak points. An. Filberta kept moaning in pleasure as he played with her pussy. Suddenly, a weird idea popped in Nux's mind as he brought his lips closer to her left ear and... Phew. He blew some air into her ear softly. Filberta's body jerked weirdly before her canal tightened and... An. She came. Her juices gushed out without stopping, staining her thighs all over again. "Ha, it looks like I have to clean it again." 19 assistants with different fields of work. After what could be called the longest bathing session she ever had, Viscount Filberta walked out of the bathroom with a satisfied yet strict expression. "We are late and this is all because of you. What do you have to say in your defense?" "I deeply apologize for the inconvenience I have caused, although I will say. It felt really good, did it not?" Viscount Filberta's lips twitched when she heard his remark. She wanted to reprimand him but when she thought about it. It really felt good. Ag. I am being led astray by him. She clenched her fist in frustration but when she remembered the pleasure she felt a few minutes ago, she decided to let him go. "Ha, I am really weak against him. Alright, no point complaining since we are already late, let's move quickly so we can save some time," she stated as she quickened her pace. "Wait, I am going with you?" Nux questioned. "Yes, I decided to take you as my butler from now on. But I don't know anything butlers do. You don't have to worry about it. Joyob will take care of that, you just have to follow me. You can't keep staying here, can you?" "Lady Fel, you don't have to go through this roundabout way, just tell me that you can't bear to stay away from me and I'll follow you even if you walk into hell." Filberta's lips twitched, she wanted to retort to that but deep down, she knew what he said was true. Ugh. He is annoying. Where the hell did my cute Nux go? You sure have a glib tongue, don't you? I believe Lady Fel knows more about it than I do. He purposefully glanced at her firm breasts before he licked his lips seductively. Understanding what he meant, Filberta's face flushed before she sighed. Ha. I really miss the past Nux, he was so sweet and cute, unlike the now you are just a rude person. Do you really mean what you said? Lady Phil. Why don't you ask your puss heart and see what it says? Filberta used her right to remain silent. Although she did miss the boy Nux a little, if she were given a choice, she would choose the man Nux any day. After all, no matter how much thick face she has, whenever she ordered Nux to do anything, she always felt like she was manipulating a little boy, although it felt good, in some part of her mind, she felt a little weird. Nux now, on the other hand, steps us and seduces her on his own accord. His playful words feel good and his little forceful methods get her heart racing. After all, in the end, she bought him as her boy toy, someone who would satisfy her sexually. Of course, what Felberta doesn't realize is that Nux's importance in her heart has long passed what any random boy toy has. If she was given a choice to choose between her close friends and Nux, she might not be able to choose her friends even if she was given enough time to think. As the two of them entered Fel's office, they saw a middle-aged man standing inside the office, wearing a black suit. Without wasting any time, Nux activated the Eye of Discretion and this man's information appeared in front of him. Name, Joyob Fry. Age, 59. Mana Cultivation, Master. Body Cultivation, Mortal. Occupation, Butler of Viscount Felberta. Race, Human. Talent, Low. LVL, 31. HP, 350/350. MP, 550/550. STR, 36. AGL, 41. VIT, 35. STM, 39. INT, 55. Def, 35. Joyob, let me introduce him to you, he is Nux, he will be my new butler from now on. Hearing that, Joyob frowned as he questioned, Viscount Felberta, isn't he the B-? Yes, he is. But from now on he is my butler. Joyob couldn't help but notice the defensive tone she had when she cut him off mid-sentence. What kind of magic has this kid done on her? He couldn't help but doubt if Nux was some sort of evil cultivator who somehow hypnotized Viscount Felberta. If it wasn't for how he could not feel even an ounce of energy coming out of his body, he would have attacked him already. But Viscount, does he know what he has to do as your butler? He questioned. You don't have to worry about it. Then what about his cultivation? How would he protect you if he is so weak? You know that a butler is also a bodyguard who guards his master with his life. Oh yes, thank you for reminding me, I have decided to provide him with our house's best cultivation technique, he is still young, and I believe he can catch up with others. But, Joyob wanted to argue further but he couldn't find any points. Noticing that he was acting weird, Felberta thought about it and quickly understood his dilemma and smiled. Butler Joyob, you have taken care of me ever since I was a child. You don't have to worry, I won't treat you or your family badly. I know you have been training your son to become my butler after you retire, this won't change after Nux's appearance. I am not firing you or your son. Joyob glanced at Viscount before he tried to avoid her gaze, embarrassed that he was seen through easily. Also, a sense of relief washed over his body when he heard her and he sighed. Yes, although I have appointed Nux as my butler, he is not exactly my butler, he is more of an assistant, no wait, you are kind of my assistant as well. Forget it, just remember you two have different jobs. Viscount's words not only confused Joyob but even she couldn't understand what she was saying. Behind her, Nux snorted inwardly when he heard her words. TSK, what's the point of covering up? Just tell him that we both are your assistant, the only difference being that while he works on the papers, I work on your body. After introducing Nux to Joyob, the Viscount continued with her work. However, soon she noticed that her speed and efficiency has improved a little. It was only a little but it couldn't be hidden from the Viscount's eyes. Also, now that Nux was standing right behind her, even after working for a long time, she didn't feel that tingling feeling she was so annoyed by. Of course, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't have their fun during the break time. The Viscount smiled, looking forward to the lunch break. On the other hand, seeing her working so efficiently and elegantly, Nux was thoroughly impressed. He was awed by how she solved the farmer's problem, her fast decision-making skill was something very hard to have. She looked like a perfect, empowered lady. And when he thought about how he had this empowered lady sitting on his lap, he smiled evilly and waited for the lunch break. Alright, this is enough. You can take your lunch break now, you have 2 hours. As you say, Viscount. After a bow, Joyob quickly left and noticing that Nux was still inside, he finally understood what kind of assistant he was. Nux didn't know what Joyob was thinking about, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He just smiled as he walked towards Viscount Felberta, placing his hands on her shoulders, he smiled. Lady Fel, you must be tired after working for so long. Knowing that she wouldn't need to ask what she needed, Felberta smiled inwardly, looking forward to how he will turn this situation to his advantage and do something lewd. Of course, she didn't forget to help him with his script and nodded. Your whole body must be stiff, is it not? My whole body is very stiff. I understand, I could help you with some massage, but I believe that would make you a little too relaxed, affecting your work in later hours. That's certainly true. Then how about I help you with some stretches? Stretches? Yes, then Lady Fell, since we are tight on time, let's start it as quickly as possible. Though she couldn't understand what he wanted, she nodded then stood up and let him do whatever she wanted. Alright, first, let's remove your gown. Then without waiting for her response, Nux quickly and skillfully removed her gown. Today, she was wearing a purple-colored bra and panties. The contrast between her pure white skin and these dark purple undergarments made her look really alluring. Damn, she has a very irresistible body. No matter how many times he has seen her, he would always get enraptured by her. Her perfect hourglass figure that he could only imagine in the past fantasies, even those film stars or models did not have a body like hers. Alright, now sit down, straighten your knees and open your legs as wide as possible. Felberta did what he told, she stretched her legs as wide as possible and though it was not a straight line, it was still very close to it. Nux was impressed by how flexible her body was, he also did not miss the chance to rub her inner thighs, helping her to stretch more. Now bend down, and try to touch your toes with your hand, Nux whispered as he supported her back. She bent down, feeling the stretch on her thighs but she couldn't really focus on it since that demon was still kneading her inner thighs while teasing her little sister again and again. Alright, now do the same with another toe. Completely ignoring her frustrations, Nux continued to take advantage of her body as he helped her with her stretches. Okay, now to the next stretch. He then made her sit in the classic Japanese position, the Seiza position, and then told her to slowly push her back backwards. Felberta's body was very flexible, her head nearly touched the floor while being in this position. Of course, Nux still supported her head on his lap, as he kneaded her soft and fleshy breasts without removing her bra. And she moaned in delight and seeing her face flushed and red, Nux felt his little brother twitching. Alright, a little more, yes, that's enough. Breathe a little as we move to the next one. He then made her sit on all fours, though embarrassed, Viscount still did as he told. Smiling, Nux instructed. Now arch your back, lift your butt and head and stay in the same position till I say otherwise. Nux smiled evilly as he placed his hand on her firm but juicy ass, teasing her as much as he wanted. He felt her body twitching and was sure it was not due to the stretching she was doing. Felberta felt the familiar tingling sensation inside her little sister. His hand circled around her ass, teasing her little sister from time to time. Her pussy twitched in frustration, the Viscount could feel her little sister was missing something. Something big. Satisfied after groping her for a while, he instructed. Alright, this should be enough, now to the any dash. It's enough, I think my body is fine now, knowing full well that he only wants to tease her, Felberta interrupted him. Her body was screaming in frustration within just 10 minutes, she didn't know what would happen if she continued to let him do whatever he wanted. Nux smiled, thinking that he couldn't tease her more, although it was fun, he still wanted to jump on cloud 9 together with her, thinking about it, he smirked as he questioned. Are you sure? Because I can definitely feel this part of yours is very stiff. Aeon. Viscount's body jolted when Nux boldly grabbed her little sister. Trust me, I know a very good exercise to heal this stiffness. 21 Many thanks, ***. Trust me, I know a very good exercise to heal this stiffness. Nux then rubbed his tent on her but as he whispered seductively. Would you like to try it? I'll give you one chance, Felberta replied with a red face. She was just too weak against him. Even though she had decided to end this, with just some of his whispers and teasings, she gave in again. She could not decipher how she ended up like this. I promise it would be worth it, Nux smiled before he lowered his pants and his large dick appeared. He then used his dick to slap the Viscount's firm ass a few times before he removed her already wet panties and started rubbing his dick on her entry. On. This was already too much for Felberta to handle and a moan leaked out of her mouth. Aenna. Completely drenching his rod with her love juice, he slammed it right into her insides without any warning, making her moan in pleasure. After all that teasing she has been through for the past 10 minutes, her body, especially her pussy was already very sensitive to touch. Thus, as soon as he rammed his cock into her, Viscount's whole body quivered in ecstasy and her arms felt weak. Since she was still on her fours with her arm weakening like that, she was about to fall but soon, a pair of hands gently grabbed her waist, supporting her from behind. I believe that my method is already working, is it not? Lady Fell. She then heard a soft voice from behind, the voice so hypnotic that she couldn't help but go with the flow, and she nodded in reply. Nobody could have guessed that the Viscount, who was so noble and elegant half an hour ago, would be down on all her fours, being drilled by an unknown man, inside the office she works in. On the other hand, Nux could also feel her insides trying to engulf and merge with his dick. Feeling the squishy inside squirming around his rod, he closed his eyes and moaned inwardly. Ugh, hi. He was sure that he would need a lot of time before he could get used to this lovely sensation. TSK, who was he kidding? He might not be able to get used to this his entire life. He then bent down as he placed his head on her back, her sweet perfuming assaulted his nostril, inhaling deeply, he gazed at her purple bra before unplugging it with his teeth, freeing her two giant and firm mountains. He moved his hands from her thin waist to her firm breasts, kneading them with love and care. He could feel her body twitching every time he rubs the area close to her nipples. Her nipples are sensitive. He smiled before he gently flicked her nipples, and as if confirming his thoughts, her canal narrowed, clenching his dick harder, and the Viscount moaned out loud. N. The pleasure Nux felt soared instantly. He moved his head towards her right shoulder, and he gently kissed her nape before he whispered. I'll start moving now. Under the intense suction from her womb, he pulled back his dick to the entry slowly, before ramming it back in one thrust. Anna. His hands played with her breasts, sometimes flicking her hanging nipples, while he kissed her nape and her cheek gently, and drilled his huge dick inside her roughly. Aang. His different approaches to different parts of her body sent countless jolts of pleasure into the Viscount's body, weakening it even further. She had long given herself to the pleasure, her whole body was handed to Nux for him to do with it as he sees fit. He, of course, didn't disappoint, supporting her body with his arms, he continued drilling his dick into her, making her moan in delight as she asked for more. Aang, Aang, Aang. Don't stop, Aang, continue. What Aang you are Aang doing, Aang? Aang, this feels so good. It was already afternoon, the sun was shining strongly, their bodies were already drenched with sweat. The sweat mixed with perfume and love juices forming a weird but pleasant scent that spread in the whole room. If someone walked into this room right now and sees them, he would instantly compare them with two dogs mating together on the street without caring about anything else. Viscount Felberta's eyes were opened, but there were no eyeballs there, her tongue was hanging outside, she couldn't even speak properly, but she was still moaning and asking for more in her whole language. She looked like she had already lost her senses. Nux wasn't any better either, he kept drilling his huge rod that was drenched with her love juice into her repeatedly, his one hand was holding and squeezing her bare breast, while the other was pinching the other breast's nipple. His handsome face rested on her upper back as it kisses her back and nape sometimes before he bites his lips, seemingly trying to prevent himself from moaning, but was unable to notice that the grunts he released were even worse than her moans. Aang, I am coming, Aang. Unable to take the pleasure anymore, Felberta's pussy contracted before a huge amount of love juices come out of her pussy, spraying all of it on Nux's already drenched dick. As if finally achieving his goal, Nux's eyes opened wide before he finally let go as he grunted. Yuug fell. I am coming as wheel. From lady fell, to fell, but nobody noticed. Fresh milk burst out from his body quivering in the pleasure of releasing his jizz after holding it for such a long time. Weird energy entered his body, but he was already too tired and fell beside Felberta. The two stayed like this for quite some time, their bodies twitching in pleasure as they relished the aftertaste of their orgasms without any words. Ha! I believe this cured all your stiffness, did it not? Lady Fel. Ha! The stiffness has spread all over my body but since it felt so good I'll forgive you Many thanks. 22 My beautiful Fel. After the intense session and a few minutes of rest afterwards, Nux and Felberta finally woke up and came to their senses. Felberta quickly wore her clothes and rushed towards the bathroom while Nux called the maid and told her to clean everything. However, this time the maid wasn't as expressionless as before, as she had a tinge of red that she desperately tried to hide but couldn't do it. Nux smiled when he saw her acting like that. This little missy was peeping on them when she heard Viscount Felberta moaning like that. Nux noticed it but didn't say anything because this was essential for the next mission the system gave him. Mission, fuck Skyla Hale. Description, well, fuck Skyla Hale. Reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, Craving Touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days. Mission, fuck Lane Winnie. Description, well, fuck Lane Winnie. Reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, craving touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days. He received these 2 missions when he saw these 2 maids in the morning. Not that he needed the system to give him any mission since they were already his targets when he discovered their cultivation level. He did not know what the system points were, but he shrugged, thinking there was no harm in getting extra rewards for something you were already going to do. Skyla quickly left in embarrassment after she cleaned the office. Nux also went to the other bathroom, cleaned up and returned before Felberta. Felberta then returned. The two had a quick lunch before Joyob entered. Joyob, who just entered the office, smelled the strange scent before he glanced at Viscount and then looked at Nux. Felberta blushed a little, while Nux completely ignored his gaze. Shaking his head, Joyob forced himself to focus on the work. After the work was over, Viscount Felberta walked towards her room while Nux followed her from behind. Suddenly Felberta questioned without stopping her walk. "Did you learn anything today?" "I did. I learned that your nipples are the most sensitive part of your body, second only to your pussy. Also, I noticed that slowly pulling back my cock before ramming it deep into your pussy in one go excites you the most." Felberta paused as she turned around, glaring at Nux with a completely red face. "No matter how much you glare, your face won't look scary if you are blushing like that. You will only look cuter and cuter." Nux complimented. He knew the risk he was taking when he was talking about things like these, but as he had thought before, the risk-reward ratio is favorable for him. You are really rude. You talk as if you dislike it." "I do dislike it. You are not very convincing when you are blushing so hard, my beautiful Fel." Nux replied with a smile. "What did you call me?" Suddenly, Felberta's gaze narrowed and all the redness that was on her face disappeared. "My beautiful Fel. You can't call me that. I have an image. A servant can't call me as my friends do or it will affect my authority," she corrected in a serious tone. Nux quickly bowed as he replied in a formal tone, "It was too presumptuous and daring of me to call you like that, Viscount Felberta. I apologize for my mistake and swear that it will not be repeated in the future." He did not even call her Lady Fel anymore and directly addressed her as other servant does. Seeing him acting like that, Felberta frowned and felt some sort of weird sensation in her heart. It was as if she lost something she shouldn't have. "You don't have to bow and act all formal like that." Without raising his head, Nux replied, "Viscount Felberta, I believe that as a servant I was indeed going a little too far with the way I addressed and talked to you. So I decided to change myself and talk to you like this so that I can become a better servant and someone who doesn't affect your image. I said don't bow your head. As you say, Viscount Felberta." He raised his head and looked at her with a serious face. No signs of previous playfulness could be seen on his handsome face, there was just a submissive look that said, "I will do whatever you tell me to." Felberta's heart ached when she saw his face, but it was still better than when he was bowing. She believed that she should take it step by step. "Good, now stop acting formal. Viscount Felberta, forgive me for being ignorant, but I cannot seem to understand how should I act as a servant without being formal." "Ah. Just act like how you previously did." Felberta yelled in frustration. "I apologize but I cannot do that, Viscount Felberta. I am just a mere servant, it will affect your image if I act like that." "You don't have to worry about that. Image is just a stupid concept, we don't have to restrict ourselves just so we could impress people we don't even know." She quickly contradicted herself without a single change in her expression and even made it sound enlightening. "Nobles really are thick-skinned. But this will still affect your authority, Viscount Felberta." "Ha! How can that be? I am still me, Viscount Felberta. If someone has a problem with the way I handle things, they can come and talk to me," Felberta declared proudly. "Heh! As expected of my beautiful Fel, I knew you couldn't bear to see me like this." Nux's serious expression crumbled in an instant as he smiled playfully. You were acting." "Huh. Of course, I was. What do you take me for? How can I change my character so quickly?" "Why you?" "Humph." Speechless, Felberta snorted and turned around. "Oh come on, don't be angry. How about this, you cheer up and I'll kiss you." Felberta continued walking, treating him like air. On the lips, Nux continued. Suddenly, she stopped and replied. "Combine it with another night session and we will talk." 23 So forget I said that. For the next 5 days, Nux spent most of his time with Fel. They started the morning with a beautiful bath session, at the lunch break, they have office sex, and at the night, they have bedroom sex. As for his mission with the maids, Nux decided to postpone it for now as he focused on Felberta. Why? It was because of craving touch. No, he did not want to increase its effect, it was quite the opposite. He wanted her body to get used to him, with that, her body would be able to adapt to the craving of the craving touch. He did not want her to just start masturbating like crazy when he was not around. She was a refined and elegant lady, not a horny slut. No, that did not mean the craving will end. If left unattended, it will be back with the effect 2 times stronger than normal, rendering her unable to do anything. Of course, Nux would let that happen no matter what. This was not the only reason, the other one being that he wanted to increase his stats through his hard work, even if it was just a little increase. He knew that once he had sex with the maids, he would jump levels at a tremendous pace, making it a little harder for him to gain some stat points. Of course, that did not mean that having sex with Felberta had no benefits, he got even closer to her and also, he leveled up to level 3. He also gained a few stat points from the exercise he did. He also noticed that the exercise became too simple for his current body, so he increased the intensity. From 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10 kilometers run, to 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, 300 squats, 30 kilometers run. No, his hair did not fall off, that information was wrong. A shocker, right? Even Nux was shocked. Of course, this doesn't mean that he completely ignored the 2 maids. He teased them whenever he had a chance to, making them comfortable in his presence. This will make it easier for him to complete the mission when he starts it. The failure of this mission would cost him the best ability he has. Nux wouldn't dare to take it lightly. Although he was confident that he can complete the mission within 5 days, it does not mean that he will only start when there are only 5 days left. That would be just plain stupid. Accidents can happen. It would be laughable if he somehow failed this easy mission due to his overconfidence. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 3. HP, 140/140. STR, 11. AGL, 18. VIT, 14. STM, 15. Int, 11. Def, 10. Blank points, 6. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members, Felberta Alvi. After he did his last push-up, his stats appeared in front of him. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned around and saw Felberta standing there accompanied by her 2 maids. He smiled as he walked towards them before Felberta sighed. I can't believe you improved so quickly and you haven't even started cultivating the technique I gave you. Look, I can notice that you have a talent for cultivation, you can achieve heights unachievable by others. Don't waste it. I can even release you from your duty as my butler, just don't end up like me. There was a tinge of regret when she said her last sentence. Nux smiled gently as he patted her head to comfort her. Don't worry, I won't slack off, but I have a different plan in my mind. Although I will need you to release me as your butler. Why? Oh, come on now, don't make that face. I will make sure I come when it's a lunch break. I can't miss the chance to taste you, now can I? Nux chuckled as he fondled her ass. What are you talking about? She then glanced at her maids before she blushed. They are still here. Ha! It's not like they don't know what we do. The 2 of them peek at us all the time. Heck, you can even ask them what's your favorite position and they will tell you in a jiffy. Hearing him, the 2 maids blushed as they looked down, avoiding the Viscount's shocked gaze. What? You 2 peek at us? Felberta questioned in shame and anger. She couldn't believe that her 2 maids would do something like that. Now, you can't blame them, it is your fault for moaning so loudly, you can't blame them for taking a peek or 2. Felberta glared at Nux as she snorted, if you weren't that good at sex, I would have killed you for being so annoying. Ha ha ha, alright, calm down, anger doesn't suit your beautiful face. Come, let's go to the bathroom, I'll help you relax. Skyla, Lane, prepare the water. I'll give you another chance to peek at us and see your Viscount moaning cutely. Felberta blushed in shame, but before she could retort, Nux picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. Before going, he did not forget to glance at the 2 maids and wink at them. Why? Just for fun. The maids also smiled seeing him act like that. Although at first, they were wary of him as he got close to Viscount Felberta abnormally quick, but now that they have seen him for a long time, they lowered their guards. Since they were sure that he wasn't going to hurt Viscount Felberta. Why? Because he already had many chances to do so and get away successfully. Also, they lowered the bars for him to get in their good books because he was a little too handsome, but they would never admit it openly. So forget I said that. 24 Why not confirm it yourself? After a warm and cozy bathroom session, Nux and Felberta walked out of the bathroom with a smile on their faces. However soon, Felberta's smile disappeared when she realized that she had to go without Nux today. Oh come on. Don't make that face, my lovely Viscount, I promise you that I will come when it's lunch break. Don't you trust me? You promise? You really think I'll let go of the chance of spending time with such a beautiful woman like you? I am sure that no man is willing to do that. If there is, then he is gay. Okay, then remember, if you don't come on time, I will declare you a gay. Nux used his right to remain silent. Ha ha ha, Felberta laughed as she walked towards her office. Seeing her walking figure as her ass jiggled right and left, Nux shook his head. He still couldn't believe that he actually managed to have sex with a beauty like that, and she's a Viscount to boot. On the other side, in the bathroom, Skyla was washing Viscount Felberta's clothes when her eyes fell on Felberta's panty. She blushed before she picked them up, she looked around sneakily before she placed it on her nose and inhaled deeply. She then blushed even more as she muttered. You. Her panty is wet yet again. Then Felberta's Ahego face when she was being fucked by Nux appeared in her mind and she blushed again. This is so indecent, but from the looks on her face, sex feels really good. I wonder if it's true. Of course, it is true. Suddenly she heard a familiar voice behind her and she panicked. She quickly turned around and saw a 1.75 meters tall man with a devilishly handsome face standing behind her. He had a teasing smile on his face as he questioned. Little Skyla, what are you doing with Viscount Felberta's panty, I wonder? And nothing. And how dare you call me Little Skyla, I am older than you. It should be I who should be calling you Little Nux. Skyla retorted as she did a wasteful attempt to hide the panty behind her back. Skyla was a beautiful fair-skinned woman. She was 1.68 meters tall, with short auburn hair, big green-colored eyes, a cute small nose, and pouty red lips. Her breasts weren't really big but they weren't small either. They were what they would perfectly fit in my hands type. She had a perky bottom and although she might appear serious, if one gets to know her, she was a clumsy type. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Felberta, she was wearing a classic French-made costume so that increased her charm to another level. You can call me whatever you like, but first tell me, what were you doing with Fel's panty? Nux replied as he walked towards her. Wah, what panty are you talking about? I don't know anything. Nux chuckled as he held her chin before lifting her face and bringing his face dangerously close to hers. Then what are you hiding from me? He whispered seductively, his lips really close to hers. Skyla felt her heart beating quickly. Although she was 25 years old, she has never interacted with any man before, let alone someone as charming as Nux. Seeing him standing so close to her, holding her chin like that, how can her maiden heart not beat uncontrollably? However, she quickly came back to her senses as she cried inwardly. This man is too dangerous, he almost fooled me. I mustn't let him see the panty. Nux's other hand moved towards her back but before he could get the panty, she shifted her arms a little. Of course, Nux didn't care, his target wasn't the panty, to begin with. He then grabbed her perky bottom and suddenly, Skyla's whole body twitched as she perked up and she moved back. What happened to her? Nux thought inwardly before he glanced at her red face and smiled knowingly. It might be easier than I expected. He didn't expect to learn about her weak point so randomly. He slowly walked toward her, the smile on his face didn't disappear as he questioned. Come on, tell me what you are hiding, I promise I won't tell anyone. You promise? Don't you trust me? Do I look like someone who betrays others' trust? Skyla slowly glanced at his handsome face and suddenly she felt guilty that she doubted someone so innocent-looking person like him. She then slowly moved her hands from her back as she showed Fel's purple panty that was in her hand. What were you doing with it? I will not tell you. Skyla rejected firmly. Oh come on sister Skyla, aren't you like my big sister? Will you really hide this from your younger brother? Nux questioned with a sad look on his face. Skyla wanted to ask when she became his big sister but seeing the sad look on his face, she couldn't bear to. Oh okay, I will tell you, but you have to promise that you will not tell anybody. Nux's face brightened as he quickly rushed towards Skyla and hugged her tightly. Yay! Sister Skyla, I knew you were the best. Skyla was unable to react to his sudden outburst, but since it felt really good, she allowed her younger brother to hug her. So, Sister Skyla, what were you doing with Viscount Filberta's panty? Skyla blushed when she heard her question, but since she already agreed to tell him, she admitted. I was wondering if sex felt as good as others say. Just that. Then why were you so confused and shy about it? Why not confirm it yourself? 25 I believe you are ready for the main course now. Author, same warning, proceed with caution. Skeleton face. Why not confirm it yourself? Huh? What? If you are so interested in knowing that, then why not confirm it yourself? Nux repeated, his face showing utmost confusion as if he couldn't believe that she hasn't thought of such a simple solution. How do I do that? Skyla questioned in confusion. By having sex, of course, Nux answered as if it was a matter of fact. Sex. But I don't know who to have it with, Skyla muttered shyly, her last part of the sentence barely audible. Don't you have me? You can do it with me. Yo, you. But aren't you doing it with Viscount Filberta? Who says that if I am doing it with Viscount Filberta, I can't do it with anyone else? Isn't that wrong? Oh come on, there are many noblewomen who share their husband with other women. But they are nobles, and I am just a servant. What do you mean? Am I not a servant as well? If noblewomen can share their nobleman partner with other women, then why can't normal women have the same partner who is also a normal man? That makes sense. That made no sense at all. Nux smiled brightly as he replied, right? We are both servants, so there is nothing wrong with having sex together. But I don't know anything about sex. Don't worry, I know all about it. After all, it is the only thing I am good at. Nux whispered into her ear seductively before he grabbed Fel's panty, and put it aside before picking Skyla into his arms as he walked towards the empty bathtub. It was only after he placed her inside the bathtub did she finally reacted and questioned in panic. What are you doing? Did you not want to try having sex? Alright now. The earlier the better, isn't it? But I am not ready yet. You don't have to do anything, just trust your body to me. He then smiled gently, and whispered like a demon enticing a person to form a contract with him. You trust me, don't you? Skyla felt her heart beating faster and faster the closer he got to her, she blushed deeply before she nodded with a soft Nux smiled as he moved forward before planting a soft kiss on her forehead. You can't do it with a tense body like that, let me help you calm you down. Just close your eyes. He instructed. Something inside Skyla told her to do what he said and she closed her eyes. With that, her other senses increased, she could feel Nux's every move even though her eyes were closed. Then Nux's lips moved down before he planted the same, gentle kiss on her eyes before moving towards her small nose. The closer he got to her mouth, the faster her heart started to beat. Her body was trembling in fear and expectation. And soon, she felt a pair of soft lips touching her own. Her body shuddered, she even felt that her heart would burst out in that instant. Their lips parted and a weird sense of loss welled inside her heart. She then felt his soft lips on her chin, then her neck and then it moved down. Skyla waited in anticipation, she wanted to open her eyes but her body didn't listen to her command. Suddenly, she felt the clothes covering her breasts being removed and fresh cool air stroking her bare breasts. Your breasts are beautiful, Skyla. She then heard a gentle voice, hearing him calling her name with such gentleness, Skyla's little heart bloomed in happiness and a smile appeared in her small mouth. She then felt a pair of soft lips touching her right nipple before they sucked the whole thing inside and a wet tongue started licking it. It was as if a jolt of pleasure was released into her body, and her pussy started trembling in excitement as if knowing and fully accepting what was about to come. Then a hand started kneading her other breast, sending another jolt into her body. Her body started to get a hang of this foreign feeling but suddenly, another wave of pain and pleasure assaulted her body as she felt her left nipple being pinched by his fingers. Her back straightened up but before she could think more about this weird painful but pleasurable feeling, she felt his hand sliding down her waist through her clothes before it entered her skirt and suddenly it grabbed her bare butt. On. Her body jolted in pleasure, she wanted to move but suddenly, she felt something biting her right nipple that was in Nux's mouth. It was as if he was telling her not to move. Her body followed his command and he continued stroking her, but his other hand also joined in the fun and they started playing with her ass, molding it into various shapes. The more he played with her, the stronger the pleasure she felt. She felt her pussy trembling in joy as it released her love juices continuously. She couldn't believe that her pussy was already this wet before he even touched it. As if hearing her thoughts, his right hand started moving before it arrived in front of her entrance and directly pushed his middle finger into her. She moaned in pleasure, but before she could get used to it, another finger entered her canal and the two fingers started stroking her inner walls, making her moan in ecstasy and forcing her pussy to keep releasing her juices to welcome them. She moaned out loud, her body twitching in pleasure. She never felt this good when she did it herself. Her canals tightened and just as she was about to come, she felt his fingers stopping, cool air stroking her wet right nipple, his other hand stopped kneading her butt, and she heard a voice. "Since the side dish is over, I believe you are ready for the main course now." 26, Mission accomplished, 2. I believe you are ready for the main course now. This was just as side dishes. How good would the main course be? Skyla thought inwardly before the images of a huge rod, drilling Viscount Filberta as she screamed in pleasure appeared in her mind. Her face blushed and her little sister, that was already very sensitive, twitched even more. She finally opened her eyes and saw that Nux was removing her white-colored panty. She may be clumsy, but she wasn't stupid. She knew that this was her last offense. Once he succeeds, there was no turning back. Her little sister, on the other hand, had no such thoughts. It trembled uncontrollably as if reprimanding her that she was thinking too much. Her eyes moved up and met Nux's gaze. He smiled gently and suddenly, all the thoughts about her panty being her last defense left her mind. It will happen eventually, why not do it now? Confirming her thoughts, she smiled and nodded, ready and anticipating what was about to come. Nux was taken aback by her smiling like that. His smile widened before he removed her panty and finally saw her clean and beautiful vagina, with an erect, pink clitoris on the top. He then removed his pant and his huge dick popped out, already excited about the new and untouched cave he going to explore. When Nux noticed Skyla's eyes widening in surprise, he smirked inwardly. It boosted his ego. Any man would feel proud if he saw a reaction like that. He placed his little brother's head in front of the canal, glistening it with her overflowing juice. He pushed it in and then glanced at nervous Skyla. "Don't be nervous, I am here." Skyla nodded, trying to calm her body as well as her excited and nervous heart. Nux then moved his head closer to hers as he instructed. "Just focus on me." He then sealed her lips with his own. Smooch. He didn't move his tongue, instead, he started sucking her lower lip. Smooch. He then left it alone before started sucking her upper lips, and a few moments later, he started sucking her lower lips again. Her lips felt soft and tasted sweet. Skyla soon understood the pattern and reciprocated with her sucking. Smooch smooch smooch. The smooching sound echoed throughout the bathroom. When Nux noticed that she was busy sucking his lips, he directly pushed his dick inside her tight canal, breaking her hymen in one go. Skyla bit his lower lip, before he felt her already tight canal tightening even more. Her mushy inside squirmed around his body tightly for a few seconds before they finally relaxed and his dick was drenched in love juice. Nux furrowed his brows, he stopped kissing and distanced his face before he questioned. "Did you just come?" Skyla's face turned red, her body was already too stimulated by his side dishes. The kiss she just had also felt very good. Her pussy was already twitching in frustration since his dick just stayed there without moving while her lips relished unknown amount of pleasure. Therefore, just as he slammed his dick into her, rather than the pain she expected, her already sensitive pussy reacted differently and she came. Skyla nodded embarrassedly. "In just one thrust?" Nux was dumbfounded. Skyla nodded again, this she could feel smoke rising from her head. She was too embarrassed. Nux on the other hand couldn't decide how to react. In the end, he sighed and questioned. "Do you want to continue?" If she refused, he would just control himself and leave unsatisfied. It was her first time. He wasn't going to force her to continue for another round if she wasn't ready. "Oh, of course I want to." "Wait, you don't want to do it with me anymore since I came without telling you?" "I am sorry, I will make sure not to repeat this mistake." Nux now frowned even more before he recalled that although clumsy, this girl in front of him is still a cultivator. There is no way she's going to get tired with just one thrust. He smiled seductively as he replied. "Of course not. I was just teasing you. Do you think I will let you go now?" You wanted to know how good sex felt, right? I'll show you. Saying that, under the suction of her pussy, he moved his dick back before slamming right into her in one go. Ayang, Skyla moaned loudly, her body twitched in pleasure. You can't moan loudly like that, here, let me help you. Nux sealed her lips with hers, this time, he wasn't as gentle as before and his tongue invaded her mouth as he continued his thrusting. MMNNGGHNN MMNNGGHNN MMNNGGHNN. Skyla's muffled moans were heard inside the bathroom. The pleasure was starting to get over her head as she couldn't think straight. Her body was already numb with pleasure, Nux's tongue dominated hers in the battle easily, while her eyes had already rolled back in delight. Her body completely submitted to Nux with no resistance whatsoever. If Skyla could think straight, she would match her current condition with Viscount Filberta and would find many similarities, but of course, those types of thoughts were too high level for her current state of brain to think about. Her mind had already given itself to pleasure and the only thing she could think of was ways to keep this pleasure going on and on and on. Nux was also very satisfied as he fucked her silly. Her pussy was very welcoming, her walls squirming around his dick, sending jolts of pleasure into his body. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind as he smiled evilly. His hand moved before grabbing her ass cheeks roughly. Skyla's body suddenly arched up, he could feel his canal tightening to another level as if wanting to suck him dry. Ugh. Her pussy walls managed to achieve their goal as Nux grunted and his white jizz burst out, filling her insides without stopping. Anan hyen kumyening. Skyla also moaned loudly as her body twitched and she came again. Nux's tired body fell beside Skyla's, as he was enjoying the aftertaste, an enormous amount of energy gushed into his body and a screen appeared in front of him accompanied by a sound in his mind. Ding! Mission accomplished. 27A huge gain. Mission, fuck Skyla Hale. Description, well, fuck Skyla Hale. Reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, Craving Touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days, 10 days left. Mission status, completed. The reward will be sent to system inventory. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 9. HP, 260/260. STR, 23. AGL, 30. VIT, 26. STM, 27. INT, 17. Def, 22. Blank points, 33. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members, Filberta Alvi, Skyla Hale. After Nux relished the aftertaste of the intense session he just had, he hurriedly glanced at his status and was pleasantly surprised. He directly jumped from level 3 to level 9. It was a huge gain. He also noticed that other than his intelligence stat, his other stats were already close to Skyla and Lane and he wasn't even level 20 yet. Doesn't that mean that my foundation is peerless? He smiled inwardly, he then noticed that his blank points had shot up to a whopping 33. He can already recover his predecessor's memory. Just as he thought about it, he threw that thought out of his mind. Humph. He was only a commoner, what could he possibly know? I am gaining levels quickly for now, I don't know how long will this continue. It is completely illogical to waste my precious blank point on this memory I might have no use for. If I want to know something, I will directly ask Fel. I refuse to believe that a mere commoner will know something a Viscount does not. I will only accept his memory if I have more than 1,000 blank points, that way, I won't feel too bad even if they are wasted a little. Who knows, I might get something out of it. Nux then clenched his fist, he could already feel a vast amount of strength boiling inside his body. He was very eager to test it out but he soon calmed his emotions and glanced at Skyla who was lying beside her and questioned. So. How was it? Was sex as good as you thought it would be? It was 1,000 times better, Skyla answered with a bright smile. Nux smiled back as he replied, alright then, be ready tomorrow, I'll meet you here at the same time, K. We can do it again? Skyla questioned in surprise, her breathing quickened. Huh. Of course, now that we had sex, you are my woman now, why should we not do it again? You're woman. But you said that no dash, before she could complete, Nux sealed her lips with a short kiss. We had sex, so you are my woman now, K, he whispered into her ear seductively. Skyla's face turned red, her body moved on its own as she nodded. Good, now be here on time tomorrow, Kay. Unless you don't like having sex, of course, I won't force you if that's the case. No. And no, I'll be here on time, Skyla nodded embarrassedly. Nux chuckled before planting another kiss on her lips before he questioned. Good, now Skyla, can I leave cleaning this up to you? Please. Oh of course, you don't have to worry, I also have to wash Viscount's clothes so I'll clean this up as well. Thank you. Alright, I will be leaving now, Kay. Okay, love you. Saying that, Nux walked out of the bathroom, eager to test his strength. Skyla on the other hand just stood there, her face as red as it could get before she finally muttered in a mosquito voice. I'll love you too. Embarrassed, she covered her face with her hands. Nux quickly rushed into his room, excited by the sudden power-up he gained. It had been 6 days since he last entered this room since he has been spending his time with Felberta and is often staying in her room. To be honest, this room was only there for show, his actual room was the room where he and Fel lived and fucked together. Of course, though he didn't use this room, it did not mean that it wasn't cleaned by the servants. Nux quickly sat on the bed and sat cross-legged. He had seen a new term on the system screen and wanted to check them out. System inventory. He thought inwardly if it was what he think it is, then it would be very convenient for him. Just thinking about it made him excited but soon, his excitement dwindled as he read the message in front of him. System inventory, locked. This feature is locked, level up to unlock this feature. What? Then what about my reward for this mission? Didn't you say they were sent directly to system inventory? How do I get them? Nux questioned but no one replied. At least say something. Hey. Hello. Again, no one replied. What an annoying fucking system. Nux cursed, but he knew he couldn't do anything about it. He calmed his agitated emotions and closed his eyes. I will level up eventually, I think I will get my rewards then. I should not think too much about all this and should just check my strength. He clenched his fist again, feeling the power surging into his body, he looked around to find his target. He glanced at the wall of the room and then glanced at his fist. No. I am still too agitated, I can't hit the wall, it will be too painful, I mean, it will cause a commotion if the wall breaks. He hurriedly shook his head, he then glanced at the wooden comb that was placed on the table. He picked it up before putting some pressure. Crack. The comb broke into two without any resistance. Am I too strong or is this comb too fragile? 28 Miss Dominant 1 asterisk. Author, same warning, proceed with caution skeleton face. In the end, Nux gave up on the idea of testing his strength for now. He decided that he will ask Felberta about this. He reckoned that since this is a world based on strength, they might have better ways to test someone's strength. With that, he lay down and relaxed his body for some time since he was a little tired after having sex twice in a short interval. Not that he was complaining, no man would ever complain about having too much sex if it was with a woman or women of his own choice. After a few hours of rest, he right now was sitting in front of Fel's office waiting for the lunch break. Alright, that will be enough for now, we will continue this after the break. He didn't have to wait for a long time as heard Fel's sweet voice, announcing the start of lunch break. As you say, Viscount Felberta. Moments later, Joyob walked out of the office but when he saw Nux sitting on the floor as if waiting for something, his face twitched. When he noticed that Nux did not come with Viscount Felberta today, he thought that maybe Viscount Felberta have had enough fun and was bored of Nux, but seeing him here, he knew he was wrong. Of course, he didn't have anything against Nux, he just thinks that it is not good for Viscount Felberta's image to have a boy toy following around her all the time. If they want, they can have all the fun they want in the night, but doing it so openly might affect her influence as a noble. Neither Nux nor Felberta bothered about his thoughts, seeing him exiting the office, Nux stood up before he entered the office with a smile. Felberta's eyes brightened when she saw Nux walking inside the office. Nux! She hurried over and jumped on him in excitement. Ha, what are you? A monkey? Nux laughed as he carried Fel into his arms. Ha! Who are you calling a monkey? Do you want to die? Ho! How are you going to kill me? Fel smiled seductively as whispered into his ear, I can suck you dry, till you die. You know, that's actually not a bad way to die at all. Dying with beauty in hand. Nux joked. Alright, then I'll let you have that honor today. Talk after you don't lose your mind with just one thrust. Felberta's face turned red as she muttered, "You are really shameless." Ha ha ha. Nux laughed as he walked towards her chair. He sat down and placed Fel on his lap as he questioned. "So, Miss Dominant One, how would you like to start our afternoon session?" "Humph. You don't have to worry about it, since I am one in charge, I'll do everything." Viscount snorted. Last night, she noticed that every time they have sex, she ends up as a weaker one, the one being drilled while moaning like a whore, whereas Nux was always the one who controlled the pace. She then decided that from now on, she will be the dominant one, controlling the pace while Nux will be at the receiving end. But the reality is often disappointing. She tried to take control of the things this morning, but that ended with her being drilled mercilessly. "Alright, Miss Dominant One, I'll wait patiently to see what you got," Nux smirked provocatively. "Humph." Fel snorted again before she got on her knees. She removed his pants and a semi-hard 6-inch rod popped out. She grabbed it gently before giving it a few jerks, she then smiled seductively before kissing its head. All the while, she did not break the eye contact between them. She had already noticed that though he feels good with her breasts as well, a blowjob works wonders if she wants to turn him on. Ugh. Nux's body shuddered when he saw her kissing his dick with her red juicy lips like that. The Viscount continued licking his shaft before slowly sucking his balls. When he saw his dick lying on top of Fel's face like that, a weird sense of satisfaction washed over him and his semi-hard dick turned hard. The scene was just too stimulating. He then saw the Viscount smiling at him. She kissed the head again before gobbling up the whole thing in one go. Ah! Nux moaned in pleasure as jolts of pleasure assaulted his body. The inside of her mouth felt warm and squishy. The Viscount slowly moved her head back and then she started sucking. Aang. The suction force was too much for Nux to bear and he moaned out loud. The Viscount's tongue moved all around his cock as if it was the tastiest thing she ever had. All this while, Fel never broke the eye contact. She noticed his reaction when her tongue licked different parts of his dick and quickly figured out all his weak points. She smiled in satisfaction when she saw him moaning like that. She could feel thick veins bulging out of his dick when she licked it. She moved her head back and forth, increasing and decreasing the pace whenever she wanted. Ah, Fel. It feels too good. Nux moaned again, his legs quivering in pleasure. He had long since closed his eyes to relish this otherworldly feeling to the greatest extent. Just as he was about to come, he felt Felberta slowing her face before she stopped. He frowned as he opened his eyes and he saw Felberta smirking at him. "Should I continue?" she asked playfully. What do you mean should you continue? Of course, you should. Then why aren't you admitting your wrongdoings and apologizing for teasing me so much? She smirked. "My beautiful Fel, I deeply apologize for everything I have done. Please be the bigger and kind person you already are and continue what you were doing." An instant reply. Fel was taken aback by his sudden reply and was a little disappointed. She wanted to see him struggling a little before saying what she wanted, but the instant reply didn't satisfy her. Still, she smiled and engulfed his whole dick in one go, resuming the blowjob. 29 Just entrust your body to me like you always do. Ugh, hi. Fel, I am coming. Nux grunted in pleasure. This time, he held her head so she couldn't pull the trick she did earlier. Fel's tongue moved around his dick quickly. Waves and waves of pleasure assaulted his body before he finally let go and fresh milk burst out from his dick. Felberta's mouth was filled with Nux's jizz. She wanted to move, but with Nux's newly gained strength, she couldn't. Her cheeks bloated before she slowly started swallowing his cum. Gulp gulp gulp. That felt good, Nux moaned in relief after he unloaded all of his cum inside her lovely mouth and finally released her head. "How could you do this to me? I nearly choked to death." Felberta complained. "It's not my fault, you were just too good. Also, we need to keep your office clean, don't we? You. Come on, at least control your pussy if you are going to act that you are angry. I can smell your juices from here, that's how wet you are right now. Who gets wet when they are angered? You horny woman." Felberta blushed. She couldn't believe her little sister gave her away. Still, now that she had won the first round, she did not want to let him take the lead as she continued. "Don't act like you know everything. As I said, just stay put and let me do everything." She completely ignored the fact that she was the one who blamed him. Of course, Nux did not mind, he found it rather cute. Also, it satisfied his ego seeing such a beautiful girl trying to satisfy him with everything she has. Fel stood up, removed her black panty before she lifted her gown to her waist and sat on Nux's lap facing him. She then held his still hard dick as she gave it a few strokes up and down. You dare call me horny when you are still hard after coming just a few moments ago. I would doubt my sexuality if I don't get hard seeing a beautiful girl like you trying so hard to seduce me. Humph. At least you have this much sense. Felberta smiled sweetly before snorting. She then placed his perfectly hard dick in front of her little sister and inserted it in one go. She let out a moan of pleasure. Nux didn't have it any better either, and he grunted in pleasure. After having so many rounds of sex with Felberta, her insides have already taken the shape of his dick. It was as if her vagina was specially made for him. Her squishy inside surrounded every part of his rod, sending him to cloud 9 just after entering it. Suddenly, Felberta hugged him tightly, his face stuck between her two giant but soft mountains that were still covered with her gown. The sweet scent of her lavender perfume assaulted his nose. Nux even wondered if it was an aphrodisiac because he could feel the sudden urge to just grab her and start pounding her like crazy. Of course, since he promised to play by her rules, he controlled that urge. He also wanted to see how far she could go to dominate him. Felberta then lifted her but before slamming it down again, sending jolts of pleasure inside his body. He could feel her soft and perky but hitting his thigh, jiggling after the collision. Ugh hi. On. Felberta also couldn't resist the pleasure and moaned out loud. Her pussy has already been molded into the shape of his dick, which means that with just one thrust, Nux can hit all her weak points making her body shudder in pleasure. The Viscount bit her lips and continued moving. Ugh hi. Nux continued moaning in pleasure, but Felberta had it worse. The more she moved, the more pleasure assaulted her body and soon, it was clear that her body was too numb and weak to continue. Nux smiled before he raised his head that was buried in her cleavage and whispered. Oh. Tired already? It's okay, just entrust your body to me like you always do. He then grabbed her perky butt, before lifting it up and as soon as he released it, he moved his crotch up as well, his dick exploring the area it couldn't do before when Felberta was in charge. Aang, Felberta shuddered in pleasure as his dick directly entered her womb. She grabbed his head tightly to cope with the pleasure, still trying hard to remain in control. Nux smiled before he lifted her but again, thrusting in the same way he did before and sending another wave of unbearable pleasure into her body. Aang aang aang. Fat, fat, fat. The sound of moans and flesh meeting flesh echoed throughout the office. Felberta's grip over Nux's head had already loosened, the only reason she was not falling was Nux's hand supporting her back from time to time. Her body was already numb, again, she completely entrusted her body to Nux to do as he see fit. Her mission to dominate him and be the one deciding the pace has failed miserably but she didn't care, the pleasure she felt right now marginally surpassed any pleasure she could ever feel after dominating Nux. Her whole body moved rhythmically with Nux's and her moans. Her Ahego face has long appeared. Gah. Suddenly, she felt Nux biting her nipple through her gown, her body jerked due to sudden stimulation, her canals tightened and a huge amount of love juice was released by her little sister. She came. Having his dick showered by her fresh juice, accompanied by her canals tightening around his dick trying to suck it dry, the pleasure he felt rose exponentially and... Ugh! I am coming again. His milk spread all over her insides. 30 What about you? Right after he came, Nux felt an almost negligible amount of energy entering his body. He quickly understood that after leveling up, in the future, the amount of energy he gains from Felberta would not help him with anything. Of course, that does not mean that he will stop having sex with her. He had other plans in his mind. He then glanced at Felberta, before activating his Eye of Discerning. Name, Felberta Alvi. Age, 28. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 5. HP, 120/120. STR, 9. AGL, 10. VIT, 12. STM, 10. INT, 9. Def, 9. Just as Nux came into her, Felberta felt a huge amount of energy entering her body. Normally, she would have ignored it as she was too busy enjoying the aftertaste of their session, but this addressed something she was very concerned about right now. She felt her strength increasing, and it was not by a little. She even felt she was hallucinating since she has been thinking too much about this issue, but Nux's words confirmed that she was indeed not hallucinating. Do you feel your strength increasing? Ha. Wah, how? Nux smiled as he kissed her forehead and explained. Do you remember when you told me to cultivate the technique you gave me and I said I have my ways to get stronger? Why yes. What about it? Well, this is the way. I have this ability that whenever I have sex with a woman, weird energy is released and is distributed between the couple. Of course, the weaker one gets the most shares. I call this dual cultivation. Fell's eyes opened wide in shock, she couldn't believe that such an absurd ability actually exists. Then dash. When we started, I was just a weakling, you on the other hand were stronger than me, that is also the reason how my strength grew so quickly, that is also the reason why you couldn't feel any changes since the energy you got was too minimal for you to notice while you relished the aftertaste of our session. But that still doesn't describe how you got stronger so wait, Felberta realized something, her expression turned black as if she was still processing what she learned. She was so shocked by what she learned that she started contradicting her brain, trying to find ways to prove her theory wrong. However, after thinking for a while, nothing came up and she glanced at Nux with unconcealed anger. It wasn't playful anger she always had, she was really angry this time. I will not hide it from you, I did have sex with another woman. You. How dare you? Do you think that just because he got a little stronger, I can't kill you? I have countless ways to have you die without even getting my hands dirty. Felberta roared as she grabbed his collar in anger and hatred. Nux on the other hand, stayed silent. He knew he was in the wrong, but he also knew that this is his only way to survive and live a good life in this new world. Not getting any reply from him, the Viscount's anger soared, tears threatened to leak out from her eyes, she then took a deep breath, stood up from his lap and ordered. Leave. Faye dash. I said, leave. Nux nodded before he walked out of the office. Outside the office, Skyla was there and glanced at him, she looked especially worried and wanted to talk to him but Nux shook his head. Lane was out for some work today, so no one would be here to tend to Felberta's needs if she left. After Nux left, Felberta wore her panty, fixed her gown before she walked into the bathroom and washed her face. She then returned to her office and sat on her chair, all this while, there was no expression on her face. An hour later, Joyob arrived. He frowned when he noticed the unusual atmosphere and questioned. Viscount Felberta, is something bothering you? No. Joyob realized that this no meant yes, he then thought about it and noticed that Nux wasn't here anymore. His eyes suddenly turned cold before he questioned. Viscount Felberta, if it is that boy toy who has hurt you in any way, we can get rid of him. Viscount frowned when she heard him and muttered, boy toy. Joyob furrowed his brows as he asked, that is what he is, right? Suddenly, Felberta thought about something and her brows furrowed even more. Unable to take it anymore, she stood up and announced, today's work is over, we will continue what's left tomorrow. Then without waiting for his answer, she stood up and left the office. Where is Nux? She questioned. I believe he is in his room, Skyla replied, there was a tinge of fear in her tone but the Viscount failed to notice that. Felberta nodded as she increased her pace and rushed towards Nux's room. Bam! Nux turned towards his door that was slammed open by someone and saw a familiar figure entering before closing the door with another bam. He stood up to receive his guest as he heard her question. Why did you do it? Do what? Why did you have sex with me instead of just running away after you completed your goal here? You know me, I might send someone to search for you, I wouldn't have hurt you. And then what would I do later? With your looks, I don't think you would have difficulties finding and seducing any other woman. You could have kept increasing your strength that way. Do you think that I don't have control over my ability? If I wanted to hide, I would have just disabled the dual cultivation ability and stayed here as if nothing happened, but... But what? But if I did that, then what about you? 31 I will always love you asterisk. But if I did that, then what about you? Nux questioned, of course, his talk about him controlling his ability was all bullshit, he didn't have that level of control yet. Heck, he didn't even know if he could control it in the future. What about me? Look, Fel, my goal is a lot bigger than you think. You might be a beautiful woman right now, but in a few years, your age will catch up to you, your body wouldn't be able to handle all the pleasure and we wouldn't be able to have sex as we do now. You are the first woman I fell in love with, there is no way I would let that happen. You are just a 28-year-old woman right now, 28 can be considered young if you are a cultivator. You might not be able to cultivate now that your prime is over, but that does not mean I cannot help you. I plan to force you to be with me in all my adventures from now on, and not just for a few years, but for many many years to come ahead. Felberta's anger soothed a little when she heard that, her age was her biggest worry right now, seeing him thinking about her and also finding ways to help her warmed her heart a little. Also, the words, "You are the first woman I fell in love with," filled her heart with an immense sense of satisfaction and delight. She had long since stopped considering him as her boy toy. She felt happy that he felt the same way. Of course, that doesn't mean she will forgive him so easily. She kept a tough front and questioned. "Then what would you have done if I had ordered to get you killed in a fit of anger?" "Humph. As if you can bear to see me get killed," Nux snorted. "You. How would you know that? Isn't me standing here in front of you enough proof?" Nux smirked arrogantly. "You." Felberta wanted to strangle him to death after seeing his arrogant expression. "Okay, now calm down. How about I apologize with my body instead?" Nux smiled as walked toward her before embracing her lovingly. Felberta nodded weakly. Nux's smile widened as he picked her up and placed her on his bed to start another round of lovemaking. Ang ang ang. Ang. Hearing the loud moaning sound coming out of the room, Skyla couldn't help but widen her big green eyes. Wasn't the Viscount angry? Why is she moaning like that? What did Nux do? Name, Felberta Alvi. Age, 28. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 6. HP, 130/130. STR, 10. AGL, 11. VIT, 13. STM, 11. INT, 10. Def, 10. My strength increased again. While being in Nux's warm embrace, without wearing anything, Felberta muttered, still surprised by how absurd his ability was. "It did, but not as much as before," Nux nodded. "How do you know?" "I can see others' strength with my eyes," Nux pointed at his hypnotic golden eyes. Felberta stared at them before noticing some sort of golden patterns moving around as if they were alive. "I wonder how many more surprises you have for me." "Oh, just wait, your future journey would be nothing sort of fantasy. I promise you." Felberta nodded with a smile. Nux, suddenly, Felberta called out. Can you tell me who is the other woman you spend time with? Do you promise not to say anything to her?" "That's not it, I have already accepted that you will meet and spend time with a lot more amazing women in the future. Many of these women would be even better than me. I am just thinking that since I have the advantage of meeting you the earliest, I would create a faction under me to increase my influence over you." "Ha ha ha ha, I can't believe you thought this far ahead. You really are a Viscount, aren't you?" "Ha ha ha." Hearing her words, Nux laughed out loud. The more he laughed, the redder Felberta's face got as she pinched his waist in anger. "Ouch. I give up. I give up. Don't do that anymore." Nux cried in pain. Of course, with his defense right now, it didn't hurt him that much, but it was still fun to see her reactions. Moments later, Nux turned serious as replied. "Fel, remember it, no matter how many women I meet, no matter how amazing they are. You, as my first love, will always have a special place in my heart. I will always love you, Kay." Felberta's heartbeat quickened, her face turned redder every second, and she replied in a voice as low as a mosquito. "I will always love you as well." Seeing her acting like that, Nux tightened his embrace around her. His hand played with her soft breasts while his limp rod stood up again. Sensing a hard and very familiar thing poking her ass, Felberta's face reddened even more before she threw away her bashfulness and returned to her previous Viscount mode. TSK, you got hard again. What kind of horny animal are you?" "Humph. You don't sound very convincing when your ass is moving like it is trying to get my rod closer to your canal. In your dreams. I would need an." Felberta wanted to retort, but just as Nux placed his dick right in front of her entrance, she moaned. TSK, and you had the galls to call me a horny animal." Nux snorted before he drilled his rod right into her canal. 32, Mission Lane Get. Congratulations to the host for rising to a beginner stage mana cultivator from a mortal stage mana cultivator. Int, +5. Blank points, +10. Congratulations to the host for rising to a beginner stage body cultivator from a mortal stage body cultivator. STR, +3. AGL, +3. VIT, +3. STM, +3. Def, +3. Blank points, +5. System shop, unlocked. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, beginner. Body cultivation, beginner. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 913. HP, 370/370. MP, 170/170. STR, 2334. AGL, 3041. VIT, 2637. STM, 2738. INT, 1726. Def, 2233. Blank points, 3360. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skyla Hale. Countless messages appeared in front of Nux as he released his jizz inside Skyla. A large amount of energy that gushed into his body felt great. He slowly removed his dick from her body as he smiled. It felt really good. It felt good for me as well, Skyla muttered shyly. Nux kissed her forehead before he hugged her from behind as the two stayed in the same position for a while. Since Lane was back today, they couldn't have sex in the bathroom, therefore, Nux sneakily brought her to his room after Skyla asked Lane to do her part of work as well for a while. Though confused, Lane nodded in agreement and Skyla quickly sneaked away with Nux without letting anyone know about this, not even Lane. Skyla enjoyed his embrace as she snuggled even closer to his body, which has now gained some muscles, making him manlier than before. After a few hours, outside Felberta's office, Joyob's mouth was twitching uncontrollably after he saw Nux entering Viscount Felberta's office with a smile on his face. Nobody will know how he will react if he was told that his words were the ones responsible for their relationship getting back on track and getting even stronger than before. However, Nux wasn't here to have sex with Felberta like before. Today, they were on a mission. Nux and Fel smiled when they glanced at each other as Nux remembered the time after they had sex last night. Nux. Yeah. You still haven't told me who the other woman is yet. It's Skyla. It's her. But how did you know that she was a cult? Oh, your eyes. Then what about Lane? What do you plan to do with her? Of course, I plan to have sex with her as well, but I still can't think how, Nux replied honestly. He might have ignored her since she and Skyla had around the same level of strength, but he had that mission with the penalty of him being stripped of his craving touch. He can't afford that. But tricking Lane won't be as simple as it was with Skyla. Huh. Why do you sound like I always trick women to get under their skirts? Huh. Isn't that what you do? Felberta did not waste the chance to retort to him. Nux thought about it a little and decided to remain silent. He knew himself well, heck. He even tricked this woman in front of him. How can he retort back? Felberta snorted before she continued. As I was saying, Lane isn't that easy to deal with. Skyla is a little clumsy, so it was easy to trick her, but Lane is too serious about her work. She would shun you away before you could even touch her. This will be a little trickier then, Nux muttered. I can help you if you do what I told you to do for the rest of the night. What do you think? Felberta offered. You'll help me? Aren't you against me spending time with other women? Nux questioned in surprise. I am, but I also know that with a weird ability like that, it will benefit you greatly. Also, Skyla and Lane are different, I know them already so I can bring them to my faction. Ha ha ha. I can't believe you are still thinking about it. You don't have to worry about that, just tell me, do you accept or not? Fel snapped. I will be under your care for the night then, master. Felberta smiled seductively before she brought her hand in front of his mouth and just like an obedient servant, he gently kissed her hand, showing his submission. Skyla. Lane. Felberta called out. Moments later, two beautiful women wearing French-made uniforms entered the office. Lane, I want you to go out and buy grains and some spices for this month. Viscount Felberta, I have already bought everything for this month when I left yesterday. Oh, is that so? Good, you are as efficient as ever. Oh right. I think it's time we buy a new set of utensils, don't you think? Lane, I'll leave it to you. Go and buy some new set of utensils, I want to see them by today evening. As you command, Viscount Felberta. Lane bowed though she thought that the Viscount was acting weird, she did not think too much about it and nodded. Oh right, Fel, you see, I have gained some muscles after exercising for so long, don't you think I should buy some new clothes for myself? Should I go with Sister Lane? I can also protect her if someone dares to bully her, what do you think? Okay, you do that. Lane, I will leave him in your care. Okay. Ha. Why would you leave me in her care? You think I am a child? Sister Lane should be left in my care, Nux complained. Of course, Fel completely ignored his words like they were nothing. Skyla and Lane smiled when they saw them acting like that. Alright, Sister Lane, let's go. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Nux grabbed her hand naturally before the two left the office. Felberta then glanced at Skyla, being stared at her like that. Skyla panicked before she questioned. Viscount F. Felberta, is there anything I can help you with? You still dare to act ignorant after stealing my man like that? Ha. 33 L love. You still dare to act ignorant after stealing my man like that? Ha. Felberta snapped. Skyla's face turned pale when she heard that. She then quickly bowed and apologized. I am very sorry, Viscount Felberta. I was the one who seduced him. It was not Nux's fault. If you are angry, then please punish me. Seeing her acting like that, Felberta couldn't help but laugh out loud. She just wanted to tease her a little. She didn't expect her to react so strongly. Skyla on the other hand got even more confused when she saw her laughing like that. Don't worry, I won't punish you. It's not your fault, that Nux is a scoundrel. Once he lays his trap, no one can escape it. That's not it. I am really telling the truth, I was the one who seduced him. It was not his fault. Felberta was dumbfounded when she saw her acting like that. She felt like she was a tyrant of a love story of a couple and is forcing them apart. I said I am not angry, not at you, neither at Nux. So don't worry, Felberta clarified. What? Skyla stuttered. She was already panicking when she learned that the Viscount learned about her and Nux. Although she wondered how she learned about it, she did not have the time to think about it. She only wanted to protect Nux by taking the blame on herself. She knew that if she wasn't curious about sex, Nux wouldn't have shown her. Not only that, she then even got addicted to how good it felt and they both continued doing it. It was all her fault. She did not want Nux to suffer because of her, but when she heard that the Viscount wasn't angry at them even though she knew what they did, she could not believe it. Yes, so don't worry about unnecessary things since we don't have time for that. Come here, I need your help with something. As you say, Viscount Felberta. Seeing Felberta confirming her words, Skyla smiled brightly as she quickly walked towards her. Felberta wanted to change the way she called her since they were both the woman of the same man, but deciding that it was Nux's headache, she did not bother with it. Do you know why I sent Lane and Nux together? Felberta questioned directly. What? Wait. Viscount Felberta, you don't mean. Yes, it is exactly as you think it is. I want Lane and Nux to be together and for that, I need your help. Okay. As Felberta confirmed her doubts, Skyla couldn't help but get even more confused. She clearly remembers how mad she was when she learned that Nux had sex with another woman yesterday, but today, not only she's not mad anymore, she is even helping him get another woman. What kind of magic did Nux do on her? Was she really the Viscount Felberta she knew? What are you thinking about? Do you agree or not? While she was still wondering about it, she heard Viscount Felberta's question and quickly nodded. Good, now remember, when Lane comes back. On the other side, Lane was being dragged by Nux as he held her hand tightly. Sister Lane, don't leave my hand till I say, okay? I can only protect you if you stay with me. Although she was stronger than Nux, or she believed, Lane nodded lightly. She did not dislike this foreign feeling that arose in her heart. Sister Lane, or Lane Wine, was a beautiful and serious woman. She had dark brown color hair and eyes, she had a well-carved face, with sharp brows, a thin nose and soft pink lips. Nux's favorite part about her was her big but firm breasts which were even larger than Fel's. Her body curves were wonderful, coupled with her maid uniform, she was an ideal dream-made girl in any teen's fantasy. Why didn't you and Viscount Felberta stay together today like you two always do? What do you mean? I meant that why did you and Viscount Felberta not have your afternoon session like you always do? Ha ha ha. Why are you laughing? Lane glared at Nux. Sorry, I just find it funny how you are so ashamed of saying the word sex. Ha ha ha. That's not it. That's not it at all. Lane quickly retorted. Oh. What it is then? Why, you are too young to understand that, so there is no point explaining. Ha ha ha, look how flustered you are. Sister Lane, although you are older than me, you are still too immature. Even Sister Skyla is more mature than you. Ha. Skyla? What do you mean? Lane frowned. Nothing, Nux snickered inwardly. After a long walk, the two finally entered the market. Nux also understood why Fel said that she was not easy to deal with. During the whole journey, she didn't utter a single word. Of course, Nux also did not allow her to free her hand. The two walked hand in hand without saying any word. Nux sighed. He realized that if he did not initiate the conversation, she would not speak at all. Sister Lane, why do you work as a maid? He questioned whatever came to his mind. What kind of question is that? I mean, why do you work as a maid for Viscount Filberta? Why not other nobles? Is there any reason for it? Viscount Filberta's father picked me and Skyla up from an orphanage. Not only did he provide us with a decent place to live and food, he even gave us cultivation techniques to cultivate. We are both indebted to him for changing our lives and decided to work as his daughter's maids. You and Sister Skyla are orphans. Then you two must be really close, huh? We are. A small smile appeared on her face when she talked about her. Skyla is the only person I am close to. Sister Lane, would you mind if I ask a personnel question? You can ask. Whether I will answer or not depends on the question. Sister Lane, do you have someone you love? Love? 34. Is it Nux? Love? Do you have someone who makes your heart race just with a mere mention of his name? Ha. Of course not. A maid doesn't need love. Ha. What kind of logic is that? Who said that? Who doesn't need love? Why would anyone even need love? Won't that just waste their time? Then do you plan to be a maid even after you get old? Don't you wish to have anyone who is there with you at all times? Anyone, who you can share your joy and sadness with? Don't I have Skyla for that? She is there for me whenever I need her, and I can share anything I want with her, Lane countered. But you can't have sex with Sister Skyla now, can you? Nux snickered. What? Then what if Sister Skyla found someone she loves? She definitely won't have much time for you if that happened, will she? Ha. Skyla finding someone she loves. Lane frowned. Of course, you can't be thinking of forcing Sister Skyla to live your way, are you? Finding someone you love is natural. Even if you force yourself not to, it doesn't mean Sister Skyla won't. What will you do after Sister Skyla isn't there for you anymore? Nux questioned. That would never happen. Skyla would never do that. Lane retorted. Who knows? Nobody knows what the future holds. What if Sister Skyla found someone she loves? Would you want her to force her heart and continue living the boring life you two are living right now? Isn't that a very lonely way to live? Nux's words had a huge impact on Lane. She looked back and noticed that their life was true as Nux said, boring. Since they both cultivate, they are different from other servants and are treated differently. This caused other servants to avoid them. Of course, it did not matter to Lane because that was how they were used to live to begin with. As long as they were together, everything was fine. But that's where another problem came in. The two of them had the same job in the same place. No matter how close they were, they didn't have any topic to talk about. The two of them just eat and sleep together without having anything to talk about. She has seen other servants talking with each other about their respective spouses. Some complained, some bragged, but in the end, they still had something to share, but she and Skyla did not. When she imagined them living like that for the rest of their lives, Lane shuddered. But when she imagined Skyla finding someone she loves and leaving her behind, Lane shuddered even more. I have to talk about this with Skyla, she thought inwardly. Just as she was about to contemplate even more, she felt Nux pulling her somewhere. She then glanced at his face and seeing the excited look on his face, she smiled unconsciously. Sister Lane, look. A gift shop. Nux exclaimed, his eyes gleaming in excitement. He then picked up 3 simple-looking black-colored bangles and bought them. Why did you buy this? This one for Viscount Felberta, this one for Sister Skyla, and this. She saw him smiling before she felt something on her hand. She looked down and saw a black bangle on her wrist. And this is for you. This is also my way of saying that I will be there for you. If you ever feel lonely, you can come to me. Lane felt her heart racing like never before as a warm feeling filled her heart, but the feeling soon disappeared when she heard his next words. We can also have sex if you want. You. Lane glared at him angrily. Ha, I am joking, I am joking. Even though I am actually not. You are really shameless. Come on, you need to have some sort of fun in life, don't you? Or else you would die of boredom. Humph. Lane snorted outwardly, but inside, she had a little smile on her face as she glanced at the bangle in her hand. The two bought everything Felberta said. Nux let her choose clothes for him and Lane did it excitedly. Of course, Nux did not forget to tease with every chance he gets, and their shopping trip that continued throughout the afternoon ended. Name, Felberta Alvi. Age, 28. Mana cultivation, mortal. Body cultivation, mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 8. HP, 150/150. STR, 12. AGL, 13. VIT, 15. STM, 13. INT, 12. Def, 12. My strength increased again. After their night session, Felberta muttered as she clenched her fist. MMHM, a few more sessions before you will finally step into beginner mana cultivation stage. Felberta nodded with a smile. She couldn't believe the problem she thought so deeply and gave up will be solved so easily, and the process will be so pleasurable. Did you succeed in the mission today? She suddenly questioned. Are you doubting my skills? The two of them should be talking about it right now. Nux affirmed. Yeah, how can you fail when it comes to seducing an innocent woman? I myself am a victim. You are really thick-skinned enough to say that when you are grabbing my little brother in your hands, huh? Nux was right. Just as Skyla and Lane were done with the work and returned to their room, Lane questioned. Skyla, do you have someone you love? What? Do you have someone you love, someone whose mere mention of his name fills your heart with joy? Suddenly, Skyla blushed. Lane's eyes widened in surprise as she questioned. Do you have one? Skyla nodded embarrassedly. Sister Lane, why are you asking about it? Who is it? Lane questioned without answering her question. Skyla slowly glanced at the black-colored bangle she was wearing. Matching her gaze, she glanced at the bangle on Skyla's hand and her eyes widened. Is it Nux? 35 I can't do that. Is it Nux? Skyla slowly nodded her head without raising it. She was too embarrassed to face her. Skyla. You mustn't. Suddenly, Lane shouted as she grabbed Skyla's shoulders. Skyla, I know Nux is extremely good-looking and, she blushed mid-sentence as she glanced at her bangle, and very caring as well. Although he acts like a pervert sometimes, that also has its charm. He might as well be the most perfect person you could have as your partner. Nobody knew if she was convincing Skyla, or just confirming her own thoughts as she continued, but you mustn't fall in love with him. He belongs to Viscount Felberta. Boo dash. No buts, remember, he belongs to Viscount Felberta. I know it will break your heart, you must have already fallen in love with him by now and must be continuously thinking about him while you work, but you mustn't make a move on him or it will hurt Viscount Felberta. I'll give you a tip, remember all the things Sir Alvi has done for us, he is the reason why we have a roof on our heads and good food to eat every day. With how much he has done for us, how can we hurt his beloved daughter like that? No, we are not that selfish. Do you understand? Nobody knew where the "we" come from. But Sister Lane, Viscount Felberta has already agreed. Good, I knew you were, what? Yes, Viscount Felberta already knows about our relationship and has given her approval. Are you sure? Of course, why would I ever lie to you? Lane was so shocked by her words that her mouth opened wide. And not only that, but I already belong to Nux. Skyla dropped another bomb. What do you mean? My body already belongs to him now, Skyla answered with her face so red that she looked like a tomato. Oh my lord. How? When? Lane shouted in shock as she questioned. Why, yesterday was the first time and today morning was the second, Skyla replied shyly. You did it twice. Lane screamed in surprise. Somewhere in her heart, a sense of disapproval and dissatisfaction welled in. She wanted to be happy for her sister but she couldn't, instead, she was jealous of her. She wanted to throw this feeling away, but she couldn't. Sister Lane, why don't you consider Nux as your partner as well? Skyla dropped another bomb as she questioned. Huh? No, of course not. I would dare not go after your man. We are sisters after all. Lane placed a huge stone on her heart as she replied. No, it will not hurt me. On the contrary, it will make me feel good. Sister Lane, you see, I have spent my whole life with you. From what I know, Nux will leave this mansion sooner or later and I would have to choose between you and him, which will put too much pressure on my heart. Both of you are irreplaceable parts of my life, please don't make me choose one of you. Sister Lane, just imagine, we two sisters having the same man, we can live together forever along with the man we love. Won't that be so amazing? Skyla suggested, her eyes glimmering with hope. And this is for you. This is also my way of saying that I will be there for you. If you ever feel lonely, you can come to me. Suddenly, Nux's words echoed inside her mind and Lane blushed. She considered Skyla's suggestion and couldn't help but think that it was too attractive. Sister Lane, tomorrow morning, I will be going to Nux's room, why don't you come with me? Skyla questioned. Suddenly, Lane glanced at Skyla as she questioned seriously, you will have sex with tomorrow as well? Of course, we will have sexy every day. A sudden emotion welled inside Lane's heart. I mustn't miss out. I have already lost too much. Okay, I'll go with you. Lane decided. Yay! Sister Lane, you are the best. Skyla jumped in joy as she hugged her tightly. I am not the best, my little Skyla, I am just a selfish person, Lane muttered inwardly, clearly disgusted by herself. The next morning, after sending Felberta off to her office, Nux returned to his room, waiting for someone, or some people. He didn't have to wait for too long as the door opened and Skyla walked in. Oh. Skyla. You are Sister Lane. What are you doing here? Nux questioned in surprise. Hearing his question, Lane blushed before she pinched Skyla's waist, signaling her to explain it to him. And Nux, I had a request, after screaming in pain, Skyla started. You can ask me anything, love, Nux replied gently. Skyla and Lena blushed a little before Skyla continued. Nux, you see, Sister Lane and I have always been together. When I was thinking about it, I couldn't seem to choose between you two. So that's why, I want you to accept Sister Lane together with me. So in other words, you want me to have sex with both of you at the same time? Before Skyla could even answer, Lane nodded readily. I am very excited and happy about this offer, but I am sorry, I can't do that, Nux directly shook his head. Skyla opened her eyes wide in shock. Lane however had it worse, her heart plunged into despair. She thought that everything Nux said to her yesterday was fake and her whole world crumbled, tears welled up inside her eyes but just before they could fall, Nux's next words pulled her from despair and brought her to heaven. This should be Sister Lane's first time, right? A woman's first time is very precious. I have to give her special attention. Skyla, my love, would you mind leaving the room for a while? You can come back in an hour and I promise I will make up to you. 3636, mission accomplished, 3. This should be Sister Lane's first time, right? A woman's first time is very precious. I have to give her special attention. Skyla, my love, would you mind leaving the room for a while? You can come back in an hour and I promise I will make up to you. Okay. Skyla sighed in relief before she nodded readily and left the room. After Skyla left, Lane's heart started beating faster. She was now alone with Nux inside his room. She felt a sudden need to say something and opened her mouth. I don't know anything about sex. Oh. So you can indeed say the word sex, Nux nodded in realization. Lane's face blushed in embarrassment, she then saw Nux walking towards him. The closer he came, the faster her heartbeat rose. You don't have to worry, just leave your body to me, okay? She heard Nux's gentle voice and nodded. She felt Nux's hand on her but before he carried her in his arms and placed her on the bed. It's really going to happen. Lane thought inwardly. Suddenly, she felt something soft on her lips. She glanced below and saw Nux's lips touching her. She moved her lips a little forward, feeling his lips even more. She then felt his right hand moving down before directly entering her skirt before reaching her sacred place. The closer it got, the stiffer her body got. She then heard a calming voice that seemed to ease all her insecurities. You do not have to be so tense. Just relax, Kay. Lane nodded as she took a deep breath and calmed her body. She soon felt his fingers moving her forbidden area sensually, her body trembled and she could feel her juices building inside her. Then suddenly, a long finger entered her canal sending a jolt of pleasure into her body. MNHFF. She wanted to moan but at the same time, a wet something entered her mouth and started fighting her tongue for dominance. Since she was already facing so many attacks at the same time, her tongue lost without much of a fight. Soon, another finger entered her cave. MMHGGNH again, she wanted to moan but her mouth was already dominated by his, so only a muffled moan was released. The two fingers started exploring her cave. The pleasure she felt already surpassed the pleasure she even thought was humanly possible to feel. Unable to moan, her body found another way to show how good it felt, her back arched up and her eyes rolled up. Ayang, it feels so good. As if understanding her plight, he freed her already defeated mouth, allowing her to moan to her heart content. Soon, she felt her giant mountains getting freed. She felt an otherworldly wave of pleasure assaulting her body as soon as his wet tongue then started licking her already erect nipple. Her canals tightened and she moaned even more. Inenjivich. She felt his tongue stopping for a second before it continued to assault her nipple, sending waves of pleasure all over her body. It didn't a long time before her body finally gave up, her canal tightened more than ever and she screamed. I am coming. Spurt. She came, drenching his hand with her cum. Moments later, her arched back fell, her eyes balls that weren't visible returned, and her large breast moved up and down as she started breathing heavily. Ha! 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 Just as she thought that pleasure couldn't get any better, she felt something that was not his hand or fingers touching her canal. She slowly opened her tired eyes and saw a huge dick, which she has seen being drilled into Viscount Felberta's pussy, standing proudly in front of her entrance. Alright, next jump to the next stage, she heard a voice but before she could reply, his little brothers had already entered her little sister and she moaned. On. It might hurt a little, be brave, Kay. Lane's mind wasn't really clear, her body just knew that had to nod at whatever this man said, and it did that. Lane was then jolted awake by the sudden pain she felt, but before she could even register it, another wave of pleasure entered her body through her breast, more specifically her nipple. She glanced down and saw Nux biting her nipple, sending shivers to her body. Ayana. With this weird combination of pleasure and pain she was feeling, Lane moaned weirdly but soon, the pleasure overwhelmed her pain as she could feel her nipple being sucked on by Nux while being licked by his tongue inside his mouth. Inenjivich. Her body quivered in pleasure as her pussy released her love juice uncontrollably, her tight cave loosened a little, allowing his dick to move. Soon, she felt the dick that has invaded her pussy moving, after a few little back and forward moves, his rod moved back, nearing the entrance before directly drilling into her deepest parts. Ayana. She could feel him repeating the same move, drilling it even deeper this time. Ayana. The process started getting smoother as Nux increased his pace while exploring deeper and deeper. Ang. Lane continued to moan in delight, the pain she felt was long since overwhelmed by the huge amount of mind-numbing pleasure that assaulted her body. Her back arched up again, eyes rolled back and she continued to moan while being drilled by his rod mercilessly. Angading feels so good ang. Yuug. Nux was also trying his best to not moan in pleasure, her pussy was unusually tight, and his both hands played with her plump and large breasts, while he drilled deeper and deeper. He could then feel his dick twitching, knowing that he was about to come, he pinched and pulled her nipples. Ang hi am coming again. She moaned loudly, her pussy walls tightened to a ridiculous degree and her love juice drenched his dick. Not able to take the pleasure anymore, Nux grunted and his milk burst out. Ugh hi. Ding. Mission accomplished. 37 Hey. Don't leave me out. Just as he painted her walls white, a huge amount of energy entered his body, revitalizing his body. A screen appeared in front of him, announcing the mission being accomplished. Mission, fuck Lane Wine. Description, well, fuck Lane Wine. Reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, Craving Touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days, 8 days left. Mission status, completed. The reward will be sent to system inventory. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, beginner. Body cultivation, beginner. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 17. HP, 370/370. MP, 250/250. STR, 42. AGL, 49. VIT, 45. STM, 46. Int, 29. Def, 41. Blank points, 72. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skyla Hale, Lane Wine. Since Lane was still tired, he did not force her to go for the second round. There was still some time before Skyla returned. Nux sat cross-legged before he looked at another feature he got a day ago. System Shop. Cultivation Techniques. 1-star Cultivation Techniques, 100 system points. 2-star Cultivation Techniques, 200 system points. 3-star Cultivation Techniques, 500 system points. 4-star Cultivation Techniques, 1000 system points. 5-star Cultivation Techniques, 2000 system points. 6-star Cultivation Techniques, 5000 system points. 7-star Cultivation Techniques, 10,000 system points. There were still more, but Nux quickly decided to ignore them and move to the next. Columns. Skill Books. 1-star Skill Books, 10 system points. 2-star Skill Books, 20 system points. 3-star Skill Books, 50 system points. 4-star Skill Books, 100 system points. 5-star Skill Books, 200 system points. 6-star Skill Books, 500 system points. 7-star Skill Books, 1000 system points. Weapons. 1-star Weapons, 10 system points. 2-star Weapons, 20 system points. 3-star Weapons, 50 system points. 4-star Weapons, 100 system points. 5-star Weapons, 200 system points. 6-star Weapons, 500 system points. 7-star Weapons, 1000 system points. Abilities. 1-star Abilities, 100 system points. 2-star Abilities, 200 system points. 3-star Abilities, 500 system points. 4-star Abilities, 1000 system points. 5-star Abilities, 2000 system points. 6-star Abilities, 5000 system points. 7-star Abilities, 10,000 system points. Current system points, 20. Nux could see a few other sections but they were locked and he couldn't even read what they were. So he decided to ignore them as well. Ah, so this is where I can use my system points, Nux realized, but when he saw the price, he quickly backed off. He didn't even have enough money for a 1-star cultivation technique or ability. Not that he needed a cultivation technique since he already had this cheat, but damn, it was expensive. The skill books and weapons aren't any better either. He would have nothing left if he bought 2 1-star skills or weapons. Nux then shook his head and decided that he would just talk to Felberta and get whatever skills and weapons she had. That way, he would be able to save some system points and buy something good later. Of course, that did not stop him from reading about some skills books and abilities, thinking of different ways to use them. He learned that these skill books were like spells a magician has, while these abilities are more like innate power or something like his craving touch and eye of discerning. Of course, his 2 abilities were very high-leveled, at least he didn't find something of similar use in the 1, 2, or 3-star ability section. He didn't dare venture deeper as 1000 system points were still a pipe dream for him. Time passed, and soon, Skyla entered the room with a big smile on her face. Sister Lane is sleeping, huh? I guess she was too tired just after 1 session, she muttered. Heh, it is not like you are anything better. You always pass out after I come inside you, Nux teased. I was inexperienced back then. I can guarantee I have improved now. What back then are you talking about? Didn't you pass out just yesterday? Yesterday was yesterday, today is different. Heh, we'll see about that. Skyla blushed a little before she walked towards the bed before she fell on top of Nux. Nux then quickly turned around, lying on top of Skyla. Without wasting any time, his hand moved towards her pussy and when he touched her entrance, he noticed that she was already wet. Were you peeping? I only looked a little before I went back to my room. And what did you do in your room? And nothing, she tried to avoid his gaze. Ha ha ha, you so cute, Skyla. Skyla blushed in embarrassment. Alright, since you are already ready, shall we start with the main dish directly? Nux did not wait any longer, he quickly removed her white panty before he inserted his half-hard dick inside. Her warm insides wrapped around his half-hard dick, caressing him as if eager for it to grow up. After enjoying the pleasure for a while, Nux started moving rhythmically. Skyla on the other hand bit her lips, she wanted to control herself and not moan like she always does. Some maids working in the mansion have already heard her moans. She could hear when they about it and it made her too embarrassed. Nux then lowered her uniform, freeing her cute breasts as he played with them to his heart's content. It did not take a long time for his dick to harden, its veins bulged out, going deeper and deeper with every thrust. Ah. An. So good. Aang. Ang ang ang. Skyla tried to keep her voice down. It started with a little moan, then with a bigger one, and then even bigger, before she finally decided that it would be too difficult to complete her task and decided to let go. Her mind was already numb with pleasure as Nux drilled her rhythmically. She was too busy enjoying the pleasure to think about these minor things like her moans. Yes, she will regret it later. Nux continued his drilling. Skyla's pussy was way too soft, and since it had already taken his shape, no point of his rod was intended by her walls, pushing him to cloud 9, his body and mind numb with pleasure. Ugh hi. It didn't take a long time for fresh milk to build up. He then grabbed her perky butt before filling her insides with his jizz. Aang so good ood. Skyla shouted, her canals tightened before her pussy drenched his long rod with its juices. Nux took a deep breath and felt familiar energy entering his body. Just as he was about to lie down, he heard another voice calling him. Hey! Don't leave me out. 38 The legendary threesome. Hey! Don't leave me out. I want to join as well. Lane said sleepily as she crawled towards the pair. She was sleeping soundly when she started hearing loud moans. Her dreams turned into wet dreams and soon, she woke up. The moment she woke up, she saw Skyla being drilled by Nux mercilessly as she moaned in ecstasy. Lane also noticed that Skyla's face was very close to Viscount Filberta's. The sight turned her on while she pondered how could Skyla show such an indecent face. Of course, she didn't know that she had a similar expression just an hour ago. Seeing her crawling towards him while her huge breasts hanging down, swaying back and forth, Nux felt his dick twitching again. It didn't take a long time for his rod to stand proudly again, ready for another round. Since you want it so badly, why not? Of course, even he was tired after ejaculating so many times, but the energy he received after he came inside Skyla helped him recover a bit. Also, seeing her huge mountain swaying like that, as if needing attention was another boost to his will, he believed he shouldn't turn her down no matter what. I want to join as well. Suddenly, he heard another voice. He glanced at Skyla who was lying on the bed as he questioned. Aren't you tired? Didn't I say that I was too inexperienced back then? I can go for another round without a problem now. Skyla replied with a smug smile. Nux glanced at her before he glanced at Lane and suddenly, a thought made him excited. Am I going to have the legendary threesome? Damn! I became one of those characters that my previous virgin self was jealous of. Thinking that, he smiled as he replied, then you are welcome to join as well. Alright, from now on, you two shall listen to me and I promise I will fuck you to the 9th heaven. The girls blushed in embarrassment, they couldn't believe how bold he was to say indecent things like that out loud. However, when they saw him waiting for their reply, the two of them nodded. Alright, now the placing. As a certified virgin and a man of culture, Nux had watched enough source materials to know what he can do to make them feel the most pleasure. Of course, since this was his first time as well, he was a little nervous as well, but he quickly hit it and continued confidently. Lane, now crawl over here, place your ass on Skyla's face and place your mouth in between her thighs, Nux ordered. Lane blushed before she nodded with a determined look and crawled over to them. The sight of her breasts jiggling was a huge turn-on for Nux. Even though her movements were a little stiff, she quickly placed herself as Nux told. All this while, hers and Skyla's faces were red like a tomato. Alright, now continue licking your sister's little sister until I tell you to stop, Kay. Lane nodded before she licked Skyla's pussy for the first time. Her body was trembling in nervousness and some excitement. She imitated Nux's fingers as she licked the surroundings slowly before she inserted her tongue inside. Skyla's pussy was already a little sensitive since she had just come, therefore she moaned in pleasure when Lane's tongue entered her cave. Good, don't forget to tease and knead her, but from time to time, do it just like I need your milky breasts. Lane did as she was told as her hands grabbed Skyla's perky butt. Skyla's moan already filled her with some weird sense of satisfaction. Right now, she was even more excited to continue what she was doing, her nervousness transformed into excitement and thrill. Aim dash. Skyla's moan was abruptly stopped as a huge rod was placed on her forehead, nose, and lips. As if controlled by some force, her lips moved forward automatically, planting a small kiss that looked more like a kiss of submission. MMNNFFF. The dick's strong scent assaulted her nose, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Look closely how it enters and pleasures your sister's little sister, K. Skyla nodded as she opened her eyes. The sight of a huge dick placed right above her eyes made her tremble in excitement. Her pussy leaked her juices endlessly. By the sudden influx of fresh juice, Lane was surprised, but then she started drinking her sister's juices greedily as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. Her hand movement quickened, sending waves and waves of pleasure inside Skyla's body. MMNN. Skyla wanted to moan, but since her lips were busy kissing Nux's dick, she couldn't and let out a weird sound instead. Nux then started rubbing his dick in front of Lane's entrance. Lane's body trembled in excitement, she wanted to stop her tongue and moan but was stopped as she heard Nux's order. Don't stop your tongue till I say otherwise, K. Lane nodded without stopping, showing how obedient of a girl she was. Her fresh juice leaked out of her pussy, and Nux smiled as he glistened his dick with her juices, preparing to enter and conquer her insides. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of pleasure coursing through his body and he looked down. Skyla, since she couldn't kiss and lick his dick anymore, she shifted her mouth to the next target. His balls. She kissed and licked them a little before she gobbled them up and started sucking. Good. Nux smiled as he praised before he turned to Lane's ass and drilled his dick right into her in one go. 39 The Legendary Threesome. 2. Lane's body jolted in pleasure as Nux drilled his dick into her. Since she wasn't allowed to stop licking her sister's little sister, she let out a muffled moan and tightened her grip around Skyla's perky butt. This sends another jolt of pleasure into Skyla's body as she intensified her sucking, increasing Nux's pleasure. Impressed by the cycle of pleasure he created, Nux smiled before he pulled his dick backwards, and then smashed it right into her. He then repeated this again, then again, and again, before his movements turned smoother and caught a rhythm. The more he pounded Lane, the more pleasure she felt and she tightened her grip around Skyla's ass, sending more pleasure inside Skyla's body, causing her to suck even more. Ugh, hi, this feels so good, Nux grunted in pleasure before his eyes fell on Lane's huge breasts swaying back and forth in rhythm with his drilling. They looked extremely soft, it was as if they were enticing him to grab them. He bent down, placed his head on her back and grabbed her mountains as he started playing with them. ANNGHH, as the pleasure she was feeling exploded, Lane stopped her licking and squeezing, and moaned out loud. This caused the cycle to stop. Nux, of course, wasn't exactly happy with it. He smiled as he slowed his thrusting before stopping. Lane's body trembled in frustration, she wanted to ask why he stopped but soon heard her answer. I said don't stop until I tell you to. Lane nodded before she quickly started licking Skyla's pussy and kneading her butt. She didn't waste time telling him how good it felt or anything, she just wanted him to start his pounding as soon as possible. Nux, of course, did what she wanted and the cycle continued. As he kneaded her breasts, he remembered that her weak point was the same as Felberta's. He wondered if the women who have larger breasts have the same weak point, but he quickly threw that thought out as another, far better thought entered his mind. He smiled evilly before he pinched Lane's nipples. MMNHFFH. This time, Lane did not repeat her mistake and continued licking while her canals tightened, but Nux wasn't done. He quickly started pulling her nipples as if he wanted to tear them apart. Lane's body jolted due to this weird sense of pain and pleasure, her canals tightened more than ever. To not moan out loud, she started sucking Skyla's pussy intensely, causing Skyla to suck on Nux's balls even more strongly. Ugh, I am coming. The stimulation was too much for Nux to bear, his milk burst out, painting all Lane's insides in white while he pinched her pink nipples even harder. As if her last defense was broken, Lane orgasmed like there is no tomorrow. Her whole body trembled before turning weak and she passed out. Nux's face twitched when he saw her passing out like that. He wanted to pass out too, but he still had to go for another round. He glanced down and when he saw Skyla licking and sucking on his dick, trying to keep it as hard as possible, and his heart turned warm. So what? It's just one round. With the energy I received from Lane, I believe I can make it. He thought inwardly as he glanced at Skyla again. He had to admit, Skyla licking and sucking his dick's head drenched with his and Lane's juices while his balls laid on her hairline, his dick laid on her forehead, her nose, all the way to her mouth was really turning him on. He enjoyed her service a little more before he chuckled. Skyla, my love, don't worry, I am not leaving you behind and unsatisfied. Skyla stopped her sucking and her face turned red. That's not it. Nux chuckled again before he placed the sleeping Lane to the side before he turned and placed his hard and sensitive dick right in front of Skyla's entrance. He looked at her face before smiling as he directly shoved his dick inside. Aang. Skyla moaned as her body twitched in pleasure. After all the teasing and licking Lane did, her body was a lot more sensitive than Nux thought. With just one thrust, her body arched up, her eyes rolled back, and her small tongue popped out. Nux smiled as he pulled his dick before shoving it again. Aang. Nux then thought of something and placed her legs on his shoulder and shoved his dick into her again. This way, he entered her deepest area, the one that he never entered before. Aang. Skyla was jolted awake by the sudden influx of pleasure, but before she understood what happened, Nux started his pounding, fucking her to the ninth heaven. Aang. She moaned uncontrollably, her body was already numb, especially her thighs. Nux didn't have it any better either, his dick was already sensitive after coming so much. As he entered deep inside her cave, the tightness made him feel numb. Then Skyla's pussy tightened even more as the pleasure she was feeling increased. He was already trying his best to hold out for a second longer. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to feel her cave tightening, signaling that she was about to come. His mind moved as he thought of different ways to make it happen before an idea came into his mind. He raised his hand high in the air before. Pat. He slapped her butt. Feeling her butt tightening, he slapped again, and then again. Pat pat pat. Skyla, who was already on cloud 9, felt another wave of painful but immense pleasure assaulting her body. Her body jolted as her walls tightened before. Aang. She came. Right, when her juices drenched his dick, he let go and another burst of milk was shot from his little brother. Aang. Yuan. This was doubtlessly one of the best orgasms he ever had. 40. Quest System. Right after he came, streams of energy entered Nux's body and a bunch of messages appeared in front of him, but he was too tired to bother with them and directly passed out in Skyla's embrace. Of course, Skyla wasn't any better either. Right after she came, she passed out as well. UX. Time passed quickly, and Nux heard a voice as he slept. Nux. 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 Slowly, the soft voice turned into a shout that pierced his ears as he retorted in anger. What? But when he saw who was calling him, his anger turned down, he smiled wryly and questioned in a sleepy voice. Fel, what happened? Yes, the one who was calling him was the Viscount, Felberta. Skyla and Lane were already standing behind her, their faces tinged with red. Do you know what time it is? Fel questioned. Nux glanced at the window and saw the sun shining brightly, he smiled wryly as he understood that it was already afternoon. Fel, my love, I am really too tired for our afternoon session. Please forgive me this one time, I will definitely make it up to you in the future. How about this? Tomorrow is your day off, right? How about I spend my entire time with you tomorrow? Nux offered. Felberta on the other hand frowned before she quickly understood that he misunderstood her intention for coming here. Although she did come here to complain here initially, she understood what happened and just wanted to ask if he wanted to have lunch. She didn't come here to get compensation. Of course, she was a little disappointing since she missed her afternoon session, but she has already made up her mind and knew something like this might happen in the near future. Of course, her mood improved when she heard his offer, she had no intention to clear this misunderstanding. Having him all to herself for a whole day was an offer worth lying. Humph. Since I am so gentle and forgiving, I will let you off for today, but do remember your promise tomorrow. Also, lunch is ready, eat before going back to sleep. Nux nodded with a smile, he then planted a kiss on Felberta's face before he walked towards the dining room. After he had his lunch, he walked back into his room and slept. Seeing him like that, Felberta glanced at the two maids as she chuckled. You really dried him out, huh? The two of them blushed in embarrassment. Seeing this, Felberta smiled before she continued. Tell me. How was it? Did you feel good? How did it feel to suck each other's love juices? The more she questioned, the more they blushed. The Viscount enjoyed teasing her new sisters and her future faction members. A few hours later, Nux finally woke up. He still felt a little tired, but it wasn't as bad as before. He then looked at his body and could see that his muscles were more defined than before. He clenched his fist and felt an enormous amount of power welling inside his body. He suddenly remembered the bunch of messages that appeared in front of him right before he passed out. He thought about it and those messages reappeared again accompanied by his favorite ding sound. Congratulations to the host for rising to an advanced stage mana cultivator from a beginner stage mana cultivator. Int, +5. Blank points, +10. Congratulations to the host for rising to an advanced stage body cultivator from a beginner stage body cultivator. STR, +3. AGL, +3. VIT, +3. STM, +3. Def, +3. Blank points, +5. System inventory, unlocked. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, advance. Race, human. Talent, low. LVL, 17-20. HP, 540/540. MP, 370/370. STR, 42-51. AGL, 49-58. VIT, 45-54. STM, 46-55. Int, 29-37. Def, 41-50. Blank points, 72-96. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skyla Hale, Lane Wine. Damn! I am strong! Nux exclaimed in surprise and excitement. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, another message popped up. Quest system unlocked. Current quests. Kill a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Accept, Y/N. Kill a 2-star beast. Reward, 2 system points. Accept, Y/N. Kill a 3-star beast. Reward, 5 system points. Accept, Y/N. Kill a 4-star beast. Reward, 10 system points. Accept, Y/N. Kill a 5-star beast. Reward, 20 system points. Accept, Y/N. Kill a 6-star beast. Reward, 50 system points. Accept, Y/N. Kill a 7-star beast. Reward, 100 system points. Accept, Y/N. Note, there is no limit to how many star beasts you kill, you will keep gaining the rewards mentioned above. Also, there is no penalty or time limit for these quests. A quest system, this is just like missions but more convenient, cool. Then, Nux began thinking. Should I accept these quests? I can gain system points if I complete this. Not only that, but I will also gain some fighting experience. Right now, I am just a brute with strength without any skill to back it up. If it comes to real fights, I might even lose to someone weaker than me. Although I don't need much strength now since I am very safe right now, the same can't be said for the future. This is a world that revolves around strength, being weak here is a crime. I should not take it lightly even if I have this cheat. Rather, now that I have this cheat, I should use it to the best of my abilities and live a longer, happier life. Thinking about all this, Nux decided to accept this quest. Of course, he wasn't planning to leave until he strengthens Felberta's cultivation to the advanced stage. For the next 10 days, Nux lived a fulfilling life. The morning started with a hot bathing session with Felberta. After that he spent time with Skyla and Lane, sometimes, he had a threesome, and sometimes the two of them took turns. In the afternoon, he had Felberta in Lunk Air, he spent time with Felberta. After teasing Skyla and Lane for a while, he spends time reading and learning more about this world. He knew information is the key and that he had to force himself to study about this world and gain some knowledge. Yes, he had learned how to read and surprisingly, it only took him 5 days to do it. He credited this fact to his increased intelligence. In the night, he has another round with Felberta as he ended the day. Yes, he was a little biased towards Felberta since she was his first woman, and Skyla and Lane were also busy whenever he was free so he couldn't spend as much time with them as he spends with Felberta. Of course, the more time he spends with his girls, the stronger he got. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, advance. Race, human. Talent, low, medium. LVL, 20-24. HP, 620/620. MP, 410/410. STR, 51-59. AGL, 58-66. VIT, 54-62. STM, 55-63. Int, 37-41. Def, 50-57. Blank points, 96, 108. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning. Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skyla Hale, Lane Wine. Name, Skyla Hale. Age, 25. Mana Cultivation, Advance. Body Cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Talent, Medium. LVL, 24. HP, 280/280. MP, 390/390. STR, 29. AGL, 34. VIT, 28. STM, 32. INT, 39. Def, 27. Name, Lane Winey. Age, 26. Mana Cultivation, Advance. Body Cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Talent, Medium. LVL, 23-24. HP, 280/280. MP, 380/380. STR, 34-35. AGL, 26-27. VIT, 27-28. STM, 29-30. INT, 37-38. Def, 34-35. Of course, the one with the highest progress was Felberta. Even she was surprised how quickly she rose to a level that others spend their whole life reaching. Name, Felberta Alvi. Age, 28. Mana Cultivation, Advance. Body Cultivation, Mortal. Occupation, Viscount of Skyfall Kingdom. Race, Human. Talent, Low. LVL, 6-22. HP, 290/290. MP, 360/360. STR, 10-26. AGL, 11-27. VIT, 13-29. STM, 11-27. INT, 10-36. Def, 10-26. With this, I can finally leave and go to the Blood Hill Wilderness. He has learned quite a few things about this world. This world only has one continent, which was around 6,000 kilometers far if you match the two opposite ends, for kingdoms ruled this continent, namely the Skyfall Kingdom, where Nux lives. The Kingdom of Scotty. The Solid Earth Kingdom. The Woods Dynasty. There were a few cultivation sects, but they were too weak in front of these large kingdoms and could only continue to exist if they submit to one of the kingdoms. These four kingdoms were surrounded by the Blood Hill Wilderness. No one knew how deep or wide it was, but from what little information people of this world had gained, they divided it into 3 levels. The outer area, the inner area, and the forbidden area. The outer area was occupied by 1 to 3 star beasts. The inner area was occupied by 3 to 5 star beasts. As for the forbidden area, well, it was forbidden to enter, so no one knows about it. 100 years ago, the king of Solid Earth Kingdom thought that there must be some sort of treasure in the forbidden area, and he prepared a huge army to find it. The army was accompanied by 2 strongest experts of the kingdom, but the only survivor of this expedition was the bloody soldier who returned with a torn arm and a bloody note that said, "Never enter the forbidden area." The king tried to talk to the survivor, but he was already psychologically affected and wasn't able to answer anything at all. He just mumbled a few muffled sentences, only a few words could be recognized. 2 of these were killed. Too strong. The whole incident had a major impact on the Solid Earth Kingdom. From being the second strongest, it fell to the last and is still not able to recover. After that, no one dared to enter the forbidden area anymore. Of course, Nux wasn't even planning to enter the inner area, let alone the forbidden one. Thinking about this, Nux stood up as he walked out of his room. Just as he exited his room, he saw Felberta, Skyla, and Lane looking at him worriedly. "Do you really have to go to Blood Hill Wilderness?" Felberta questioned. "You know I have to. I may be strong, but I still don't have any fighting experience. You know how this world is, the stronger you are, the more freely you live. So I have to do this to fulfill my dream," Nux replied gently. "Take care of yourself. Don't do anything rash and endanger your life, okay?" Skyla muttered. "Don't worry, I am too much of a coward to do something rash. I will run away as soon as I notice that I can't handle the situation. I am really confident in running away," Nux smiled. Lane didn't say anything, but you could see that she was really worried. The 3 ladies wanted to come with him, but he directly rejected them. He wouldn't be able to use his strongest skill, running away, if they followed him. 42 Clover Town. "Have you kept everything I gave you?" Your sword, your armor, healing potions, mana potions, and the skill books? Felberta questioned. Don't worry, I have kept everything, although I will repeat what I said before, the armor you gave dash. Yeah, I don't care. Nothing is more important than your life. If you came back with broken armor, rather than being mad, I would be happy that it could be used to save you. I can always buy new armors, no problem. But that is a 3-star armor. That's your family treasure, you can't buy it with money. Yeah, the same thing. Felberta completely ignored his words and waved her hands nonchalantly before her expression turned serious. Just come back safely, okay? Nux smiled as he kissed her soft lips. He then repeated the same thing action with Skyla and Lane. I'll be back soon. The three nodded as they accompanied Nux outside the mansion. Nux waved his hands as a farewell sign as he walked away. As Nux was walking toward the wilderness, he smiled when he remembered their worried looks and shook his head. He was really lucky to have them. He then sorted the other things he gained in these last few days. First, the skill books. As a Viscount, Felberta had 4 1-star skill books, each belonging to different elements. These skill books were given to her most loyal and trusted subordinates. As for what element skill they receive, it depends on their elemental affinity. Skyla, for example, had a medium-rank wind affinity, and Lane had a medium-rank earth affinity. Therefore the two of them received the Gale Steps and Earth Fists techniques respectively. When Nux's talent was examined, it showed that he had a low level with all the basic elements, which was not enough for him to cultivate any of these skill books. However, 2 days later, Nux requested to test himself again and surprisingly, it showed that now he had a medium-level affinity with every basic element. Nux understood how it worked. The talent in his system doesn't represent the cultivation speed, it shows the level of affinity a person has with a certain element. At first, he indeed had low-level talent, but after a few sessions with Skyla and Lane, he gained their talent as well. He first concluded that the talent drop rate was low, therefore he didn't get it in just one session, but now he learned that it was not that the drop rate was low. He was receiving their talent from the first time they had sex, but the system was distributing it to all his elements simultaneously, hence slowing the process. So right now, he had 4 1-star skill books, a 2-star sword, a few mana and healing potions, and a 3-star armor in his system inventory. This all would have cost him 110 system points. He cannot buy potions from the shop yet, if not for his Felberta. Of course, he also used all his system points to buy a 2-star body cultivation skill, the 9 strikes of sword, from the system. Yes, he bought a body cultivation skill because his body was 2 times stronger than a normal cultivator. Also, body cultivation skill books were already very rare in this world, so he would be able to surprise his opponent at the last moment. Not only that, but he also found that, unlike the normal skill books where he has to read and decipher everything on his own, the skill books bought from the system could already be cultivated to the beginner stage after buying it. The levels of mastery of a skill book go by: novice, beginner, small achievement, big achievement, master, perfection, and finally, assimilation. And he was already at the beginner stage. Nux smiled as he again realized how awesome his system is. He then activated his Steps of Gale, and increased his speed. The Blood Hill Wilderness was on the outskirts of the kingdom, where they live in the capital city. The journey was roughly around 700 kilometers far. If he took the carriage, it would take him about a day to reach there, but he wasn't planning to. He was planning to train his speed using this chance and wanted to reach there within 3 to 4 hours while running non-stop. Of course, it wouldn't be too hard on himself if he failed to achieve it, but he would try his best. Alright. Let's start. Nux roared excitedly after he left the capital city. He stretched his legs, and then his back before jumping a little. He then looked above. It was already 4 p.m, the sun was still shining brightly, but he knew in just an hour or so, it would set. He sighed as he started running. Ha! 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 Nux breathed heavily as he finally reached the last town before his destination. It was already 10 when he reached here, and he wasn't dumb enough to directly enter this dangerous forest without any rest. And yes, he failed to achieve his goal by 2 hours, but that wasn't his fault. He completely ignored the time he would have to line up to enter the city gates. He even felt that he had to stay in a city for a night before coming to the wilderness, but the farther away he moved from the capital city, the lesser and lesser the city gates appeared. In the end, he didn't even have to stop and crossed 4 cities in one go before reaching here. This town was called Clover Town. Since this town was closest to the Blood Hill Wilderness and was constantly attacked by star beasts, the people have already abandoned it, and the only people staying here were adventurers that came here to hunt the star beasts. Nux walked towards an inn. He booked a room before taking a bath since he was too sweaty after running. He sighed in relief as he jumped into the bed and slept. Grr. The next day, Nux was standing frozen stiff in front of a ferocious-looking tiger with fresh blood dripping from its mouth. He was wearing a silver-color armor that covered his chest and was holding a long sword in his hands that were shaking non-stop. From his pale expression, it was clear that he was frightened out of his wits. What happened? Well, nothing in particular. After checking out of the inn, he entered the forest in high spirits, but soon, he encountered this ferocious-looking tiger that was glaring at him with menacing eyes and he was frozen in fear. It wasn't that the tiger was too strong or something, rather, this tiger was one of the weaker creatures in this wilderness, a one-star beast, but Nux was still frightened by how scary it looked. You can't blame him either. Just a few days ago, he was just a normal man who would be scared even if a street dog barked at him. How can someone expect him to fight against these scary-looking monsters? He was stronger and learned a few techniques, right, but you don't go fighting animals in a jungle after learning some martial arts, right? When it saw how scared this human in front of him was, the tiger smiled even more menacingly. It would have a delicious meat today as its breakfast. Without thinking any further, he quickly dashed towards Nux with its eyes shining brightly. Roar. A huge mistake. What the tiger did was a huge mistake on its part. It might have been better if it had walked towards Nux slowly and intimidatingly, but now that he dashed towards Nux, his expression changed a little. Too slow. Nux thought inwardly, slowly starting to gain some confidence. He quickly activated his Eye of Discursion, and all the information about this tiger appeared in front of his eyes. Gale Tiger. Cultivation, 1-star beast. LVL, 13. HP, 180/190. STR, 20. AGL, 21. VIT, 19. STM, 20. Def, 19. I am at least 3 times stronger than this beast, Nux thought inwardly before his eyes fell on the beast. Seeing the delight and mockery in its eyes, he panicked a little before he quickly regained his confidence as he looked at its stats. What are you acting so confident for? The tiger then jumped at Nux. Nux also raised his sword before stabbing it down in a crude way. There were no traces of his 9 strikes of sword that he practiced before. The sword stabbed right through the tiger's nape, pinning it on the ground. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. It roared in pain. It still did not have any idea how or when this weak human stabbed his sword through his body. He glanced up and looked into Nux's eyes to make sure if it was him or someone else who sneak attacked it from behind. Another big mistake. Seeing that the beast still hadn't died, Nux panicked. He did not think about removing his sword and stabbing it again. Instead, his most primal instincts kicked in. He raised his leg and stomped on the poor beast's face mercilessly. Roar. Roarar. Roar. Gur. Gur. The translated version. How dare you kick me? You dare kick me again. Please don't kick me. Please, I am begging you, just stab your sword and end me. Why to humiliate me like that? Of course, Nux didn't know what it said or wanted to say, neither did he care. He kept attacking until he could hear him roaring or growling. Ding. It is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Wind affinity, +1. Damn, it was harder than I thought. Nux thought inwardly, his heart felt like it was about to burst out by how fast it was beating. Ha. He took a deep breath as he calmed his racing heart before glancing at the messages that appeared in front of him. Wind affinity. Was it because I killed the Gale Tiger? Does that mean I will gain more affinity to a certain element if I kill a star beast of a certain element? That's cool. But I need to calm down. I was lucky that this beast I encountered wasn't that strong, or else I would have been in trouble. I should find some 1-star beasts and practice the skills I have learned and, also get used to this blood. Of course, as a normal human, he hasn't witnessed this huge amount of blood before, let alone the being the cause of it. He then glanced at the Gale Tiger's body. He picked up his sword and waved his hand as the body disappeared into his inventory. Although the body isn't that valuable, he wasn't dumb enough to leave free resources. No sane man would reject extra cash. He then moved forward and soon, he found another beast. Earth Bear. Cultivation, 1-star beast. LVL, 12. HP, 160/180. STR, 20. AGL, 18. VIT, 18. STM, 17. Def, 21. Another 1-star beast. This should be easy since I can make the first move. Right now, this bear was enjoying its prey, not knowing its impending doom. Nux activated his Steps of Gale. It was the technique which he had most control on other than the 9 strikes of sword. He could feel it reaching closer to beginner stage after yesterday's run. Nux disappeared before he appeared right before the bear, and without wasting any time, he slashed his sword according to 9 strikes of sword, cutting its head off. The poor bear didn't even know how it died. He couldn't even enjoy its last meal before his head got slashed. Ding! It is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Earth affinity, +1. Nux stood there, frozen still as the blood flowed out of the bear's body like a fountain and fell on his face. He felt nauseating, he wanted to vomit but controlled himself. He knew this would happen, he knew that he will have to face blood one day or another. He wiped the blood on his face and stored the bear's body in his inventory. 44 roaming around and killing star beasts. To be honest, even Nux was surprised by how quickly he killed the bear. He finally understood why skills were so important to a cultivator. With just 1 star and 2-star skills, his power increased so much. Nux felt a little excited, he wanted to get stronger and stronger. Thinking about it, he then started his search. Ding! It is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Fire affinity, +1. Ding! It is detected that the host has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Water affinity, +1. Ding! It is detected that the host has killed a 2-star beast. Reward, 2 system points. Earth affinity, +2. He continued killing beasts non-stop. Some were sneak attacks, some were one-on-one fights, and sometimes, he was even sneak attacked by a beast but Nux continued fighting and continued growing stronger at a frightening rate. It is said that experience can help you learn what books cannot. As he continued using his skills, he could feel how frighteningly quick he was mastering them. After his 23rd fight, his Steps of Gale was already at the beginner stage and his other skills were at peak novice stage. He was also very close to the small achievement stage in his 9 strikes of sword. He did not stay at 1-star beasts either. He found that once he was a little experienced he didn't even need to use his skills to kill them, so after killing around 14 1-star beasts, he shifted to 2-star beasts. Gale Tiger. Cultivation, 2-star beast. LVL, 24. HP, 320/320. STR, 33. AGL, 34. VIT, 32. STM, 33. Def, 31. Right now, he was fighting a 2-star beast, Gale Tiger, that sneaked attacked him. Well, one can't call it a fight. It was more like a training drill. This Gale Tiger was just a bigger version of the first beast he killed. Right now, Nux was just practicing his fire-based skill, Fireball, on it, increasing his accuracy and lowering his MP cost. He wanted to increase his mastery of the skill to the beginner stage. However, things never go as one plan. The Gale Tiger's body was already covered with burns and black marks. It already knew that it wasn't this human's match and it had no intention of becoming his practice partner. It quickly turned around and ran away. Or it tried to. When Nux noticed that it was trying to run away, he activated his Steps of Gales and appeared in front of it before slashing its head. Ha, you could have lived longer if only you had decided to be obedient and become my training partner. He sighed before he stepped back. After killing so many beasts, although the blood didn't bother him that much, he still wasn't a fan of it and would not allow it to spray on his face if he could avoid it. Ding! It is detected that the host has killed a 2-star beast. Reward, 2 system points. Wind affinity, +2. Nux stored its body in his inventory before he frowned. He noticed that the sneak attacks he was facing has increased a lot. He was planning to spend the night in the wilderness, but if it continued like this, he would tire himself out and would certainly die. A thought appeared in his mind and he sniffed. SMNF SMNF. His eyes lit up in realization as he nodded. So that's how it is. He was covered in blood. No, he was practically bathing in blood, especially his silver armor which was now red. The beasts had strong senses. When they smelled the scent of blood, they would treat him as an injured or a dead person. No beast would leave that chance. Nux quickly removed his armor, before washing dried blood from his face. He was thinking about saving water until he found a river or something, but now it seemed that he had to use it. If he couldn't find any water sources by the end of the day, he would just leave the wilderness and come back tomorrow. After washing his face and armor, Nux also changed his clothes. He then walked around for a while, and as expected, there were no sneak attacks anymore. Nux smiled and continued his killing, but this time, he avoided getting blood on his clothes. For that, he had an ingenious idea of using his water-based skill, the water shield, to cover his body with a thin water shield that does not take much MP, and it worked. There was not a single drop of blood on his body. This was much better than being covered in blood. He was not a brawny bloodthirsty man, he was a handsome refined man. Being covered in blood did not suit him at all. He even thought that this water shield skill was created just so a person could avoid the blood falling on his body. If the creator of this technique heard his words, he would probably rise from the dead to hunt him down. Ding! 2-star beast killed. I am changing the notification, it takes too many words. Reward, 2 system points. Fire affinity, +2. As Nux walked after killing another beast, he heard a sound. A river. Nux was pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Did you see how I single-handedly killed that beast? Yeah, Alden, we know you are strong, why don't you just sit down and relax? It's still our first day here, we have to stay here for more than a month. Yes, now sit down and fill your water reserves. Humph. You guys are no fun. After a while, when he walked closer to the sound of the river, he heard some people talking. His steps quickened before he saw 4 people, 1 woman and 3 men sitting beside the river talking to each other. He quickly hid behind a tree, but before he could observe them with his eye of discerning, a series of notifications rang in his mind. Ding! 45, Party System. Ding! Other people's presence detected. It is detected that these people have no enmity towards the host. A party can be formed. Would you like to form a party? Y/N. A party? Is it like teams? This time though, the system was generous and it quickly explained the party system. Party system. A party can be formed in 2 conditions. 1. If a person is willing to form a party with the host to complete a certain task. 2. If in a hunting ground and someone with no enmity towards the host is detected. The range of the party system is 100 kilometers, going beyond that, the party will be dismissed automatically. Note, there is no limit to the number of people there can be in a party. What is the advantage of forming a party? Nux questioned, but it seemed that he had already exhausted his luck as the system ignored him like usual. Nux's lips twitched before he smiled wryly and shook his head. Whatever, there is no harm in trying, if something goes bad, I can always run away. He had already looked at their status, and although they are strong, 2 of them were even in the master stage, the same stage as Butler Joyab. If Nux decided to run away, there are 0 chances of them catching him. Nux then pressed yes and glanced at their expressions vigilantly. Seeing that there were no changes, Nux smiled and waited. He decided to wait and see the effects of this party system. Also, he needed the water to fill his reserves, so he had nothing against waiting. Of course, he wasn't planning on revealing himself in front of them. Although they don't have enmity, they aren't friendly either. Who knows? The girl in the group might fall for his handsome face, and the guys might turn out to be jealous of him and would want to kill him. Even a handsome face has its fair share of troubles. Growling. Nux didn't have to wait for long, as a few minutes later, a pack of 12 wolves, led by a 3-star wolf and 2 2-star wolves, appeared in front of them. This was one of the strongest groups in this outer area. If Nux was the one facing this group, he would have run away without thinking anything. He still hasn't fought a 3-star beast, so he still does not know how strong they are. The team's expression turned serious when they saw the wolf pack coming toward them. They quickly stood up and their weapons appeared in their hands. The brawny-looking man, that also appeared to be the leader of the team, carried a huge shield and ordered. I will fight with the leader of this pack. Alden, you take care of the 2 wolves following the leader. Osser, you fight with the rest of the wolves. Don't worry, Anis would help you from behind. Ha! Finally some action. Although I want to fight that leader, I will follow your order and finish these 2 weaklings first. Another muscular-looking man, Alden, answered as a giant axe appeared in his hand. He then slashed his axe at the 2 wolves, mercilessly. His attacks carried huge momentum with them. Even the ferocious-looking wolves had to back off and stay defensive under his attacks. The silent-looking man just gave a nod before a sword appeared in his hand and he rushed toward the rest of the wolves without any fear. His movements were nimble as he didn't give any chance to any of the wolves to attack him. Yes, leader. A bow appeared in the hands of the only girl in this group. She was the deciding factor in this group. Her arrows were sharp and precise, it was as if each arrow released from her bow had a meaning. Her arrows were merciless as they attacked the weak points of those wolves, their eyes, their ears, their nose, their mouth, no arrow missed. She was so confident in her shots that she didn't even look at the result before shooting another arrow. Growling. Grar. Her arrows greatly lessened the pressure the silent man was facing as he quickly started killing these wolves. Your party member, Osir Fields, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Osir Fields, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Anise Fishmane, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. The more notification appeared in front of his eyes, the brighter his eyes got. I can gain system points even if I am not the one killing. This is ridiculous. A bug. An absolute bug. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 2-star beast. Reward, 2 system points. As Nux was excited, another message appeared in front of his eyes. He glanced at the battlefield and saw that the muscular man with the axe had already killed one of the wolves and was attacking the other one without stopping. He then glanced at the leader of the group and saw him defending against the attacks of the leader of the pack without much difficulty. It was clear that he only intended to prolong the fight as his team deals with the rest of the wolves. Ayuyuyuyu. The wolf leader howled in anger when he saw so many of its subordinates dying and its attack turned ferocious, although it didn't affect the leader that much. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 2-star beast. Reward, 2 system points. After Alden killed the remaining wolf, he quickly rushed toward the weaker wolves and started slaughtering them with a wide smile. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Anise Fishmane, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Countless messages appeared in front of Nux, and his eyes brightened in joy. He was really cheering for the team from his heart. His cheering worked as they quickly dealt with the remaining wolves, and then focused on the leader of the pack. The situation turned around so quickly that even if the wolf leader wanted to retreat, it couldn't. Your party member, Alden Stewarts, has killed a 3-star beast. Reward, 5 system points. Total system points, 68. 46. An absolute bug. After killing all the wolves, every member of the team took out a dagger and started skinning the dead bodies, before storing the meat, fur, and teeth. It was clear that they were very experienced by how fast their hands moved. A tank, a warrior, a marksman, and an assassin, a perfect RPG team. Nux praised inwardly. Move your hands. We don't have much time, too much blood has been spilt. Quickly wash and let's get out of here. The leader of the team ordered after they took all the loot. The rest of the team nodded and within 5 minutes, they moved out. As if on cue, 4 2-star beasts appeared in the area. Nux raised his eyebrows in surprise and admiration. Damn, this is what they call experience. He then smiled before he waited for the beasts to leave. After filling his water reserves, Nux left the area as well. This time, his goal was not to hunt any beasts, he had killed enough for the day. His goal was to find humans he can form parties with. Just now, he got 18 system points without even lifting his finger. It was important to note that he had only collected 50 system points after hunting beasts for a whole day. There is no limit to the number of humans he can form a party with, and the range is 100 kilometers long. If he could form a party with around 10 more teams like the ones he found, how many points would he gain? Many, many points. That's why he called the party system an absolute bug. Because that's what it was. Excited, he ran around the wilderness searching for other humans. Since it was already evening, he knew he couldn't wander around for long. After finding and secretly partying with one other party, he found a safe area and lay down. The next day, he woke up with an eager look. He started his journey to find other humans. Of course, he didn't miss the chance to one-shot any lonely 1 or 2-star beast he could find. They were free system points, he wasn't going to leave them. Your party member, Gage Uptone, has killed a 2-star beast. Reward, 2 system points. Your party member, Lyndon Rake, has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. Your party member, Kenelm Brokey has killed a 1-star beast. Reward, 1 system point. By the afternoon, he had already partied with 5 more teams. He had noticed that this range of 100 kilometers is like a radius with him as a center. If used correctly, the range is around 200 kilometers. Nux was very happy with the huge influx of notifications but afraid that he might get complacent. He decided to ignore these messages. As if reading his thoughts, no more messages appeared. He frowned and then opened his system to glance at his system points. Noticing that they were still increased, he knew that the system decided to be generous and had hidden these notifications for him. Nux smiled at the thought and continued finding his new points. Team players. Ah! Someone! Save me! While Nux was walking around, he heard a scream and frowned. He then rushed towards the sound and found a boy who should be around his age, sitting on the ground, his eyes filled with horror as he glanced at the dead body lying beside him. The body was still twitching, indicating that it died recently. He also saw 2 men surrounded by 8 2-star wolves. By their wounds, it was clear that they were in a bad position. Should I save them? Nux thought about it and decided to act. He wasn't a cold-blooded person. If he can save them without getting into trouble, he will help them. Also, they will be his future points teammates. He wasn't going to let them die. He then activated his Steps of Gale and appeared behind a wolf, slashing its head with 1 slash before fighting the other. The guard's eyes widened when he saw him appearing out of nowhere. With all his skills on the beginner level, combined with his peak beginner level sword skill, Nux was already strong enough to deal with these wolves alone, and with the 2 guards holding some of them, he quickly killed all the wolves without any problems. Thank you. My name is Wybert Lunge, the son of Marquis Lunge of the Skyfall Kingdom, Wybert introduced. Of course, Nux already knew about it due to his eye of discerning. A Marquis' son. What are you doing here in the wilderness? I am here to gain some fighting experience, but I didn't expect someone to die because of me, Wybert replied in a sad tone as he glanced at the dead body of his guard. You came into the wilderness with just 3 guards? Nux questioned in surprise. No, I have more guards. It was just that the head guard heard some sound coming from there and he took some men to check it out. We were then attacked by the wolf pack and this happened. Oh. Nux raised his eyebrow as he heard that. Ah. Mr. Savior, I still don't know your name. It's me, Dio. Nux replied. The head guard, who had the duty to protect the son of Marquis, left because he heard a sound. Not only that, right after he left, the son was attacked by a pack of wolves. If this didn't sound shady, Nux didn't know what did. There was no way he was going to tell his real name to him. Oh, Mr. Dio, why don't you join Dash? Ah, I am extremely sorry, young master, but I am about to leave this wilderness so I can't join you, but I do hope you have a safe and fulfilling adventure. Saying that, Nux ran away. 47 improvements. Nux ran away, or so the guards thought. After a while, he returned and hid behind the trees. No, he didn't have any intention to help the boy. Someone was planning to get the son of a Marquis killed. On one side, there was a Marquis and on the other, was someone who dared to kill Marquis' son. Both of them aren't someone he could afford to offend. Not only him, but even Filberta also might not be safe. He offended them. He was even regretting his decision to help the boy initially. Well, what's done was done, he couldn't change it and just sighed. If he doesn't want to help, why was he back here then? Of course, that is to form a party with the rest of the guards who should be returning soon. Who knows, he might earn some extra points. He didn't have to wait for long as the head guard along with the other guards appeared. If the head guard was surprised to see the boy alive, he didn't show it on his face, he just showed his concern and asked if the boy was safe and acted calmly. Nux was even more scared seeing that. He quickly formed a party and ran away. This time, he ran away for real. Nux continued his search for the whole day as he killed some beasts while he was at it. After forming parties with around 14 teams, he found a relatively safe place and rested for the night. The next day, Nux stood up with a fresh smile. Today, he wasn't going to find any humans anymore. Of course, it was a different case if he found them by chance. He would be stupid if he didn't party with them. Status. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, advance. Talent, medium. LVL, 24. HP, 620/620. MP, 410/410. STR, 59/61. AGL, 66/69. Vit, 62. STM, 63, 64. Int, 41. Def, 58. Blank points, 108. His stats rose again, and this time, it wasn't due to a level up. This was all due to his sword skill, being a body cultivation skill, it didn't require mana, only raw strength, therefore, the stronger his mastery over it, the stronger his strength will be. Therefore, he decided that he was going to raise his mastery of the skill to a small achievement stage within the next few days. He walked towards a group of 4 2-star bears he found and fought them while only using his 9 strikes of sword. Of course, he also used his water shield to prevent blood from falling on him. The more he fought, the more he could feel his mastery over his sword was increasing. His movements turned smoother and even his speed increased. His improvement speed was frightening. After defeating the bears, he found another group of 2-star beasts and continued fighting them in the same way. Of course, he wasn't unscathed as well since he wasn't experienced enough right now, but his wound wasn't that serious since his armor was very tough. There were just a few scratches here and there which quickly vanished after he drank the healing potion. For the next few days, Nux continued fighting the same way, from 4 2-star beasts, he fought more than 10 2-star beasts at the same time without many injuries. Even a 3-star beast cannot do that. He was now sure that he can fight any 3-star beasts without any problem, but he didn't fight right away and continued fighting 2-star beasts. His 9 strikes of sword has already reached the mid-level small achievement stage. As he has already achieved his goal, he had decided to fight these beasts with just his 4 basic elements skills to train them. However, the more he fought, the quicker he found out that training his 4 skills wasn't as simple as his sword skill. He had a limited amount of MP, although he can force himself with his sheer will if he was low on stamina, he can't do the same with his MP because he would pass out if his MP reaches 0. Of course, he can use mana potions, but Felberto warned him not to use them too much since they contained impurities and might affect his body in the future, so he avoided them as much as possible. This was annoying. Although he can feel his skills improving, the process was really slow compared with his sword skill. It took him 15 days to raise all his skills to the small achievement stage, among which, only his Steps of Gale was at a mid-level small achievement stage. However, even with that, he still wasn't able to defeat more than 5 2-star beasts since these beasts run away as soon as they feel that they cannot fight him anymore. Unlike his sword skill, which has the power to deal significant damage in one attack, his attacking skills, Earth Fist and Fireball weren't as strong. The time it took him to defeat one beast is enough for the rest of them to run away. Nux shook his head, dejected. He had to give up. No matter how much he tried, the skills he has are still just 1-star skills, it is difficult to kill 2-star beasts with them. Also, MP wasn't his strong point either. Nux sighed as he returned to his safe point and rested for the day. He has decided to fight with 3-star beasts from tomorrow. 48 Fuck. I am doomed. Using Steps of Gale, Nux appeared behind a star bear, he slashed his sword, but unlike how previously, the head is hacked off without any resistance, he could only leave a deep wound on its neck. However, Nux wasn't how he used to be either. After 20 days of continuous fighting, his instincts and experience were better than the last time. He quickly stomped his foot and jumped back, not only that, he even created a water shield in front of him, in case the bear reacted faster than he expected and attacks him. His worries, however, were unfounded, only when he landed on the ground, did the bear finally turn back and attacked. Roar. Damn, a 3-star beast's defense is really something, my sword isn't strong enough to defeat it in one move. Nux muttered as he glanced at the 2.5 meters huge earth bear in front of him. Earth bear. Cultivation, 3-star beast. LVL, 33. HP, 210/430. STR, 44. AGL, 42. VIT, 43. STM, 41. Def, 46. I just need another strike to end him, but I don't think it would be that easy. Nux thought as he glanced at the earth bear that was looking at him with red eyes and a maddened look. It was as if it was ready to fight to the death. Nux looked into its eyes and threw a fireball toward it. Of course, he wasn't trying to hurt it with it, he just didn't want to give him time to rest, even a second. While the bear dodged the fireball, Nux's figure blurred. The bear knew that Nux was too fast for him and he couldn't block his attacks very well, so he directly covered its wounded neck with its paws. Humph. In the end, you are just a brainless beast. Nux then appeared right in front of it as he stabbed his sword right through its heart. Nux was merciless with his moves, even though he understood that now that he pierced its heart, he won't live for long. He still activated his earth fist and punched its nose continuously. Bam! A few seconds later, he retrieved his sword and the bear's huge body finally fell to the ground. Ding! 3-star beast killed. Reward, 5 system points. Earth affinity, +5. Nux felt overjoyed. It was a 3-star beast. A beast that can rival and even defeat a normal master rank cultivator, and he defeated it without a scratch. He has indeed grown stronger. However, he didn't get complacent. He had a big advantage in this fight since he was the one who attacked first and dealt with so much damage. He will now take on a 3-star beast one-on-one, and later, he will fight a group of beasts, just like the wolf pack his first party members encountered a few days ago, alone. 5 days later, Nux sat on top of a huge rock, breathing heavily. Even after wiping it, again and again, the traces of beast's blood on his face still weren't gone. Although he wasn't injured since he had recovery potions, the same can't be said about his armor. The original thick-looking silver armor had many dents on it. There were many deep cuts on it as well, although there were no holes. These deep cuts weren't any different from them either. After washing his face, and getting rid of the blood scent, Nux changed his position again and directly lay down on the ground. He was very tired. He just fought 3 3-star beasts alone. That was the reason why his armor was damaged. Or else, even when fighting with a 3-star beast accompanied by some lower-level beasts, he didn't face many problems. Of course, he gained a lot from this fight. His sword technique rose to the peak level small achievement stage. The harder you fight, the more you grow. Thinking that, he glanced in the direction of the inner area of the wilderness. A 4-star beast. I should be able to defeat them. Nux smiled inwardly before he stood up and returned to his temporary base and called off the day early. If he was going to do what he was thinking to do, he needs to rest well and do it when he is at his peak. The next day, Nux woke up and stepped into the inner area. 3-star beasts were the weakest here. He has just walked into the area and could already see a group of 5 3-star beasts sitting together. Nux walked further and before long, he found his target. Fiery Flame Lion. Cultivation, 4-star beast. LVL, 43. HP, 210/430. STR, 56. AGL, 59. VIT, 52. STM, 58. Def, 55. A beast with the same size as the lion, but its aura was a lot stronger. Its mane was covered with flames which gave off an imposing look. Nux used the same old tactic, activating his Steps of Gale. He appeared behind the lion and slashed his sword. This time, however, the beast sensed his attack and moved a little. The attack which should have hit its neck only grazed its shoulder. Nux was surprised, not because the beast sensed it but because the damage his attack caused was very low. It was like a deep scratch. Roar. The lion attacked with its paws. Nux tried to defend it with his sword but... Clang. His sword broke. Fuck. I am doomed. The lion attacked with its paws. Nux tried to defend it with his sword but... Clang. His sword broke and he was sent flying. His body clashed with a tree before stopping. Cough. He coughed blood before he glanced at the lion that stood in front of him with a wary look. It hurts. He then looked below and sighed. A hole finally appeared on it. Yes, there was a 10 centimeters hole in his armor. He then glanced at his broken sword that now looked like a dagger. However, before he could think about anything else, a fireball was shot at him. The fireball was a lot stronger than the little 1-star parlor trick he uses. It was dangerous. He dodged the fireball and saw the fiery flame lion rushing toward him. Heh, its fighting style is similar to mine. Nux chuckled before he pushed his body to the limit as he activated his Steps of Gale and appeared beside the beast. He crouched and... Earth Fist. He punched its balls. Roarer. The lion roared in pain, but Nux wasn't done. He moved and stabbed his broken sword, and the horn of the 3-star rhino beast into its eyes. Roarer. The lion howled in agony as he moved its limbs randomly hoping to hit Nux, but the said person had already jumped back and was staring at him. The lion had sensed that Nux was not around him. It quickly gave up and decided to run away. Ha, did you really think I will fight fairly after losing my weapon? No way. How do you think I defeated 3 3-star beasts alone? Nux didn't have any plan to let it go, he dashed towards the beast as another rhino horn appeared in his hand and he directly stabbed it into its leg. Roar! The lion fell, crying in agony. Losing its sight, and the ability to run, it knew its end was near. Still, it dragged its body, trying to get away if it can. Nux then removed the rhino's horn from its eyes and stabbed it toward its heart. He knew his sword wasn't strong enough to pierce through its skin, so he directly used a better alternative. Roar! The fiery flame lion took his last breath before its consciousness fell into darkness. The flames surrounding its mane died down, signaling its end. Ding! 4-star beast killed. Reward, 10 system points. Fire affinity, plus 10. Nux sighed, he then took out the horns and his broken sword, before storing the lion's body in his inventory. This was his last fight in this wilderness for now. With his weapon gone, he had decided to go back home. But he promised in his heart that he will return, with better skills and weapons and defeat all the beasts present in this wilderness. Of course, even though he decided to go back, this did not mean that he would get complacent. He quickly left the area and washed his face before getting rid of the bloody scent as much as it was possible. 15 minutes later, he appeared in the outer area and after another hour of walking, he left the Blood Hills wilderness and walked into Clover Town. However, he soon noticed that people here were avoiding him. Nux frowned but then he ignored them. He was too tired to care about others. He then entered the same inn he used before and walked towards the counter. The counter has the same person taking care of it, and when his eyes fell on Nux, they widened in surprise. Wow, are you that person who booked a room a month ago? You remember me? Nux questioned in surprise. Of course, I remember every customer's face. The man lied right through his teeth, he sees countless new people every day, how can he remember every one of them? It was just that Nux's face was hard to forget that he remembers that handsome dude that booked a room before. Nice, Nux nodded. But man, you really changed in a month, huh, the man muttered. Changed? Nux frowned. What? Didn't you notice how people are avoiding you? I did, but I just thought something happened and ignored it. So you really didn't notice the bloodthirsty aura surrounding you, huh? Ha ha ha. The same thing happened to me when I first entered the Blood Hills Mountains, but man, your aura surpasses mine by a huge margin. How many beasts did you kill in there? Another man laughed as he joined the conversation. A bloodthirsty aura? Nux muttered in confusion. Yes, when you take too many lives in a small amount of time, some changes happen to your aura without you knowing. It becomes more overbearing and lethal. Of course, how much your aura changed depends on your experiences and the number of lives you have taken, and judging by your aura, it must be around 500 if not more. The man explained. I understand. Nux nodded in understanding. He did kill quite a lot of beasts in these 30 days. But kid, you look really young, how did you get strong enough to enter and survive in Blood Hills Wilderness alone for a month in such a short time? Nux smiled at his question as he smiled. I plowed real hard. Well, that's a weird way to say you worked hard. Nux chuckled at his reaction and then booked his room after taking a bath, he then walked in front of the mirror while only wearing underwear. Damn, would you look at that? Nux praised himself. This trip was really beneficial to him, his frail body was now lean and muscular. His height had increased to 1.81 meters, his muscles were tightly packed and dense, without any ounce of extra fat around them. His posture was also a lot better than it was before, giving him an aura of a natural-born fighter. His face looked more chiseled, improving his looks by another level. He was most definitely a charmer. After admiring his looks and muscles for a while, Nux smiled in satisfaction before jumping into the bed as he called. Status: 50 new and ridiculously overpowered abilities. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana Cultivation, Advance. Body Cultivation, Advance. Talent, Medium. LVL, 24. HP, 620/620. MP, 410/410. STR, 61/64. AGL, 69/74. VIT, 62. STM, 64/67. INT, 41. Def, 58/61. Blank points, 108. Satisfied by his progress, Nux nodded before he smiled in excitement and looked at the biggest gain he got in this trip to the Blood Hills Wilderness. System Shop. System shop. Cultivation techniques. Skill books. Weapons. Abilities. He directly scrolled over everything before his eyes fell on the most important thing. Current system points, 15,748. More than 15,000. Holy fuck. Nux's eyes widened in surprise and he smiled widely. Ha. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't control himself and laughed out loud. He then moved his eyes towards the abilities section. 1-star abilities, 100 system points. 2-star abilities, 200 system points. 3-star abilities, 500 system points. 4-star abilities, 1000 system points. 5-star abilities, 2000 system points. 6-star abilities, 5000 system points. 7-star abilities, 10,000 system points. 8-star abilities, 100,000 system points. He didn't think much and directly jumped into 7-star abilities. To be honest, he did calculate a bit and had a rough idea that he might get enough points to buy a 7-star ability. Of course, the result still surprised him, but he calmed himself and directly scrolled to the ability he had his eyes on. Conceal. 7-star ability. Description: when activated, no one will be able to sense the user's presence or see him if the user doesn't wish for it. Only a cultivator with 3 times more MP than the user can detect the user's presence. Or else, the user can only be detected if he touches or is touched by the user. Note, if the user's killing intent is detected by a cultivator, the effect of the ability, Conceal, would wear off. Price, 10,000 system points. This ability was really good. Not only that, but Nux has also found another ability that would help him turn this ability from good to overpowered. Professional Killer. 3-star ability. Description: a passive skill that controls a user's killing intent to such an extent that it could only be released after the user's attack has landed, or has failed to land on the target. Price, 500 system points. A perfect combination. Nux thought inwardly as he smiled and quickly bought the 2 abilities. He felt a weird power entering and then blending into his body. Nux then suddenly learned how to activate his Conceal ability, and it felt as natural as breathing or moving an arm. The best part and the reason why Nux bought abilities instead of skills or weapons was that just like Craving Touch, or Eye of Discerning, he didn't need MP to activate them. Yes, if Nux wanted, he could use Conceal for as long as he desired without feeling anything. That is how scary his ability was. Wanting to test it, Nux activated his newly gained ability and left the room. He went towards the cafeteria, and as expected, no one noticed him. He then picked up a fruit. He thought that he would be like an invisible man eating a fruit, scaring everyone here, but to his surprise, no one noticed it. He then walked towards the table where 2 men were sitting. He then picked up the spoon that was there on the man's plate, and although the man frowned a little, he didn't notice anything and picked up another spoon before continuing eating. He then disabled the ability and appeared in front of someone. However, even after activating Conceal again, he was still visible to him. He concluded that if someone has already seen him, then unless he moves out of his sight, he will not be able to activate his ability again. Of course, Nux didn't complain about it since disappearing in front of someone would be a little too ridiculous. This is great. As expected of a 7-star ability. He walked around and did some tests, and double-checked the description of the ability. He even tried to talk to people but no one replied. He waved his hands, lowered his pants, and even danced in front of others but no one noticed him at all. He was now sure. As long as he didn't touch or get accidentally touched by someone, no one would be able to see him if he doesn't want it. My days in the wilderness would have been much more comfortable if I had this. Nux thought inwardly as he sighed. Of course, he wasn't planning to return either. He was missing his Fel, Skyla, and Lane. He then returned to his room and lay down as he closed his eyes. But soon, he sat up as a thought appeared in his mind. His ability was scary. How tragic was it that you died without even knowing who killed you? How tragic was it that you died while you were sleeping? Or worse, how tragic was it that you died while having sex and were just about to come? Nux shivered as he thought of the last possibility and started searching his ability section. After an hour of intense search, he finally found something he needed. Sense. 5-star ability. Description: when activated, the user will be able to sense everything around him. The range will depend on the user's MP, 1 MP equals 1 meter. Note, the ability will be activated automatically if someone is deliberately hiding his her presence and is in the detection range of the user. Note, the ability will fail to detect the presence of a cultivator who is concealing his presence and has 2 times more MP than the user's. Price, 2000 system points. Nux quickly bought the skill and just like before, he knew how to activate it as if it was the most natural thing to do. He then quickly activated the skill, and suddenly, images of everything less than 400 meters around him appeared in his mind. He could even see an ant carrying something huge on its back while walking towards its hole. The images he was seeing were clear, as if he was seeing them with his own eyes. He could zoom in or zoom out however he wanted and it would still be as clear as it was before. Not only that, he can even hear the images if he wants. That means, if he is spying on someone and that person is talking to someone else, he can even hear their conversation as if he is present there. What Nux found even more ridiculous was that he could use his eye of discerning, along with this skill. That means he doesn't have to see the cultivator even if he wants to see his stats. Holy shit, how is it just a 5-star ability? It's so cool. 51 Why not? The next day, Nux woke up at 7. He paid at the counter and checked out. He then activated his conceal skill and after some stretching, he dashed towards the capital city. This time, since no one could see him, he didn't have to stop and wait at any of the city gates, therefore within just 3.5 hours, he appeared in front of Felberta's mansion. He then directly walked towards the bath and took a long comfortable bath before he walked into his room and lay down. All this while, no one knew he has returned. Not even the maids who he passed through while he was walking towards his room. He decided not to meet Fel, Skyla, and Lane since he wanted to surprise them. He then closed his eyes and looked at his gains. 2 hours later, he stood up, stretched his body and walked into Felberta's office. He saw the familiar scene of Joyob reporting while Felberta nodding and answering when necessary. He sat on the chair that was placed at the corner of the office and waited for the meeting to end. Since he appeared at the time of lunch break, he didn't have to wait for too long and he quickly heard Felberta's voice. Alright, we will continue this after the lunch. As you command, Viscount Felberta. Joyob bowed and walked out of the room. This month, he had been given a lot of surprises. Viscount Felberta's cultivation level suddenly entered the advanced stage and the speed was so fast that he felt that she was hiding her cultivation through some methods and finally decided to show it. Not only that, even that boy, Nux, had suddenly disappeared but seeing how calm Viscount Felberta was, Joyob knew that she knew where he was so he didn't care much about that boy. Although he will say, now that he wasn't here, Viscount Felberta was getting increasingly better at her work so he was very happy and satisfied. Right after Joyob left, Skyla and Lane walked into the office and they placed the food on the table. Viscount Felberta, please eat your food, Skyla spoke in a serious tone. Ha, how many times should I say it? We both belong to the same man now, can you not call me so stiffly? If not by my name, just call me Sister Felberta, or Sister Fel. I cannot do that, at least for now. You still have your image as a Viscount. I'm a dash. No, image is important for a noble like you. It won't be good if other nobles learn about your servants calling you by your name. They might look down on you and it will affect your position and influence. Alright, just keep the food here. I'll eat it in a while. Felberta shook her head and gave up. She knew it was too difficult to convince these two maids. Especially Lane who was standing behind her and was staying silent. If it was Skyla alone, she might be able to do it, but with Lane standing behind her. The difficulty was just raised by a few levels. The two maids then left the office. Of course, they weren't gone anywhere, they were just hiding and protecting the Viscount from the shadows. Felberta then stood up and stretched her body. Suddenly, Nux smiled mischievously as he stood up. He walked towards the Viscount and grabbed her from behind before pulling her into his embrace, sitting on her chair and making her sit on his lap. His movements were so fast that the Viscount couldn't react in time, but when she did, she boiled in anger. Wah, you bastard! Who are you? How dare you touch me? She used her full strength to struggle out of his grip, but this person was too powerful, she was completely helpless against him. Felberta continued struggling, she wanted to call for help but before she did, Skyla and Lane had already appeared. However, right after entering the room, the two just stood there on spot and did nothing. Skyla. Lane. What the hell are you two doing? Hurry and help me. No wait. Call Joyob, you two aren't strong enough to deal with him. Felberta ordered but the maids completely ignored her and continued staring in her direction in a daze. Hey! Why aren't doing anything? Hurry and call Joyob, I can't stand his touch anymore. Oh. Then should I not touch you then? Suddenly Felberta heard an extremely familiar voice, a voice she was longing to hear for the past month. She slowly turned around and saw a familiar and extremely handsome face and was shocked. Nux. What? Did you forget me in just a month? Nux smiled playfully. Nux. Felberta exclaimed in surprise before hugging him tightly. Nux stood up, carrying Felberta in his arms as he glanced at the two maids. What? Are you two just going to stand there? Where is my welcome back hug? The two maids finally came out of their reverie and dashed towards him at the same time. Nux. Nux smiled in contentment as he was hugged by three beautiful girls. This was pure bliss. The true heaven. Getting stronger and gaining new abilities might feel good, but that feeling is nothing compared to this one. After hugging him for a good 5 minutes, Felberta finally regained her senses and questioned. Wait, when did you get behind me? No, when did you even enter the office? I have been here for a while now, Nux replied. Felberta rolled her eyes, not believing him. She soon forgot her question and asked another, a more important one. You sure got muscular, huh? I wonder if your weapon changed as well. Oh, he has been craving for your little sisters for a long time and is aching to meet them, Nux smiled seductively. What a coincidence, our little sisters is the same as well. So, shall we begin? Nux questioned. Why not, the three of them answered simultaneously. 52A thought asterisk. Wait. Just as Nux was about to grab Felberta's butt, Lane exclaimed. HM. Is there something troubling you? Lane. Nux questioned. No, you have just returned and must have worked hard for so long, I just thought that why not we three help you relax, Lane replied. Suddenly, Felberta's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Lane, you are a genius. We can use this opportunity to try and test the thing we were talking about before. The thing you were talking about? You don't have to worry about it, just sit back and let us do all the work. Felberta pushed Nux and forced him to sit on the chair. She then pulled the two maids and walked towards the corner of the office, as if trying to hide something from Nux. So, which one should we choose? The first one or the second one? Felberta questioned, her voice was a little low since she was trying to hide it from Nux. Lane blushed a little but Skyla was bolder, both. Both? Yeah, both is good. Skyla nodded. Felberta nodded, the more they talked, the redder Lane's face turned. Okay, we'll do both, we will start with the second one since the food will turn cold and won't taste good later. Skyla and Lane nodded, and Felberta nodded back. As if on cue, the three of them turned towards Nux at the same time. Nux smiled, he found their interaction quite funny. Although he could hear what they were talking about if he wanted, he respected their privacy and didn't use his sense. The three of them walked towards him and suddenly, Felberta and Lane fell on their knees as they started removing his pants, freeing his little brother. Felberta then held it in her hands gently before giving it a few gentle strokes. Under the stimulation, Nux's rod reacted and turned hard. Fufu, look at how lively he is. He has been missing you for a while now, Nux replied. Then he noticed Skyla walking towards him with a plate in her hand, as she sat on the chair's handle. Alright, you must be tired after fighting so many beasts, here have some food made by me and regenerate your energy. She then moved the fork carrying a piece of meat towards his mouth and fed him. You're cooking as delicious as before, Nux praised while his hand moved towards her butt. Ah, Skyla's body jerked due to the sudden touch. Suddenly, Nux felt something incredibly soft touching his dick, he turned to look at it and the sight he saw would never leave his memory. Never. Felberta and Lane had freed their large mountains, and surrounded his rod from all four directions, giving him a double boob job. The softness he felt was on another level, countless bolts of pleasure were released into his body. When the two of them started moving, the pleasure intensified even more and his body twitched. The sight of their erect nipples touching each other was so good that he wanted to burn it in his memory. Nux couldn't control himself and moaned in pleasure. Seeing his reaction, Felberta grinned. Lane, whose face was a little red since she was ashamed, smiled as well. They have been planning this for a while now. The one leading it was Felberta, of course. Since she has already accepted that Nux would have many more incredible women around him, she decided to keep Skyla and Lane in her faction. The double boob job was one of the carefully thought-out moves she and her faction members created after intensive research. The two of them nodded at each other and increased their speed. Ugh. The sensation was too much for Nux to handle and he moaned without stopping. As Nux moaned in pleasure, Skyla moved another bite in front of his mouth. He ate it obediently while he felt an otherworldly pleasure down below. To feel more of their breasts, Nux tilted his body a little, the head of his dick touched Lane's nipple and she moaned. Nux felt good as well and he started moving his body a little, feeling the soft and mushy breasts surrounding his dick as much as he wanted. His left hand played with Skyla's firm but while she fed him lovingly. Nux felt like he was the luckiest man alive. He felt like a king. An emperor who was surrounded by otherworldly beauties, all loving him with their hearts. A picture of him sitting on a golden throne, surrounded by Felberta, Skyla, Lane, and many other beauties whose faces weren't clear, appeared in his mind. Nux's heartbeat quickened. A thought appeared in his mind but he was then brought back to the real world by Felberta and Lane as they increased their speed. The pleasure he felt intensified even more and his rod started twitching. Veins bulged out on his rod, Nux's back arched up, he tightened his grip around Skyla's firm butt and... Ugh! Squirt! He came. Fresh milk exploded from his dick, covering Felberta's and Lane's faces and breasts. Felberta then licked and moved her finger throughout her face, collecting all his jizz before swallowing it all in one go. My, what a huge amount. Although Lane didn't say anything like Felberta since she was too embarrassed, she too quickly gathered all his milk and swallowed it. Hey, I am the only one left, Skyla pouted. Oh don't worry, just look at his weapon, does it look like it is satisfied to you? Felberta pointed towards Nux's veiny erect rod with a mischievous smile while still sucking her finger that collected Nux's milk. Hee with how lively it is, we don't even need to do any foreplay to start the second round. Skyla snickered. 53 title at the end asterisk. Hee with how lively it is, we don't even need to do any foreplay to start the second round. Skyla snickered as she quickly placed the empty plate on the table before rushing and kneeling between Felberta and Lane. She then glanced at the two and they all nodded to each other. Skyla was clearly the most excited among them. Nux was amused by the way they are acting. He was even looking forwards to what they were going to do. He felt that if it is even a little closer to how good it felt compared to the double boob job, he would be very, very satisfied. Smooch. He didn't have to wait for long as Skyla started the performance with a kiss on the tip of his dick. She then started licking and cleaning it diligently. When his whole rod was drenched in her saliva, she smiled and opened her mouth, gobbling the whole thing inside. Oh. Nux moaned in pleasure, but he then noticed that the other two haven't even started yet. However, before he could look down, his body shuddered in pleasure and he moaned out loud. He barely opened his eyes and saw Felberta and Lane sucking his balls. Combining with the blowjob he was given by Skyla, the pleasure surged up. His back arched up, and he closed his eyes. His hand held Felberta's and Lane's heads while his body kept twitching. This is too good to fuck. Even though he just came a few minutes ago, his dick twitched uncontrollably and at the same time, Skyla intensified her suction. Hi, I am coming. Squirt. As the pleasure he was feeling increased again, Nux couldn't control himself anymore and came again. What? He couldn't believe it himself. How did he come so soon? This only happened when Felberta gave him a handjob on the first night he spent with her. And that was because he was still inexperienced. How did they manage to make him come so quickly? Nux wondered inwardly. Felberta smiled as she saw his face. This was her faction's other move, the triple blow job. And just as she thought, its effect is even stronger than the double boob job. It felt really good. I am really glad to be back, Nux muttered with a smile. Heh, you believe our service is for free? Felberta chuckled. Of course not, don't worry, I'll personally come to you all in due time to pay you all, Nux replied as he smirked. Lane and Felberta nodded, Skyla also nodded, but she was busier swallowing all the milk she had received. A few minutes later, Felberta and the others had already changed their clothes and had washed their faces. Right now, the four of them were sitting inside Felberta's office as if having a meeting. Then, Felberta started. So, let's start in a better way. Nux, how was your trip? It was good, I gained a lot of things and have become a lot stronger. Well, I can see that, Felberta smiled seductively. She was talking about Nux's newly gained muscles, she really liked them. Then she turned serious and questioned. So, what's your next goal? To get even stronger. And how will you do that? You already know the answer to that question, Nux smiled. Yeah. I do. Humph. Felberta snorted. She knew he was going to fuck some new chicks. Of course, albeit not happy, she had already accepted it. So, do you want my help with anything? I do, I want to ask where can I find stronger girls? Yeah, I thought you would ask me that, I thought about it before and have some suggestions. The maids of Marquis Lana should be stronger the dash. Wait, how am I supposed to get maids of this Marquis Lana you are talking about? Nux questioned, and let alone Felberta, even Skyla and Lane glanced at him with a deadpan expression. What? Do you really want me to answer that? How did you get mine, Viscount Felberta's maids? So you want me to enter this Marquis Lana's mansion and get those maids? Of course, also, unlike Viscount and Baron, one cannot become a Marquis without having cultivation. The minimum requirement to become a Marquis is master level, so even Marquis Lana is a good target for you. I get that, but I will not repeat the thing. What after I am done with her and her maids? Enter another noble's mansion. It's too long, and I won't have much time to spend with you three. We can't do that, Nux directly shook his head. Then what do you want to do? Tell me a place where there are a lot of strong female cultivators. It will be a lot more efficient that way. There are those cultivation sects, but if you want to get the best of the bests, the finest place would be the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy, Nux muttered. Yes, I can provide you with a recommendation letter and you join it as a student. The students there are strong, and of course, the teachers are even stronger. If you are careful, your gains will be immeasurable. Who is the strongest female cultivator there? And what's her level? After the headmaster of the academy, the strongest person there is Consort Lauren. She is also the strongest female cultivator in the academy. As for her cultivation, she should be at expert stage. An expert stage cultivator, huh? The cultivation levels in this world were as follows. Mortal. Apprentice. Beginner. Advance. Master. Grand Master. Expert. King. Emperor. However, this world hasn't seen an emperor-level cultivator for a long while. The strongest person, the king of the Skyfall Kingdom, is a king-level cultivator. Nux then noticed something and couldn't help but question. Wait, you said Consort Lauren, consort as in? Yes, the king's consort, but their relationship wasn't the best, so she left the palace and entered the Royal Academy. Felberta nodded. Suddenly, the picture of him sitting on a throne and surrounded by different beauties appeared in his mind again. He thought about it, and then took a deep breath as he questioned. What about the king's wives? The royal harem? How strong are they? Title, what about the king's wives? The royal harem? How strong are they? 54 What do you think about the current king? What about the king's wives? The royal harem? How strong are they? Fel. What did you say? Skyla, Lane, and Felberta were all shocked by his question. I asked how strong king's wives are. Also don't look at me like that, I am just curious. Felberta sighed and then answered. They are strong, of course. I heard the strongest consort is at king stage. A smile appeared on Nux's face as he asked another question. Fel, what do you think about the current king? Not liking his tone and that smile on his face one bit, Felberta's face turned solemn. Nux, it does not matter what I think about the king. He is the king, the strongest person in this kingdom. Don't think something unrea dash. Fel, do you really think I will do something I am not confident in? You know how scared of dying I am, right? What confidence are you talking about? How strong are you, Felberta snapped in anger. I am very strong. How strong? You might be the strongest person in the advanced stage. There are countless people stronger than you out there. Heck, even my butler is stronger than Yo Dash. I am strong enough to defeat 5 Joyobs without breaking any sweat, Nux replied. Felberta, Skyla, and Lane were stunned, but Nux wasn't done yet. Not only that. I can fight against a Grand Master stage cultivator if we fight without weapons or have the same level star weapons. I can even assassinate an expert stage cultivator. That is how strong I am. The three of them were dumbfounded by his words. Just what did he do there to get so strong? Suddenly, a thought appeared in Felberta's mind, but before she could even question, Nux answered. No, it is not what you are thinking. I will not touch other women without telling you. Then how did you get so strong? At what cultivation level are you right now? I am still at the advanced stage. Hearing his answer, Felberta boiled in anger. She thought that he was teasing her. So you are telling me that while being an advanced stage cultivator, you can defeat an expert stage cultivator. I never said I can defeat an expert stage cultivator, I said I can assassinate him. It is not the same. Th. Bam. Felberta wanted to say something but turned silent when a beast corpse appeared in front of her. Fiery flaming lion, a 4-star beast, which should have the same strength as a Grand Master stage cultivator. She then heard Nuxa's words and was dumbfounded. Did you kill it? Of course. It was so simple that I couldn't believe it myself. How about this, I will fight Joyob right in front of you, then you can decide for yourself if I am lying or not. Knowing that she still did not believe him, Nux offered. We'll do that then. Felberta nodded in agreement. Although she wanted to believe him, she just couldn't do it. This man in front of him was twisting all her logic. How can an advanced stage cultivator defeat a Grand Master stage cultivator? Half an hour ago, the break ended and Joyob returned, but when he entered and saw Nux sitting on Felberta's chair with a smile on his face, his lips twitched in frustration. He returned. Joyob, I want you to have a friendly spar with Nux, Felberta ordered. Huh? Viscount Felberta, isn't he just an advanced stage? What if I hurt him? Butler Joyob, you don't have to worry about it. Let's just start. Don't worry, I won't hit you too hard, Nux chuckled. Joyob's lips touched even more. Yes, Viscount Felberta, I will do as you said and will have a spar with him. Joyob bowed as he glared at Nux. How dare a mere advanced stage boy act arrogant in front of him? I won't hit you too hard. Should you not beg me not to go too hard on you instead? I will punch that arrogant face yours. Joyob was angry. Alright, let's move to the garden, Felberta nodded. In the garden, Nux and Joyob stood in front of each other. Joyob was very eager to start and he didn't have to wait a lot as Viscount Felberta announced. Start. Joyob then activated Steps of Gale and disappeared from his spot. Of course, that was only for Fel and the two maids. Nux on the other hand could clearly see Joyob running towards him with a pathetic display of Steps of Gale. He wasn't even at the beginner stage. A few seconds later, Joyob appeared in front of Nux and tried to punch his face. Nux just dodged lazily and slapped his face. Slap. Bam. Joyob's body was sent flying and he passed out. The fight ended. Felberta, Skyla, and Lane couldn't react in time, and when they did, they couldn't believe their eyes. They only saw Joyob dashing towards Nux at an incredible speed before flying back at an even faster speed. What in the hell happened? That was the only question that ran through their mind. Skyla quickly woke up from her reverie and rushed towards Joyob. Her eyes widened when she saw his state and she shouted. He passed out. What? Felberta and Lane exclaimed in surprise. I told you right. Even 5 Joyobs won't make me sweat, let alone 1. Do you believe me now? Then they heard Nux's words and couldn't help but believe them. Nux was a monster. An anomaly. They can't judge him with logic. So, my darling Fel, I will ask you again. What do you think about the current king? Volume 1 end. Author note, this is it, folks, the first volume ends today. Thank you to everyone who supported me through this journey, and I hope you will keep supporting me in the future as well. 55 Fel, you are a genius. So, my dear Fel, I will ask you again, what do you think about the current king? Are you really sure you want to do it? Felberta questioned. Don't worry, as I said, I am very scared of death. I will not act restlessly. Also, you can be sure about one thing, if I want to run away, even a king stage expert won't be able to catch me, Nux assured with a confident smile. Of course, he was lying with a straight face. He has no clue if a king stage or even an expert stage could detect his conceal or not. However, he knew that he would get stronger at a never-seen rate, and someday not that far away, even the legendary Emperor stage cultivator won't be able to detect and defeat him. Felberta nodded, though she thought it was a ridiculous notion for a king stage cultivator to not be able to catch an advanced stage cultivator. Nux was an anomaly. Fel, you still haven't answered my question, Nux reminded gently. Then, Felberta sighed in defeat as she answered. The current king, he is not a good king, but he is not a bad one either. He is just an average king, nothing special really. We can't have an average king leading us, can we? How about I become the new king? Nux spoke with a smile. Felberta's lips twitched as she thought inwardly, why are you even asking me? No matter what I think about the king, won't you still plan to replace him? Yeah, we can't have an average king, you should really become our new king, Felberta replied bland tone. She couldn't believe she was saying it. If someone else heard her, they would be scared shitless. What she said was nothing less than treason. She would die if her words were heard by someone. However, when she saw Nux's face, she smiled inwardly. It might not be a bad thing to die for him. Love really makes one blind and stupid. Fel, do you have some information about the royal harem? Some good information, a consort I can get my hands on for example. Nux asked seriously, as if he was talking about something very important and not about cucking the king of the kingdom he lived in. Not really, but I can find it if you want. HM. Can a normal viscount get information like this? Nux questioned. Of course not. But I have my ways, Felberta smiled. Can it be traced back to you? Nux asked seriously. It can, after thinking about it for a while, Felberta replied. Then forget about it, Nux directly shook his head. He wasn't going to let Felberta take such a big risk. Fel, who do you think would know more about the royal harem? Nux questioned. Felberta thought about it but couldn't come up with an answer. Everyone who knew something more about the royal harem is someone important and can't be offended. They couldn't target him, her right now. The head maid. Suddenly, Skyla's eyes brightened as she replied. The head maid? Yes, the head of all the maids working in the royal palace. She should know a lot of things about the royal harem. Skyla nodded. But the head maid won't leave the royal palace easily, right? How do I contact her? That. I do not know, Skyla lowered her head, embarrassed. It shouldn't be that difficult to contact her, Felberta replied. No, we can't use your name, Nux shook his head. You don't have to. You just have to disguise yourself as a merchant from another kingdom and introduce some items to meet her. Then you can perform your magic on her later. Nux stayed silent for a while before his eyes brightened. Fel, you are a genius. Of course, I am. Felberta snorted but a small smile appeared on her face. But, how can any random company merchant meet the head maid of the royal palace? Won't we need some authentication? Lane interjected. The room turned silent. Lane was right, how could any merchant meet the head maid? If that was possible, the head maid would have been long dead due to overwork. What if the merchant was introduced to her by a maid of a royal palace? Would that be enough? Skyla questioned. That should be enough for the head maid to take a look, Felberta answered. Then I know a maid who works in the royal palace. We're not that close, but I can introduce you to her, then, Skyla suggested. Are you talking about Anise? Lane questioned, to which Skyla nodded. That might work, for Nux, it should be easy to convince that Anise you speak of, isn't that right? Felberta glanced at Nux. After all, fooling innocent girls is what you are best at. Nux didn't know how to respond to the jab which was completely uncalled for. He decided that it would be best to stay silent in this position and didn't reply. Felberta snorted seeing him acting like that. She then glanced at Skyla and questioned. How and when will you introduce her? According to her holiday schedule, her next time off would be a week later, I can introduce you to her then. Okay, so it's decided, we will meet her and decided what to do later next week. Till then, Nux is all ours, enjoy to your heart's content, Felberta announced without even asking the man they were talking about. Not that the man minded or anything. 56 It is all your fault. So, my dear Skyla, did you miss me when I was gone? Nux whispered seductively into Skyla's ears. Right now, he was inside his room with Skyla sitting on his lap facing him. He was caressing her whole body gently and slowly as if preparing his meal. I did, Skyla replied as he enjoyed his touch. How much? A lot, on. Skyla replied before she moaned out loud as Nux grabbed her butt. She does not know why, but whenever he touches her there, the pleasure she feels instantly heightened. Aren't you a lot more sensitive than normal? Nux chuckles as he started kneading her firm but soft butt. That's all your fault, it has been a long time since you touched me, so I am a little more sensitive than usual. Skyla complained with a cute pout. With her childish face, her pout looked lovable and could melt any man's heart. Did you not touch yourself when I was away? I did, but it didn't feel as good as when you do it, so I wasn't very satisfied. That is also your fault. Skyla blamed him again. Ho. How is that my fault then? I used to feel good whenever I touched myself before, it is only when you started touching me, it felt so good that I can't satisfy myself anymore. Skyla replied honestly, her face was a little red, but that wasn't because she was embarrassed, it was because she felt good under his touches. She was a simple girl, now that she has given her heart to this man in front of her, she won't be embarrassed talking about her masturbating in the past or anything like that. Then isn't your fault that you are a horny little girl who can't even pleasure herself? Nux questioned in amusement. It is not. It was you who made me like this. I could easily satisfy myself before I didn't meet you, Anne. Skyla pouted even more, but then Nux smiled as he tightened his grip around her butt, making her moan again. That makes sense. I will admit that it was my fault for making you like this, but since we can't change it, how about I compensate you differently? Nux questioned as he stood up and carried her in his arms. How will you compensate me? Skyla questioned with a red face. She didn't really need to ask since she already knew the answer, and to be honest, she won't have anything else for the compensation. I will help you relax this perverted body of yours, Nux whispered into her ears before placing her on the bed. Skyla then felt something soft on her lips, knowing what it was, she didn't waste any more time and started the attack with her tongue. Her tongue then knocked on his teeth before entering and mingling with his tongue. She then circled her hands around Nux's neck before pulling him even closer to her. Nux's hand didn't stay idle either, they first lowered her uniform to free her lovely breasts before removing her skirt. His one hand then gently kneaded her soft breasts, while his other hand traveled down and entered her panties. Without wasting any more time, his middle finger entered her squishy canal, exploring her already familiar insides. His index finger didn't wait for long either, and once her little sister was wet enough, it penetrated in as well. MMNNFGG. His two fingers created a mess in her insides, stimulating all her weak points without any mercy. Skyla's body shuddered in pleasure. Yes. This is it. It feels so good. I would never be able to pleasure myself like this. Only he can do it. Skyla thought with whatever little sense she has left before giving it to pleasure and continuing moaning. It was as if Nux knew everything about her body, the amount of time and intensity he should rub her certain weak spot, where should he touch gently, and where he should be a little rougher, everything he did ensure that Skyla feels most pleasure out of it. MMNGGGFH. Under the intense stimulation, Skyla couldn't hold any longer, her canals tightened and her body twitched before she came. Right after she came, Nux parted their lips, allowing her to regain her breath. Ha! 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 Hee hee, look at how tired you look, my dear Skyla, don't forget, the real part is about to begin. The real part is about to begin. Skyla thought inwardly, and when her eyes peeked at Nux's weapon that was standing tall, ready to march inside her canal, her breathing quickened even more. Satisfied by her reaction, Nux sat up, placed his rod in front of her canal, and started stroking her pussy's entrance with his dick. Skyla's body shuddered due to his teasing, then as if having mercy on her, Nux stopped his teasing and plunged his rod right into her canal. Ah, so good. Skyla moaned out loud. Her expression showed only one thing at the moment, and that was pure bliss. Nux too felt a wave of pleasure assaulting his body. After not being boned for a month, Skyla's vagina was tighter than usual. Nux needed some time to get used to the tightness, and once he did, he pulled out his dick and then plunged it again. Anik. His movements quickly turned smooth and the drilling started. Han. So good. Skyla moaned in pleasure, jolts and jolts of pleasure were released into her. Her body soon turned numb, she clenched the bed sheets hard and accepted the drilling wholeheartedly. She felt like she was finally full. The pleasure she felt continued increasing, she could feel that Nux was wilder than usual, but she didn't complain. In fact, it felt even better. Han. She continued moaning, her back arched up in pleasure, eyes rolled back, and canals started to tighten. She was already sensitive since she came just now, and the pleasure she felt was already too much for her to bear. She wanted to orgasm, but somewhere inside her mind, she knew that the moment she did, the pleasure that was assaulting her body will stop, so she forced herself not to come. This, however, caused her canals to tighten even more. Nux was surprised by the sudden tightness and felt that he was about to come. He then increased his speed even more and grabbed her juicy but tightly. Anan Gath. Ugh, I am coming. This action caused all her efforts to be in vain, and Skyla squirted like there was no tomorrow. Nux also let go and painted her walls white before falling on her body. It felt really good. Saying that, Skyla closed her eyes and passed out. 57 You can always do it later, right? Seeing her sleeping so soundly, Nux smiled as he gently kissed her soft lips before lying right beside her. Streams of energy entered his body after he came inside, but this time, the amount wasn't enough for him to level up. Nux shook his head as he closed his eyes and relished the aftertaste of their intense and delightful session. 2 hours later, Nux opened his eyes. He then turned around and glanced at Skyla, who was still sleeping soundly and with a small smile on her face. Nux smiled as well and stood up. He didn't wake her up and directly left his room. After exiting, he activated his sense and quickly found her next target. He then activated his conceal and started walking towards her. After a while, Nux could see Lane walking towards the corridor and decided to follow her. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. Lane kept walking without knowing how the person who she was thinking about right now was following her. However, suddenly, she stopped and glanced toward the 3 maids who were talking happily. Nux frowned and followed her gaze and quickly found those 3 maids. What? Edric proposed to you yesterday? One of the maids questioned. The other maid, who was a little shorter than the 2, nodded with a blush on her face. Took him a long damn time, the first maid snorted. Hey, did you have your first time yet? The third maid questioned excitedly. The other maid's face turned even redder as she nodded. Last night. Kaya. Quick. Tell me the details. The maid's face was now as red as a tomato as she shook her head cutely. I won't. What? That's so mean. The third maid complained. Alright, don't tease her now. Oriel, tell me, when are you 2 getting married? The first maid questioned. Oriel smiled a little as she answered, a month later. You will invite us to the marriage, right? The first maid teased. Of course, you 2 are my best friends after all, Oriel nodded with a red face. Nux then turned his head and glanced at Lane. He was surprised to see that her eyes were gleaming with excitement and jealousy as she glanced at the trio. Nux frowned. Excitement was okay, but jealousy? What was she jealous of? Wasn't her man the most handsome and the most caring person in this world? However, soon Nux realized. What was different in the thing the maids were talking about? Marriage. Nux has confessed to his women many times, but he noticed that he hasn't proposed to marry any one of them yet. Of course, he was happy to marry them anytime, but it won't make difference if he just thinks about it in his mind. Could they read his mind? No. He has to tell them himself. Nux nodded inwardly. He promised himself that he would propose all 3 of them personally. The 3 maids then continued talking. The third maid was persistent and continued asking Oriel about her first time. Oriel blushed each time and continued denying it. As if remembering something, Lane quickly shook her head. She then walked towards the maid and congratulated her. Congratulations. Then before Oriel could reply, Lane quickly rushed away awkwardly. Nux chuckled seeing her acting like that and quickly followed her. A while later, Lane entered the bathroom and Nux finally decided to reveal himself. With a mischievous smile, Nux walked in front of her, letting her bump into him. Huh? Lane. What are you thinking about that you are so lost in your thoughts that you can't even see your man walking in front of you? Of course, he also took the opportunity to take her in his embrace. Nux. Lane didn't mind being hugged by him, but she was shocked. She was sure that she didn't see him standing there. When did he appear? Was she really so lost thinking about marrying Nux that she couldn't even see him standing in front of him? Were you thinking about me? Being caught like this, Lane panicked as she replied, no. Oh. Then were you thinking about another man? No. Not at all. Why would I think about another man? Lane panicked even more. She then heard Nux chuckling before picking her up. Knowing what he was going to do, Lane quickly shook her head as she replied. Nux, we can't do that yet, I still have work to do. You can always do it later, right? And no, I cannot, I still have to was dash. Suddenly, Lane felt something soft on her lips and saw Nux kissing her gently. You can always do it later, right? He questioned gently. And no, I ha dash. Again, Nux sealed her lips. You can always do it later, right? He repeated, his tone even gentler. Lane's face turned red and her heart started beating quickly. However, as a serious person, she quickly came back to her senses and replied, Nux, I cannot do it re-dash. He sealed her lips again. You can always do it later, right? He repeated, this time, his voice so gentle that it was almost seductive. Lane's will to fight disappeared as soon as it appeared, however, his kisses felt good so she tried to deny it again. I can dash. Right? After sealing her lips again, Nux questioned before kissing her lips a few more times without letting her answer. Right? He then questioned again. I can always do it later, right? Lane thought inwardly as she nodded with a red face. She then let Nux carry her to the bathtub and place her inside. 58 I missed you as well. Lane's heart was already beating very fast due to his kisses, but now that he placed her in the empty bathtub, she felt like it will burst out. She wasn't stupid, she clearly knew where this is going, and was inwardly very happy and excited thinking about it. It's been so long, she missed him a lot. You really like it when I kiss you on your lips, huh? Nux muttered. Lane nodded shyly. She then felt him kissing her lips again, however, this time, it wasn't just a gentle peck. Soon, something wet entered her mouth and started mingling with her tongue. While she was enjoying the kiss, she felt Nux's hands moving. He soon removed her skirt and proceeded to do the same with her top. He freed her soft but firm milky white breasts, and after giving them a soft kneading, he removed her bra entirely and then did the same with her panty. He then ended his kiss and stepped back. She could see him glancing at her completely naked body with his enchanting golden eyes, and her heartbeat quickened. You are really beautiful, she then heard his voice. Her heart beamed in joy when she heard him, her joy was then felt by her mouth and a smile appeared on it. And when you are naked like this, you are explosively beautiful. Ha! I am glad that I am the only man who could see this seductive sight. Her face turned red in embarrassment hearing him. Remove your clothes. I see can't be the only one naked here, she then muttered. Someone's getting naughty. Hearing him chuckling like that, Lane felt even more embarrassed, however, seeing him removing his clothes, she felt better. Nux first removed his robes, revealing his muscular body, with every muscle looking strong and divine. He then removed his pants and Lane saw his rod that was already half awakened, perhaps aroused due to seeing her body. Lane smiled thinking about it before her gaze returned to his whole body. You are also really dashing when you are naked like that, she thought inwardly. She then saw him walking towards her and felt excited. He then moved his rod and placed it on the top of her right breast, or to be more specific, her nipple. On. Lane didn't know what he was doing, but she felt a strange jolt of pleasure assaulting her body and she let out a moan. Then, he started sliding his dick up and down. Seeing the round head of his rod crushing her nipple again and again filled Filberta with a weird sense of excitement. Not only that, she even noticed his dick turning even harder the more it moved. Her little sister trembled in excitement and anticipation, but Lane's eyes were glued on how his huge penis and her erect nipple collided. Heh, look how your pussy is crying for attention. Lane was brought out of her reverie when she heard her voice. She glanced below and saw her juices leaking out of her canal, she blushed in embarrassment. You don't need to be so embarrassed, I am your man after all. Isn't it normal for your body to crave my body? Even my body craves your body. Look how hard and ready to go my little brother is. Lane nodded, still a little embarrassed. She then felt Nux's dick moving towards her little sister. He then started sliding his dick up and down on her entrance, drenching his dick with her juice. And soon, Nux entered her insides. Lane's body shuddered in pleasure. Her little sister moved its wall around his dick, feeling and gobbling up the entire thing like a very hungry person gobbling the food he received. Soon, Nux pulled his dick backwards and Lane's inside started trembling. They only calmed down when he plunged it inside again. And Lane moaned in satisfaction, every time Nux thrusts his dick inside her. The waves of pleasure that assaulted her body numbed her mind, and her body shuddered. While the pleasure she was feeling was already too much to handle, she saw Nux bending down. He then lowered his head and started licking her left nipple with a seductive smile on his face. Not having enough, he gobbled up her erect nipple before sucking it intensely as he continued licking it with his tongue. Anan. Lane's body was assaulted by yet another wave of pleasure. Her back arched up as she held her head and pulled her close to her body. Nux's other hand also started playing with her other nipple, intensifying the pleasure even more. Han. Lane moaned uncontrollably, her body was already numb due to pleasure while Nux kept drilling her insides. Suddenly, Nux bit her nipple at the same time when he pinched her other nipples. The sudden and intense feeling of painful pleasure jolted her awake. Her vaginal walls tightened and started twitching hysterically. Am coming in. She then finally let go and her pussy squirted. Being sucked by her walls and drenched by her juices, the pleasure Nux was feeling heightened to another degree. He couldn't hold on any longer and take it all in. Ugh hi. He filled her insides with his milk. His body felt weak as he lay beside Lane before kissing her lips. Really missed you. Lane muttered as she enjoyed the aftertaste. A smile appeared on Nux's tired face as he replied. I missed you as well. 59 I am more experienced. Okay, that's enough for the day. You can take your leave. Felberta announced. Joyob, who was now conscious and was reporting everything to Felberta, felt his mouth twitching. There was still an hour before the office hours ended and he still had a few reports to make. As expected, that man's return is bad news. It was so good seeing Viscount Felberta working seriously, but now that he has returned, she's announcing early offs again. What's worse, he has become so strong in such a short time that he can't even say anything to him now. What a frustrating and annoying man. Of course, he didn't dare say any of this out loud and just bowed before leaving. Felberta smiled before she quickly stood up and rushed towards her room. She knew that Nux would be in her room, waiting for her right now. She was eager to spend time with him after so long. However, just as she was imagining doing this and that with him, her two maids, now sisters, appeared in front of her and spoke. Viscount Felberta, the dinner is ready. What? The dinner is ready. Felberta frowned. These two should know what and where was she going. They shouldn't disturb her right now, but when she saw the sly smile that leaked out of Skyla's serious expression for a second, she quickly understood what they were up to. After having your fun, you dare stop me from having mine. How vicious. Viscount Felberta, don't look at us like that, we only mean you're well. As someone who has already experienced what you are about to experience, I believe you will require a lot of energy. Thus, having dinner before doing the deed is advisable, Skyla advised, barely able to hold her laugh. You, Felberta was speechless. You dare talk like you are more experienced than me. Mind you, while you were just peeking through the wall, I was experiencing the real thing. How could Felberta take it lying down? She retorted viciously as well. Skyla blushed. This was her dark memory. She was just teasing her. Why would she be so vicious to bring that up? Felberta was satisfied by her reaction and then replied, you don't need to worry about me not having energy since I am more experienced in this matter than the two of you who were virgins just a month ago. With another sly jab, Viscount Felberta walked towards her room. Skyla and Lane on the other hand just blushed in embarrassment. They decided in their heart that they would never listen to his words and tease Viscount Felberta ever again. Nux, who initiated everything, was chuckling as he witnessed this scene with his sense. He had to admit, the two maids were nothing in terms of wordplay when compared to the Viscount. She handled them like a boss. He chuckled and then waited for Felberta to enter the room. Bam! The door was then slammed open and Felberta appeared. She then saw Nux smiling at her gently as he patted his lap. Humph! She then snorted before walking towards him and sat in his embrace before questioning, how dare you ask Skyla and Lane to hinder me from coming? Do you not want me anymore? What are you talking about? Seeing him acting ignorant, Felberta snorted again as she replied, stop acting. Do you think I don't know my own sisters? Skyla is too clumsy to come up with something like that, while Lane is too serious to do it. The two of them would never do it until someone tells them to. You can't really win against an extremely beautiful and intelligent noble woman Nux sighed, not forgetting to compliment her, unknowingly, through his words. Humph. Of course, you can't. Felberta snorted and then smiled a little. She missed bantering like this while he caressed her body all over. Hey Fel, I had something to ask you about. Suddenly, Nux muttered. What is it? Why did you look for a boy toy? I mean, with your looks, I won't be surprised if you found any person to become your boy toy. Heck, some might even pay for it. Suddenly, Felberta blushed before replying. It wasn't really my idea. I actually did not need any man. After my husband died, I raised my child alone without anyone's help. Many nobles, even marquises asked me to be their concubine but I rejected them all. Then my friend, Flor, told me that I was a dominant type and advised me to keep a boy toy. I felt it was an interesting concept and agreed. I wasn't really planning to have sex with you, or at least till I was not ready for it but. But I was too hard to resist Nux whispered into her ears. Felberta nodded with a red face. She looked extremely cute right now. But the way you acted that day looked like you have done that several you can't underestimate a noble's acting, can you? Ha! You are one to talk. Felberta scoffed. Huh? What do you mean? Come on, stop acting dumb, Viscount F. Felberta, why you are really beautiful, too, my dear Fel, you look really amazing today, do you think this is a transition one can have in just a few days? Felberta questioned as she glared at Nux. Ha ha ha, you caught me, Nux laughed, he decided to be honest. You fooled me. Felberta stated. I did, however, that was the only way I could have you all to myself and you were just too beautiful for the greedy me to leave you, Nux whispered into her ears softly. He then picked her up and placed her on the bed before asking, how about I compensate you with my body? Felberta smiled before she rolled over, changed the positions as she sat on him. Don't worry, I wasn't planning to let you go without compensating me with your body. 60 You are the one compensating asterisk. Don't worry, I wasn't planning to let you go without compensating me with your body. Felberta smirked as she rolled on top of Nux. She might be a little mud-headed when Nux was still there with her, but last month when Nux left to go to the Blood Hills Wilderness, she thought about it with a clear mind and deduced that the change in Nux's behavior wasn't natural. He was fooling her. The revelation wasn't exactly a joyful one for her. Being tricked by someone you love isn't a very good feeling and Felberta felt sad about it. But after thinking about it a little more, she realized that Nux didn't want to harm her, on the contrary, she benefited a lot while being in a relationship with him. If Nux wanted, he could have left her after she outlived her use, but he did not. Not only that, he even helped her become an advanced stage cultivator. Thinking a bit more, she realized that if Nux has chosen any other way to woo her, the result might not be what they were now and she would have missed out on having an amazing partner like him, who embraces her with love. She then remembered how cheeky he was and smiled. She will forgive him, she was very happy now, and she would like to keep it that way. Of course, since no one knew her thoughts, nobody mentioned that her thoughts were heavily biased towards her wanting Nux to be with her, but since the conclusion she got was correct, there was no need to mention it either. Although Nux was acting before, now he loved her and very deeply at that. So everything was fine the way it is. However, forgiving him was one thing, using it as a chance to get her compensation was another. Felberta quickly removed his pants and freed his little brother that was already half erect. TSK, would you look at that, I haven't even started anything and this filthy thing is already soaring to go. Felberta snorted. Heh, don't forget, this filthy thing was in your mouth a few hours ago, and you were licking it as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. Has he swore not to let me play the dominator role. Felberta cried inwardly as her face blushed. Why you are the one compensating, you are not allowed to speak. She then ordered in a strict tone. As you command, my dear Fel. Felberta felt shivers coursing throughout her body when he called her like that. It felt really good. Why yes, now stay silent, she ordered, this time, her tone was a little weaker than before. Nux smiled and obeyed. Felberta's hand moved towards his dick as she stroked the filthy thing gently, feeling her soft hands. It didn't take a lot of time for his half-erect dick to turn hard, ready and flaring to explore the cave. Felberta then removed her seductive black panty, before she lifted her gown and then sat on top of him in a cowgirl position. She then held his rod and stroked it on her entrance for a little while. Jolts of pleasure assaulted her body when she did that. She moaned inwardly as her insides screamed in frustration and anticipation. She then glanced at Nux, who had his usual smile on his face and her lips twitched. She knew she cannot win against him like this and would end up moaning out loud. She then ceased the game she couldn't win and directly sat down, allowing his dick to enter her cave. Felberta was unable to hold back and she moaned. Ugh. However, when she heard his grunt, she felt a little better. At least she wasn't the only one to moan. She then stopped thinking about these weird things and enjoyed the feeling of his dick entering her vagina. Her insides were overjoyed as they sucked his rod intensely. When Felberta enjoyed the feeling to her heart's content, she lifted her but before slamming it down again. Ugh. This time, Nux was the only one who moaned, and this brought a smile to Felberta's face. However, inwardly, she wasn't any better either. Jolts and jolts of pleasure assaulted her body, numbing her mind. She waited for a little to get used to the pleasure before she repeated the process. Ugh fuck. So good. Nux muttered and then grabbed her giant breasts without removing her gown. And don't touch them. Why you are the one compensating. Felberta complained. She was already finding it hard to control her moans. if Nux needed her breasts like he always does, how will she ever control herself and dominate him? Nux chuckled at her childishness, but finding it quite cute, he pulled back his hands, and placed them behind his head, glancing at her with a leisure attitude. Felberta nodded and then moved again, and then again. Ugh, hi Fel, that felt good. Nux moaned in pleasure. He thoroughly enjoyed the sight of Felberta trying so hard to please him while her giant breasts move up and down with her momentum. That sight was gorgeous. Felberta, on the other hand, did not have it so simple. Although her movements were now smoother and faster than before, the same could be said for the pleasure she felt. The waves of pleasure kept assaulting her body continuously. Her body was already numb and she was finding it hard to move. Her eyes were barely open at this moment. On. She couldn't hold back and moaned in pleasure. She wanted to lift her body again, but she was already at her limit. She then glanced at Nux, who was looking at her with the same enchanting but annoying smile, and gave up. It was too hard to dominate him. Also, the feeling was too good and she did not want to stop at all. She opened her mouth and ordered. You move now. But Nux wanted to tease her a little, but she interjected. You are the one compensating, listen to what I say. 61 Why not? You are the one compensating, listen to what I say. Nux chuckled and then quickly rolled over. The one on the top was now him. Then, without giving her any time to react, he pulled his rod out before thrusting it deep inside her without any mercy. Ugh. Felberta's body jerked in pleasure as he smashed his rod inside her so roughly. My dear Fel, do I now have the permission to touch your beautiful breasts? Nux teased. Felberta, on the other hand, was already on cloud 9 and wouldn't allow the pleasure to stop in any way. Do whatever you want, she nodded. Nux smiled as he didn't tease her anymore. He removed her gown and then her black bra as he bent down and started licking her beautiful nipple. At the same time, he moved his rod out before slamming it in. So good. Waves of pleasure assaulted her body from two different places. The feeling was too much for her already sensitive body and she moaned out loud. Pleased by her reaction, Nux increased the speed of his hips moving while he started sucking on her erect nipple. Hang. Felberta kept moaning in pleasure as Nux drilled her mercilessly, and at the same time, he played with her beautiful breasts. Her body twitched uncontrollably as her back arched up and her eyes rolled back. With what remaining strength she was left with, she used it to hug his head that was sucking her nipple before pulling it towards her mouth and forcing a kiss on him. Nux, of course, did not refuse the lovely offer and his tongue moved quickly as it entered her mouth. Their tongue fought for supremacy as they exchanged their saliva with each other. The scene was incredibly alluring. Her saliva felt sweet, and just as Nux was enjoying the taste, he felt her walls tightening as her legs started trembling. He then felt her grip around his head tightening. The pleasure he was feeling also increased. Knowing that they both were at their limit, Nux decided to speed things up. MNNGHH. His hips started moving at a faster rate, while his hand moved towards her erect nipple and he pinched it. MNNHFFGH. The pleasure shot up through the roof, and Felberta's whole body twitched uncontrollably before her juices gushed out. Ugh, hi. Nux also performed one last thrust before he filled her insides with his jizz. He then felt Felberta's grip weakening. He kneaded her soft breasts gently as he lay right beside her. That felt good, he muttered softly as he grabbed her from behind and touched her body all over. Felberta let out a soft too tired to say anything else. Feeling that she was tired, Nux decided to stop touching her, but just as his hands were about to move away, Felberta grabbed his hand before placing it on her breast. She let out a small again, letting Nux guess what she wanted to say. Nux, of course, did not disappoint, and he smiled before he started caressing her breast gently. The two of them cuddled for a long time before they slept. The next day, Nux and Felberta woke up. There was a big smile on Felberta's face. Suddenly, Nux remembered something and apologized. Fel, I am really sorry. What happened? Nux didn't say anything and directly brought out the 3-star armor she gave him. I destroyed your family treasure, Nux muttered guiltily. Felberta's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw that huge hole in the armor. She touched Nux's chest in panic as she questioned. Are you okay? Were you hurt somewhere? I am okay, but your AR dash. Don't worry about it, it's just armor after all. It was made to protect someone, and it did. Felberta waved her hand nonchalantly. Nux nodded and smiled a little. He knew that she was just trying to act nonchalant. how can the armor not be precious if it was treated as a family treasure by a viscount's family? But how did it get damaged so badly? Even a 3-star beast can only dent it, how can there be such a big hole like that? Didn't you see the 4-star beast's corpse? Right, wait. But you said that you can defeat a 4-star beast easily, how did this happen then? Ahem. I said I can easily defeat a 4-star beast now, I wasn't that strong back when I fought it. Also, this did not happen because I was weak. Saying that, Nux took out his broken sword. My sword broke when I was defending against its attack. If it weren't for that, I could have defeated it easily. Felberta widened her eyes in horror. How strong must an attack be to break a 2-star sword and then a 3-star armor? What if that attack had landed on Nux? She then glanced at Nux with a worried look. Knowing what she was thinking about, Nux smiled as he patted her head. Don't worry, as I said, I am strong. I mean, I did defeat a 4-star beast without a weapon, right? Only then did Felberta realize that even after losing his sword and armor, he still defeated a 4-star beast and came back uninjured. Although he had the healing potion, it can't heal if the injury is very deep. He is really amazing, Felberta thought inwardly. Now that I have destroyed your family treasure, how about I compensate you with my body? Ha ha ha, why not? Felberta laughed out loud as the two rolled over each other and started another round of pure bliss. 62 Anise Welch. For the next whole week, Nux spent his blissful days under the skirts of Felberta, Skyla, and Lane. He was really happy to get back to his previous schedule. Although he did not gain any decent improvement in his strength, the pleasure he felt and the happy smiles his women had the whole time was enough for him. However, this did not mean that he didn't work. A day ago, he activated his conceal, and left the kingdom to enter the Woods dynasty. He then entered one of the most renowned merchant companies before sealing a few of their products. No, he did not buy them, and he did not feel even the slightest guilt in his heart while stealing them. It won't affect a big company like this one if I steal some of their goods. Thinking that, he stole whatever he found was good and returned it. It took him 2 days to leave, steal, and return. After that, he spends another blissful day before it was time to meet Anise, the maid of the royal palace who is out on her week off. Right now, Nux was wearing an expensive-looking purple-colored robe. Combined with his raven hair, his hypnotic golden-colored eyes, and exquisitely carved face, he looked amazingly charming. Looking like that, would you even need to bribe that Anise girl at all? She might even agree to do anything for you, say, just so she could talk to you for a little longer. Humph. Felberta snorted. Although they didn't say anything, from the way they were nodding, Skyla and Lane completely agreed with her. I can bribe her with my body, can't I? Nux chuckled. Felberta just snorted in answer, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Haha, you are so cute, now tell me, do I look good? Nux questioned with a charming smile. The three women nodded. Lane even had a blush on her face. Then why don't you three give me a good luck kiss on my lips? The three of them nodded again with bright eyes before coming forward one by one and sealing his lips. After tasting all of their lips, Nux turned towards Skyla and nodded, I will be counting on you today. Skyla nodded with a determined look as if she was going into a war. With her childlike face, her expression looked very adorable. Knock knock knock. An hour later, Skyla knocked in front of a door of an unknown house. The door opened and a girl in her 20s appeared. She was Anise Welch, a 27-year-old girl who works as a maid in the royal palace. She had blonde hair, crystal blue eyes, a small nose, and cherry red lips. She had cute freckles on her face and a thin body. She was definitely above average in terms of looks, but when compared to the likes of Skyla, Lane, or Felberta, she was greatly overshadowed. Anise. Long time no see. Skyla greeted with a smile. However, Anise, right now, was busy glancing at the charming man with an exquisite face standing right in front of her and didn't reply. Anise. Skyla then patted her shoulder and she finally came out of her reverie. Oh. Skyla. Long time no see. What are you doing here? She questioned, however she kept sneaking a few glancing at Nux as she said that. Nothing, I was just buying something for Viscount Felberta when this gentleman approached me and questioned the way he can get in touch with a maid working in the royal palace. I instantly remembered that it must you're off right now and brought him here, Skyla explained. Oh. I understand, Anise nodded to Skyla before her eyes glanced at Nux and she smiled brightly, what can I help you with, gentlemen? Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Dio Brando, the leader of Brando Merchant Company from the Woods dynasty. Can we talk inside? Nux replied with the most charming smile he could make. Of course, he did not forget to use his eye of discerning. Name, Anise Welch. Age, 27. Mana cultivation, advance. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Talent, medium. LVL, 25. HP, 280/280. MP, 390/390. STR, 29. AGL, 34. VIT, 28. STM, 32. INT, 40. Def, 28. His smile seemed to have worked as Anisa's face turned a little red as she replied. Oh, I am so sorry. PLE, please come inside. T then I'll take my leave, Skyla muttered. Miss, I am thankful for your help. D don't mention it, Skyla replied. Skyla, don't forget to meet your best friend later, come over tomorrow, we will catch up. Yeah, I'll come, Skyla wondered when she became her best friend, but since she didn't want to sound rude, she nodded before leaving. Looking at her expression, I think the first step will be easy, she thought inwardly as she continued searching a few shops to continue her act before leaving. On the other hand, Nux entered Anisa's house and sat on a chair. I am really sorry, I don't live here often so the furniture isn't well maintained. I understand, to work so hard that you don't even have the time to furnish your house, you are a hardworking lady. Nux complimented with a smile. Anise blushed when she heard that and a small smile appeared on her face. Although he misunderstood what she meant, she did not have any intention to correct him. Oh. Where are my manners? Let me bring something for you to eat. You don't really dash. I can't do that, I have to treat my guests well. Nux gave up and nodded. Of course, he used his sense to see if she was doing or thinking anything weird, but seeing that she was just making tea with a blush, he smiled and shook his head. A few minutes later, Anise returned with tea and some cookies. I am sorry for the wait. It's not a problem, he then drank a sip before his eyes lit up, delicious. Waiting for a few minutes. I can even wait for hours to drink this tea. Your hands are simply magical. Nux praised wholeheartedly. 63 Etta Osborne. Anise blushed under his praises and smiled. This man in front of him was really pleasing to the eyes, not only that, he was even polite and respectful to her, unlike all other rich men who treat her like nothing. Anise had a good impression of him. She then sat on the other chair and questioned. Sir Dio, may I know your purpose for coming here? You see, my Brando Merchant Company is new, but I can guarantee you that the products we have are all high quality. The competition we faced in the Woods dynasty is too much, so I decided to come here and test my luck, believing that products from another kingdom might sell faster here and have more demand. I also wanted to sell my products to the royal harem and learned that the best way to do that is through the head maid. Since I can't directly contact the head maid, I came to you. I hope you can help me with this. Anise nodded in understanding. This wasn't the first time someone came to her like this, but unlike others, this person treated her politely and is good looking. She wanted to help him to the best of her abilities. Seeing that she didn't reply, Nux continued, of course, I will not ask you for this favor without giving you anything dash. Mr. Dio, please don't say that, you don't need to give me anything. Today was my last day off, I will return to the royal palace tomorrow and tell the head maid about you. Don't worry, I guarantee you that you will be talking with the head maid day after tomorrow at the same place, at the same time. I just request you to not be late since the head maid is strict when it comes to time. Ah, thank you very much. Nux then took out a bottle of perfume and spoke, Miss Anise, this is my little gift dash. Mr. Dio, as I said, you don't need to give me anything dash. This is not for you helping me meet the head maid, this is for the delicious tea you served me. Miss Anise, please take it. Consider it me gaining some points so that I can come back here again someday and drink the tea, Nux replied with a smile and placed it in her hands. Anise did not deny it this time, she blushed a little before keeping the perfume in front of her mirror. The two then talked a little more before Nux left. TSK, last day off my foot. According to Skyla, she should still have at least 4 days off. TSK, to think that she would choose to annul her week off just so she could help you quicker. Having a good-looking face really helps her, Felberta snorted in annoyance. Oh, come on, it wasn't due to my face, it was because I was gentle and respectful with my approach. Do you even hear yourself? Gentle and respectful? If only it was that easy. Humph. Won't she will be willing to sleep with you if you asked her more, gently and respectfully. Nux stayed silent. She might, Felberta understood what his silence meant. Having a good-looking face really helps, Skyla muttered from behind and Lane nodded. Nux's lips twitched seeing the three of them acting in sync, he then calmed himself and smiled. Come on girls, isn't that a good thing? The faster we meet the head maid, the faster our plan progresses, right? That's what the problem is. Skyla and Felberta replied at the same time while Lane nodded in agreement. Nux just shook his head and chuckled. Alright, doesn't act like this, don't we still have 2 days before I meet the head maid? Shouldn't we enjoy the time we have rather than talking about this? Nux suggested. Felberta's eyes brightened as she snorted. Humph, you don't have to tell us that. We know what to do. Miss Anise, I believe I have been honest with you and did not offend you in any way, then why are you still trying to cheat me? Nux questioned as he glanced at the woman in front of him and Anise following her. What do you mean, Sir Dio? Anise questioned in panic and confusion. She didn't cheat him at all. Why would she ever try to cheat such a gentleman? I have obviously done some research before coming here and know that the head maid is a woman who is over 40 years old, how is this lady you brought here is no older than 25? Even if you wanted to cheat me, you could have at least brought an older woman, rather than bringing this beautiful girl here. A smile appeared on the young girl's face when she heard him and she replied. Mr. Dio, you have misunderstood. Anise did not cheat you in any way, I am indeed the head maid of the royal palace, Etta Osborne. What? Nux put on a surprised expression before he completely changed his expression into an apologetic smile and turned towards Anise. Miss Anise, I am really sorry for not believing you. And no, it's alright, Anise nodded with a smile. Nux then turned towards Etta and smiled, Miss Etta, I must admit, you have maintained yourself well. You look stunning. He was still surprised that this girl who looked no older than 25 was a more than 40 years old head maid of the palace, well, not really. He already knew the truth, he just wanted to compliment her and get on her good side. Name, Etta Osborne. Age, 43. Mana cultivation, master. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Occupation, head maid of the Skyfall Kingdom's royal palace. Talent, medium. LVL, 33. HP, 280/280. MP, 390/390. STR, 40. AGL, 42. VIT, 41. STM, 40. INT, 58. Def, 37. 64 Guess I got a little lucky then. Miss Etta, I must admit, you have maintained yourself well. You look stunning. Nux praised. Etta was a 1.65 meters tall woman, she had white-colored hair with shades of pink on the tips, this combined well with pink-violet eyes, and her tan skin gave her a different charm than others. Her small nose, and rosy red lips, combined with the perfect hourglass physique that rivals Felberta made her an extremely beautiful and alluring woman. She was indeed a beauty that could be compared with Skyla and Lane, adding it with her tan skin, she delivered a lethal blow to Nux. Suddenly, a sound chimed inside Nux's head. Mission, fuck Etta Osborne. Description, well, fuck Etta Osborne. Reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, Craving Touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days. Nux smiled and shook his head. Mr. System, as always, you are a step too late. I have already decided to do it so your mission is pointless, of course, I am not complaining, it's free system points after all. Thank you, Mr. Dio. You look dashing as well. Etta smiled and complimented back. Nux then turned towards Anise and smiled. Miss Anise, would you please allow me to drink the tea made by your hands again? Oh of course, you two, have a seat and talk, I'll prepare the tea. Anise nodded and rushed into the kitchen with an excited look. Alright, Mr. Dio, although I would love to talk with you more, I still have some work to attend so let's cut to the chase. I understand, Nux didn't waste time and a bottle of perfume appeared in his hand. Miss Etta, can I please have your hand for a second? Nux asked gently as he moved his hand towards her. A tinge of red appeared on Etta's face before it disappeared within a second and she nodded. Nux then gently grabbed her hand and sprayed some perfume on her wrist. Etta moved her hand close to her nose and sniffed. The fresh scent of gardenia entered her nose and she smiled. It smells really good, she praised. As they say, you are never fully dressed without a perfume. This perfume is called, Fragrant Memories, one of our best products. Of course, he wasn't creative enough to introduce the perfume like that, he was just imitating the person who was selling it back in the Woods dynasty. All he did was that he changed the name, but even that was given by Felberta. Yes, not only did he steal their products, he even stole their introduction. Nux then boldly walked over as he touched her shoulder and sprayed the perfume on her neck. This is my first product and, my gift to you. Nux smiled charmingly as he returned to his seat. Etta was still in a daze due to his smile, but she soon pulled herself out of her reverie and replied. You don't have to give anything to me. That is not possible. One should always appreciate beauties, and giving you this perfume is just me doing so. You sound like an experienced playboy. I am just being honest with my thoughts. Etta smiled a little. Nux then brought out a purple-colored gown and introduced. Next is this beautiful, made of pure silk, gown. It will add 2 extra stars to the beauty of any girl who wears it. Nux then kept introducing a few more items as they drank the tea made by Ennis. An hour later, Nux decided that it was enough and stated. I still have a few more items with me, but I know that Miss Etta is a busy person. How about we two meet tomorrow? The Silver Moon restaurant is really popular here, how about we meet there at the same time? Mr. Dio, I still have some time, we can finish this today. We don't need to rush it, do we? Or is it that you don't like spending some time with me? Did I do something that offended you? Nux questioned with a slightly sad look. No, of course not. Rather, meeting you was a really pleasant experience. Alright, we will do as you say and I will meet you tomorrow. Something inside Etta forced her to agree when she saw his sad look. She had a good impression of this man. Although she had dealt with many merchants, and many of them praised and bootlicked her a lot, most of them only saw her as a golden egg-laying hen. Nux on the other hand looked genuine with his compliments and treated her with respect as well. Not only that, he was very pleasing to the eye. Then it is decided, we will meet tomorrow then. Nux stood up and offered his hand to her. Etta smiled as she grabbed his hand and stood up. I will make sure to free enough time and sit with you for a longer period. Nux smiled as he walked her to the door and answered, I would be grateful for that. It was pleasant meeting you, Mr. Dio. Pleasure's all mine, Miss Etta. As Etta walked away, Nux sighed before he glanced at Ennis. What do you think? Did I manage to get on her good side? Don't worry Mr. Dio, I can guarantee that she had a good impression of you, Ennis replied with a smile. Oh. How are you so sure? Do you remember headmaid Etta saying that she was busy and has some work to do? Nux nodded. She wasn't just saying it for the sake of just saying it. She really had something to do. She told me that she had to leave in half an hour. However, she sat here and talked with you for an hour and was even ready to sit for a longer time. She is a person who is very strict with time, she never does what she did unless the person she is talking to is a high-ranking noble or she has a very good impression of the person in front of her, and trust me, no one has managed to get into her good books in just one meeting. Nux smiled when he heard it and muttered. Guess I got a little lucky then. 65 I want you to be mine. Ah, headmaid Etta, you are here, this way please. A waiter bowed respectfully and pointed at a certain room. Etta raised her eyes when she saw that. Although she was treated with respect everywhere she goes, it wasn't to this point. She shook her head to shake off these useless thoughts as she walked into the room the waiter pointed to. Entering the room, she saw Mr. Dio, wearing magnificent black-colored robes as he sat on the chair. When Mr. Dio's eyes fell on her, they brightened as he quickly walked toward her with a smile. Miss Etta, you look even more stunning than you did yesterday. He complimented as he offered his hand to her. Etta held his hand and a small smile appeared on her face. She put up some makeup on today and was glad that he noticed it. You smell really good as well. Nux complimented again, this time, with a meaningful smile. Etta smiled back as she replied. I tried your perfume today. As they say, a gem would only shine if it is in the right hand. I am very proud of my yesterday's self for finding the right gem for my perfume. Please have a seat, Miss Etta. Nux then pulled the chair like a gentleman and offered it to her. Etta took the offer with a smile and sat down. Since I don't know much about this place, I will let you order the food for us. I believe that your judgment would be the most accurate one I can get. Nux smiled softly. Etta ordered the food and Nux brought out a pink-colored gown and introduced. This is one of the items I failed to introduce yesterday, just like yesterday's gown, this one is also made from pure silk. however, it's designed by one of our finest tailors, the combination of the pink-colored gown and purple designs match your eyes as well. I am especially proud of this product. It is amazing indeed. Nux then took out a few more items and introduces them. Etta liked them all however, when Nux was about to take out another item, she stopped him and questioned. Mr. Dio, please be honest, do you intend to sell your products to the royal palace through me? At her question, Nux smiled and answered. That was the initial plan, yes. Initial? Yes, the goal is still the same but I found a more important goal right now. Is that goal perhaps me? Etta guessed and asked honestly. She wasn't stupid, although she liked the items he introduced, half of them, including the pink gown suited her, a lot. The way Nux talked with her, the way he acted in front of her, it was as if he was giving some signals to her. As expected, beauty with brains, Miss Etta is sharp. Nux smiled. Since you have already guessed, there is no point hiding it anymore. I want you to be mine, Etta. Nux declared with intense passion burning in his golden eyes. Etta was taken aback by the intense look in his eyes, her heart jumped in excitement but when she thought about something, she sighed and answered. Mr. Dio, I am very pleased to learn about your feelings, but you have to understand that although I might look young, I am more than 40 years old. It does not matter. Nux interrupted. As I said, I want to make you mine, Etta. The moment my eyes fell on you, that was the first thought that appeared in my mind. It does not matter how old you are. As long as you are not against me, I never back down. Etta remained silent, she was too overwhelmed by the sudden emotions that welled inside her. Pleasure, happiness, doubt, insecurity, myriads of emotions attacked her mind and she was unable to come up with an answer on the spot. And as if knowing about it, Nux continued, of course, I do not expect you to accept me just because I said it and I know that you will need time to think about all of this. How about this, 2 days later, we will go on a date. We will spend a full day together, we will go shopping, watch some plays if you like, have breakfast, lunch, and dinner together, and after that, it will be up to you. Of course, if you still can't decide by then, we can go on another date next week and we'll keep on doing it until you make up your mind. We can do that, Etta muttered quietly. However, I will warn you before, Nux then walked towards her before he moved his face closer to her and lifted her chin. I am a very possessive man. Once you accept me, you will be mine. I won't let you get away from me, he whispered seductively. Etta's heartbeat quickened and her face turned red. Too close. He was too close. As if hearing her thoughts, Nux moved away and smiled. However, Etta, who should feel better now that his face was away, felt a tinge of disappointment welling in her heart. Now that we have talked about this, I think it's time to end the meeting. Suddenly, she heard Nux muttering and felt more disappointed. Pat. But then she heard a sound and saw Nux bringing his chair next to her. But since we still have time, why don't we spend it together? I am still hungry, shall we order food? He also grabbed her hand as if it was the most natural thing to do. However, for some reason, Etta didn't reject him either. The two then spent some time together before Etta suddenly remembered. Ah. Mr. Dio, I am very sorry that I forgot about it, I can't go on a date with you 2 days ago. As I am head maid, if I want a day off, I need to apply it a week ago. So we will have to postpone it for a week. Nux did not take it to his heart and smiled, don't worry, Etta, we will take it with your pace. I have already told you where I live, you can always send me a message even if you want to postpone it for another week. And no, I won't postpone it more. I want to go on a date as quickly as possible as well. Etta muttered with a blush. 66 His craving touch was as overpowered as always. So, how did it go with the head maid? Felberta questioned as she sat beside Nux and stroked his large dick with her soft hands. And it was good. I asked her out on a date. And Nux replied as he moaned in pleasure. He then picked her up, placed her on his right thigh, grabbed her large breasts. So quick. Well, your man is an incredible man after all, Nux smiled as he removed her clothes and started kneading her breasts before flicking his finger on her sensitive nipples. And Felberta's body jolted in pleasure before she questioned, so, when are you going? She told me to meet after a week, but I believe I will receive a message to change that and I will go with her 2 days later. Nux replied. How are you so sure? Because your man is an incredible man, Nux smiled as he answered. Humph. You are no incredible man, you are just good when it comes to fooling Inik An. The Viscount wanted to complain, but her words were exchanged with her moan as Nux's fingers entered her cave. TSK, who's innocent? The one who was going around finding boy toys because she was bored. Nux teased. Felberta wanted to retort, but Nux's fingers were causing chaos inside her walls, touching all her sweet spots, causing her little sister to shiver in pleasure. However, she has already been with him for more than 2 weeks, how could she take his jab while doing nothing in answer? Ugh hi, she increased the speed of her hand and used another hand to cup his balls, the pleasure Nux was feeling increased and his fingers slowed down. Humph. At least I am not shameless enough to become someone else's boy toy. She retorted back with an expression that expressed her victory, however, she couldn't keep it for long. Nux already knew everything about her body, not only that, the craving touch makes her body much more sensitive to his touch. How could she possibly resist him? Nux's fingers moved again, this time, a lot faster than last time, and Felberta's body trembled in pleasure. Nux then placed her body on the bed before sliding his penis in front of her entrance. Don't tease me anymore. Felberta's body twitched while her little sister screamed in frustration. Do you believe that your man is incredible? I do. Felberta quickly accepted her defeat. No, it was not her defeat, it was just a tactical retreat. She will give in to pleasure this one time and would soon plan another attack and think of another way to dominate him. Good girl, Nux smiled before he slammed his dick right into her pussy. This way, another night filled with alluring moans passed. Author's note, should I add small sessions like these as well? It will not affect the pace of the story and will also give every girl their respective screen time. What do you guys think? To be honest, I think I am a genius for coming up with an idea like this. Alright, I am going to the Crown Plaza. The next day, Nux told everyone, ready to leave. Is it really important to leave? Can't you just stay here for 2 days? Skyla questioned. Didn't I visit you yesterday afternoon and you were too tired to continue after 1 round? Since you send me off like that, what's the use of staying here? Nux chuckled. Skyla blushed in embarrassment, she knew Nux was just teasing her but she still felt bad. Don't worry, I will return in 1 or 2 hours and will visit you first, okay? Skyla nodded excitedly as her eyes brightened. Felberta has already had her bathroom session so she was satisfied. Lane, however, pouted. You should speak more if you want more, my dear Lane. If you don't speak, how will I know how much you love and miss me? Nux chuckled. Lane's face turned red as she muttered, visit me first next time. Her face then turned even redder and she lowered her head. Okay, Nux smiled seeing her like that and patted her head. Alright, I will be leaving now. Nux then activated his conceal and left. Crown Plaza was an inn he booked and stayed in as Dio. This is also the place where Etta would send a message if she had a change of plans. He then appeared in front of the inn before deactivating his conceal and walked in. Sir Dio, someone sent a message to you. The receptionist informed him before passing a closed envelope to him. Nux smiled, he thanked the male receptionist before walking into his room and opening the letter. As expected. Nux thought inwardly. It was Etta's letter that told him to be ready for their date tomorrow. Nux had already expected this. No, it was not because he thought that he was so handsome that she couldn't resist meeting him, but because of his most overpowered ability. The craving touch. He has been using every chance he gets to touch her. Yesterday, he even spent an hour holding her hand as they talked and ate food. Although the effect might not be as potent as with Felberta since she practically slept hugging him like a pillow and had his jizz all over her face, she would still think about him oftentimes a day while her little sister tingles in anticipation. Then when she thinks that it will take a week for her to meet him, just the thought would be too much for her to bear, and she will send this message. His craving touch was as overpowered as always. 67 Woman. What kind of sick thoughts run wild inside that head of yours? The next morning, Nux smiled as he saw Etta standing right in front of him wearing the pink-colored dress he gifted her 2 days ago. The dress matched well with her pink-purple eyes, and the contrast between her white-pink hair and her tan skin made her look very enchanting. I don't know how many times I have told you this already, but Etta, you look gorgeous, especially in that dress. Nux complimented. He was very proud of his choice when he bought the dress since it matched her eyes so well. He then extended his hand towards her with a gentle smile. A small blush appeared on Etta's face before she grabbed his hand and replied. You also look as dashing as always. Thank you, then shall we enter the carriage? Carriage? Eda muttered in surprise. We can't enjoy our date here in this city, Eda. There are many eyes here, Nux replied. Thinking about it for a while, Eda nodded as well, and the two walked towards the carriage Nux had prepared. Like a gentleman he was, Nux first helped Eda get into the carriage before climbing in as well. Of course, Eda was a master stage cultivator, so she didn't need his help, but Nux wasn't going to miss the opportunity to get into her good books. The two of them sat inside and the carriage started moving. Of course, Nux did not forget to hold her hand, which she allowed with a slight blush on her face. His hand feels warm. Eda thought inwardly before her attention was grabbed by Nux's question. So Eda, although I want you to be my woman, I recalled that I don't know anything about you, so while we are waiting to reach our destination, how about you tell me something about yourself? Well, there's nothing really special about me. My mother was the previous head maid of the royal palace. As for my father, I don't know who he is. Her face was full of disgust when she talked about her father. However, a thin smile appeared on her face as she continued. My mother worked very hard. Starting from a normal maid, she rose and became a head maid. She then put all her efforts to train me as the next head maid. She made sure that I live a comfortable life ahead. Nux smiled as he recalled his mother from his past life. Mothers are the best, huh? There was a bit of melancholy in his voice. He was missing his previous family. However, he had already accepted that he had died and won't be able to see them anymore. He shook his head and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. So, how is my mother-in-law right now? However, a sad look appeared on her face as she replied. She isn't here in this world anymore. Nux turned silent and didn't say anything more. He just tightened his grip around her hand to show her that he was here with her. Oh come on, it's our date. We shouldn't have this environment right now. My mother must be watching me from afar. She would kill me if she sees me being all emotional on my date. Eda then smiled brightly as she chimed. Nux smiled as well. He knew that she was sad, but he respected her for thinking about this date and trying to lighten up the room. He moved closer to her as he held her waist and smiled seductively. You are right, you can't be sad right now since I need to prove to my mother-in-law that I am indeed the best person his daughter can be with. How am I supposed to do that with you being all emotional? Huh? Eda blushed in embarrassment as she lowered her head. Nux was too close to her, but since it felt really good, she allowed it. A small smile then appeared on her face. Nux's eyes brightened up and he chimed. Nice. That's what I was talking about. Look how beautiful you look with that lovely smile of your. Smile more. Eda smiled more as he requested. Her face turned even redder than before. Their carriage then entered the lucky spring city. Their date continued as they first had breakfast and then did some shopping before having their lunch. They also watched some plays and then entered a fete to play some games. After they had dinner in a famous restaurant and were walking around at the night, hand in hand, Eda was looking at Nux with a weird look. Feeling strange due to her gaze, Nux furrowed his brows as he questioned. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I too handsome? No. Nux then made an exaggerated expression as he replied. What? Are you telling me I am not handsome? How is that possible? You must be the first girl who thinks that. Are you sure your eyes are okay? Come on, tell me how many fingers are these? PFTT. You are a narcissist. Eda chuckled. Nux then fixed his hair as he replied, of course I am, gods won't bless everyone with a face like this. Haha, Eda laughed out loud seeing him acting like that. Still, why were you looking at me like that? Nux questioned. I just find you weird, Eda muttered. What? How? I just thought that you would drug the dinner we had and then take me to an inn and ravish me, but you didn't. Her voice was very low when she said her last sentence and there was already a blush on her face. She even looked a little disappointed. Nux halted his steps when he heard her and looked at her weirdly. Woman. What kind of sick thoughts run wild inside that head of yours? 68 She would do it. Woman. What kind of sick thoughts run wild inside that head of yours? Nux couldn't help but exclaim out loud when he heard her. Is this woman okay? That thought didn't even cross his mind. Where are they? In a novel? And why the hell does she looks disappointed? Seeing his reaction, Eda's face turned red in embarrassment and she lowered her head. If it was an anime world, smoke would have come out of her head. That was how embarrassed she was. Nux didn't know what she was thinking, but what he knew was that he had a chance and a big chance at that. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud seeing her face, causing her to get even more embarrassed. Stop. Don't laugh, she requested. I can't help it. Ha ha ha, I can't believe you were thinking that. Stop. Eda nearly cried out. Suddenly, she felt Dio pulling her and pinning her to a nearby wall in a nearby alley. Her heart started beating quickly and her face turned even redder. She looked at Dio's face which was very close to hers in excitement and anticipation. Eda, Nux called out as he moved his face even closer to hers. Gaining her attention, he continued. I think you have misjudged me. When I said I want you to be mine, it did mean your body, but I want your heart to be mine as well. I want all of you. I am not stupid enough to cheat you for a moment of pleasure and then leave you for any other stinky man to have you. I won't allow that. Eda's heartbeat quickened even more, she could feel that her heart was so excited that it might even burst out. She felt unusually happy when she heard, I want all of you, and a small smile appeared on her face. She then felt a finger lifting her chin up, she looked at Dio, and noticed that his face was moving even closer to her and his red lips were moving forward into a pout. Although she looked young, she was a 40-year-old woman, she wasn't someone innocent, and she knew where this was going. She felt different emotions assaulting her mind, fear, excitement, nervousness, and anticipation. Her pink-purple eyes looked into Nux's golden eyes that were filled with unconcealed desire and passion. Just as she noticed his gaze, her anticipation won and dominated all other emotions. She closed her eyes and decided to let him do whatever he wanted. She did not have to wait for long as she felt an extremely soft pair of lips touching her own. As if they had their own will, her lips moved forward and mingled with his. Nux's lips sucked her lower lip while hers sucked his upper one before they exchanged the targets. They shared a long kiss before Eda felt Dio's lips moving away. In that instant, her mind was filled with disappointment. She didn't want things to end this soon. She wanted more. That being said, she then heard Dio's voice. Although I did not plan to drug your food and force you into my bed, I did book an inn for a night to ravish you. Eda's face turned red as she opened her eyes in surprise. You booked an inn. Of course, a man should always be ready, in case he gets his chance. Of course, it all depends on you. If you don't want it, I won't force you. Nux left the decision to her. Eda's thoughts moved quickly, she was really confused, she felt that everything was going too fast and she should wait for a little more time, but she also anticipated how it would feel and her heart burned with excitement, she wanted to grab her hair and pull them. She was just too confused. However, before she could think too much, Nux's voice sounded in her head. Although I will say, if you miss today's chance, you will regret it in the future because I can promise you that if you accept it. Nux's face moved closer to her as he whispered into her ears. These next few hours would be the best few hours in your whole life. Eda's felt her entire body shuddering. She had decided, although it was a little faster than usual, it was just because the two of them bonded well. Her heart feels happy when she is with Dio. She even wished that the time slowed down so she could spend more time with him. Yesterday, when she was working in the palace, his face was constantly appearing in her mind. She wanted to see and meet him quickly. The feeling was so intense that she used some of her connection to force the person looking over all the holidays of palace maids to give her a holiday today. She then glanced at Dio, who was looking at her with eyes filled with desire and felt a twitch inside her vagina. She then took a deep breath and finally made her decision. She would do it. She would experience her first night today. 69 You aren't thinking that this is it, are you? Asterisk. Author's note, hehe the same warning, don't read it and wait for tomorrow. Mwahaha I love cliffhanger. Mwahaha. Right now, Nux was standing in front of Eda and from her stiff movements and the redness that never left her face, he knew that she was nervous and excited at the same time. He smiled and walked toward her with a smile and picked her up in his arms. On. Eda exclaimed in surprise due to his sudden movement. Nux then placed her stiff body on the bed and smiled in satisfaction. Looking at how she was avoiding his gaze, he chuckled as he promised inwardly to make this her best night. Nux's hands moved towards her gown, and he then started removing it slowly. Whenever his hands touched her skin, Eda's body jerked, showing how nervous she was. Calm down, I am not going to eat you, he spoke gently as he patted her head. Then, as if he thought about something, he corrected himself. Well, I am going to eat you up, but you don't have to be nervous about it. His face had the same, gentle smile as before. Eda's lips twitched, can you not contradict yourself? I am already very nervous here. However, since his head pats felt good, she allowed him to do what he wants. What she didn't notice was that her body had calmed down as she was thinking about all this. Nuxas then removed her gown and muttered in surprise. Ho! A serious head made of the royal palace wears a sexy black-colored bra and panty. That's surprising. Etta blushed, but before she could say anything, Nux continued. Of course, it's a warmly welcome surprise. You look very alluring. Especially this combination of untanned and tanned skin of yours. Nux complimented before he bent down and sealed her lips. This time, however, his tongue took the charge and moved into her mouth. What surprised him was that though timid, Etta's tongue responded to his tongue and the two started mingling with each other. His hand didn't stay idle as he quickly removed her panty and the bra, freeing her large, milky breasts. He then ended the kiss as his lips traveled down, kissing her chin, then her neck, and her shoulder before moving to her breasts. On. Just as he kissed her nipple, he felt her body twitch. He then kissed her pink nipple again before he started licking it. Seeing her moan like that, Nux thought about something. Was my theory correct? Do all large-breasted women have nipples as their weak point? He then shook his head inwardly as his hand moved towards her little sister. He circled his finger around her entrance, teasing her to his heart extent. Her body twitched even more. She tried moving her body a little so she could get his finger inside her pussy, but Nux just smiled and moved his finger away. Don't do it. Do what? Nux questioned innocently. Don't tease me. I beg, why you? Nux frowned as he glanced at her. He then noticed that her eyes had tears gathered in the corner, ready to fall at any moment. Why is she so sensitive? Is it because of craving touch? Nux shook his head and hurriedly plunged his middle finger into her pussy. Etta's body twitched a little. She came. She came just after Nux's finger entered her vagina. You came? Nux questioned in surprise. Holy! How is this possible? Was his teasing a little too much for her? Was it because of craving touch? Did its effect get stronger with him as well? But that shouldn't be the case at all. He had read everything about his abilities, and nothing like this was mentioned. I am fine, you can continue. He was pulled out of his reverie by her voice. He then glanced at her face, and rather than looking tired after coming, her face screamed anticipation and her want for more. This woman is a little weird. Of course, Nux did not complain about it at all. He smiled evilly as he plunged his index finger inside as well. His fingers then moved into her canal slowly, as he noticed the changes in her face. Every time she moans or her expression changes, he noted that spot before touching the same spot a while later and confirming his thoughts. Within just a few minutes, all her weak points were saved in his mind and he specifically teased those spots, causing Etta to moan uncontrollably. Our 2x virgin has become a professional now. After he explored her cave like an experienced adventurer, Nux lowered his head and started licking her another weak point, her nipple. Etta's body jerked in pleasure as her cave tightened. Nux, however, didn't show her any mercy. On the contrary, he increased his speed and his fingers created a blissful havoc inside her vagina. Etta's back arched up, her eyes rolled back as her caves tightened even more. Nux took this chance and bit her nipple. I'm coming. As if a button was flipped, her tight cave loosened and a large amount of fresh juice gushed out. Then her body fell on the bed, breathing heavily. Nux, however, stood up as he placed his already large dick on her entrance and slid it up and down. By any chance, you aren't thinking that this is it, are you? By any chance, you aren't thinking that this is it, are you? This is not. Etta muttered as she breathed heavily. An evil smirk appeared on Nux's devilishly handsome face as he replied. Of course not. With that, he plunged his dick, which was drenched in her juices, inside her in one go. Soon, however, he faced incredible tightness, and he felt that he broke something. As she was a virgin. Nux exclaimed inwardly. How could a royal palace maid be a virgin? He has learned a lot about this world and knew that although Skyla and Lane were safe because they were Felberta's maids, not every maid was so lucky. Most of the maids have to serve their masters and sometimes, their masters' guests without complaining. This was especially true for the maids of the royal palace, which has many visitors. Although a head maid might be able to stay safe due to her status, Etta wasn't a head maid from the start. She started as a normal maid and her mother's identity as a head maid wasn't enough to protect her. That was the reason why Nux was so surprised. As for her initial stiffness, he just thought that it might be her first time with someone she has taken a little liking to. However, feeling her tight walls clenching around his dick, as if wanting to engulf it, he knew he was wrong. He wanted to hit himself for being so inconsiderate. Are you who dash? He wanted to ask if she was hurt, but seeing her arm covering her eyes as she bit her lips, he knew she was trying her best to hide the pain. He felt even guiltier but respected her decision of not letting him know and acted ignorantly. He then bent down and started licking her pink nipple, trying to overshadow pain with pleasure. His method seemed to have worked as he heard a little moan. He continued licking her nipple as he kneaded her other breast with his hand. However, as soon as he touched her breasts, she moaned even louder. Is her weak point not her nipple but her breasts? To test his theory, he kneaded her breasts even more and felt her vagina starting to twitch and release more juice. So that's how it is. Confirming his theory, Nux continued kneading her two breasts and soon felt her walls loosening a bit. He stayed like that for a little more time before he pulled his dick and slammed it deeper. Etta moaned as her walls tightened around his dick. Ugh, Nux grunted in pleasure as well. Her tight walls felt amazingly good. It took him a while to get used to her tightness before he pulled his dick outside and thrust it inside again. After getting used to her tightness, Nux's movement turned smoother and he increased his thrusting speed slowly. The more he drilled into her, the more Etta moaned. Her body twitched uncontrollably and accepted his thrusts without any resistance. She was too tired to resist it anyway, and since she can't do anything, she decided to trust her body to him. Of course, the waves and waves of pleasure that kept assaulting her mind and body continuously further strengthened her thoughts. It feels too good. She never thought that she could feel this good. And it was increasing even more. He was right. I would have regretted it my whole life if I had rejected it today. Guy. Suddenly, a jerk of pleasure assaulted her body. She then noticed that Dio's grip around her breasts had tightened, which filled her body with a weird feeling of pain and pleasure. Nux felt her walls tightening and her pussy twitching. Knowing that her body was already sensitive and was about to come again, he lifted her legs and placed them on his shoulder before drilling his huge red even deeper. His movements turned a little rougher, but Etta didn't care as she moaned in pleasure. Her thoughts were already a mess. This just felt too good. Too good that she was unable to think straight. She just knew that she had to keep moaning so that the pleasure would never stop. Never. So she just moaned. Nux felt her cave tightening to the limit before it suddenly loosed, her body arched up, eyes rolled back, and her tongue popped out. She came. Ugh, I am coming. Seeing her perfect Ahego face, Nux's dick twitched and it painted her walls white. His body then fell beside Etta's and a huge wave of energy entered his tired body along with a very familiar sound which sounded inside his head. He knew very well what this energy was. Very excited. He finally leveled up and completed his mission. Ding! Mission accomplished. Mission, fuck Etta Osborne. Description, well, fuck Etta Osborne. Reward, 10 system points. Warning, if the mission fails, the ability, Craving Touch, will be disabled. Time limit, 15 days, 11 days left. Mission status, completed. The reward will be sent to system inventory. Just as he was about to open his status, he heard a weak voice. How about you tie my hands to the corner of the B bed for the next round? What? 71 She is an M. How about you tie my hands to the corner of the B bed for the next round? What? Nux just couldn't believe what he was hearing. He felt like he was just hallucinating, but when his eyes fell on Etta, who was looking at him with a tired and excited look, he knew he wasn't. What the hell is this woman talking about? Is she okay? What kind of weird woman did he entangle himself with? Just to be sure that he wasn't dreaming, he questioned. See, can you repeat what you said? I believe I misheard it. I asked if why you could tie my hands to the C corner O of the B bed for the next round. Etta answered, her voice shaking this embarrassment. Woman! Do you still have the galls to look embarrassed? Nux exclaimed inwardly. He was now sure he wasn't dreaming. Alright, let's not act pure and shocked anymore. Suddenly, Nux smiled inwardly as he replied. Although this is a weird request, if you really like it then, why not? Who was he kidding? As a true man of culture in his last life, how could he not know there were people with weird tendencies and fantasies? Although he was initially shocked due to her request, after he registered it completely, his mind was filled with joy. Who doesn't have the fetish to tie their partner up and have sex with them? He did. Of course, he couldn't do it with Fel, Skyla, and Lane since they wouldn't like it and he wouldn't force them. Etta, however, was different. She was the one who requested it of her own free will. Nux would be an idiot to let go of this one in 1,000 chance. Although he did not have a rope with him, he quickly took out one of his old robes and tore it. He then held Etta's hand before tying them up against the wooden pole that was there in the corner of the bed. It might not be easy to imagine, so here's the picture of that bed. Etta's heart started beating faster when he tied her hands like that. She still couldn't believe that she asked something like that. It was only not Nux who was surprised, she was surprised as well. She didn't know what happened, she just felt that she wanted to try it out and something in her body compelled her to say it out loud. With both her hands tied to the pole, Nux forced Etta to sit on her knees, in a doggy position with her ass facing him. Then without giving her any time to rest, he plunged his dick into her pussy. She had already orgasmed 2 times, so her body, especially her little sister, was extremely sensitive. Just this one thrust was enough for her pussy to convulse and have a minor orgasm again. Her body lost all her strength, but since her hands were tied to the pole, and she was on her knees with Nux standing behind her, she couldn't do anything and was forced to accept everything Nux drilled into her. However, rather than being lost or feeling bad about this situation, a weird sense of pleasure assaulted her body. This pleasure was a lot more potent compared to the pleasure she felt during the last session. He is treating me like an object. A sudden voice rang inside her mind and she couldn't believe that it was hers. She just cannot believe she would feel so much pleasure with something like this. However, there was no trace of any of her confusion on her face, instead, there was a big smile pinned on it. Seeing her smile, Nux confirmed something. She's a closet pervert and she doesn't even know it. He was excited, so excited due to this thought that he increased his speed and slammed his dick inside her without any mercy. Ha ha ha, I didn't know Etta, the head maid, was a pervert who feels pleasure when others treat her like an object. On. Even if Etta wanted to retort or disagree, the pleasure she was feeling was too much and she was too busy moaning, so she didn't reply. However, seeing that wide smile on her face, she didn't look like she disagreed either. I will make her accept her perverseness. Nux swore inwardly. His face looked very determined. Who didn't want a serious-looking, but a pervert inside, big-breasted beautiful woman? Everyone did. Nux then grabbed her butt, but then. She suddenly moaned loudly and her walls, which were already numbed due to pleasure and weren't moving much, tightened. Is her actual weak point her butt? Nux questioned inwardly. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, he thought about a possibility. To test it out, Nux raised his hand and slap. Slapped her butt. Etta moaned in ecstasy, as her walls tightened even more and the smile that was on her face widened. Nux then raised his hand again. Slap. And he slapped even harder, and this time, Etta moaned even more loudly and her walls tightened even more. A big smile appeared on Nux's face as he confirmed his thought. She's a masochist. Slap. He spanked her ass again. Etta's pussy convulsed as she came again. This time, she was very tired and didn't look like she could continue. However, just as her eyes were about to close. Slap. Nux spanked her again and she was jolted awake due to pleasure that coursed throughout her body. How can you sleep while I have yet to come? Nux snapped angrily. I am sorry. Etta's cave tightened when Nux scolded her. She didn't know why, she felt pleasure assaulting her body as he screamed at her. She really liked that feeling. Nux also smiled as he continued drilling and spanking her tired body. He used her as an object without caring about her feelings, and she relished that feeling, even though she knew that she could pass out at any moment now. She had already orgasmed around 7 to 8 times, even though she was a cultivator, she couldn't continue anymore. Nux also sensed it as he spanked her one last time before unloading all of his milk inside her pussy. You ugh. Here, take it all. After he unloaded all his jizz inside her, Etta came again and then passed out from pleasure. Another wave of energy entered Nux's body as he finally freed her hands before lying beside her and opening his stats. 72 Maybe I am. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana Cultivation, Advance. Body Cultivation, Advance. Talent, Medium. LVL, 24-28. HP, 700/700. MP, 450/450. STR, 64-72. AGL, 74-82. VIT, 62-70. STM, 67-75. INT, 41-45. Def, 61-69. Blank points, 108-120. His strength increased again. Nux smiled as he saw that. He then glanced at Etta, who was lying beside her. Her breathing was calm, and there was a small smile on her face. She looked like a dignified lady right now. Nux couldn't even believe that this beautiful and serious-looking woman was a perverted masochist who gets off from pain, but then he smiled as he realized that he will be the only person who will see this lovely sight. Who didn't want a serious-looking outside, but a pervert inside, big-breasted beautiful woman, who is also a masochist? Everyone did. Nux chuckled inwardly as he closed his eyes. Ah. I am late. I am late. The next morning, Etta was roaming around the room, panicking. Oh come on, you are a head maid, so what if you are a little late? Does it really matter? Just ask your subordinates to lie in cover for you. Nux waved his hand nonchalantly. It doesn't work like that. Many maids are eyeing my position. I have already made an exception after leaving the duty without prior notice, and now I am late. I am sure there will be many maids who will take advantage of this. Nux shook his head and sighed. I guess there is competition everywhere. Then a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he replied. To be honest, I would be happy if you lose your position as a head maid, then you could quit your job and become my maid wife. Humph. Can you even pay me as much as the royal palace do? Do you think that royal palace of yours can provide you the pleasure I can? Do you think they can tie you up and make you orgasm so many times that your whole body turns numb? Etta's face turned red and her little sister trembled in delight as she remembered yesterday night. My little pervert. I am not a pervert. Do you even believe what you say yourself? Yes I do, she replied in a meek voice, clearly not very confident in herself. How about you tie my hands to the corner of the bed for the next round? Nux mimicked her words and questioned again. Do you really believe what you just said before? Etta just lowered her head and decided to ignore him. However, soon she recalled the previous problem and panicked again. I am late. I am late. I am late. Alright, don't act like this is the end of the world. Trust me, just get ready, I will make sure you return in time. Although she didn't know how would he help her, Etta decided to believe him and nodded. She then quickly washed her face before she wore her maid uniform and was ready to leave. Although you do look gorgeous in this as well, the gown you wore yesterday is still the second best. Nux complimented. Second best. What's the best then? Nux looked at her as he could not believe that she asked that and replied. You being naked of course. He said as a matter of fact. Etta blushed. Nux then stood up and extended his hand towards her. Etta smiled and grabbed his hand. Two of them left the inn, but rather than walking towards their carriage, Nux directly brought her outside. Why aren't we sitting in the carriage? How are we going to leave? Etta questioned with a frown. You are already late, we can't use a carriage. He then picked her up and ran towards the capital city. Etta's eyes widened in surprise when she saw his speed. What level is this? A Grand Master? No, an expert. This is absurd. The speed was so fast that she had to hold him tightly if she didn't want to fall off. Within just 15 minutes, the two of them entered the city. What stage level cultivator are you? Etta questioned. Late level advanced stage. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. Etta snorted. Advanced stage? Advanced stage my ass. But I am not lying. Shouldn't you be able to sense that? Nux questioned. After a moment, Etta's eyes widened even more. Advanced stage. He was actually an advanced stage cultivator. Then how did he run that fast? Ah. I don't have time to think about this. I am late. It was a good thing that he was strong. she will ask how is he so fast even though he is just an advanced stage cultivator later. Right now, she was late. She then quickly rushed towards the palace but suddenly, she was stopped by Nux's next question. Eda, what time are we meeting today? A small smile appeared on Eda's face as she replied. After 9 in the night. Oh. In the night? But what fun thing could we possibly do in the night? Then a perverted smile appeared on Eda's face as she replied. The night is the best time if you want to have a fun time with a woman. Heh, you really are a pervert aren't you? Nux chuckled. Maybe I am. Eda admitted. She admitted that she might actually be a pervert. 73 troubles. Being a head maid of the royal palace comes with its own perks. Since you are a head maid, you aren't anyone's personnel maid and you don't have to be ready to serve them 24/7. After 9 in the night, the head maid is free of her duties and is even allowed to leave the royal palace. Of course, just like Eda, most of the head maids in the past had already given their life to the palace and don't have anything to do even after they are free of their duties. Therefore, they stay just in the room that is given to them by the palace. Today, however, it was different for the current head maid of the royal palace. Just as her work ended, Eda rushed outside and left the castle. Walking a little more, she arrived at the assigned site and a big smile appeared on her face when she saw the person she has been yearning to see for a long time standing right in front of her. As always, you look stunning, my perverted maid. Nux complimented with a smile. I am not a thank you. Eda wanted to retort to his remark but she soon remembered what she did last night and just accepted the compliment, ignoring the pervert part. Seeing that she was not refusing him calling her a pervert, Nux smiled before he extended his hands towards her. Eda smiled as well and the two then sat inside the carriage Nux booked beforehand. This time, their destination was the new Malia city. No, there is nothing special about the city, Nux just thought that he shouldn't book the same in every day since his partner is the head maid of the royal palace. Also, he still hasn't seen many places in this world so this was a good chance to see more. However, unlike last time, when he was very excited when he left the capital, this time, his face had a solemn look. Eda wanted to question what happened but he just raised his hand and told her to wait. Stop the carriage. As the carriage entered a deserted alleyway, Nux ordered the driver to stop. What happened? Eda questioned again. 2 master stage cultivators are following us, both of them are stronger than you. Nux informed, he had already sensed that these 2 people were following them, more precisely Eda as he only noticed them when Eda appeared. He did not take action since they were still in the capital and the person behind them might send some more later. Therefore, he waited. Waited until he reached a deserted alleyway like this one. Also, he will admit that it did feel really good acting all-knowing like those novel protagonists. Wait for me here, I will deal with them. While Eda was panicking, she heard Nux's voice. What can you do? You are just an ADV dash. She wanted to retort but then remembered the speed he showed her this morning and decided to stay silent. She knew he was a lot stronger than a normal advanced stage cultivator. Nux then activated his conceal, before he leisurely walked out of the carriage and walked into one of the houses. Then he entered a room and saw a man covered in black, looking outside through a window, clearly having no idea that one of his targets is standing right behind him. Name, Colby Wilton. Age, 55. Mana cultivation, Master. Body cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Occupation, Assassin of Marquis Bannermain House. Talent, Medium. LVL, 36. HP, 280/280. MP, 390/390. STR, 44. AGL, 44. VIT, 46. STM, 42. INT, 62. Def, 39. Bannermain House. Noting that name, he chopped the back of his neck with his hand, causing the man to lose his consciousness. Nux then reactivated his conceal, and walked into another house, doing the same with another man. He noticed that he was an assassin of another house, the Hardwick house which was also a marquis house. He then dragged his body into the room where he dealt with another assassin before he walked towards the carriage and called Eda. Eda just couldn't believe how calmly and leisurely Dio dealt with these 2 assassins, it was as if they couldn't even see him. They are from Bannermain and Hardwick house, do you know why these 2 marquis houses are after you? Nux questioned. How do you know these 2 are from those houses? I am sure that they would never tell you that even if they are dead, Eda questioned in shock. Nux then pointed at his golden eyes as he muttered. I can see everything with these eyes, I don't need them to tell me that. In the darkroom, Nux's golden eyes shined. Eda was enchanted by their beauty and was brought back by Nux's question. So. Do you know why these two marquise houses are after you? I do, these two houses want to get close to the royal harem through me. Nux was shocked when he heard her, wasn't their goal similar to his? Nux felt weird when he thought about it as he muttered. You must be very loyal to the kingdom, huh? You are refusing them to the extent they even sent assassins after you. I am sure they must have promised you some benefits before. Humph. Loyal my ass. Didn't the palace provide you with everything you have right now? Shouldn't you be loyal to them? Nux questioned. Things aren't as simple as you think, Dio. Did I not say I don't know who my father was? That was not because he died too early, it was just that. Eda didn't need to say any more. Nux also understood what she meant and stayed silent. However, a question arose in his mind. Then how d-dash? I just rose in ranks too quickly. My body was still not fully mature, so they decided to wait. They just failed to calculate that I would become a head maid so soon, therefore I was saved, Eda replied. And could give my first time to you, she then muttered with a small smile on her face. 74 made of culture asterisk. And could give my first time to you, she then muttered with a small smile on her face. Hee and thanks to that, I could get a perverted maid all for myself, Nux replied with a chuckle, and Eda blushed. So, if you are not loyal to the palace, why are you not helping them? I mean, I am sure they must have offered you some benefits before using these methods, right? That is true, and I would have normally helped them, but I just don't get a very good feeling about their house. I have this weird feeling that tells me not to trust them, and since I was small, I have always trusted this type of feeling, Eda answered. I understand, Nux replied as he nodded continuously. At the same time, a big weight was lifted from his head. So. What do we do with them? Nux questioned. What else, let's just burn their bodies, Eda muttered as if it was the most natural thing to do. Huh? What about the DRO, I mean, the loot? Loot? Yeah. Won't you take the things that belong to them? You didn't even check their storage ring. Why would I do that? Huh? Is it not normal to loot someone you killed? Why would you do that? So that we don't waste resources. You really are a merchant, huh? No. I am just a perfectly logical man. Nux wanted to scream, but he just smiled. He then took their storage rings and his eyes widened in disbelief. A 3-star sword and 2 3-star daggers. What kind of rich assassins were they? One had to know that a 3-star armor was a family treasure of a viscount. Nux then showed the weapons to Eda, and seeing the normal look on her face, he knew these weapons were not as rare as he thought. No, maybe a person who spent her entire life in the royal palace has a weird perception. Nux nodded to himself before he stored the weapons and the money he got in his inventory. He also kept the storage rings in his pocket. Yes, since the inventory and the storage rings were both space-related things, the storage rings couldn't be stored in the inventory. Eda then slit the 2 assassins' throats and then burned their bodies. Nux thought that the scene might disturb him, but was surprised that he didn't feel anything at all. He then thought that it was maybe because he got used to blood when he was in the wilderness and shrugged. It was a good thing. He knows that he has to get used to blood, and even killing humans with his own hands. He has still not killed any human and has decided to avoid it till it was required. He was not a bloodthirsty brawny man who is out for blood, he is a refined man who would not kill unless it is required. As Eda dealt with the bodies professionally, the 2 of them then entered the carriage as it drove to the new Malia city. The new view inside a room. Right now, Nux was standing inside the room, waiting for Eda to return from the bathroom. Since she directly came to him right after her duty ended, she was still sweaty and she requested to take a bath before they started their blissful night. Nux told her that it was okay, but she was adamant about it and quickly walked towards the bathroom. Nux then shook his head in defeat as he walked into the room and waited for her obediently. Half an hour later, Eda, whose hair was still wet, entered the room wearing a white-colored bathrobe. Her cleavage was completely visible and the loose bathrobe did nothing to hide her perfect hourglass figure. Her white-pink wet hair combined with her tan skin looked very appealing. Seeing her standing at the door with a blush on her face, Nux couldn't control himself any longer and quickly walked toward her. This might be your new second best look, wearing a loose bathrobe, combined with wet hair. Look how enchanting you look. He then quickly pulled her closer to him as he complimented her. What is the best, oh? Eda wanted to question what her best look was if this was the second best, but then she quickly remembered what he told her last night and stayed silent with a blush. Nux smiled seeing her acting all shy. He couldn't control himself any longer and quickly sealed her lips with his own. Her lips were still a little cold and wet since she had just taken a bath. This further improved the pleasure Nux felt as he sucked her juicy lips greedily. Her sweet scent combined with the soapy scent assaulted his nose as he pulled her even closer to her. Eda too sucked on his lips without thinking anything else. His strong embrace felt safe to her. She sucked his lower lips when he sucked her upper one and then shifts to the upper one when he sucks her lower lip. The more she kissed the better she felt. Finally, she couldn't control herself any longer and her tongue entered his mouth to find its prey. Finding it in an instant, Eda's tongue attacked Nux's tongue that was already prepared to receive the attack as the two tongues mingled together. While they shared a deep kiss, Nux's hands moved towards her but before he grabbed them roughly. This sent a jolt of pleasure into Eda's body, causing her tongue to lose its advantage and fell into an unfavorable position. Seeing his method working, Nux continued kneading her but roughly, sending jolts and jolts of pleasure into her body. Under the assault, Eda's tongue couldn't fight any longer and was quickly subdued by his tongue. Satisfied with his victory, Nux ended the kiss as he picked her up before walking into the room and placing her on the bed. He then lied on top of her and just as he was about to seal her lips again, her voice sounded. Wait. What happened? Nux questioned with curiosity. Suddenly, ropes appeared in Eda's hands and she replied with a blush. How about you tie all my limbs to the C corner of the bed today? 75 How about it? How about you tie all my limbs to the C corner of the bed today? Nux was dumbfounded. After all that serious talk about her father and how things work in the royal palace, combined with how this woman was blushing in front of him just a few minutes ago, Nux somehow forgot how big of a pervert this woman is. Seeing that this woman even prepared the ropes beforehand, Nux couldn't help but shake his head. This woman is unredeemable. A completely lost cause. What a perverted fellow. Nux shook his head again. It seems like he would not have to use the ropes he brought today. Did he bring the ropes? Of course, he brought them. He might have forgotten about her being a pervert due to all their talks before, but he had still planned to make Eda accept her perverted nature openly and make her completely his. Who wouldn't want a beautiful, serious-looking outside but actually a perverted masochist inside, big-breasted woman all for themselves? Nux for sure did. An evil smile appeared on his face as he grabbed the ropes. Ha! I was looking forward to how long can you hide that perverted nature of yours but it seems that you can't do it for very long. Eda blushed a little but when she felt her right hand being tied with the pole on the corner of the bed, her heart started beating quickly. Nux then tightened the ropes to the limit and Eda felt a weird jolt of pleasure being released into her body. Her heartbeat then quickened even more when her left hand was tied to the other pole. Ha! 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 A few minutes later, when all her limbs were tied to every corner of the bed, Eda was breathing heavily with a red face and a weird smile on her face. TSK, look how happy you look, you perverted masochist. Nux then roughly removed her bathrobe, revealing her tanned and untanned body. Her milky white breasts moved up and down as she breathed even more heavily. This woman wasn't wearing anything under her bathrobe, meaning that right now, she was completely naked. Nux felt his soldier twitching a little, but he controlled himself for the greater good and glanced at her little sister. Since her legs were tied to the two corners of the bed, her pink cave had nowhere to hide even if she wanted to. When Eda felt his gaze on her vagina, she tried to close her legs but since her legs were tied, she couldn't. Her breathing turned even heavier and her smile widened as well. Nux saw her juices leaking uncontrollably, then without giving her any prior warning, he plunged his index, middle, and ring finger inside her pussy. And without waiting, Nux's 3 fingers assaulted her weak points roughly, creating a mess inside her walls. And Eda's body was already very sensitive when he tied her like that. Her pussy had already started twitching when she felt Nux's gaze on it, combining all this with his 3 fingers entering and creating havoc inside her insides, the pleasure she felt soared uncontrollably and she moaned without stop. Humph. Look how are you moaning like a slut? A serious and elegant head maid? PFFTT. More like a slut in heat. Nux felt her canals tightening as he said these words, he quickened his fingers' movement and her back arched up. An and hink. Her walls tightened to the limit before her juices gushed out uncontrollably. TSK, you came just with that? Nux questioned as he glanced at her with eyes filled with disdain. Ha. 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 Eda's body twitched when she saw his gaze. She wanted to answer but was too busy breathing and gaining her breath. Humph. Don't think I am done with just this. Nux then lowered his pant and a huge 8-inch rod popped out. Seeing her breasts moving up and down while imagining all sorts of things he would do to her later, Nux's weapon turned hard without him doing anything. His deepest and the darkest fantasies are about to be fulfilled, how can his dick not be ready at such a crucial moment? He then placed his hard dick in front of her entrance and rammed it inside. If it were Skyla, Lane, or Felberta, he would have given them some rest because they had just come, and would have glistened his dick with their juices so that it would slide in without any difficulties. With Eda, however, he did not need to do anything like that. The rougher he was with her, the better she felt. And it didn't take a long time for his theory to be proven. Gah. With just one thrust, Eda moaned in ecstasy as her back arched up. However, since her limbs were tied, she couldn't move any other part of her body. This further increased the pleasure she felt. After enjoying the feeling of her squishy walls tightening around his rod, Nux started moving his drilling without caring how Eda felt. His pace quickened as his hips moved back and forth at a very high speed. And. Although Nux didn't care how Eda felt, the woman was already moaning uncontrollably as waves and waves of pleasure assaulted her body. Her mind was turning numb for pleasure, however, before she could lose her mind completely. Pat. And. She was jolted awake as Nux slapped her breast. She then felt Nux's movement slowing down before it turned frustratingly slow. She glanced at Nux and seeing her smile that was filled with contempt and mockery, her heart raced. She then saw him opening his mouth as he questioned. Hey, Eda, how about you become my personal pleasure toy? A mere object whose sole purpose of existence is to satisfy all my sexual needs. How about it? 76 Now lick it clean. Hey, Eda, how about you become my personal pleasure toy? A mere object whose sole purpose of existence is to satisfy all my sexual needs. How about it? Eda's whole body twitched weirdly when she heard his words, but before she could think what to answer, Nux started increasing his speed again. However, the rate at which his speed was growing was very slow. This filled her with a sense of frustration and anticipation. Pat. Soon, however, her mind was jolted awake as Nux slapped her nipple again. A weird pleasure assaulted her body but before she could relish it, she heard his voice. Ha. Do you think you can keep me waiting? Answer me quick. Are you willing to be my pleasure toy? Eda wanted to stay silent but she then felt Nux's dick moving out of her cave. Looking at his expression, it looked like he was really about to pull out his dick and end this session if she did not answer his question. He only wanted an answer and a positive one at that. He did not care about her feelings at all. Being treated like that, Eda's pussy twitched again. She didn't know what was happening and was unable to understand her own body, but she knew one thing. This man, standing right in front of her, was perfect for her. A perfect partner. And a perfect master. As if having a will on its own, her mouth opened and... Why yes, ha. I am ha, willing to be ha, your pleasure toy. Good, an evil smile appeared on Nux's face as he rammed his dick into her pussy. Gah. Her pussy walls convulsed uncontrollably and with just one thrust, she squirted and drenched Nux's dick with her juices. Ugh. The unusual tightness amplified the pleasure he felt, his hips twitched in pleasure and his milk burst out, painting her walls white. Ha. 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 Nux then pulled out his dick as another wave of energy entered his body, he however did not care about it. His weapon was still hard, he wanted to enter her pussy again but when he glanced at her body tied that way, he knew he could do anything he sees fit to her and won't face any resistance. Then his eyes fell on her milky breasts moving up and down as she breathed heavily. An evil thought then appeared in his mind. He then crawled towards her breasts before he sat on her waist and placed his dick on her right breast. When Eda saw the smile he had on his face, her body twitched in anticipation of what is about to come and she couldn't help but look forward to it. Nux then slides his dick into her cleavage before pressing her two large mounds of flesh on his dick. Ugh hi. Nux grunted in pleasure as his back arched a little. After he got used to the soft sensation that surrounded his rod, he started moving his hips back and forth and waves after waves of pleasure assaulted his body. This feels too good. Nux moaned in delight as his speed increased. He then tried tilting his body and his dick's head rubbed on her left upper boob. "Eda. Your breasts feel too good." Nux complimented in delight. Another idea welled inside his mind as he quickly moved his hands from her breasts to her erect nipples. And he pulled her nipples roughly and a weird wave of pain and pleasure assaulted Eda's already sensitive body. Nux, however, didn't care about it. He started rubbing her two nipples together and smiled. He looked like a curious kid who got something to play with and was doing all sorts of experiments with it. And Eda continued moaning in pleasure, her moans filled Nux with satisfaction. He then joined her two nipples before holding them with his right hand as he kept thrusting. Pat pat pat. And. With his left hand now free, he started slapping her big breasts, making Eda moan in ecstasy. Her little sister, that was already numb in pleasure, started releasing her juices again. An unbearable tickling sensation welled inside her pussy, but since her legs were tied, she couldn't close her thighs to control it. With her pussy lying bare, cold air assaulted it, amplifying the tickling sensation. A perverted smile appeared on her face as she started moving in what little ways her body can move. A few minutes later, Nux too felt that he was about to come. He released her nipples and grabbed her breasts, mushing them towards his dick tightly, and he then strengthened his thrusts. Ugh hi. The pleasure overwhelmed his thoughts, his dick twitched before he released all his fresh jizz all over Eda's breasts and face. With her tied hands, Eda couldn't do anything to clean the jizz that was on her face. She moved her tongue to clean the milk that was around her mouth but was helpless with the places where her tongue couldn't reach. Powerless to do anything, she glanced at Nux who was smiling at her. When he noticed her gaze, his smile widened even more as he replied. "Consider this your master's first gift to you. I will not allow you clean my milk from your face for the entire night. This will constantly remind you of your position as my personal pleasure toy." His words caused her pussy to twitch and a perverted smile appeared on her face as she nodded. Nux then moved closer to her face before he placed his huge dick which was drenched in his cum in front of her mouth as he ordered. "Now, kiss your master's cock to show your undying submission and pure devotion." As if hypnotized by his words, Eda lifted her head as she moved her lips forward, planting a soft kiss on Nux's dick. A satisfied smile appeared on Nux's face as he ordered again. "Now lick it clean." Eda did as she was told and started licking his rod as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. His half-erect dick stood up again, and when she was done with her cleaning, Nux moved towards her already tired pussy and rammed his cock inside. "An. 77 Felberta Alvi, are you willing to be my woman with all your heart?" A huge amount of energy entered Nux's body as he came inside Eda's already numbed pussy fifth time. His eyes then fell on Eda who had finally passed out and he smiled. He came a total of 6 times today. As for Eda, she lost count on how many times she came but it was well above 10. This was very easily the most blissful night she had. After around 8 orgasms, her little sister was so sensitive that with just a few thrusts, she would come again. With her hands and legs tied, she had no way to resist Nux's advance and couldn't help but continue taking in all his merciless drilling. In the end, she couldn't even think, she just moaned and moaned while her body did whatever Nux commanded as if it was a divine order. Finally, after Nux unloaded another load of fresh milk inside her, she couldn't take it anymore and passed out. Of course, after coming 6 times, Nux was tired as well and even though his eyes noticed some new things, they felt heavy and closed down as Nux entered the dreamland. The next day, after dropping Eda in front of the royal palace, Nux quickly returned to Felberta's mansion. He then took a nice bath before he returned to his room as he sat on his bed inside. Status. Congratulations to the host for rising to a master stage mana cultivator from an advanced stage mana cultivator. Int, +10. Blank points, +20. Congratulations to the host for rising to a master stage body cultivator from an advanced stage body cultivator. STR, +5. AGL, +5. VIT, +5. STM, +5. Def, +5. Blank points, +10. Harem Seal, unlocked. Slave Seal, unlocked. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana Cultivation, Master. Body Cultivation, Master. Talent, Medium. LVL, 2830. HP, 790/790. MP, 570/570. STR, 7281. AGL, 8291. VIT, 7079. STM, 7584. Int, 45-57. Def, 69-78. Blank points, 120-156. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning, Conceal, Sense, Professional Killer, Harem Seal, Slave Seal. Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skyla Hale, Lane Wine, Etta Osborne. Several messages appeared in front of him however, he ignored them all as his eyes fell on his two new abilities. As if understanding his intent, a screen containing the description of these abilities appeared in front of his eyes and Nux couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Slave Seal. Active Skill. Condition to apply. The target has to agree to become the host's slave. It will not matter if the target changes her decision later. The slave seal can only be removed by the target if the target's MP is 10 times higher than the host's. The host can remove the slave seal whenever he wants. Effects. Once a slave seal is used on a target, she will be unable to resist the host's commands. No matter what the commands are. If the target even thinks about betraying the host, intense pain will assault her body until she stops thinking about it. If she does not, the pain will keep on increasing continuously. The target will not die under this pain. The host can talk with the targets no matter how far they are. Harem Seal. Condition to apply. The target has to agree to become the host's woman wholeheartedly. If she changes her decision later, the harem seal will be removed. The host can also remove the harem seal whenever he wants. Effects. Once a harem seal is used on a target, the host and the harem member can feel each other's emotions to a certain extent. The host can disable this function any time he wants. The harem members will gain resistance to curses or debuffs, and until the curse caster's MP is 2 times higher than the host, the curse or debuff will not work. The harem members will be able to use any of the host's active abilities for 1 hour once a day. The host can talk with the harem members no matter how far they are. This is so amazing. The more Nux read about these abilities, the wider his smile got. These abilities are the perfect solution to the thing that worries Nux the most. The Craving Touch, his own ability. Nux does not like the fact his women would turn into some sort of dick-craving sluts if he isn't there for them for a while. Although having sex with them improves this a lot, it is still not the perfect solution. Nux has been trying to find some sort of ability or cultivation technique to resist it but he couldn't, but now, the system gave it to him itself. What a good system he has. He then rushed towards Felberta's office and barged in. Joyab frowned when he saw his attitude, but when he remembered how he defeated him so quickly in the past, he knew that he couldn't do anything against him and shook his head in disappointment. However, this time, even Felberta was just as confused as him. She knew that Nux wouldn't do something like barging into her office while she is working without any reason, but when she saw the excited look on his face, she sighed as she realized that it wasn't something bad. However, she still looked forward to what made him so excited that he directly rushed into her office without caring about anything. Nux didn't know what was going on in their mind. Right now, he was so excited that he even forget that these were office hours, else, he would have surely waited a few more hours before coming here. Nux then walked towards Felberta as he placed his hand on her table, looked into her eyes, and questioned. Felberta Alvi, are you willing to be my woman with all your heart? 78 What is it that you are hiding from me? Felberta Alvi, are you willing to be my woman with all your heart? You basta dash. Joyab was about to burst out in rage when he heard what Nux said, however, Felberta raised her hand, signaling him to stop. Joyab, we will have an early break today. Viscount Felberta commanded. But Viscount dash. Joyab, we will have an early break today. Viscount repeated, her tone was stricter than before. Joyab gritted his teeth before he glared at Nux, who from the moment he entered the room, treated him like air. Joyab then bowed before he left the office, however, he was very disappointed. He had no clue what kind of magic that boy toy had done on the Viscount. Not only that, now he had even dared to say something so outrageous to her face. How dare he? Willing to be my woman. You are nothing but a boy toy. However, he knew that he wasn't strong enough to face him. Not only that, when he left the room, he noticed the change in that boy's aura. He was a master stage cultivator now. An 18-year-old master stage cultivator was already a genius level. What would happen if the people knew that he was just a mere mortal 2 months ago? They might die due to shock. Now that he thinks about it, that boy is indeed a suitable man for the Viscount. He is handsome, he is powerful, and most importantly, he has monstrous potential. When he thought about it, Joyob felt a little better in his heart and he walked into his room. On the other side, Nux sat on Felberta's chair with her sitting on his lap as he questioned again. Now that the hindrance is gone, let me ask you again, Felberta Alvi, are you willing to be my woman with all your heart? I am. Even though she was confused about what was happening, Felberta did not think too much and answered honestly. Good. Suddenly, she felt peculiar energy entering her body, though the feeling she felt was similar to how she gained strength after their session, she knew it was something different. Soon, the energy merged with her body, although she felt something change inside her, she wasn't sure what it was. How is it? Suddenly, she heard Nux's voice inside her head. She turned toward him and noticed that his mouth wasn't moving but she could still hear his voice in her head. Does it feel weird hearing my voice even though my mouth isn't moving? Nux questioned jokingly and Felberta nodded. You can do it as well, try talking to me. Nux replied. Hello. Don't open your mouth you dumbo, try talking in your mind while thinking about me. Nux explained in the best way he could. For him, using his every ability is as easy as using his limbs, he did not know about others, but he guessed that it shouldn't be that hard. Hello. Nux. Can you hear me? His thoughts were proven right when he heard Fel's sweet voice in his mind, he smiled as he replied. Yes, my darling Fel, I can hear you loud and clear. What is happening? How can we talk like this? Felberta questioned in surprise. Don't worry, I will explain everything in a while. He then glanced at a certain area as he called. You two, come out, I have something important to discuss. Skyla and Lane then appeared in front of him. Nux smiled as he asked the same question again. Skyla hail, Lane whine, are you two willing to be my women with all your heart? Yes, I am. Emincham. The two of them replied simultaneously and felt the same energy that entered Felberta's body entering their body. It took Nux half an hour to explain to the three of them about his newly gained ability. He also told them about his slave seal ability. Lane offered to test it out but Nux rejected her without any second thoughts. Although he trusted his system a lot, he was still scared about testing a dangerous ability like the slave seal on her. He then made them practice all his active abilities and helped them whenever they needed. Within the next hour, his women were capable of using Eye of Discerning, Conceal, and Sense, without any problems. Nux smiled in contentment as he saw that. This, Harem Seal, is great. Now that the girls can use his abilities, they would be a lot safer than before. Especially with the Conceal, which can easily save their lives. Just how cool is that? Not only the ability to share, even the ability with which they can talk with each other no matter the distance is really helpful. Just imagine how easy information transfer will be in the future. Oh, right. I completely forgot about it, Fel, how much do you know about Bannermane and Hardwick House? After their training ended, Nux questioned. Hearing his words, Felberta's face turned serious as she questioned back. Why are you asking about them? They sent assassins after Edda because she rejected cooperating with them with their plan, and before you ask, I'll tell you that she and I don't know what their plan is. This isn't an information a normal Viscount should have, but I'll tell you about I-. Wait, before you start, let me ask since I always forget to ask this question, why do you know something a normal Viscount shouldn't? 'Cause I am special of course. Felberta answered as a matter of fact. My darling Fel, I know you are special, you are very special to me. But my question is, why do you know something a normal Viscount shouldn't know? What is it that you are hiding from me? 79 The Thousand Information Chamber. What is it that you are hiding from me? Nux questioned as his golden eyes shined. Why would I hide anything from you? The only reason I know of some inside information is that I am the part of the Thousand Information Chamber. Felberta easily revealed what others would label as high-class certified information. The Thousand Information Chamber. What is that? As the name suggests, it is an information association. Nobody knows where its headquarters are, or who the leader is. However, everyone who knows about the Thousand Information Chamber also knows that if they want any sort of information, the chamber would have it. This was Felberta's trump card. This is the reason why she survived as a beautiful lonely MILF without being targeted by others. She could easily find anything about anyone in this kingdom and could destroy him, her, and all this was just when she is just a mere member of the chamber. She didn't know the benefits the higher-ups receive but she didn't care either. She was happy where she was, she wasn't that power hungry. Just let her live in peace and she will live without disturbing anyone. Now, however, the things are different. Now she was with Nux, whose goals were, well, too high and ambitious. Then how did you join this information chamber? Nux questioned. I did not join them, I was invited by them. Marquez Everly, who should be a higher up in the chamber, invited me. That should be a classified information, right? What? Marquez Everly or whatever being a higher up in the chambers? Well, yeah, that, and the whole mention of the 1000 information chamber is a classified information. Oh. Nux nodded. Then a serious look appeared on his face as he questioned. Can it be traced back at you if you find the information about the Bannerman and Hardwick House? Every time I search for information, it can be traced back to me. This time, however, you don't have to worry about it. I had to pass this information to someone else a few months ago, so I don't need to search for anything about it. I already know about these 2 houses. However, I don't have any proof. No, actually, even the chamber doesn't have any proof. What? Even the chamber doesn't? Damn, they must be some big shots, huh? Well, that might be true, but according to the chamber, they are nothing but fools. However, they are dangerous fools. I suggest you do not go against them. Why is that? According to the information gained by the chamber, these 2 noble houses are spies that belong to another kingdom. Their forces are a lot stronger than normal Marquez, and the 2 of them plan to start a rebellion to usurp the throne. Of course, since the kingdom doesn't have any proof, they can't do anything to them. That is the reason the chamber called them fools. If the king could be overthrown by some marquis, he would have long died. However, their strength and the support they have from the other kingdom make them dangerous fools. Felberta replied with a solemn look. Looks like Edda has some troublesome opponents, Nux sighed as he shook his head. No, not really, Edda is the head maid of the palace. Though it might not seem like much, inside the royal palace, even a duke won't be able to harm her. What? Of course, why else do you think she is alive after rejecting the 2 marquis? That's because she never leaves. However, things are not the same as before. You 2 can't continue your sessions in the palace, so you would have to leave the place, and as long as you leave, the Bannerman and Hardwick House won't let you 2 off. There was a trace of worry on her face, but when she remembered how strong Nux is right now, combining it with his conceal, she calmed down. The strongest force in a marquis' house is an initial stage Grand Master. Even if they are stronger than a normal marquis' house, the best they would have is a late-stage Grand Master, which is already very unlikely. The expert stage is already at the level of the dukes, so they shouldn't have an expert in their ranks. However, even if they have an expert stage cultivator as their strongest, they wouldn't send her to deal with Edda just because a normal assassin failed. As for a master or Grand Master stage cultivator, Nux could already defeat them when he was at the advanced stage. Defeating a Grand Master stage cultivator would be even simpler since he had risen to the master stage. That won't be a problem. I will meet her again tonight. At the very best, they will send a few more assassins. I'll deal with them today, and later when I put the harem seal on Edda, she would be able to use my conceal, and we won't face any major problems. Nux nodded, thinking the same way as Felberta. As for the 2 houses planning to go against the kingdom, he couldn't care less about it. Why is she not dead yet? After spending the rest of the blissful day with Skyla, Lane, and Fel, Nux activated his conceal as he left the mansion. He then walked towards the royal palace. He was extra careful on his way and had already activated his sense. Although Edda and he had decided to meet at a certain point, he scratched that idea and directly walked towards the royal palace. Edda was his woman now. There is no way he is going to let someone hurt her. He appeared in front of the gates and waited for Edda to leave. 15 minutes later, Edda left the palace wearing her maid uniform and with a serious look on her face. Nux compared that face with the one she had yesterday when she was tied up and couldn't help but chuckle. He felt happy that he was the only one who could see her hidden perverted side. He then used his sense, and found that there wasn't anyone following Edda. He sighed and followed Edda all the way to the meeting point before appearing in front of her. You are making me repeat myself, Nux sighed as he glanced at her. You look really stunning, my perverted maid. It's you who made me a pervert, Edda replied with a smile on her face. Unlike last time, she readily accepted her identity as a pervert without any resistance this time. To be honest, she didn't care about it now either. The pleasure she felt yesterday when she accepted being his pleasure toy was so out of this world that she would do anything to experience that again. Not only that, this man treats her so well even though she was his pleasure toy that she has nothing to complain about. She was really happy and thankful to the god that she met him. Let's go. Nux then extended his hand forward, just like how he did the first day she met her. Why do you still treat me like that? Eda questioned with a confused look. What do you mean? Why do you treat me all gentlemanly like that? Because you are my woman. Woman. But didn't you say that I was your pleasure toy? Eda replied with a deep blush. Nux blinked his eyes in shock before he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Why are you laughing? Ha ha. Nux did not bother replying and continued laughing. After laughing for a good 3 minutes, he calmed down before he moved toward Eda as he raised her chin seductively. My perverted maid, I just like to be gentlemanly with my pleasure toy as well, do you have any complaints about it? Eda's heartbeat quickened as she replied meekly, and no. Good. Nux then grabbed her hand as the two of them entered the carriage Nux had prepared beforehand before they left the capital city. Inside the carriage, a serious look appeared on Nux's face as he grabbed her hand and questioned. Eda Osborne, are you willing to be my woman with all your heart? I am already your object. I belong to you. Her weird answer was somehow accepted as a yes by the system and a mysterious energy entered Eda's body. What is that? Don't worry, I'll explain everything one by one. She heard Nux's voice directly into her mind and she jerked in surprise. On the other side, in a hall that was a lot bigger than the one in Filberta's mansion, two men, one with blonde hair, a handsome face, wearing black robes with brown-colored patterns, and the other with a silver hair, equally or even more handsome face, wearing pure-looking white-colored robes with golden patterns, were sitting on two thrones side by side, indicating that they had the same status. These two were Heath Hardwick and Alger Bannermain respectively. A woman was wearing skin-tight black clothes that covered all of her body, and a mask that concealed her face, kneeling in front of them, seemingly reporting something. So, can you tell me why that bitch Eda isn't dead yet? The silver-haired man, Alger Bannermain, questioned. Yes, what happened to 8 and 9, why haven't they reported back yet? Heath Hardwick questioned as well. We can't find any traces of 8 and 9, we checked our secret meeting place as well, but they aren't there either. I believe they are either killed or captured. Captured? Alger shouted in surprise, there was a tinge of fear on his face. The woman frowned when she saw his behavior, but her face returned to normal and she continued. Don't worry, Marquise Alger, even if they are captured, we have trained them not to say anything else. They will kill themselves the moment they get the chance. The Marquise finally sighed in relief when he heard those words, as for caring about his subordinate's life. What villain does that? Never read anything like that. Suddenly, Heath Hardwick frowned as he questioned. That Eda is a master stage cultivator, 8 and 9 are both master stage cultivators as well, even if they can't beat her for some reason, running away shouldn't be a problem. How were they defeated? Is someone helping her? Alger's eyes widened as well before he clapped his hand and a man wearing a black coat over a white shirt appeared. Greeting, Marquise Alger. He was Marquise Alger's butler. Who was the person traveling with Eda? Marquise Alger, he is the leader of some sort of merchant company that comes from Wood's dynasty and is here to sell some items. I don't care about his company or whatever, what is his name? Dio Brando. 81 She really likes my items. Dio Brando. Dio Brando, how strong is he? Not that strong, he is only an advanced stage cultivator, however, he looks younger than 20, even if that is not his actual age, he shouldn't be older than 30, so he must highly talented. The butler answered. It doesn't matter how talented he is, he can't help Eda if she is surrounded by two master stage cultivators, which means there is someone else helping her. Is that person from the royal palace? To defeat two master stage cultivators, a grand master stage cultivator is required, although the royal palace has a lot of those, they are still considered elites. The royal palace won't send an elite to protect a mere head maid. Heath muttered. Then do you think that Dio is strong enough to defeat 8 and 9? Alger questioned. Humph. Don't joke. How can an advanced stage cultivator fight against a master stage cultivator? I believe it is someone protecting that man behind the scenes and he protected that bitch just because it was convenient. Heath answered. Alger nodded at his answer, finding it quite logical. He then glanced at his butler and ordered. Search this man called Dio, I want to know everything about him by tomorrow, don't miss anything out. As you command, Marquise Alger. The butler bowed in agreement. All right, since the discussions are over, I will be taking my leave. Suddenly, the woman in black stood up and left the hall without waiting for their approval. When Heath and Alger saw how rude her behavior was, their lips twitched in frustration. However, they could only grit their teeth in frustration. They can't do anything else to this rude woman. If they could, they would have already raped her a few times before killing her brutally. Although it might look like they were the leaders here, they had no right to control or order this woman around. They can just make a request. If she feels like it, she will do it, or else she will ignore them completely. This woman works for the kingdom that supports them and she only takes order from that kingdom. Not only that, the two believe that this woman reports everything they do to the kingdom and keeps an eye on them. The moment the two of them try to do anything funny against the kingdom, they would know about it and the two of them will be easily dealt with. Sigh, Alger sighed in frustration and then shook his head in defeat. Name, Nux Leander. Age, 18. Mana cultivation, Master. Body cultivation, Master. Talent, Medium. LVL, 30-31. HP, 810/810. MP, 580/580. STR, 81-83. AGL, 91-93. VIT, 79-81. STM, 84-86. INT, 57-58. Def, 78-80. Blank points, 156, 159. Ability, Craving Touch, Eye of Discerning, Conceal, Sense, Professional Killer, Harem Seal, Slave Seal. Harem members, Felberta Alvi, Skyla Hale, Lane Wine, Etta Osborne. Slaves, none. The next morning, Nux smiled when he saw his status again. He then glanced at Etta who was wearing her uniform in rush. Just like usual, the two of them were late, and Nux will have to carry her and run to the royal capital. Let's go. After wearing her clothes, Etta exclaimed before she extended both of her hands towards Nux. Nux chuckled when he saw her acting like that before he picked her up and the two of them checked out of the inn. Nux then ran towards the royal capital and within 15 minutes, the two of them were in front of the gates. Of course, Nux wasn't carrying her in his arms anymore and the two of them were walking hand in hand. When the guard's eyes fell on the two of them, he couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that our lovely headmaid finally found someone for her, huh? He muttered as he glanced at Nux before looking at Etta. No, you got it completely wrong, Brock, there is nothing like that between us. Nux shook his head as he replied. Please, Mr. Dio, do you think I am a 10-year-old kid you can fool that easily? It's the third time you guys have spent your night out together. I know you have already stolen our headmaid's heart, don't try to deny it. Oh come on, you know I am a merchant, right? I just have to show her a few of my items so I can get her approval and sell them to the royal harem. Ha! What kind of items are these that you can only show them at the night? Why not do it in the morning? And why would you leave the city? Why not do it here? My items are kept in different cities for safety purposes. As for the items, they are indeed the items that can only be shown at the night. Nux replied with a weird smile. Brock, the guard's mouth twitched when he noticed his tone and just as he was about to let them go, Nux's next word sounded. Not only that, Miss Etta really likes my items as well. Right? Miss Etta? Yes, I do like your items, Mr. Dio, Etta replied with a profound look. Brock's mouth twitched even more when he heard the two of them. Since he couldn't take it anymore, he shook his head in frustration and exclaimed. Yeah, whatever, just pay the entry fees and get in. Don't let others wait. Nux smiled gently as he paid the entry fees and the two of them entered the city. 82 A man can always dream. Did you look for what I ordered you to? Marquis Alger questioned his butler. Report, I have searched everything about the man named Dio Brando, but wasn't able to find anything. All the information about him is just recent. It was as if he was just born a few days ago. The butler replied in a confident tone. Hearing the undesired answer but noticing the confident tone of his subordinate, the Marquis knew something was up and signaled him to keep going. Continue. I then sent someone to the Woods Dynasty and learned that there is no company named Brando Merchant Company there. With that, I was sure that his name was a fake one. Then I had some men draw what he looked like and found out that his actual name was Nux Leander, who is also Viscount Filberta's boy toy. I even found out that the two of them were very close and were most definitely not the normal master and boy toy. This Nux guy is quite lucky, huh? Not only that bitch Etta, he even has that Filberta with him. That is correct, Marquis Alger. Viscount Filberta, isn't she the one who is connected with the 1000 Information Chamber? Yes, that is correct, the butler nodded. The head maid Edda, the Viscount Felberta who has connections with the Thousand Information Chamber, are they planning to somehow expose me? Are they laying a trap? Marquis's face turned solemn. After pondering for a while, although unwilling, he decided to use his trump card. Call one, Marquis Alger ordered. Even his butler's face turned solemn when he heard him. A maid then left the hall and walked in a certain direction. The further she walked, the darker the place get. Soon, she appeared in front of a simple, wooden door and she knocked. Knock knock knock. Marquis Alger has called for Miss One. Without waiting for any response, the maid directly revealed her purpose of coming here before she walked away. From how indifferent her face was, it was clear that she has done it quite a few times. However, when one would look at her closely, they would notice that her hands were trembling. No matter how many times she comes here, the creepy vibes surrounding this place, she would never get used to it. She rushed into the hall and when she saw the light, her beating heart calmed down and she took a deep breath. A few minutes later, a woman wearing skin-tight black-colored clothes walked into the hall. Yes, she was One, the woman who was kneeling in front of Alger and Heath yesterday, and also their trump card in this kingdom. One, I want you to help me with this. He then told her everything he knew about Edda, Nux, and Felberta, and requested. I want you to kill that Felberta, and capture her boy toy. With him, we can lure Edda out and then deal with her as well. That will be 3 birds with 1 arrow. Ha! You want me to deal with a master stage, an advanced stage, and a mere mortal? So you are telling me that you can't even deal with this pathetic group of people by yourself? A strict and disdainful voice was heard. That is not the case. I don't need you to go there personally, I just want you to send your team. Or are you telling me that your team isn't even capable of doing something as simple as dealing with these bunch of losers? Alger smirked disdainfully. Humph. Don't try acting smart in front of me, I know very well what you are thinking about. One snorted, but she knew she couldn't go against him. Although she wasn't required to accept his requests, Felberta wasn't a simple woman, and if the head maid and Felberta are trying to expose them, this might affect her kingdom's plans. Therefore, she decided to help him. Alright, I'll send 4, 5, 6, and 7 to deal with them. One agreed. Why not send 3 as well? Alger questioned with a frown. You want a Grand Master to go deal with an advanced stage cultivator? But isn't Viscount Felberta's butler a master stage cultivator? Him. The person who has never even seen blood all his life is no better than that advanced stage cultivator. Don't worry, even sending 4 peak master stage cultivators is overkill for them. One snorted before she walked out of the hall. What a bitch. I hope that one day, you will lose the kingdom's support and I can do whatever I please with you. Alger snorted inwardly. He always fantasized about raping this bitch while she begs for mercy. Of course, he knew full well that his wish would never come true. One is very loyal to the kingdom, she is so loyal that she is even willing to die for it, therefore, the kingdom will never take away its trust and support from her. And even if he was lucky, and somehow, the kingdom decides to take away its support, he won't be able to do anything to her since she is a lot stronger than him. Even though they were both Grand Master Realm cultivators, she could easily defeat 2 of him without any problems. That is how wide the gap between them was. However, no matter how impossible it was, there was one way to make it possible. And that was in his dreams. Therefore, he always dreams about it and relishes how it feels. A man can always dream. Don't judge. Alger then shook his head in disappointment before he walked into his beloved wife's room. 83 Another one bites the dust. At the moment, Nux was having dinner and was accompanied by 3 beauties, Skyla, Lane, and Fel. The 3 of them were taking turns feeding. He could even feel some sparks flying around when their eyes met. This caused him to have a wide smile on his face, a smile that was filled with immense satisfaction and contentment. He was living the life we guys can only be jealous of, and he was enjoying it thoroughly. A few minutes later, however, his brows furrowed as he glanced at the wall. It was as if his gaze pierced through the wall and he could see what others could not. Nux's sense activated and he saw 4 strangers lurking and hiding around Felberta's mansion. Assassins. A thought appeared in his mind and he activated his eye of discerning, and their information appeared in front of him. Name, Nash Reve. Age, 51. Mana cultivation, Master. Body cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Occupation, Assassin of Marquez Bannermain House. Talent, Medium. LVL, 36. HP, 460/460. MP, 620/620. STR, 45. AGL, 46. VIT, 46. STM, 41. INT, 62. DEF, 40. Name, Lona Wilk. Age, 46. Mana cultivation, Master. Body cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Occupation, Assassin of Marquez Bannermain House. Talent, Medium. LVL, 37. HP, 480/480. MP, 630/630. STR, 45. AGL, 47. VIT, 48. STM, 48. INT, 63. DEF, 41. Name, Aldora Horn. Age, 48. Mana cultivation, Master. Body cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Occupation, Assassin of Marquez Bannermain House. Talent, Medium. LVL, 37. HP, 470/470. MP, 640/640. STR, 46. AGL, 48. VIT, 47. STM, 48. INT, 64. DEF, 42. Name, Ash Winter. Age, 47. Mana cultivation, Master. Body cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Occupation, Assassin of Marquez Bannermain House. Talent, Medium. LVL, 38. HP, 490/490. MP, 640/640. STR, 47. AGL, 49. VIT, 49. STM, 49. INT, 64. DEF, 41. Bannermain House again, that house is getting on my nerve now. Nux thought inwardly before he contacted Etta. My perverted maid. Huh. Oh. Dio. What happened? Why did you contact me? Dio. Oh. Nux then realized that he hasn't told her his real name yet, however, since there were more important things to deal with, he decided to postpone it a little. My perverted maid, don't leave the palace today since I won't be able to meet you. Why? What happened? I have some guests that I need to entertain in my house. Guests? Yes, the Bannermain House decided to send some assassins here. Nux decided to be honest. What? Wow dash. Alright, you don't need to panic, they are just some random master stage cultivators, I can beat them with my eyes closed. Nux replied confidently. However, Etta's mouth twitched when she heard his words. What do you mean, some random master stage cultivators? She was a master stage cultivator as well. No matter where they are, even in the royal palace, master stage cultivators are still considered decent, they should be elites when it comes to a house that is on a marquise level. This shows how seriously Bannermain House takes you. And this was all because of her. Etta felt guilty since she pulled him into her problem. Where do you live? Tell me and I will come to help you. She offered, no matter what, she was still a master stage cultivator, she might be able to help him. Nux thought about it and nodded, he might not need her help right now, but he will need her help later. Also, it was time to meet Etta as Nux Leander, not Dio Brando. Come soon, also bring the strongest sword or dagger you have with you. Okay, but, where do you live? Oh, right. Just come to Viscount Felberta's mansion. Viscount Felberta? Yes, just come here, I'll tell you everything soon. Okay. Etta then kept the matter aside. The assassins were the priority right now. On the other side, seeing the solemn look on his face, Fel knew something happened and she questioned. Why do you look so serious? Nothing really, I noticed that there are some uninvited guests here, you wait here, let me welcome them with a warm smile. Then with a warm smile, Nux activated his conceal, and walked towards Ash Winter, the strongest assassin. After a 1-minute long, leisurely walk, he appeared behind Ash, who was hiding behind a wall and positioned himself in a way that he won't be located when his conceal wears off. Pat. A chop on her neck, and she's down. Nux dragged her body a little further, making sure her partners won't see her. He then reactivated his conceal, and appeared in front of Eldora Horn, the second strongest of the group. The same treatment, a chop on the back of the neck, and she's down. This time, however, the girl named Lona somehow saw him while he was dragging her body and she shouted. 4. 7. Be careful. He has already dealt with 5. What? Nash spoke out loud, dumbfounded by how he appeared behind 5, but he wasn't given the chance to think about it. Nuxa's eyes then fell on Nash, who was hiding behind the tree, and he dashed towards him at an unbelievable speed. Nash wasn't able to react in time when he saw that scary speed. Nux quickly appeared behind him and... Well, another chop. Another one bites the dust. He's at the advanced stage. Bullshit. This was Nash's last thought before he lost consciousness. Nux then glanced at the last woman, Lona, and a charming smile appeared on his face. Lona was taken aback by how handsome he was, but she quickly recovered and glared at him. However, before she could make any plans, the man suddenly walked behind the tree and did not come out. Her body tensed up and was in a fully active state. She kept glaring at the tree, afraid that she would miss his figure and that won't be any good for her. Suddenly, she felt someone patting her shoulder and she heard a voice. What are you looking at the tree all lost for? Were you charmed by my smile? Lona's eyes widened in horror, she turned her head back, but before she could do anything, a chop, and she fell unconscious. Was I really charmed by his smile? 84. Oh right, they were here as well. Eda quickly activated, conceal, and left the palace. She ran the fastest she could as many thoughts ran into her mind. I just hope that he won't start fighting them. I am really scared about it. No matter what, they are still assassins of a marquis's house, they must be strong. She then increased her speed even more, and a few minutes later, she appeared in front of Felberta's mansion and directly entered the place. Since she had activated conceal, no one could see her entering, so without any restriction or blockage, she quickly entered the dining room. However, the scene she saw dumbfounded her to a great extent. Dio and 3 other women, one of them should be Viscount Felberta and the other 2 should be her maids, were sitting at the dining table having dinner. The 3 girls competed to feed the next bite to him, and Nux watched everything with a smile. The atmosphere might seem lively, but when she noticed 4 bodies lying behind the table, her eyes widened. They are the assassins he was talking about. She stood there in a daze and only came out of her reverie when the 4 of them ate their dinner, and Nux muttered. Why is Eda so late? Is she lost? Does she not know where you live? No, as a head maid, though she may not be close to me, she must know where I live, Felberta replied. Where are you? My perverted maid? Nuxa's voice sounded in her head. She then quickly deactivated her conceal, and appeared in front of them. Oh. You're here. Nux muttered, however, he was inwardly surprised. Why didn't my sense detect her? Is it because conceal is a higher tier ability than sense? That may be the case. He then shook his head, and with a gentle smile, he walked towards Eda and offered his hand. Eda smiled back as she held her hand as the 2 walked over and sat on the chairs. So let me start the introductions. Nux smiled before he pointed at me. I am sorry to hide that from you, Eda, I'll tell you my reasons later, but for now, just know that my name is not Dio, my real name is Nux Leander. Although Eda was surprised, she didn't care too much about it. Right now, she was looking at Viscount Felberta, who was smiling at her. She was very, very curious about her identity, even though she had a rough inkling of what it was. Well, now moving to the one you are the most curious about, she's Fel, you know her as Viscount Felberta Alevi, she is also the first woman I fell in love with. A big smile appeared on Felberta's face when she heard him. She then glanced at Eda, who was looking at her with some hints of dissatisfaction. A disdainful look appeared on Fel's face before it was replaced by a sweet smile. Hello, Eda, I am looking forward to having you as my sister. This is Skyla, my sweet little cheerful maid. And this is Lane, my serious but shy maid. And you guys, this is Eda, a very perverted maid. Perverted? Skyla questioned as she blinked her eyes. Yes, she's very perverted, Nux answered with a smile while Eda's face turned red in embarrassment. Though she has already accepted her being a pervert, she was still embarrassed when it was known to others. Skyla's eyes brightened in understanding as she glanced at Eda. She couldn't believe that the always serious-looking head maid was a pervert. Since she was a maid as well, she was very curious about Eda, but she always forgets to ask Nux about her since she was too busy with other thoughts. The same happened with Fel and Lane. Well, they were curious about Etta, but weren't curious enough to ask Nux about it when they were busy with other things. I am not a pervert, Etta muttered, trying to preserve whatever little dignity she has left as a head maid of the royal palace, but when her eyes fell on Nux, who was smiling at her playfully, her face turned redder as she admitted. I might be a little perverted. Ha ha ha. Seeing her acting like that, Nux couldn't help but laugh out loud. He then felt that it was unfair to Etta and started spilling all the secrets. Don't be so shy, Etta, everyone has a little something about them that only a few people know about. It is not embarrassing, rather, it adds to your charm. For example, Fel here has an uncontrollable urge to be the dominant one in the bed, but she always fails miserably. This time, Felberta's face turned red, but Nux wasn't done yet. He then pointed at Skyla and continued. Skyla here has a weird tendency to smell panties after the night sessions. She says that she is curious about sex, however, I feel that she's just a pervert. Lane here is so weird that though she likes having sex, she is too shy to talk or ask for it. I always wonder how that is possible when she was the loudest one when it comes to moaning. Skyla and Lane's faces also turned red. The sight of 4 beautiful women lowering their heads in shame was amazingly alluring. Nux smiled inwardly as he patted Skyla's head. However, soon, Etta's eyes fell on 4 bodies lying on the floor as she questioned. Are these the assassins sent by the Bannermain house? Nux then blinked his eyes before he glanced at the bodies and muttered. Oh right, they were here as well. 85 Are you willing to be my slaves? Oh right, they were here as well. Etta's face twitched hearing his response, but she just shook her head in defeat. He really meant it when he said they are just random master stage cultivators. To think he can defeat 4 of them within just a few minutes, heck, with how unbothered he looks, I won't be surprised that he was still holding back. Etta sighed before she questioned. So, what are we going to do with them? I do have a few things to test out. I can use them as a test subject. Are you talking about the slave seal? Felberta questioned. Yes, don't you think that they are the perfect targets for that? Nux replied with a smile. A faint smile then appeared on the group's faces as they glanced at the bodies lying on the floor. But first, let us remove the poison they have in their mouth. Or else they will consume it once they realize that they are captured. Etta suggested and then started removing the poison these assassins had stored in their mouth. Alright, now how do we tie them up? Normal ropes wouldn't work on them, right? Nux replied as he glanced at Etta with a sly smile. Etta blushed a little before taking out a few ropes as she replied. This should work. Felberta, Skyla, and Lane looked at her weirdly before Skyla took the ropes and started binding the assassins while Lane walked towards the bathroom. A few minutes later, Skyla bound all their limbs while Lane returned with a bucket of water in her hand, and then she splashed the water on their faces. Splash! The assassins were jolted awake. They then looked around and quickly realized that they were captured. They tried to bite the poison pill they had in their mouth but noticed that the pill has been taken away. As if pre-planned, the 4 of them sighed dejectedly. We will be tortured now. Everyone had the same thoughts. Of course, they weren't scared, they were just unhappy. As assassins, they were tortured in countless different ways and were pretty much immune to it, but that did not mean that they liked getting tortured. You guys are awake. Nux stated with a smile, and seeing his charming smile, Lona remembered what happened before she lost consciousness. He defeated all of us alone, and he didn't seem like he was tired at all. She thought inwardly. Alright, I will not waste time and will question you directly. Are you guys willing to be my slaves? His question surprised the 4 assassins, and the strongest one, Ash, snorted. Humph. We have already sworn our life to Bannermain House and will not bet your dash. Yeah, I can do my worst, but you guys won't submit and whatever. I know all that. Also, stop lying to me, you have not submitted to Bannermain's house, your real master is the kingdom. You are just working for the Bannermain and Hardwick house. The assassins did not have any change in their expressions. Nux shook his head as he continued, well whatever. You do whatever you want, however, I do have one question. Why are you guys so loyal to the king, I mean, the Bannermain house? What's the point? You will die if you reject me, you might even get tortured to death. The Bannermain house won't care about it, just like how they didn't care about the other 2 men who died a few days ago. I believe you will just be replaced and no one will remember you. Then why die? Why not be my slave, and then return to where you came from? Nobody will know what happened and you can continue living. Suddenly, a strange glint was shown in Nash's eyes as he questioned. Will you really let us live? 7. Ash screamed in anger but Nash completely ignored her. Yup, I will let you leave if you become my slave, Nux nodded. Then how would you make sure that I will not betray you in the future? Nash continued questioning. Did I not save your life? Why would you even think about betraying me? However, if you do, I'll just tell the Banner main house that you betrayed them, they would deal with you later, Nux threatened. A weird smile then appeared on Nash's face as he nodded. Nux smiled as well and then he questioned. So, number 7, are you willing to be my slave? I am. Slaves, Nash Reve. Suddenly, another section appeared on Nux's status right below his harem members section. He smiled as he looked at Nash, who felt a weird power entering his body but since he did not see anything, he ignored it. He was just too happy that he found someone so stupid and he would be able to leave this place quickly. Alright, number 7, you can go now, remember, if I ever contact you, do come back. You promised, Nux smiled as he untied the ropes binding him. Of course, I always remember my promises, Nash then stood up and smiled before he walked towards the door. The closer he got to the exit, the wider his smile got before he finally walked through the door and left. Seeing him leaving so quickly and easily, Ash, Lona, and Aldora exchanged glances as a single thought appeared in their mind. This man is too naive, we might get out alive. Ash nodded at the other two before she started. Will you really let us go if we become your slaves just like you did with Nash? Of course, I am a very honest person, however, remember, if you do betray me, I will inform the Banner main house about you becoming my slaves and they will do anything in their power to kill you. So don't do that, okay? The 3 assassins nodded and a big smile appeared on Nux's face as he questioned. So, number 4, 5, 6, are you willing to be my slaves? 86 Master Stage Slaves. So, number 4, 5, 6, are you willing to be my slaves? Although they felt that the smile he had on his face while he questioned was a little uncomfortable, the 3 assassins' thoughts were too clouded with a chance to get out of here alive and did not think too much about this minor detail. We are slaves, Nash Reve, Lona Wilk, Aldora Horn, Ash Winter. A big smile appeared on Nux's face when he saw their names on his slave section. The 3 assassins felt a peculiar power entering their body, then their eyes fell on Nux's devilishly charming and wicked smile before they felt something was wrong. This man doesn't look like he is this naive and dumb. He can't possibly let them go like this. Just as Ash was about to question Nux, his voice sounded. Alright, let's call your partner back as well. With that, he activated the telepathy skill the slave seal had and called. Nash, return. With just 2 words, Nash, who was running back to the Banner main house stopped. What? Nash's eyes widened in horror when he realized his body had started running back to Filberta's mansion. He then remembered the voice that echoed in his mind and his body trembled. What has he done to me? A few minutes later, Nash returned and stood beside the 3 assassins. Good. When Nash returned, her fear and uncertain feeling exploded. She knew something was wrong. She was sure of it now. That deal was too good to be true. However, it was already too late. What have you done to us? Ash questioned in panic and horror. Nothing. Nux replied with a confused look. Nothing. Then why is 7 back? Because I called him. Isn't a slave supposed to listen to whatever his master said? Then how did you contact him when he was so far away? His voice sounded in my head, this time, it was Nash who replied. Ash and the other assassins' eyes widened in surprise, they don't know what was happening, but they knew it was bad. Ayak. Suddenly, Ash screamed in pain as she fell on her knees. What happened? Lona questioned in panic. One had to know that they had been through intense torture and were used to it. So she knew that Ash would never scream like that. What did you do to her? She then questioned as she glared at Nux who was looking at everything with a curious look. Actually, even he was surprised when he heard her screaming but he soon realized what happened. I think she was having thoughts about betraying me, her master. Nux replied. This isn't the time to Joe dash. Aagh. Lona wanted to continue but suddenly, Ash's screams turned louder as she clenched her head tightly and she rolled on the ground. Stop it. I am begging you. I'll do anything you say. Ash begged in a hoarse voice. The pain was too much for her to bear, and she could feel that it was increasing without any signs of stopping. Lona and the other assassins' eyes widened when they heard her. She's begging? Is the pain that intense? Their bodies shuddered in fear. Even Nux felt a little weird seeing her rolling and begging like that, however, he still kept a tough front as he answered. Stop thinking about going against me and it will end. This time, Ash took his words seriously. She quickly got rid of her thoughts about attacking him and muttered continuously. I am loyal to him. 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 This work seemed to have worked as soon, she felt the pain subsiding before it faded away. Ha! 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 Ash lay on the ground, breathing heavily. She didn't want to experience that again, never. Thank you. Master. She then glanced at Nux as she crawled towards his feet and placed her forehead on his shoes. Nux frowned when he saw her acting like that. He wanted to step back but Felberta placed her hand on his back secretly. He glanced at her and saw her shaking her head. Nux nodded and stood where he was. Good. What did you do to us? Seeing what Ash was doing, Lona knew the pain she experienced was a lot stronger than they thought and questioned. This time, however, her tone was a tamer than before. As I said, I did nothing, it is you guys who agreed to become my slaves. Remember, I can see through your thoughts. The moment you guys think about betraying me, I'll make sure you suffer the pain far worse than you can ever imagine, and the pain would keep increasing till you throw that thought out of your mind. In other words, do what I tell you to do, be obedient, and you won't face any problems. Is that clear? Nux replied and then questioned. Yes. That's yes, master, for you. Yes, master. Ash, now stand up. No matter how tired she was, as if his command was a divine order, Ash's body stood up and stood beside the other assassins. Seeing the 4 master stage slaves standing in front of him, Nux smiled in contentment. These weren't normal master stage cultivators, they were the strongest of the batch. With them, he can easily defeat an Earl House without even doing anything. However, this time, his target wasn't a mere Earl House. His eyes then turned cold before he glanced at the assassins and questioned. Tell me everything you know about the Bannermane and Hardwick House. Author's note, 60 more PS needed for second place, 90 more for the first one. Of course, this might increase if other books get more, so yeah. I will count on you guys. Gimme powwow. Tell me everything you know about the Bannermane and Hardwick House, Nux questioned as his eyes turned cold. First, they attacked Edda. That was already too much, and now they even dared to attack Fel. Now that is too much. He needs to show them that he isn't easy to bully. However, he would need to learn how strong the 2 noble houses are. He can't be rash. The leader of the Bannermane House, Alger Bannermane, is at initial Grand Master stage, the same is for the Hardwick House leader. However, the latter is a little stronger. Before Lona could think how to reply, her mouth moved on her own and her eyes widened in horror. This is too scary. Lona thought inwardly, her thoughts about being loyal to her new master strengthened even more. Just an initial Grand Master stage. Then it will be too easy. Nux smiled as he already formed different plans on how to deal with him. Edda, Felberta, Skyla, Lane, and the other assassins' lips twitched at his response. What do you mean, just an initial Grand Master stage? He a Grand Master. A Grand Master. Then they quickly remembered how abnormal he is and just shook their head. Yup, as expected, he is an anomaly. Felberta confirmed her thoughts again. She mustn't think of him like a normal person. No, master. It isn't that simple. The Kingdom of Scotty is behind the 2 houses and has sent a group of assassins for them to use. As you already know, we are the said assassins. If these houses are attacked, these assassins will fight with their life and it will be troublesome for you to fight them. Although she was not questioned about this, Ash decided to share extra and important information as a way to show her loyalty. The immense pain that was way more painful than any torture she has ever been through had left a deep mark on her heart. Kingdom of Scotty. Edda and Felberta muttered at the same time. They then glanced at each other and chuckled. Oh. Then who is the strongest amongst you assassins? Nux, however, completely ignored the extra information. He just did not care. He wasn't strong enough to care. Also, he was more interested in the assassins, Bannermane, and Hardwick houses. I don't know her name, but we call her one. The strongest assassin amongst us, she is at the peak of Grand Master stage, however, it would be a mistake to treat her as a normal Grand Master stage cultivator. She is a Grand Master stage cultivator who has assassinated 3 expert stage cultivators in the past, so I believe it would best if we treat her as an expert stage cultivator. Ash replied, pouring out all her thoughts and betraying the teammates she once swore to never betray. Although Lona, Nash, and Aldora felt a little weird, they quickly understood that they don't have a choice as well. They weren't scared if Nux could or will take their life, however, they were scared of that hellish-looking pain Ash has been through. Also, their body moves on their own whenever Nux wants anything, so they can't really hide anything either. And if that was the case, they might as well be loyal to him from their heart. At least they won't have to go through torture or be worried about their life. An expert stage, this might be a little troublesome, Nux muttered inwardly. He was sure he could take on an expert stage cultivator and might even defeat her, but if he was surrounded by other cultivators at the same time, the odds weren't in his favor. It seems like he has to wait before he could take his revenge. Well, it was not like he was in a hurry either. He wouldn't risk his life. I have something in my mind that might work. Just as Nux was about to give up and postpone the plan, Felberta's voice sounded. Nux then turned towards her and seeing a weird light that was shining in her eyes, he questioned. What is it? Well, I have 2 ways to deal with it actually, but you might not want to use the first method. Felberta muttered. A wry smile then appeared on Nux's face as he questioned. Is the first method you are talking about sneaking in and killing the one she mentioned? Felberta smiled back as she nodded. Nux then shook his head and continued. Leave it, tell me the second method, I am sure you must have thought something. It was not like Nux can't deal with the expert stage assassin, he could easily use his, conceal, to follow these assassins, and once they meet, one, he could kill her and then deal with other assassins. However, Nux did not want to use this method. He has just witnessed how scary and great his slave seal is. If used correctly, this ability can help him tremendously. These assassins are a strong force. If he could get them under him, he would be a step closer to his actual goal. Of course, his main aim was that, 1. A peak Grand Master stage cultivator, if he can get her as his slave, how much will his strength improve? Also, who doesn't want an assassin slave, ready to do whatever he orders her to? Nux did. And seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Felberta came up with her second method. Do you remember when I told you that someone asked me for Bannermane House's information? Her words attracted Nux's attention and he nodded. I do. The actual information he wanted was about 88. You are in a really bad position, aren't you? In the Bannermane mansion, Alger was walking around nervously while a woman wearing black clothes was standing in front of him. Ugh. Why are they not here yet? How long will it take? This was the 11th time he asked that question, and this time, the woman, who was always ignoring him, couldn't hold out any more and snapped. What the hell is wrong with you? Assassination is a work of patience, not to mention that they have to kidnap someone as well. Also, it has only been an hour since they left, you idiot. Now stop moving around like a bug. Alger then paused as he glared at the woman in front of him. Don't talk to me like that, I am not your subordinate. He replied in a threatening tone. Oh yeah? Well, I am not your subordinate as well, so stop annoying me. The woman threatened back, her voice sending chills down to Alger's spine. However, he controlled his fear and gained some confidence as he replied. What would you do if I don't? No, let me rephrase, what can you do if I don't? The woman's gaze turned cold, her icy blue eyes glared at Alger, and before he could react, a dagger was placed in front of his neck. Don't think you can talk to me like that just because you are a useful pawn for the kingdom. Remember, pawns are always the first ones to be sacrificed. Although a pawn dying without fulfilling his role hurts, it is not to the extent that the kingdom would take any action themselves. So don't think I cannot kill you because of the kingdom. Am I clear? Her threatening voice was so cold that Alger's scalp went numb. The icy cold eyes that shined menacingly told him that she wasn't fooling around. One more word and he will die. Gulp. Alger gulped audibly and nodded. Good, and don't disturb me for today. Saying that, the woman turned around and left. Only after she left the hall did Alger's stiff body return to normal. He then took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Then his gaze turned cold and a green-black dagger appeared in his hand. Should I do it? Alger muttered. Soon, however, he shook his head and calmed down. The woman wasn't alone. If anything happened to her, all those assassins might come after him. He then stored his dagger inside his space ring inside. Let's just take a bath. Alger muttered to himself before he walked into his bathroom. After his bath, Alger was sitting at his dining table, along with his wife and 7 consorts. A servant then walked over before he put some food on the table and ate it in front of everyone. Alger nodded and the servant started putting food on everyone's plates. Alright, let's start. Alger ordered and everyone started eating. After the dinner, Alger wanted to spend some time with his harem, but when he remembered that the assassins still haven't returned yet, his mood worsened and he just walked into his room to have some rest. He then jumped onto his soft bed and soon, he entered the dreamland at an astonishing quick speed. While Alger was sleeping peacefully without the care of the world, he did not notice a pair of captivating golden eyes watching his every movement. Suddenly, a figure wearing skin-tight black clothes and a black mask that covered his nose and mouth appeared in front of his bed. The figure then took his space ring and a green-black dagger appeared in the figure's hand. Slap. He then walked towards Alger and slapped his face. Bam. Alger's body flew out before it crashed with the wall. He quickly woke up and looked around, but he couldn't see anyone. His brows furrowed as he stood up, just as he was about to call his servant, an intense pain assaulted him on his right leg. He saw a big, deep cut on his calf as blood flowed out uncontrollably. He then finally saw a figure wearing black clothes, carrying a familiar dagger in his hands looking at him with his exquisite golden eyes. Wow, this dagger is really great. It's already showing its effect. Alger then heard his joyful voice and he quickly understood what that numbing feeling on his calf was. That dagger in the man's hand wasn't just a familiar dagger, it was his dagger. How did he get his hand on it? He then looked at his hand and noticed that his ring was gone. Alger then thought of a possibility and his eyes widened. Yes, you are right, I poisoned your food. The Strangler, if you know about it. Alger's eyes widened in horror when he saw the poison the man carried in his hand. Oh. It seems you know about it. Manan, it is really a ruthless poison, huh? First it makes the target fall into a deep sleep, and when he wakes up, he won't be able to speak anything for the next hour. Giving an assassin all the time he needs to kill the target. Also, your dagger is pretty cool. A peak 5-star dagger, with a numbing effect on the target, with that slash on your calf, your whole leg must be numb now, closing all your paths for running away. Bruh, I just noticed, you are in a really bad position, aren't you? Can't run away, can't call for help, completely at my mercy. If I were you, I would pray to the god that I am not a bad person. The more the man spoke, the more fear Alger felt. Who is he? As if reading his mind, the man smiled and answered. Oh, you must be wondering who I am, right? He then lowered his mask and Alger's eyes widened. Dio, no. He is that Nux. Nux Leander. Outside the room, Alger's butler was rushing into Alger's room since he heard the sound of crashing, however, a servant then appeared in front of him. You can't go in there. Cliff, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Also, as Marquis Alger's personnel guard, shouldn't you rush in and check what happened as well? Why are you still here? Nothing is happening inside, I don't want to stop you. I am just fulfilling Marquis Alger's wish. He says he doesn't want to be disturbed. Also, the voice you heard was him throwing around a fit, he seems really angry. Angry? About what? Cliff then gave him a blank look as he replied. How would I know? True. Now look, I don't care about you, but I still want to live. So if you want to go inside, just knock me unconscious, else I won't let you. Okay, I will leave. By your expression, he must be really angry, huh? Yes, I don't know what happened bu dash. Smash. Another sound came out of the room and the butler was sure that a vase must have been broken. Yeah. I don't want to go inside either. Cliff nodded, however, if the butler was a little observant, he would have seen a small sigh of relief he released. If the butler had entered the room, he would see that rather than Marquez throwing around a fit, it was the Marquez who was being thrown around here and there. After confirming who his assailant was, the Marquis gained some confidence and noticed that Nux was just a master stage cultivator. A big smile then appeared on his face. Although he might be injured and his right leg might not be working properly, it was still easy for him to defeat a master stage cultivator. He was a grand master stage cultivator, after all. With the newly gained confidence, he stumbled but then balanced his body as he dashed towards Nux. Slap. However, what he foresaw did not happen, rather, Nux just sent him flying with one slap. And he made it look so effortless. Smash. Cough. His body then smashed at his favorite vase, and the Marquise coughed out some blood. TSK, do you really think I would have appeared in front of you and then wake you up with a slap if I wasn't sure enough to beat you? Use your brain, you idiot. Oh, if you were expecting that someone would enter the room due to the sound, forget that. Everyone outside knows that Marquise Alger is throwing around a fit in anger. Nux spoke nonchalantly as he crushed his dreams. Alger's eyes widened in surprise and horror. Although he believed that he could defeat this man alone, for double security, he still wanted his guards to enter the room. However, Nux's words poured cold water on his dreams. He then saw Nux walking toward him with a smile. The dagger he was holding was shining brightly. Nux then appeared behind him and before he could react, he slashed his left calf. Ag. Marquise let out a painful shriek in his mind. Soon, however, he felt a numbing sensation all over his leg and the pain started to decrease. Of course, it wasn't something to be happy about. With this, both of his legs won't work for a while. He is completely helpless at the moment. Now let's see, how do I start this? First, you send someone behind my perverted maid, Edda. That calls for one limb. Then, you were even bold enough to attack my beautiful fell. That calls for 2 more limbs. That means I will sever your 2 hands and 1 leg. Don't think I will use your dagger for it. I'll use a simple steel sword. Since our body is really strong, it would need me quite a few moves to sever even one of your limbs, so let's not waste any more time, okay? Alger's eyes widened in horror and fear. His body started trembling. He wanted to beg for mercy, he wanted to say that he would do whatever he wants, but he could not. However, Nux seems to know to mind read as he quickly suggested his next offer. Well, if I am being honest with you and you can also judge it from my face as well. I am a refined and handsome person. I don't like being a bloodthirsty maniac, so I will present you with another offer. We can stop all of this torture if you accept being my slave. What do you say? Suddenly, Alger's movement stopped. Slave? His slave? How will he ensure my loyalty? Will he poison me and then keep the antidote with him? Yeah, that must be it. No worries, I can find a potion maker who will make the antidote. Right now, my life is much more important. Seeing the determined light that showed in his eyes, Nux smiled as he questioned. So, Alger Bannermane, are you willing to be my slave? Alger nodded with a determined face, and soon, he felt a peculiar energy entering her body. Not good. Although he did not know what this energy was, matching it with the timing, he knew it wasn't something good. However, before he could think much, Nux suddenly forced a potion into his mouth. This is the antidote of Strangler. Now take your ring and find some antidote for this dagger. Alger furrowed his brows. A few seconds later, he could feel that he could now speak. He wanted to scream and call for his guards, but just as that thought appeared, an intense pain assaulted his head. Don't shout, shut your mouth. Alger wanted to shout but his mouth closed automatically and even his throat refused to let out a muffled scream. The intense pain continued to assault his head, and it kept increasing. However, the worst part was that he couldn't even scream. Ag. Poor Marquise Alger. 90 an obedient slave. Remove the thoughts about betraying me out of your head and the pain will subside. After torturing him for a good 15 minutes, Nux suggested. After what could be said the worst pain he ever experienced, Alger heard Nux's next words and quickly did as he was told. Actually, Nux found out that once the pain starts, the target doesn't have the time to think about betraying him or anything along those lines since the pain is already too much. The requirement is to be loyal to him. Once the target thinks about being loyal to him, the pain will subside. Of course, when assaulted with that level of pain, no one would be able to think about anything, and the pain will continue until someone tells the target to be loyal to Nux. Nux could stop the pain, but he wanted to torture him a little as a punishment for attacking Edda and fell. Ha. Alger breathed heavily after the pain subsided. Now stay loyal to me. If you even think about betraying me, the pain will return and it will be even more powerful than before. Remember that. Alger's whole body shuddered in fear when he heard him. Betraying new master. No way, he will become the most loyal servant the world has ever seen. If his master wants him to do anything, he would do it. Even if it costs him his life. He just doesn't want to bear that horrifying pain again. Why yes master. Good, now take the antidote and cure your numb legs. There is no antidote for this master. The numbness will subside within 30 minutes. Ha, whatever. Just stay on the floor then. Saying that, Nux took back Alger's ring again and stored everything in his inventory before throwing it back at him. He then lay on Alger's bed comfortably as he questioned. So, where does that one live? 1. She and her assassins live in the back of the mansion. However, master, I will warn you though, one has killed a few expert stage cultivators, so be careful around her. Although Alger wanted to ask how he learned about one, as a loyal servant, he did not and just answered his question. However, he still warned his master about how strong the woman he was asking about is. Nux nodded before he closed his eyes and waited. How was it? Success. Suddenly, he heard Fel's voice in his mind. Yes, he is now under me. Good, now let's discuss the second part again to make sure it doesn't fail. Yes. Nux smiled as he, Skyla, Lane, Fel, and Etta discussed the next plan. Well, only Fel and Nux were discussing, the other three were just silent and saying a few words a few times. Half an hour later, Alger's numb legs returned to normal. Since he had already taken a few healing potions, the cuts in his legs were almost healed as well. At the very least, he could stand up and move around now. However, seeing Nux sleeping on his bed, he thought about dealing a killing blow, but the horrifying pain returned. This time, however, he quickly removed the thoughts about betraying him and replaced them with him being loyal to him, and the pain subsided. He didn't scream in pain since he did not want Nux to know about him thinking about betraying him. This also ensured him that whatever master said before was right, the pain will return every time he thinks about betraying him even if the master himself is sleeping. This solidified his resolution to remain loyal even further. Master, I am healed now. He then called him out politely. Nux's eyes opened as he woke up. He then glanced at Alger standing beside him with a respectful look on his face. Now, tell me about your personnel army, is it also under the control of the Kingdom of Scotty? Alger was surprised that his master knew the name Kingdom supporting him. One had to know, even the 1000 Information Chamber doesn't know the name of the kingdom. How did he know? However, although he was surprised, his body moved on its own and answered the master's question. No, my army is under my control. Baron, Viscount, and Earl aren't allowed to keep their private armies, however, the same is not true for Marquis and Dukes, these two noble ranks have the permission to keep their private army that listens to their orders. Of course, they are required to tell the name of every single soldier and his cultivation stage to the kingdom. If somehow, a soldier whose name is not mentioned is found, the punishments are very harsh. Alright, take me to your general or whatever is the highest position. As you command, master. The two of them walked towards the head of the Bannermain army's room. Yes, since he was the head of the army, he was required to stay in the mansion. Not that he complained either, the room he and his family was provided with was very lavish and safe, so he was happy to oblige. Knock knock knock. Alger then knocked on the door. Actually, he always calls him through a servant whenever he needs, but since Nux has ordered him to take him there, he obliged to like the obedient servant he was. Marquis Alger. What brings you here in the night? The head of the army, Hawk Reed, opened the door as he questioned. Nux could feel that he was a late master stage cultivator without using his eye of discerning, and nodded. Then without wasting any time, he asked what he was here for. Hawk Reed, are you willing to be my slave? Hawk Reed, are you willing to be my slave? Countless questions appeared in Hawk's mind, but the first and the most prominent one was. Who the hell is this person? However, before he could ponder much about the things, Alger's angry voice sounded. What the hell are you thinking about? Answer the damn question. Do you even know who the master is? You are making him wait. Master? A new thought appeared inside Hawk's mind. He already knew that there was someone powerful who supported Marquis Alger from the shadows. Is this person sent by them? That is the only reason Alger will respect him so much. He then glanced at the masked man who looked more like an assassin but did not think too much about it. Hawk Reed, are you willing to be my slave? Not willing to wait any longer, Nux questioned again. This time, his tone was stricter. Is he asking me to work for him? That's a weird way to put it. Well, whatever. Yes. As soon as Hawk replied, he felt a peculiar energy entering his body. He then frowned and thought about what this energy was before he glanced at Nux. He did not what it was, but from the timing, he was sure that it has something to do with Nux. You don't have to think too much about it, just be loyal to me and everything will be fine. However, rather than explaining, Nux turned around and left. Nux did the same thing with some other high-ranking members of the Bannermain army, and while he was at it, he questioned. Alger, do you have any enemy amongst the nobles? A marquise or a higher rank would be better. A person who will give his all to get rid of you. Master, I recently made an enemy out of Marquis Lunge. He will do anything he can to kill me, even if it costs him his title as noble. Nux frowned, he had heard this name before, he just did not remember where. However, he soon shrugged his shoulders in nonchalance, it wasn't important right now. He will think about it later. Why is he so adamant about killing you? Well, I bribed his head guard and tried to kill his son in the Blood Hill wilderness, but the boy was saved by someone and the Marquise learned about my plan. Ah, so that's him. Nux quickly realized why it sounded so familiar. He was the father of that boy he saved in the wilderness. That boy actually survived, huh? Master? Nothing, let's just continue. 2 hours later, Nux prepared everything and his face turned solemn. It was now the time for the final step. Although he wasn't really scared, he still wanted his plan to succeed. His gaze then moved in a certain direction as he then glanced at Alger, who nodded his head as well. The two of them walked in a certain direction of the mansion, and then a wide, dark hallway appeared. It looked very spooky. The further they walked, the darker it got, however, with his sense, Nux had no problem with his vision. Alger has already told him that there are no guards here. It were the assassins who told him not to place any guards. It affects their movement, they say. Soon, Nux and Alger appeared in front of a simple wooden door and the two of them nodded to each other. Bam! Nux then wrapped his arm around Alger's neck before he kicked the door open and entered. As soon as the door was slammed open, more than 20 assassins wearing skin-tight black clothes and masks appeared in front of Nux and Alger. Soldiers of Bannermain House, don't waste your life pointlessly and surrender. Your Marquise dared to try and harm our young master in the wilderness, he will have to pay. But I know you are just soldiers and are innocent. I am a good man, surrender and I will let you live. However, I am warning you beforehand, don't try doing anything funny because you are already surrounded by our army. Stomp stomp stomp. Hiya. As soon as he said that, countless stomps and soldiers' excited roars were heard, signaling that they were indeed surrounded. One, the leader of these assassins, looked at Nux with her icy blue eyes. She was quick to notice a few words he said. First, he called them soldiers, not assassins. So most probably, the man does not know about the kingdom supporting them. She then glanced at Alger and his mouth moved. I have a plan. One's mouth twitched in frustration. This man was using them to get rid of his enemies. The thing about harming our young master, he must be talking about Marquise Lunge's son. Then this must be a Marquise attack, and Alger knows that if he uses his army, the loss will be terrible. He was using them to avoid his loss. However, she still did not understand one thing. If they fight with these soldiers, the commotion will ensue, and after they win easily, the kingdom will learn about their strength. However, the names and cultivation of the soldiers they submitted weren't supposed to have this sort of strength. This will put them under the eyes of the kingdom, and their movement will be severely restricted. What is this man thinking? Is he trying to betray the kingdom? No, he cannot, he will be killed for betraying the Skyfall kingdom as well. She then glanced at Alger and he repeated the same words he did before. Trust me, I have a plan. 92 Thyra Cruz. While one was looking around, thinking about every possibility and also planning her next moves, Nux was also looking at her with his eye of discerning. Name, Thyra Cruz. Age, 44. Mana cultivation, Grand Master. Body cultivation, mortal. Race, human. Occupation, assassin of Bannermain House. Talent, high. LVL, 49. HP, 600/600. MP, 860/860. STR, 59. AGL, 66. VIT, 60. STM, 61. INT, 86. Def, 53. Thyra. She's almost at the expert stage. Strong. I might be able to defeat her, but with all these assassins around, it will make things tougher. I need high-level skills. Nux then shook his head. He was on a mission right now. He should not think about things like these. Soldiers of Banner Main House, surrender. Thyra then glanced at Alger and he mouthed. Do what he says. He won't be able to live if he betrays kingdom either. I don't think he is stupid enough to risk offending both kingdoms at the same time. After thinking for a while, Thyra decided to trust him and stepped forward with both of her hands in the air, signaling her surrender. Seeing their leader, the other assassins also raised their hand in the air and surrendered. Good, now let me ask you guys again, are you all willing to be my slaves? Thyra frowned as she noticed the change in the question. She then glanced at Alger who was looking at her while nodding with a serious expression. Hey! What are you two signaling each other for? You think you can fool me? I will ask you again, are you all willing to be my slaves? If your answer does not please me, I will kill every one of you. Suddenly, Nux noticed Thyra and Alger talking with each other and then placed a dagger on Alger's neck. Alger's eyes widened as he glanced at Thyra. Although he did not say anything, it was clear that he was requesting her to continue her act. Thyra also did not want to fight the army surrounding them. Since she didn't have much time to think, she nodded and replied. Yes, I am. Yes, we are. Seeing their leader, other assassins also nodded. Suddenly, the assassins felt some weird energy entering their bodies, but before they could think what it was, Nux's was sounded. You, and you, I didn't hear your approvals. Are you willing to be my slaves? This time, Thyra felt something was wrong, but before she could say anything, she heard a voice in her mind. Stay silent and do not do anything. Just stand there like others. As if she had lost control of her body, Thyra was unable to move her body and just stood there. The assassins Nux pointed at were first surprised that he noticed that they did not say yes in this crowd before looking at one to ask what she wants them to do. Nod. Nux's voice sounded in Thyra's head, her body moved on her own and she nodded. Yes, we are. The three of them approved as well and then sensed the energy entering their body. After accomplishing his goal, a big smile appeared on his face. Nux then released Alger and he stood straight with his head down. Nux then glanced at his status and smiled even more. Today, he had gained more than 30 slaves. Good, now let's see my gains. He muttered out loud as he started counting how many assassins there were. The assassins frowned when they saw that he released Marquis Alger. Wasn't he supposed to be his defense here? And why is Marquis Alger standing there like a servant? Why is he not running towards them so he can be safe? However, before they could think too much, two assassins fell to the ground as they howled in pain. Their screams sent shivers down the other assassins' spines. Like the three assassins before, all of them were tortured and were pretty much numb to pain. They have never seen their partners scream like that for years, and seeing them grabbing their heads, and rolling on the ground while screaming like that. They felt fear. Thyra, though not afraid, she was still surprised. Her eyes then fell on Nux who was looking at the two of them with cold eyes. Since this was not the first time he has seen people screaming and howling like that, Nux wasn't as surprised as before and managed to keep a straight, cold look on his face. What have you done to them? Thyra questioned. I was standing here from the start, what could I have done? Just tell me what you did and don't annoy me, or else your end won't be good, she threatened. Nux blinked in surprise when he heard her. Why isn't she feeling any pain? He questioned inwardly. Did his ability not work on Grandmasters? No, it worked on Alger. Then what is happening? Feeling that he should analyze it a little more, he continued. Oh. You think you can defeat me? Don't think hiding behind Alger will save you from me. If you annoy me too much, I will kill you even if that results in Alger getting killed. Ha, you really think you can kill me? I'll like to you try, Nux challenged with a smirk. Thyra's icy blue eyes turned cold, but just as her hand moved towards her dagger, agonizing pain assaulted her head and even her, a cold-blooded assassin, fell to the ground as he shrieked in pain. Seeing their leader screaming in pain just like the other two assassins, the other assassin's eyes widened in horror. Thyra, however, did not lose her mind like others. With whatever little thinking ability she was left with, she tried to bite the poison pill she had in her mouth. Ahag. However, just as she thought about it, the agonizing pain increased to a horrifying degree as the poison pill fell out of her mouth and she kept shrieking in pain. 93. How about you put that loud mouth for a good use? Ahag. Seeing her scream like that, and then noticing the pill that fell from her mouth, Nux quickly understood what happened. She tried to kill herself. For a slave, killing themselves without their master's permission is not different from betraying them. Since she tried to betray her master, the pain she felt increased by several folds. Nux did not know how terrible this pain was, he just walked toward her and muttered. "Stay loyal to me and the pain will subside." The words, "pain will subside," echoed inside Thyra's mind. She quickly threw all the thoughts about killing herself or attacking Nux and finally felt the pain subsiding. Ha, 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 she then closed her eyes as her whole body trembled. "All of you, throw the pills you have in your mouth and don't try to kill yourself. Else you might be the next one suffering from this pain." Nux then glanced at the other assassins and ordered. Seeing one lying on that ground, completely defeated, the assassins felt weird. However, their body did as Nux ordered and they all spat out the poison pill they had in their mouth. Good. Nux then glanced at the two other assassins who were screaming in pain and told them the same thing he did to Thyra. A while later, Thyra stood up and she glanced at Nux with an expressionless and tired face. Nux glanced at her curiously as he questioned. "What happened? You are not with Marquise Lunge. You did everything to trick us, even Alger was with you in this act." Why do you think so?" Nux questioned with a smile. "If Marquise Lunge had the power to command someone like you, Alger wouldn't be alive till now. You are sharp. I still don't understand a few things." "What are they?" Nux questioned. "How did you manage to move your army so close to us without even letting us know?" "I do not have any army, those were Alger's soldiers." Thyra's and the assassins' eyes widened in surprise as they glanced at Alger, who was still standing there with his head bowed. Thyra then shook her head and questioned. "Why are you after us? You people attacked my Edda and fell." "Edda and fell?" "The head made Edda and Viscount Felberta." Nux replied as he removed his mask. "You are Nux Leander. The one you send 4, 5, 6, and 7 after. You advanced to master stage." "I did." "Okay, next question, what have you done to us?" Alger's ears perked up when he heard that question. He also wished to know what happened to him. "I turned you all into my slaves. You can't deny any of my orders from now on. Also, if you even think about betraying me, that intense pain will assault you again. In simple words, your life is mine now." Thyra's body twitched when she thought about the pain she felt. "How did you do it?" she questioned. "I can't tell you that." Thyra stayed silent for a while before asking another question. "Last question, you should know about the kingdom that supports us, are you sure you can go against it?" "Kingdom of Scotty, I know that. And as for going against it, I don't have those plans right now, but if we do clash in the future, I am sure that the kingdom won't come out of it scratchless." Hearing his words, Thyra's icy blue eyes turned cold as she replied. "You won't be able to do anything to the kingdom. Although you might control my body, my mind will remain loyal to the kingdom. I will find a way to get back at you and then kill you." Again, Nux was surprised, she did not feel any pain when she said those words. Aren't those words equal to betraying the master? Why isn't she feeling anything? Tell me, why aren't you feeling any pain? In the end, Nux decided to ask her. "I don't know how the tortures activates, so I tried to remove the intent from my words and it worked." Nux stared at her blankly and ordered. "Tell me in simpler words." "I don't understand what you just said." "I removed the intent from my word, that means, though I said I will kill you, it is more like a statement, I am not actually thinking about killing you." Although she did not want to answer him, Thyra's mouth moved on her own as she replied. Nux blinked in surprise. Although she made it look like it was nothing special, it wasn't as simple as that. This hiding the intent thing was not that easy. Every time you say something, your subconscious mind would think about it. For example, the words, "I will kill you." Your subconscious mind would think about killing even if you try not to. It is more like an involuntary action. "Can you use this technique to betray me in the future?" Nux questioned. Thyra screamed in her mind to not reply to it, but again, her body moved automatically and she answered. "I cannot, saying words without the intent might be possible, but doing something without intent is not. No matter how hard one tries, he can't hide the intent of what he is going to do." Thyra gritted her teeth after she answered, and seeing the smile that appeared on Nux's face after her answer, she gritted her teeth even more. "Heh, then how are you planning to kill me?" "Don't worry, in the future, I will find a way to deal with this pathetic magic of yours and will kill you for sure. It's not like a weak master stage cultivator like you can defeat me anyways. Wow, you are really good at this, aren't you? Nux chuckled, he was very impressed by this Thyra. I am not good, it is you who is really bad, Thyra answered with an expressionless face. Nux's face twitched at her response and he replied. Your mouth is really loud, huh? Why don't I shut that up and put it to good use? Your mouth is really loud, huh? Why don't I shut that up and put it to good use? What do you mean? Thyra tilted her head in confusion. Nux then smiled a little before he turned around and commanded. Thyra, follow me. Thyra's body moved on its own, but this time, she was surprised by another thing. How do you know my name? She was sure that not even other assassins and Alger knows her name, then where did he learn it from? I have my ways. Nux replied with a smile before he turned towards Alger and informed him. I will be using your room today, find another one for you. He did not wait for his response and continued walking. Thyra, who was still wondering how he learned her name, also followed behind him. Seeing their departing figure, Alger couldn't help but be jealous. He has always dreamed about doing what Nux was about to do to one. But not only will Nux be the one doing it, but he would also even use his bed to do it. How shameful is that? His eyes then fell on other assassins, trying to see if anyone is willing to spend a night with him, but when he saw them looking at him with a threatening gaze, his body shuddered. Why did you bring him here? An assassin stepped out and questioned in anger. If he had not brought that man here, they would still be free and would be working for their kingdom. Now, not only they will betray their kingdom, they will even do it for a random nobody who is not even Grand Master stage. It is only a matter of time before they all get caught and then they will be dealt with. Yeah. Do you think you can defy his orders? Why don't you try it then? Alger then retorted. He was a Grand Master stage cultivator, these advanced and Master stage cultivators do not have any right to talk to him like that. The assassin turned silent as well. He has seen one screaming in pain, that scream still sends shivers down his spine. He can't even imagine what sort of pain someone has to go through to scream like that. It easily surpassed all the torture he suffered. He then glanced at the two assassins who suffered from the same fate of being tortured and noticed that their faces were still a little pale and they were unusually silent. This made him shiver and shivered even more. Humph. Alger snorted before he left the room and walked toward his wife's. However, he was still inwardly jealous of Nux. He knew not how beautiful one is, but he was sure of one thing, her body was alluring. Plus that strict and rude attitude of her, he was sure that it would feel good to shut her mouth with his rod. Remove your mask. Inside Alger's room, Nux sat on the bed leisurely and ordered. Again, Thyra's body moved on its own and she removed her mask. Nux then laid his eyes on her face and admired. Wow, to have such a beautiful Grand Master stage cultivator as my slave, and you are an assassin to boot. I struck it big, huh? Thyra was a beautiful fair-skinned woman with short raven hair and icy blue eyes. She had a small nose and cherry-like lips. She had a lean physique, her breasts were of the same size as Skyla. Her black-colored clothes contrasted well with her fair skin and icy blue eyes. All in all, she was a really beautiful woman. That is true, to have me as your slave, this may have sucked all the good luck you will have in this and all the other lives you will live from now on. Heck, you might even be a lowly beggar in your next life. Thyra replied in her usual strict tone. Nux's lips twitched at her response as he replied. Wow, you are trying really hard to annoy me, aren't you? Humph. Alright, I believe it is time for me to show you your position. Then, Nux's gaze turned cold and he ordered. Get on all fours. Again, Thyra's body moved on its own and he quickly knelt before placing her hands on the flood as well. You see that? On the floor, on all fours, just like a bitch, that is where you belong. That is what you are now, a bitch, my bitch, who will listen to whatever I will say from now on. Humiliated, Thyra was extremely humiliated, she wanted to move her body and stand up but her body did not listen to her command. After trying and failing several times, she threw that idea out of her mind and retorted. So what if you can command me? I will still not submit to you willingly. Then a disdainful smirk appeared on Nux's face and he replied. Do you think I care about you submitting me willfully or not? I can command you to do anything. I can ask you to tell me everything. What else would I need? Thyra glared at Nux with hatred, she still wasn't willing to lose to him. What's with that gaze? Oh. Do you not believe what I said? How about I give you an example? So let me ask you, will you ever bark like a bitch in front of your previous master? My master is a respectful and dignified person, I will never be ordered to do anything like that. Yeah, whatever in the end, the answer is no, right? However, if I command you to bark like a bitch you will do it without question. Would you like to try? Thyra Cruz, bark like a bitch you are. Thyra Cruz, bark like a bitch you are. Wharf. Thyra's body moved on its own again and she barked. However, at this moment, her whole body was trembling in shame and humiliation, and Nux's next words did not help either. A cold, grandmaster stage assassin, who is capable enough to kill expert stage cultivators, is barking like a bitch in front of a mere master stage cultivator. See that? If I can make you do what you will never do in front of anyone, why do I need you to submit to me willingly? There is no merit in that. Thyra's eyes turned red in rage, however. Just as she thought about attacking him, that intense pain assaulted her again and she fell to the floor. I am loyal. I am loyal. I am loyal. I am loyal. Only after thinking about it continuously did the pain subside, and she sighed in relief. Alright, this is enough. I don't have much time to waste. Come here, on all our fours of course, Nux ordered as he patted his thighs. Thyra's body moved and she crawled towards him and only stopped when her face was close to his crotch. However, her eyes were still red in rage and she had an extremely repulsed look on her face. Nux completely ignored her expression as he patted her head and caressed her face with a smile. Good, now lower my pant with your mouth. Thyra buried her face in his crotch as she grabbed his pant with her teeth and tried to remove them. All this while, Nux never stopped patting her head, and her repulsed expression never changed. She tried very hard to deny his command and control her body, but it was all meaningless. After a few more tries, Thyra finally managed to lower his pant and a huge 8-inch monster popped out. Seeing a cold-blooded assassin on all her fours like a bitch, doing whatever he wanted, Nux's emotions were stimulated and his little brother was already ready to go and explore a new cave. After a blow job of course. What a filthy thing. Thyra muttered in disgust, Nux's lips twitched but he controlled his emotions and ordered. Start licking this filthy thing, then. Nux slapped her cheek with his dick a few times before he rubbed it on her cheek. Thyra's body trembled in disgust but a small tongue moved out from her mouth. Nux then stopped moving and waited for her to do what he ordered. With her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Nux, Thyra started licking his shaft. Yes, just like that, lick everything, from the head to the body and then the balls as well, lick it like it is the most delicious thing in this world. Again, Thyra's body started moving on its own and she moved her tongue quickly and continued licking. The contrast between her licking his shaft greedily and the hatred in her eyes stimulated Nux even more. He doesn't know why, but this felt amazing. It was as if he was exploring something new. It was exciting and thrilling. Ugh, you are good, I feel like you are a natural at this. Thyra's body trembled in anger, she wanted to cut his dick off but knew that if she even thought about it, that agonizing pain would return and torture her. Her body then shuddered in fear as she continued licking obediently. She can deal with anything. Anything but that pain. This should be enough, now gobbled the whole thing and start sucking. Thyra's body moved and she quickly gobbled up his shaft and started sucking. Ugh, as I thought you are a natural. With just some training, you will become a fine blowjobber. Nux praised as waves and waves of pleasure assaulted his body. Thyra on the other hand, did not feel any good from his praises, rather, she got even angrier. Also, why is he patting her like she's some sort of pet? She hates it. Don't just keep sucking, move your head up and down as well. Another order was heard and her head started moving. Roll your tongue all around my dick, keep sucking, and keep moving your head. Her body did as she told and a slurping sound echoed throughout the room. Slurp slurp slurp. Ugh hi. Waves and waves of pleasure assaulted Nux's body as he grabbed her head with his hands and increased her speed. Slurp slurp slurp. The slurping voice quickened, the pleasure he felt increased and he felt his milk forming up. Nux couldn't control himself anymore, he stood up and started moving his hips as well, thrusting his dick deep inside her throat. He did not know any mercy with his thrusts, treating Thyra's mouth like an object. Slurp slurp slurp. The slurping sound increased, and tears welled within Thyra's eyes as she choked. Ugh hi. I am coming. Nux also reached his limit. He moved his dick out of her mouth and sprayed all his jizz on her face. Thyras felt even more disgusted by this and was quick to try and clean everything. However, do not clean it, let my milk stay on your face for this whole night. This will help you remember where you belong and you won't use that worthless mouth of yours to say some useless stuff. Her hand that was about to clean her face stopped moving and returned to the floor. Thyra glared at Nux with eyes full of hatred, but that look combined with his jizz on her face only worked to turn him on and his rod stood up again. 96 Realization. Ha. Glare all you want, I don't care. I'll show you where you belong, you bitch. Nux's smirk widened as he ordered. Now turn around and show me your ass. Thyra's body trembled, but as always, it did what he ordered and turned around before lifting its butt. A single crystalline tear streamed down from her eyes, her shoulders trembled as she blinked a few times to get rid of the tears welling in. She would not cry. Nux, however, couldn't care less about her struggle. He stood up, but just as he was about to slam his dick inside her pussy, he heard a voice. What are you doing? Nothing. He lied. Are you sure? Felberta questioned. Why yes. Well, then it's okay. Although I will say, if you are doing something that you feel you should hide from me, that might not be the best thing to do. She could feel his emotions to some extent due to the harem seal, and she did not like what she felt. Although she isn't planning to control his life, she will still give her advice if she feels he's doing something wrong. Saying that, Felberta did not reply anymore. Nux also paused his movements and then noticed Thyra's shoulder trembling. He walked closer as he saw her face and couldn't help but be shocked. She was crying. Nux was then assaulted by different emotions. This was not the same as Edda, she wasn't enjoying it. He was raping her. He nearly became what he hated the most. Nux then closed his eyes as tried to calm his racing heart. Sorry. I have gone too far. A deep sigh came out of his mouth as he apologized. Thyra turned back as she saw Nux standing with his eyes closed and couldn't help but frown. What happened to him? She then saw him opening his eyes and the previous glint that shined inside was nowhere to be seen, there was even a hint of sadness there. His excited dick had also calmed down. However, before Thyra could think more about it, Nux ordered. Go wash your face and clean up. You can take your time, but after you are done, return, I still have some things to ask. Don't worry, I won't force you to do this again. Although his voice sounded calm, Thyra could notice something weird in it. However, since she was disgusted by the thing that was spread on her face, she did not think too much and rushed into the bathroom. Nux also sighed as he fell on the bed and muttered. Thank you. Don't worry, I will always be here for you. A small smile appeared on Felberta's face before she closed her eyes and entered her dreamland. Inside Alger's room, Nux also closed his eyes as he thought about the past events and the reason why he did that. My stay as the wilderness affected me more than I thought, combining with that rough plays with Edda. I have gone overboard. Nux then reflected on it a little more and realized that he was too hungry for power. Thyra was a Grandmaster stage cultivator, if he could fuck her, his power will soar. However, instead of waiting and letting his craving touch work, he tried to outright her, now that is just shameful. Nux then calmed his mind and breathed evenly as he waited for Thyra to return. 30 minutes later, Thyra returned, her expression was the same cold expression he saw the first time he met her. Nux then stood up and started. I will apologize for what I did before. Thyra did not reply. Nux had already expected that and he did not really care what she thought either. No matter what, in the end, she was still a slave. He won't treat her the same way he treats his women. He was just apologizing for his own heart. Her feelings did not matter to him. He should at least be this cold now that he was in this new, crueler world. Alright, let's get to the business. Are these all the assassins the kingdom sent here? Nux questioned. No, the kingdom sent a total of 55 assassins, 5 of them died so there are 50 left. How strong are these assassins? Including me, there are 3 Grandmaster stage assassins, I am at the peak Grandmaster stage, the strongest amongst them. The other 2 are in the middle and early stages. We are named 1, 2, and 3. Then from 4 to 20, we have Master stage cultivators, the rest are at advanced stage. In other words, the lower the number, the stronger the assassin. Nux's eyes widened in surprise when he heard her. 50 assassins. 3 Grand Masters. 17 Masters. And 30 advanced stage cultivators. What kind of force is that? This is way stronger than a normal marquis's house. Only dukes and the royal family can take this force on. And this force will be under him after some time. Nux smiled in contentment when he thought about it. He had now gained some standing in this world. Although he is still in the shadows, he was now stronger and had more power than an average noble. Barons, viscounts, and earls. He could take any marquis's house with ease. And that too without doing anything by himself. With eyes filled with anticipation and desire, he turned to Thyra and questioned. Where are the rest of the assassins then? They live in Hardwick Mansion. Although she knew what he was thinking, and did not like it one bit, she knew her thoughts would not matter and she would have to answer and even help him with what he is about to do. Thyra sighed at her fate. She really wanted to kill Alger for targeting this monster's women. Alright, we are heading to the Hardwick Mansion, now. What? 97 Have you guys eaten? Alright, we are heading to the Hardwick Mansion, now. What? Did you not hear me? Take me to the Hardwick Mansion. But, although I can deal with the 2 and 3, that does not mean I can deal with every assassin alone. Are you thinking about taking all the assassins we have and go for an all-out attack? Huh? Do you think I am stupid? Why would I make my men fight each other and weaken themselves? I will just repeat what I did earlier. The only difference will be that with you here, the process will be a lot simpler. Nux shrugged before he stood up. What are you waiting for? Let me. Actually, even Thyra was curious about how he managed to turn Alger into his slave. Now that she is about to witness it again, she couldn't deny that she was looking forward to it. As for her comrades who were about to become this man's slaves. Well, she couldn't do anything about it no matter how much she thinks about it. So as not to further torture herself, she decided that she will find some ways to get rid of him later. He is just a mere master stage cultivator after all. She then nodded before she turned around and left the room. Nux followed her, and when the two of them left the Bannermain mansion, he activated his conceal, with only Thyra being able to see him. Thyra did not notice what he did, however, she was surprised by how easily Nux was matching her speed. As an assassin, speed was her strong part. She felt annoyed that a mere master stage cultivator was keeping up with her, and he is a hateful one at that. She then used her skills, and increased her speed to the maximum. However, she was horrified that although not completely, Nux still matched her speed to a great extent. She was a peak Grand Master, even a new expert stage cultivator might not be her match in speed. How is a master stage cultivator matching up with her speed? What kind of freak was he? I feel like Steps of Gale is too slow for me now. After they appeared in front of Hardwick Mansion, Nux muttered to himself and Thyra froze. Are you talking about the 1-star skill, the Steps of Gale? Yes, I got it from Fel, but I think it is too low-leveled for me now. Thyra stayed silent, however, inwardly, she was having an existential crisis. He is using a 1-star skill. How is he keeping up with me then? I am using a 4-star skill. How is he a master stage cultivator? Is he a hidden expert stage cultivator? A monster. A complete monster. Alright, let's not waste more time and enter the mansion. Lead the way. Nux ordered and Thyra started moving. Although she did not know how he will enter the mansion with her, she did not care and just walked into the mansion. She had covered her face, but it was not the first time the guards have seen her, so they did not stop her. She wondered why the guards did not stop Nux, but then she concluded that they thought of him as her servant and let him go. Thyra shook her head as she walked into the mansion and then moved towards a dark hallway. She noticed that the maids and other guards did not even look at Nux and couldn't help but smile a little. How does it feel to be treated like air by everyone? The two of them then appeared in front of a wooden door that looked very similar to the one in the Bannermain mansion. Knock knock knock. It is me, one. The door was then opened and the two of them entered. However, soon, Thyra realized something. Just like those maids and guards, the assassins were ignoring Nux as well, but she knows them well, they would never do that. They might let him enter here since he was with her, but they would still look at them vigilantly, or at least question her about him, or something like that. Anyways, they would never outright ignore his presence. Just as she was thinking about what is happening, Nux answered. They can't see me. What? Thyra muttered out loud. What? Tu questioned with a frown as he looked at Thyra. What are you talking about? He questioned again, feeling a little weird about her actions. Nothing, this time, Thyra was sure. It is as Nux said, no one can see him. What kind of sorcery was this? He is standing right in front of everyone and no one can see him. Is he a ghost? Then why can she see him? Alright, don't think too much about it, gather all of them. Thyra's mouth moved on her own as she ordered. Alright, everyone, gather up. Tu frowned when he noticed that she was acting strange, but since she was the strongest, and the leader of this group, he nodded and stood straight. Other assassins were also gathered here and more than 20 assassins assembled around. Now question something they would answer with a yes. Thyra frowned due to the weird order, but since she couldn't do anything to go against it, she started thinking and she questioned after some time. Have you guys eaten? The assassins looked at her weirdly. Under their judgmental look, Thyra felt strange. Question in a stricter tone, Nux ordered. I asked, have you guys eaten yet? Thyra felt even more weird asking a question like that in a strict tone, but she felt even weirder when she heard Nux questioning something at the same time as her. Are you guys willing to be my slaves? 98 Absurd ability. I asked, have you guys eaten yet? Are you guys willing to be my slaves? Yes. As the assassins answered, a big smile appeared on Nux's face. Seeing that smile, Thyra also understood what happened. She remembered that they only answered with a yes before that weird energy entered their bodies, and that was when everything happened. Ha! I can't believe such an absurd ability exists. Thyra sighed inwardly, however, she then noticed that his smile had faded and was replaced with a frown. It did not work. Nux muttered inwardly as he realized that his plan did not work. This proves that he cannot cheat others with this. The target has to know what they are approving of. Just saying yes won't work. Nux took note of it and nodded inwardly. Of course, Nux only treated this as an experiment and knew that it might fail. Therefore, he had already prepared the countermeasures. Since Plan A failed, he started Plan B. Introduce them to me, tell them that I am. He then told everything to Thyra before he walked behind 3 and grabbed her before placing a dagger on her neck. Why did he not do this with 2? Well, who would like to touch a man if there is a woman next to him? Nux wouldn't. As he touched 3, his conceal wore off and he appeared in front of everybody. 3 couldn't believe that someone had closed in on her and her body stiffened. The other assassins were also surprised, but they quickly recovered and prepared to attack. Stop! However, before they could move, Thyra's voice sounded and the assassins looked at her with a frown. He won't harm her. If he wanted to harm us, he would have killed us all by now and we won't be able to do anything, did you forget? None of you sensed his presence till now. Thinking about it a little more, 2 nodded and shuddered at the same time. Who was this man? Why was he unable to sense him? However, though surprised, his condition wasn't as bad as 3. She still couldn't believe that someone sneaked behind her and placed his dagger on her neck and she was unable to do anything. If this man had wanted to kill her, she wouldn't have known how she died. How scary was that? Seeing that the assassins had calmed down, Nux released 3 from his grasp before he walked in front of the group with his hands behind his back. Let me introduce him to you. He is Levi Ackerman, a veteran assassin sent by the kingdom to train us. Also, don't look down on him just because he is at Master Stage Cultivator. He is a lot stronger than that. If you do not believe me, you can challenge him. Although I will say it beforehand, Master Levi will only fight any one of you. He doesn't have much time and has important things to attend to, so choose wisely. I will fight. 3 stepped up. She was very embarrassed when he appeared behind her and got her in such a helpless position. However, when she noticed he was just a Master Stage Cultivator, her embarrassment turned into anger. Now that she has a chance to get back at him, she will do her very best to defeat him and wash her embarrassment. Alright. Thyra nodded before she glanced at Nux, who nodded back. Then, a gold coin appeared in his hand as he glanced at 3. I will toss this coin up, the moment it falls on the ground, our fight will start. 3 nodded as well and Nux tossed the coin. 3 then glanced at the coin that was tossed in the air for a second, however, that little second cost her the whole match. Since her eyes were not on him, Nux quickly activated his conceal, and then waited for the coin to fall to the ground. 3 on the other hand panicked when she couldn't see Nux and started looking around vigilantly. KKNN. The coin fell on the ground and Nux started moving towards 3, who was still looking around. He then appeared behind her and placed his dagger near her neck and grabbed her from behind. Well, I guess the fight's over. Nux muttered before he released 3 from his grasp. 3, on the other hand, was frozen stiff as she couldn't believe that she lost so quickly. How? However, 3 wasn't the only one surprised. The assassins who did not look at the coin were even more surprised than her. All they saw was 3 acting strangely, and when the coin fell, Nux leisurely walked towards 3 before grabbing her from behind. All this while, 3 just looked around and did not move at all. T3, why didn't you fight him when he walked towards you? One of the assassins couldn't control himself and questioned. What are you talking about? How am I supposed to stop him when I can't even see him? But wasn't he just standing right in front of you? In front of me? Now 3 was even more confused. What the hell was happening here? How could others see him when she could not? What kind of absurd ability is that? Alright, stop talking. I don't have time to waste here. I was sent here by the kingdom since Master thought you would need more training. So you all will be under my control. Is that clear? Yes. Every assassin answered simultaneously. This time, no one doubted his strength, but they were still confused and wondered how he was doing all this. Good, now just for confirmation, let me ask you guys again. Are you all willing to be slaves? 99. A perfect plan. Are you all willing to be slaves? The assassins felt weird about the change in question, but when they glanced at Thyra, who just stood there without saying anything, they did not think too much about it and answered. Yes. Strange energy then entered their bodies, and this time, their names finally appeared on the slave column. This put a smile on Nux's face before he glanced at them and activated his Eye of Discerning. While the Nux was examining every assassin, the assassin felt odd and doubted the energy that entered their bodies. Did you feel that as well? 3. Question 2. You did as well? I thought I was not feeling well today. What was that energy? No clue. Don't worry about it, it's normal. Thyra assured. The assassins then nodded, trusting Thyra. However, the one who they were trusting, Thyra, felt bitter in her heart. She only assured them because she was ordered by Nux. That energy is not nothing. It is something that will change their life. However, she then calmed a little and frowned. Technically, these assassins should already be under him, so why is he avoiding talking about his power? Nux's reasoning was simple. He just did not want to waste time on this worthless talk since he found something much more interesting than this. He then glanced at Thyra and questioned. Aren't you all spies sent by the Kingdom of Skadi? Technically, we are assassins, but you can say it like that. Nux then pointed his finger at a female assassin and questioned. What about her? Is she any different than you? Her. No, she's 11, she's an assassin just like us. Thyra answered. A frown then appeared on Nux's face before he glanced at 11 and activated his Eye of Discerning, again. Name, Maida Ayres. Age, 54. Mana cultivation, Master. Body cultivation, Mortal. Race, Human. Occupation, Spy sent by the Kingdom of Skadi. Talent, Medium. LVL, 35. HP, 460/460. MP, 600/600. STR, 43. AGL, 46. VIT, 46. STM, 38. Int, 60. Def, 37. A spy. Why is her occupation different than these assassins? He then looked into 11's eye and questioned. Are you different from these assassins in any way? 11 frowned at this question, however, her mouth moved on its own and replied. Yes. I am a spy. Soon, 11's eyes widened in horror, but before she could think too much, Nux questioned again. A spy? What kind of spy? Who do you spy on? Even Thyra had a frown on her face. As a leader of these assassins, she knew everything about them. However, this was the first time she was hearing something like this. A spy sent by the kingdom to keep watch on 1. I report every action 1 takes to the kingdom. Thyra's eyes widened in surprise, however, it wasn't over yet. Why do you keep eye on 1? Isn't she working for the kingdom? She is, but the kingdom does not trust her. An orphan cannot be trusted with such matters. 11's eyes widened in terror. She wasn't going to say the last line, she just heard Levi's ordering in her head to say it and her body moved on her own. What? Thyra's eyes widened with shock. The kingdom she was so loyal to does not trust her at all. An orphan cannot be trusted with such matters. Was she really just that? All the loyalty, devotion, and love she had shown for the kingdom just amounts to this much. They actually send a spy just to keep watch on her. She was in dismay. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. When he saw her reaction, a smile appeared on Nuxa's face before it disappeared in an instant. This woman was too loyal. Although he used a slave seal, he still wanted to win her over so that she will give her all for his ambitions. Therefore, he came up with a plan when he learned that 11 is a spy. He did not have to do anything. He just needed to add some fire. He learned about Thyra being an orphan when he asked about her background. And then ordered 11 to say that line so that it will leave a strong impact on Thyra. With this, he will be able to gain Thyra's loyalty little by little. Actually, even other assassins, who were orphans as well, had different expressions on their faces. However, Nux did not care about them. Maybe he cared a little about 2 and 3. But the rest of them were just slaves. Them having thoughts about betraying him doesn't matter. He only needs the important ones. He needs Thyra. So he planned for it. A perfect plan. What have you done to me? While Nux was thinking and admiring how perfect his plan was, 11 questioned in panic. Huh? What do you mean? Am I body moved on its own? Why else do you think will I tell you that I am a spy even if I was one? Why else? Well, let me show you. Nux then pointed at another assassin and questioned. You, tell me everything about yourself. The assassin's mouth moved on its own and he started telling his backstory. My name is Afton Stoney, I came fro dash. Yeah, that's enough. Before he could even complete it, Nux waved his hand and he stopped. However, the assassin's eyes were wide in shock and horror. See that? You guys agreed to become my slaves. From now on, you will do whatever I tell you to. Got that? However, just as Nux replied, an assassin fell to the ground and started screaming. Aaggh. 100. This should be an interesting experiment. Aaggh. By now, Nux was already used to seeing this scene and did not feel anything. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, if you think about betraying me, you will suffer from an agonizing pain, so, don't do it. Thyra's mouth twitched at the laid-back explanation. She then calmed her mind and walked towards the assassin who was shrieking in pain. Calm down, think about being loyal to him. Keep muttering, I am loyal to him, in your mind and the pain will subside. A few seconds later, the assassin who was rolling all over the floor screaming in pain turned silent as he breathed heavily. Thyra then turned towards assassins and instructed. Do not take this lightly, do not think about betraying him. This pain is no joke, trust me, I say it from experience. Have you suffered from this pain? An assassin questioned. I did, and I do not want to go through it again. The assassins turned silent. If even one says that she does not want to go through that pain again, there is no way any one of them would try something funny. Also, that assassin who is now lying on the ground breathing heavily with a pale face ensured their thoughts. Okay, I do not have much time for all this. Come on, let's go. 2 and 3, you follow me. As for the rest of you, carry on with whatever you were doing. You will get further orders from 2 and 3 Nux ordered as he turned around. However, he then stopped and glanced at 11. You two, report what you normally do. Just say everything is fine, don't make them suspicious. Alright. She nodded in agreement and Nux turned around. Where are we going? Thyra questioned. To deal with Marquis Hardwick, of course. Nux replied nonchalantly as he walked out. When he entered here, he had already sensed his presence, so he knew where he was. Thyra and the other 2 assassins shrugged as well and followed him. In their eyes, Marquis Hardwick was a weakling, an untrained brute without any techniques. They were sure that they could defeat him easily even if they fight one-on-one, let alone 3 of them together. 4 of them then stepped out as they walked towards Marquis Hardwick's room. Soon, however, they stopped as they looked at the 2 guards standing in front of his room and Nux questioned. Do you people know the guards? Well, we do, but I don't think they will let us in without alerting him first. 2 answered. Meh, too bothersome, wait here, I will deal with them. Nux then casually walked towards the guards and appeared behind them. Bam! A chop on their necks and, done. The guards didn't even know how they lost consciousness. Did that how it looked like when he fought me? 3 questioned as she watched the scene in front of her. She only saw him walking toward the guards. Somehow, the guard failed to notice him even though he was right in front of them and he knocked them out. Why yeah. Thyra answered, although she has seen this before, it was still as shocking as ever. It's ridiculous, he can kill anyone without any effort. He is a perfect assassin, too, muttered as he glanced at Nux in a daze. Nux then deactivated his conceal, and then kicked the door open before entering. Damn. I always wanted to do this, Nux thought inwardly before he shook his head and smiled. Heath Hardwick, or Marquise Hardwick, who was sleeping calmly, was jolted awake and his eyes widened when he saw a man wearing black clothes, with his face covered, standing right in front of him. An assassin. His heartbeat quickened when he realized that the man was an assassin. However, he calmed down a little when he noticed 3 more familiar assassins entering the room behind him. Heath Hardwick, are you willing to be my slave? Suddenly, the unfamiliar assassin questioned. What? Heath felt that he had heard him wrong and questioned. What? Are you deaf or something? I will ask you again, are you willing to be my slave? The man repeated, this time his tone was a lot stricter than before. However, instead of getting afraid, Heath's eyes turned cold as he roared. Who do you think you are? Then without any warning, he took out his 4-star sword and attacked. The 3 assassins rejoiced inwardly when they noticed that Nux hasn't ordered them to defend him. They were hoping that he would get killed by Heath so that they could be free. Nux, of course, did not know their thoughts. If he wanted, he could have directly activated conceal, and have dealt with Heath as he did with Alger, but he wanted to take this opportunity to show his strength to his new slaves. Clank. Just as Heath thought he will cut his head off, a green-black colored dagger appeared in Nux's hand as he blocked his attack. Meh, weak. Nux then forced his sword back before slashing Heath's arm, leaving a deep cut there. The dagger's paralysis effect triggered and Heath's entire right hand turned numb within seconds. This dagger. Yeah, that's your boyfriend's. Oh right, he is also my slave, so you can enjoy his company after you become one as well. Bam. Smash. He then kicked Heath's chest and his body flew back before clashing with a wall. 1, 2, and 3, who were looking at this scene, had wide eyes. What is happening? How is the defeating a Grand Master Stage Cultivator even though he is just a Master Stage Cultivator? And why does it feel so effortless? Heck, he hasn't even used the ability where he turns invisible. Marquise Heath could see him very well. That means he is still holding back. What kind of monster is he? Alright, let's not waste more time. Heath Hardwick, are you willing to become my slave? Nux did not seem to care about what these assassins were thinking. He casually walked towards Heath as he placed his foot on his head and questioned. Heath then raised his head as he glared at Nux and replied. In your dream, ugh. Before he could even complete it, Nux kicked his head as if it was a football. It feels like your willpower is stronger than Alger's, he submitted when he lost 3 fingers. I don't know if that was cowardly or smart. But let's see how many fingers would I have to cut off before you submit. This should be an interesting experiment. A small smile appeared on Nux's face.